Nowhere. Never been seen. So, you guys know what I'm saying?
Facts. Yeah, bro. You're cooking, bro. Keep going.
Well, I mean, I'm just throwing stuff on the table. You guys tell me some stuff. I mean, really, pick a topic, throw something out there. What are they bringing for 2024?
That's a good question. That's a great question. They're bringing nothing. They've got
Well, of
they
course,
have nothing
it's
for you.
at the end of the day, it's all going to be a paper dragon report, right? Because it's manufactured. They've got to prop it up, move the goalpost constantly, constantly. But they can do that if you don't tag them on what's the observation. They'll take you out to Mars, man. You know.
All right, pings in the chat, fellas and ladies.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let me give y'all one. What's the observation? Something falls to the ground, right? Is that the observation? The apple falls to the ground. Correct? The old Newton apple. Okay. That's observed. Agreed. If the apple falls in a puddle, it floats. That's observed. If we let go of a balloon, it floats. That's observed. Okay. So what's the theory here? What's the hypothesis of what a glober is going to be saying
My,
about what he observed?
my hypothesis was that he had fat fingers and he couldn't hold his apple.
That
Slipped
fingeritis.
out of his hand after he added energy to it by picking it up. It had to go back to equilibrium, but he couldn't hang on to it with his fat fingers.
Well, so I mean, so where do you go when you're observing all these different things? Something floating, something on water, something floating on water, something floating in air, something falling from the air to the ground. We observe all these things, right? So their hypothesis is gravity. Well, what is that? Are you claiming that it's a force from where? Pulling? Are you claiming what?
You don't have one word hypotheses. That's fucking stupid. Right off the bat. My hypothesis, gravity? No, that's dumbass.
Agreed.
Don't say that. You better point that out. Because somebody's going to hand you your ass if you say that shit. Like me. That's just dumb.
I'm not saying it.
They're saying it, then say, what the hell kind of hypothesis is that?
That's what I'm saying. It kind of nixes everything. Once if you put them on the plate of observation, it doesn't wiggle far away from there. It pins them down right there for a lot of what they have to say.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. A lot of the things that they claim you don't even see. To start.
Well, that's the method that they try to avoid.
Well, here's what's the new thing, guys. I've got one for you. They're going to ask you about the container this year. I don't know if y'all noticed it, but I've noticed it gathering some steam. Where's the container? Where's the container? Where's the container? Well, I've been breaking this down. This is them just, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, you get slapped in the face again with the filet mignon.
Yeah, with that. We're going to use that. That's why that Trump one looks all crazy, because we've been smacking these globers. That's what their face. It left a face imprint on the steak. Yeah, exactly. But
they're a bunch of vegans, man. They don't even know what a filet mignon is.
They don't even know what vegan is.
Beta!
Well, they all live on Twinkies, I forgot.
I want to know where that guy's going to get 3 miles of string.
I'm just saying now, guys.
I better be on the lookout.
I say let him do
I'd like
that.
to know. I'd like to know where he's stretching this thing. Did he let the authorities know, or is some poor sucker in his speedboat going fishing going to run into some cable and just get yoited out of his boat?
To eBay.
So there's a new Glober thing I found out today going around on Twitter that the term flat Earth is a reification fallacy.
What?
Yes. Yes. Sly Sparkane said it. And other people have been parroting his nonsense.
Sly
Flat Earth.
Sparkane? I thought he was
Sly-
dead.
Yeah.
Who the
No,
fuck
he's
is that guy?
he's chat skanking Twitter, man. He's got to be one of the dumbest people I've ever met, dude.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
ever talked to.
Oh yeah, he's pretty dumb.
I'll pull up some of his other-
Shockingly dumb. Like,
Yes.
just like, oh my god, like, how did you actually make even videos on YouTube? Like no way. Like, you must have had somebody help you. Like,
Yeah, he's
you should be
frightening,
working at the
frighteningly
Redemption
stupid.
Center.
He's frighteningly stupid. Yes.
So I went through the scientific method with him for gravity. And he said dropping something proves mass attracts mass.
We're back into 2015.
Bruh.
Bruh.
And I actually took him through it. The claims X causes Y. Your claim is mass attracts mass causes Y. So I dropped something. I have different masses. According to you, they should go at mass attracts mass. So different masses should fall at different rates. They don't fall at different rates. So mass can't be the cause of the acceleration. He's like, and then he quoted me and says, yes, that just proved it. What?
Yeah, frightening.
Frighteningly dumb. I just told him, like, dude, you're a legit retard. Like, I don't even know what to say to that. Like, what do I say to something so idiotic? But he also said to me today that flat Earth, that saying is a reification fallacy.
Yeah.
And I said, no, flat describes things. It's a word we use to describe things in the real world. And so is the word Earth. So flat Earth can't be a reification because we use flat to describe things in the real world. Salt, and so I used examples: salt flats, right? Bonneville salt flats, Bolivian salt flats. There's a place around here called Flat Top Johnny's, which is a pool hall, referring to the tops of the pool tables. We call them flat, right?
Yeah.
He was just like, he what the hell did he say? He said something like, he actually didn't respond. So then it came to me, I'm like, oh, a flat tire. I said, hey, when you get a flat tire, do you just stink it away? Because it's a reification?
Jesus.
Yeah, like, because think about it, you get a flat tire. Oh, my flat tire is a reification fallacy. I can just think about it different and it'll just become round again. Like, this is the level of the Globers right now in Globetardia. That's what I'm calling it now. You call it the Globe. I'm calling it Globetardia because it's got to have a country name to it or something.
Oh shit! I named them that a long time ago. You're just catching up.
He's a Globetardian.
Yep.
I think that's right next to Tartarian somewhere. I think they're close together.
Hey, yeah, not gonna lie, I never rocked with Tartaria, so yeah, they're probably next to each other on the block. Globetardia.
Globetardia, man. That's where they live, man. That's like in Globetardia, everything's an optical illusion.
Mhm. And they have, you know, their space porch. You know.
Yeah, space porch in Globetardia.
their space view, their space side view. I don't even know. They're just so
In
lame.
Globetardia, the cause is the effect. Like in Globetardia, the effect is the cause. Like they have all sorts of like that. So I'm just like calling it like they live in an alternate universe called Globetardia, which is something to understand because they probably just binge watch Rick and Morty all day.
That would not surprise me. They have a similar type of thinking when it comes to the universe and stuff like that.
And you don't get there through a wardrobe. You get there by flushing yourself down a toilet.
And depending on
Well,
where
I
you
mean,
are on
depending on what
yeah,
hemisphere of the
it'll,
globetardia you're on, right? If you
yeah.
flush with one side of the hemisphere, you go to counter globetardia, and if you go to
Bad.
Nathan needs sound effects.
I'd have to reel it in for him, big time.
QE, when is Nathan supposed to be over here?
Wow, but globetardia is a banned word. Someone just got detention for saying globetardia in the chat.
I
Sorry,
don't know.
what was
You have to ask
Oh,
LBA
man.
Paul, man.
They didn't get detention for that.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did, bro. I just watched it. I just watched it happen.
I don't remember making that a word. Hold on, let me look real quick.
American Frankenstein.
I hope so.
Welcome, American.
It didn't. Hold on, I gotta double check, man.
I mean, Nathan is ace. I hope he comes here soon.
Hey, how's it going?
See, he did it again. Indio, it just happened again.
Oh, because globetard
Yeah.
is yeah, I'll fix that. Hold on, I'll make. Well, because we had some fake flat earther going crazy on the globetard word, and I like call him globetard every once in a while, like, but when you're just like using it every third freaking word, carried away.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globetard.
Yeah, use it like that. Yeah, such a classic.
Yeah, you got to pick your spots, or it's not funny. You just can't say globetard, globetard, globetard. Fucking Beetlejuice.
Gonna wear it out, man.
Yeah. Little burn on top. Overcooking.
So what else is new for 2024? I think they want to be like the flat earther now. Right? They spent years getting whooped up on. There's a clip of a guy who's like, "Yeah, they completely thrashed me, but I want to get one back on someone else." Like they want to feel like the flat earther. So I think you'll see a lot of that in 2024 as well. Them taking notes out of the flat earther's notebook. They're going to take a page straight out of your book and come and try to give you a taste of the medicine that they got. Oh, where's the curvature? They're going to say, "Where's the container?" That's them trying to be like the flat earther. Now there's a lot of problems with this because we all know that they don't base off their worldview off of having to see it. They don't see curvature, but they believe it's there.
It's gonna be good though.
All right, cool.
Globetard away, globetardia away too.
They assume they are, bro.
Now, is Jesse like your real life friend or just like your internet friend?
Oh no, he's not my real life friend. We wouldn't be friends in real life, but he's my internet friend. I like to talk to him because he knows how to solder, and I don't. He's pretty damn good at it. So I get him to give me like advice on soldering. And other than that, he talks about his evidence, and I tell him to shut up. I told him he could post it on my server if he wanted to. People could come try and debunk it, but it wasn't evidence to me.
Yeah, when you use an instrument way out of its spec, it's not a reliable instrument. So the specifications for theodolite are not 126 miles or whatever, something like 15,000 feet. I think for the longest one he has. Sometimes it's shorter than that. He's using it outside of specification, claiming it proves something. No, it just proves fucking you can't read a user manual.
Yeah, that's what I told him. The way that he uses his instruments is the fallacy in his evidence. Like it's not true. He's not doing what he's supposed to do with it. Yeah, he's out there taking measurements that are false measurements because they're yeah, like you said, he's not using it right.
Every theodolite, right? If you look in the manual, it has a range specification. That's the range in which it's accurate to the precision it says it's accurate to. Outside of that range, it's no longer accurate. right? And when you're at the limits of the range, that's when it has the least accuracy, right? So there's a sweet spot. It's probably the I would say halfway through that range. And I don't even know how they test whether the accuracy of them calibrating the instruments. Plus, he's buying them used off of like eBay and shit. He showed me a picture where he had like a stack of them like in a pile. Like, dude, he's like buying junk off of eBay, doing measurements outside of the specification of the device, coming on Discord and saying, I got gold proof. Fuck you do. You got a big pile of junk.
Welcome to the panel, American Frankenstein, Awaken the Iron, BC Verify.
Yeah, I just kind of believe Jesse to be a shield, bro. I'm just trying to prove it to him, I guess. I don't understand why he's smart enough, dude. He should be able to accept objective truths, and I'm not getting it, man. He keeps telling me this sob story about his best friend that became a flat earther, and ever since then he's been trying to prove the ball earth to him. But dude, you'll never be able to. If he's a true flat earther, you'll never be able to prove the ball again to him.
Oh, so he's butthurt that he lost his friend? Oh, I get it now.
This thing working all right? You guys hear me?
He was actually talking about you, Flat Paul, okay? That was a little freaking mind fuck he was trying to play on you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Who was that, Frank?
Oh yeah, it's American Frankenstein.
As opposed to the what Frankenstein? What's the other one? The British Frankenstein?
Could be if I were born British.
No, but isn't like where Frankenstein was originally from, or was it Romania or something?
Yeah, I believe so in the original story.
Hold on. Now I'm thinking, is Frankenstein Jewish? Yeah, I don't want to go there. Never mind. I said that.
That's hilarious.
Nobody heard that.
Also, welcome King NYC. How are you? Oh, he's shy. It's all right. Just say what up, and when you speak, we'll give you we'll give you the perms to join and mute your mic and stuff like that. So, but no talkie, no permy. Anyway, back to the panel. American Frankenstein, are you what brings you to hang out where the flat earthers hang out at?
I joined back a while ago, but I'm not really on too much. I actually used to have a channel on YouTube. This is back in 2016, but got buried in the algorithm. Can't find anywhere that I can actually post information on this. And I actually heard about this podcast. I believe it was on Eric Dubay. That's how I got the tips up to this one on his YouTube channel.
Wow. Was it in one of his videos?
Yeah, it was in an interview. It was in an interview that he had done. I'm trying to remember the gentleman's name, but he had done it. It's about 2 months ago.
Chris V.
Yeah, that might have been it. But they brought up this server on the video. That's how I got tips up to it. This was several months ago.
He's in the call right now.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, dude, we've got a lot of people from that conversation. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, that's cool as shit, man.
Shout
Hey,
out to Flat
you got BC Verified. If you go in the live stream voice text channel, drop the link to your channel. And I'll check it out. If it's not like crazy stuff,
This was
in our
years
content
ago.
creators channel.
This was years ago in like 2016.
Oh, if the channel's dead or it's irrelevant?
Dead. I got buried in the algorithm, then I just pretty much nuked it.
Yeah. Would you like start a channel right when they flipped the algorithm off or started censoring or something?
Well, I at first started getting views, and then it just got totally buried in the algorithm when I started talking about like flat Earth and things like that.
Yeah.
That and also, and people in real life, as you guys know, are not particularly fond of this topic, so I kind of nuked the channel.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, I mean, he might have been better off. I mean, he would have been suppressed anyway, I guess.
Though I would love to post content on it again, but however, it's finding a place where you can actually post something without it being nuked in the algorithm.
I mean, you got to go to Rumble for that. That's really the only. YouTube just it shadow bans you, so.
And in Rumble, it's impossible to get views.
No, that's not true. That's not true,
You
bro.
got to work your ass off. You have to work a lot harder than YouTube because the
Oh.
user base is smaller.
In that regard,
That's
you're
all.
absolutely
You
true.
can do it. You just got to work harder. You know what I mean?
I just don't have the energy for that anymore. Getting too old.
Well, we know that the Over the Hill Flat Earther channel. We'll just I can start that on Rumble.
Oh, there we go.
Too old to try. Get off my lawn.
Hey, I'll give you a mission idea if you're so inclined. You go to channels that are loosely covering ancillary topics, where they could easily segue into the topic, who already have established channels, who do a almost mandatory read of their super chats, and you just drop a few super chats here and there with a little teasers.
Oh, that's a good idea. Another thing that I
Cost
thought of as well too is that the topic of perhaps the world might be a matrix, that kind of topic is not nearly as censored, and it gets into the same things and it still gets the same points.
Yep.
Oh yeah, make it world is a simulation of a flat Earth. Then you'll be fine.
Yeah,
It's
basically,
really
like
a globe, but we're all in brains in a jar on like thinking the Earth's flat, but it's still a globe. Then everything will be perfectly okay.
it's just getting people those facts. You know what I mean? Getting people the proofs and things like that. But the second you say flat Earth, people look at you like you grew a second head.
And they don't even know why. That's the worst part, in my opinion. They don't even know what they're mocking or what they're trying to debunk.
People are so programmed. It's like we're taught it ever since from kindergarten. It kind of makes people's brains melt.
I think Google's done a good job, man, controlling information, right? Like you used to be able to find certain documents on Google, right? Like the NASA flat non-rotating Earth document that NASA released back in the 80s. If you search for it now, it's just a bunch of debunked websites, and like you literally can't use anything to search flat Earth anymore.
Yeah, they've pretty much blocked everything.
Yeah, the newbies get caught up in that cycle.
Yep, and shout out to freaking Rumble. There is a little bit. It's better about that over there. You search for flat Earth, the top 20, the returns will be positive flat Earth. I mean, I have a screenshot. If you go to the live page where it shows everyone live, it shows them basically the more popular ones definitely at the top. Well, there was a flat Earth channel, number 11, the 11th stream down. So that's my goal, is to get the activity up a little bit more over on Rumble. I'll drop a link in the chat now. But dude, if they can go hit the top 11 streams live on rumble.com, why, we certainly can do that too. So, and with things like Oakley coming over here, I think that's a good way to boost our presence over on Rumble. So look out for a link in the chat.
I also got to do some more research on Rumble and looked into it. I used it for a little bit. Me and my friend have a channel. It's Welcome to the Apocalypse. We put a few videos up. It wasn't diving into too much of the conspiracy content, but yeah, we couldn't get any views on there. We just couldn't get traction.
I'll go to our Rumble right now and just kind of let you know what our views are at the moment. We did have some streams that ran for a while, like this one here, but we got 40,000 views here, 100 likes, 13 dislikes, 27 comments. So, I mean, that's not bad.
That's really good.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. So, the one right above it, 21,000 views, 58 likes, 7 thumbs down, 8 comments. One above that, 10,000 views, 27 likes, 2 thumbs down. So,
the thing that frustrates me is, imagine if they didn't do that with YouTube, where they didn't block it or they didn't like bury it with all these shill videos. Just if people could actually have the exposure to it, just imagine like what the world would be like today.
Mm-hmm. I mean, well, honestly, though, it should.
When they did that, so Mark Sargent used to keep track of all the stats from YouTube on flat Earth relevant search results and the videos being created, and so he has a pretty steady track of them starting out small, then reaching the millions, and 3 million, 5 million, 7 million, 10 million, and on, till over 25 million. Till then, they surpassed Justin Bieber's relevant search results and Trump. So whether it was Trump or Bieber, I'm not sure. But as soon as it surpassed one of those guys, then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh crap, let's do something." So in other words, it skyrocketed to being one of the most popular search resulted, relevant, created content subjects on the entire platform. And then they censored it.
And then they did a huge smear campaign of it with all these different like shill channels. Like remember the old channel? It was like the Edge of Wonder or something like that. That's a good example of one. And just these channels that just made it look ridiculous.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
But the point I was making with that is it's not like Flat Earth was just a small thing. And they're like, "Oh, look at these small thing. Let's just get rid of it because it's not true." It wasn't until it was self-evident that it was one of the most popular topics, superseding other topics. So it's not the case where people will tell you all the time, "Oh, there's no real flat Earth. There's flat Earth is this niche. Nobody cares." That's not true. That impression is because there's an active silencing effort. But the actual truth is that many, many, many people are looking for this content, interested in this content, and being affected by the content online, but also their interactions with people in their lives.
I think a lot of people are just afraid to speak about it. Like in real life.
I feel like people that know about it just move on too. The people that get it, and then they just move on from the topic, possibly.
I'm in the chat, but y'all gotta wake up. Aaron Levi, what up?
I gotta head out and give somebody a ride. I'll catch you guys later.
Nice meeting you, man. Come back anytime.
Yeah, you too. I'll catch you guys later.
That is American Frankenstein, ladies and gentlemen. Cool. So, Aaron Levi, I don't think we spoke. How are you? Welcome to the panel. He's shy. Oh, he left. Maybe it's just a technical issue. We got bottom of the panel. Very fitting. T-Dub Timbo down on down. We got Says Who and Rodo. Old Hoss, OG Meatball, Nat, Morvis, Migo Wego, Mighty Mush, Mark J, LVA Paul, Lumpy, Jenna. We got J.E. Barrington. We got Indio, Flat Paul, Flat Lloyd, Awake the Iron, Artist Chick, AJ, Adam Unsalted, and AI. We're live on Rumble and live on YouTube, folks. If you're not following us on Rumble or YouTube, make sure you go follow. Links are in the chat. There you go. No excuses, guys. There's the links. If you're not following, go do it now. And it's what else? Predictions for 2024. Somehow mics are just gonna go. Like, there's gonna be a shortage on mics, I guess. People don't have mics anymore.
You got a mic? Hey, y'all got a mic? Yo, you got a mic? Yo, you got a mic? Yo, Long Beach Griffey. Long Beach Griffey, you got a mic? Do you have a mic? Got a mic? I hear you breathing. You breathing, huh? That's you breathing? You got a mic?
I should have let it play. Did you think a mutant button was gonna stop me? Ooh.
Have Discord got an Xbot yet? Yeah, you know, for Twitter.
You said something about Twitter? I need to get over to our Twitter more often.
Yeah, can you have a bot for that, or have they not done one yet?
It's attached to the YouTube. So what's playing on YouTube is also simultaneously streaming to Twitter.
It's
Okay.
on the account called Helio Skeptic. That's what we get streamed to. But that streams the live stream. It doesn't stream Rumble. But
Yep.
the YouTube bot's in here now. So wherever the YouTube bot is, that's what streams to Twitter, X, whatever. I'll
I'm not
post a
going.
link to the channel in the chat to Helios.
Oh yeah, I've got that one. I noticed there was a 24/7 account as well, but it's not used, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know why Helio don't stream from there, because that's, I can't remember. He set that up quite a long time ago, so I don't know. I can't remember exactly if that was Helio that set it up, or me, or him, or I don't remember.
Wasn't that the one that Bob attacked or something?
I mean, he attacked the YouTube channel, but Helio also streams to Twitter. So there's a 24/7 Player Discord on Twitter channel. No, I think I have control of that. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, so Helio controls the stream, so he doesn't even have access to that. I mean, I could give him access if he wanted to. That would be pretty cool, actually. I think I follow you, Paul, on Twitter. I gotta look real quick.
Drop a link to the Twitter in the chat for those that don't have it.
Yeah, I'm following you on Twitter. Hell yeah.
Yeah, by the way, for those that don't know, that was the 2023 proof of the globe. The Glober decided to try to strike our channel because we used his likeness in like a 3-second clip. So he's like, aha, I win.
That's lame. I think
But then he threatened us. He said, if you don't make me a moderator here, and if you don't kick Miggy off the server, I'm never giving up. And then we laughed at him.
You know, why doesn't Twitter embed in Discord anymore?
Twitter and Discord, were they linked together at one point? I'm about to head over there right now.
No, it doesn't. Tweets don't embed anymore in Discord for some reason. They used to, but they don't now. Maybe Discord is protesting free speech. Who knows?
Oh, shout out to LVA Paul for the shout out. Thank you. Pieces. Yeah, because I could definitely do more over at the Twitter Spaces.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about what I need to set up with Nathan because he wants to do something tomorrow, like Rumble or X or maybe even Facebook
really?
Live or something, depending on how you go
Dude,
about that.
we gotta get him on Rumble. Like he could totally. Well, I don't know. I don't know too. This is news to me. I didn't know he was trying to like do something new.
Yeah, his
But
after he does he has the after show, right? He wouldn't have to. He could just cut off the YouTube stream, keep going
yeah,
on
right.
Rumble, man.
That's true, especially the way it's set up now, because the Rumble is live only. There's no going back. So I know he does the, he likes to kind of have the after show as a treat for, um, what is it, for certain people. So that could totally work. I would love to see him over here in the server. I think that'd be fun. It's good advertisement for both of us. I think we've already built up a nice
I
crowd
mean,
on.
he'll keep his mainstream going to YouTube, but then he'll have a second building OBS going to Restream, and so we can add a few channels on our Restream.
Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, I like the sound of that. He wants to do this tomorrow, so I'm actually not.
Yeah, we're going to have a short show tomorrow, and we're going to finish the after show early, so then we're going to work on it after that.
Okay. Well, yeah, let him know. Well, I'm no admin here, but I would say, yeah, let him know that we have, the Rumble he's welcome to use that. And so I'm glad we got that set up when we did. Shout out to Republicus for helping me with that, and Helio as well. Yeah, Republicus. You guys probably don't see him a lot, but yeah, he's the reason why we are on Rumble right now. I've been begging. I was like, "Come on, man, we got to get on Rumble, guys," and he did it for us. Exactly what I was asking for too. So, shout out to Republicus. I think he's gonna try and fix it so that we can go back and rewind the stream right now. But go ahead. Somebody wanted to chime in.
I don't think they've got any like anti-flat Earth algorithms on Rumble yet, have they? Because there's not much content on there.
Well, there's tons of content, but you're right.
There's a lot of content on Rumble.
Yeah, there's no text boxes and fact checks, stuff like that. You search flat Earth. I'll do it right now. Rumble. Let's see, flat Earth. Let's see what comes up.
You gotta remember, Google owns YouTube. Google is the primary search engine shit runs through. YouTube is gonna get preference, for lack of a better word. There's lots of content on Rumble, and Rumble they don't censor. So Russell Brand is still on Rumble. They threatened Rumble to take Russell Brand off, and they refused to. So that should tell you everything.
Yeah, shout out to Republicans, man. I see you in the chat, guys. Give him you make sure you thank him for the next time we're on Rumble, or you're talking your game or whatever, and we're able to speak a little bit more freely because of that. And so there's a lot of people in here. I probably don't need to get the clips out, but I will if I have to talk about the importance of why Rumble is even a thing. So I wasn't too familiar with it until something got canceled, or they try to get canceled off YouTube, and so they're like, all right, that's how I heard about Rumble. And actually, what's funny, it's this clip in particular. I actually do have it. I was watching, y'all know, I watch Fresh and Fit. They're talking conspiracies and stuff like this. This girl kept bringing up conspiracy theories. She brought up the C thing and all this stuff. And I'm sitting there thinking, man, I haven't had a conversation like this in a while, like online. How are they having this conversation? But like we're having to tap dance. Oh, they're on Rumble. And so what's even more funny, to bring the point home, is there's a girl in the back of this clip who says something about flat Earth as well. So let me just grab that for you. Sorry guys, it's in my server somewhere. Okay, sorry guys, that took forever. I got it. Yeah, this is what the first thing that sparked me to think, let's get on Rumble. This is it.
And then we
Towards-
could
you got hungry children.
And then but then the hunger is driven by something called global warming, right? There's
The world is
more
flat as
limited
well.
I mean, there's enough food to go around.
Al Gore
right now
started
there is.
this.
Yeah, absolutely. We throw away food.
I don't know if y'all, the girl in the back, she's like, Al Gore started this. That was the girl kept talking, dropping bombs about like conspiracy and stuff like that. And then, yeah, you guys heard that. The British girl, the earth is flat as well. They were just trolls the whole episode. But yeah, they were able to have conversations like that because they were on Rumble. And so, boom. Yeah, so if you see the Rumble bot in here all alone, y'all know what time it is.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Yeah, that ought to wake you up. Anyway, Ether Earther, would you want to chime in and say hello?
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
I just knew it. Just knew it. No.
Homeboy got a logo and everything.
Have they got a natural phenomenon yet that isn't already something else?
Let's see.
Is it already something else?
You know, like light or magnetism or static electricity, you know. Or everything. Someone told me it was everything once. That's funny.
Damn. Yeah, I don't know nothing about no ether. All right, let's not let this panel die. We got a lot of people in here, so let's see. I can't speak in quantum in there, says Ether Earther. Oh, I'm not even gonna cap and say he won't bite, but all right, man, that's you. Let's check the chat. Oh,
I like the way that Ether Earth has got the role as pretender clown, but nothing else. Not voice verified, not flat earther, not globe earther. Just pretender clown. Awesome. Creation Bear, just to let you know, Ether Earther says, Quantum will just interrupt me because he doesn't like the ether and hasn't researched it. That's just funny.
Stop the cap.
We still don't know what it is, though.
Because maybe
Other than a philosophy.
Maybe Ether will enlighten us.
This is the best we're left with. CB, I need a soundbite of Ricola, but it needs to say retarded. Love it. Love it. I'll see what I can find. The strongest quote unquote Glober that we faced today, or I faced today, was somebody trying to go down the Psych 101 lecture. Just came from a Psych 101 lecture. Everything's he said everything was a dream, bro. I just said things like, well, we can know things objectively, like 2 + 2 is 4. Well, no, you can't actually know that. What? This is who we have to deal with?
Bro, 2 + 2 being 4 is a concept. It doesn't need external physical reality to exist. So it could entirely exist within a dream, so he's just incoherent.
I always get the sense they're trying to ride a. It's like they're trying to like ride a unicycle or something. They're trying this thing. They don't actually behave like this. They don't move this way in reality. You would never own a business or conduct a business where maybe you sell mulch and someone would like to buy 30 pounds of mulch for their garden. Well, sir, they start getting subjective. Well, that's subjective. I can't actually give you 30 pounds. We don't know what 30 could be 55. It could be AB. It could be green. Like, you know what I'm saying? They start coming up with these weird, everything's philosophical. And when I try to simmer it down to its lowest common denominator, to me, that's it's just one of those syndromes that they have.
Well, I got one for you. I got a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I was talking to a Glober, and they were saying that they're in the southern part of Australia. I can't remember the city because I don't really know Australia that well, but the southern part of Australia, which is south of the Tropic of Capricorn, the sun will rise in the east, of course, but south of east. And they were saying, how's that possible if the sun doesn't go out farther than the Tropic of Capricorn? And I mean, my answer is, well, I don't friggin' know. Doesn't really make it a ball. But you ever heard that one?
Anybody? What do you guys think? I had to step away for a moment. Did anybody want to answer that? Man, y'all are quiet tonight. What's going on, man? This is a busy panel. We got a lot of people in here. Everyone's shy. Nobody's talking. What's going on, man? Wake up, y'all.
I'm in Sydney. I'm in Sydney, and the sun doesn't ever look like it's more south, than on the compass. I mean, it looks, it moves a little bit, but not that much, just enough to let you know it's winter or summer. And east, well, east is where the sun is, right? Regardless of the compass. So yeah, east is the direction of the sun, right? So I mean, that's all I got. Adelaide, I think you're talking about Adelaide or south. You probably ask people in like South America too, or Africa.
I was listening
Right,
to
and
one of
Go ahead.
I was listening one of the old debate episodes, and there was this guy in he lives in Australia, Cumbria, the capital, and he was keep saying that the same thing, that when he looks at the summer in their summer, and it's like it's coming from southwest from the earth. So that was back then. He was wondering why this is happening, but I think maybe because I'm just thinking, but I don't know. I've never been there, so maybe because he was used to look always north, because it's, and then he thinks that maybe I'm looking south, but he's not looking really south because it's too far away. The sunrise, like you're thinking it's south, but maybe it's in the, I don't know. So that still don't know his answer as well, but I heard that one, like it's been going on for a while, so.
Yeah, and it was interesting because I've never been there, and I can't really speak to it. So I was just, which is fine. I don't have to know everything, but I think it would be something that could be a problem for a globe too. But like I was saying, just because you see something in the sky doesn't mean you're standing on a ball.
Yes, that
So I
was
just
the conclusion in the debate, that the same problem can be with the globe, because if it's not going more south, why you're looking, so like the tilt, it will be different and blah blah blah. But so even over there, it's like a big problem.
right. Yeah. Okay.
But it's just that the idea that the sun is coming up from the south east from Australia. Yeah, I heard. I mean, looks like it's been a while going on. It's not like something new. That's all
Right.
I want.
Okay.
I don't even know what to do with you guys tonight. Where do we go from here? Let me see if this clip works. Y'all want to hear some bullshit like that you'll find on TikTok? They try to sell people about the globe. I'm not sure if this is gonna work, but I'll try.
Standing on the equator is weird. On one side, water will spin down the drain to the right, but you take a step over the line and it spins to the left. You can put a nail on the equator and stick an egg on top of it and it won't fall. But the weirdest part, you try to walk in a straight line on the exact equator and you always fall in one direction. It makes you realize that this world is much stranger than we think.
Oh my God! Stop your fucking lying.
Dude, and people will believe this. Actually, there was a guy that came in and said the egg thing verbatim exactly like that too. You balance an egg. It was really funny. I don't know if you guys remember that. I don't remember his name. But yeah, this is what we're dealing with. Flush your toilet, water swirls. If you walk on this, I think the funniest one of them all to me is they're walking in a straight line and feeling like something's pulling them over, like something's grabbing your wrist and pulling you down from one side. Something like that. They're tipping over. Oh yeah, something's pulling me. Oh my god. I can only imagine like just the people psyching themselves out with that. Imagine you go down there and they're like, "Yeah, man, if you walk in this line, it's gonna make you fall." Really? Does anyone really
That is the dumbest thing ever. And if even if that was true, that the swirling or the egg thing, even if those things were true, how does it prove anything? I don't understand that.
Yeah, I know. They're always trying to sell you something with something else. A guy comes up to pay for a cheeseburger at your restaurant. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a paper clip, some fuzz, a napkin. You don't have any. What you're offering isn't valuable. Oh, here, look. If you go walk in this line, you might fall over. That means it's a globe. You're trying to pay for a globe with trash. Oh, here, we got these two balls in a shed and they sort of moved closer to each other. That's paying for the globe with trash. They do this with half the stuff, right? They're all parlor tricks. Even with the gas pressure and the container argument, some of them will give you a fish tank, roll in a tank of sulfur hexafluoride, take the gas out of the tank, put it into the fish tank, and tell you that, see, that's how the globe works. It's like, you're trying to pay for the globe with garbage, man. So they always do this with these parlor tricks. The thing you're offering me doesn't match what you're saying, bro. A fish tank with another tank with gases means that doesn't connect.
Yeah, and what happens to the super hexafluoride when you leave it uncontained? It disperses into the atmosphere.
Oh, shit. So sorry, I missed the chat here. Let's see. I think my favorite clip of 2023 was the Not a Hill of Water. That was a pretty good clip. I'm not gonna lie. That was a very good clip.
That's the second time Bob's come up today.
Really?
Yeah, someone brought him up before. Oh, it was about Helio's YouTube channel. That's right. I think Indio brought it up before. Remember, he said, "Make me a mod on the server, or I'll destroy your channel."
Oh my god. It's so weird, man. Oh yeah, I gotta get the clip of the kid from Twitter who was coping. Well, here's the Water Hill clip. For those that aren't familiar, this is it.
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
Incredible. So the context is we're talking about the black swan. He's saying, well, look at the bottom of the oil rigs. What's blocking that? Well, I already know what they think, right? They think that the water is curved, all of it. So I joke around, I call it a hill of water, right? So I'm like, well, not a hill of water. And he goes, that's exactly what it is. Unbelievable, folks. Unbelievable.
What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
So it's funny, like I'll say, you believe in hills of water. And they'll go, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. No one says that, that's ridiculous, all that stuff. I'm like, oh, really? Especially funny when people know who Bob is. They're like, yeah, I respect Bob. He's a great guy. We both agree with it's a globe. And I'll be like, so then you also agree that you agree with hills of water then? He'll be like, what? No, of course I don't believe in hills of water. That's ridiculous. Oh, really? Well, Bob thinks there's hills of water. Anyways, you guys get the point. So there's another clip of this kid from Twitter. He ran to Twitter like share his pain. He was saying that he just got bullied here so much that he wanted to go and bully someone else. And I just thought that was funny. That kind of plays into my idea about them wanting to be like flat earthers. How do you come in starting off, you mock flat earthers, they're below you, they're stupid, they're this and that and the other, and now you're over here trying to be like me. You got your hat on sideways trying to be cool like a flat earther. Yeah. What happens when you have a flimsy worldview? You adopt new shit on the fly, get rid of old claims that you held previously very dearly, just throw those out. I don't want to play with this doll anymore. Like, they did that with the Horizon. Chuck that out the window. Nope, not geometric. It's an illusion. What? What have I been arguing against this whole time then? If you're just gonna throw your whole premise out the window. Anyway. Yeah, we did have some funny meltdowns and interactions with people over the year. It was a great year for Flat Earth. I mean, I thought of this a couple weeks ago. You guys should really pat yourselves on the back. I mean, we've been fighting a war. This globe Earth, Flat Earth war has been years long, right? And I don't know, you kind of when you like if you're a history buff, the wars are people pay attention to the wars a lot, you know. They've shifted the culture, they've made big impacts and stuff like that. Anyway, so I think Flat Earth is a lot like that, where we've essentially been fighting this war. We got generals in here, we got troops, we got all types of people high and low in the hierarchy doing their thing. I mean, India got first blood of the year, so shout out to him. So you should pat yourself on the back and realize that you're sort of making history. We don't really stop and think about that. Or maybe you do, but I haven't really until recently. So we've done such a good job, I think, at this point that, I mean, do they even have an argument against us? Like, they don't have an argument for our position. So, I mean, the globe is catching L's left and right. Flat earthers are catching W's. I've been saying even like the VC verified here, they'll catch W's all day. You don't even have to be around and be a seasoned flat earther to go up against a globe head. They don't even have an argument. Like, they're gonna have to Google what they're supposed to believe on the fly and stuff like. They don't know what they're doing here. So I mean, I'd say that's a win. They don't have anything for us. They don't have an argument. So yeah, just going through my clips here. So yeah, I'm gonna try to find the one where the kid went to Twitter and started crying. And shout out to Clipcord and there's two other guys that do clips as well. I haven't seen them in a while, but shout out to Clipcord. He's stuck around. He's still doing his thing, and he's a huge reason why I have a lot of these clips. He was he was nice enough to go and put a lot of them in my server. So make sure you guys, if you see Clipcord, give him a thank you. He's a big clip. He's a clip king. That's what we call him. He's a clip king. So shout out to Clipcord. And yeah, welcome. Anyway, let me just stick these clips on and look for some other ones because y'all being shy and shit. So this one's not very long. This is just from the Sunny in Philadelphia.
Have you seen these fossil records? Huh? Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers, the figures? Well, no. I mean, no. Oh, interesting. There are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures. There are fossil records.
It's shocking to me that these funny clips and memes and stuff from other shows, other places that have nothing to do with flat Earth or globe Earth, how like easily they just slide right into this argument. Listen to what he said. There's numbers, figures. There's data. I mean, this sounds exactly like a globehead. They talk just like that. There are volumes of proven data, numbers. Figures. There are He's like, they're fossil records. I mean, that's just so funny. You might even catch a Glober saying that. Honestly, I'm surprised they don't bring up dinosaurs and 60 million year old Earth and all this stuff as much as they probably should. They probably should. Go ahead, Timbo. What up?
Play the rest of it, where he goes. So you're meaning you take people on face value and yeah, that's it.
Okay, let me get the full version here. Oh yeah, so you just believe the words of a bunch of guys? Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
You just read the words of a bunch of guys that you never met, and you just take it on faith that everything they wrote was true.
What's funny is that actually came from the same guy that said, "There's volumes of proven data, blah blah blah." Yeah, so that's a great clip from Sunny there. If you guys haven't seen that show, don't need to break your neck to go watch it. But if you're ever bored,
Was he talking about the Bible then? And
yeah,
then
I
he,
think so. It was a total Uno reverse, wasn't it? Yeah, it's like, oh, you just played yourself, son. I think the episode is called "Science is a Liar Sometimes." Yeah, science is a liar or science is wrong sometimes. Here. Sorry, YouTube. We'll be back. 5 minutes.
of flat Earth, so that anyone who gets too close at any point of the flat Earth, they stop you. Like, dude, there's no secret cabal dedicated to protecting the firmament.
It's where all that black budget money is going.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I've never heard the flat Earth theory, so this is all new to me.
Oh,
this is something
bunch.
I haven't.
We have friends that believe in it. I don't know why, but once again,
To be fair, I've not gone to outer space and looked at the Earth, so but there's a whole bunch of other reason why the flat Earth stuff is just stupid. But it is what it is. Some
if you
people believe it.
flat Earth is real, your other conspiracies are also wacky as well, which is funny enough.
Well, the Earth is
So he just goes on to say it's a donut, and they start trolling and stuff like that. But you kind of see how people.
It's a cube.
Yeah, see.
I'd love for him to actually elaborate on all the other stuff that makes it round.
Mm-hmm.
It makes it spherical. Sorry, I did that Glober thing round.
You could also listen to two Glober PhDs right here. I got Mr. Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy, Quantum guy, and Brenda. Those are two PhDs. Those are some PhDs for you from the Globe. Effie
Has
Jetty's
Brenda got-
back. Jetty's
Brenda got a
back. Must have not
PhD.
been too much happening over at the politics. Woo-ha.
What up, Jetty?
There's like 5
Brenda
people.
got a
in
PhD.
I figured now you'd come back here just slumming, right?
Yeah. I can put my feet out of you like that.
Huey, did you say Brenda's got a PhD?
Yeah, two PhDs having a discussion here. You could listen to them. They're Globetardia PhDs.
Since the panel wants to be shy.
Beavis and Butthead, December 2019.
What errors did you make? No, I
Yeah.
thought you were flipping brilliant.
Oh,
I thought
okay.
you did a fantastic job.
Well,
Your analogy of a fist appearing out of nothing, just that was just sheer poetry. I mean, that was. I'd like to use that someday. I want to quote you on that. That's fantastic.
Bob, you think that her appeal to a fist appearing out of nothing is poetry and fantastic? Oscar Wilde, eat your heart out, eh? Bob, are you snorting LSD-laced shrooms and chasing them with Grandpa's cough medicine again?
but
And this
I
is
just
my
want to make
field, by the way.
yeah. Well, I think that everything I said is pretty much high school, if not undergraduate level understanding of the current level of science.
So a fist appearing out of nothing is high school and or undergraduate understanding of the current level of science? I think you're overshooting a skosh. This is without a doubt a 5-alarm, full tackle, paddy wagon, horse tranquilizer, straitjacket, rubber room, emergency lobotomy for the both of you.
And you're discussing quantum physics with somebody who doesn't understand that the force has to act on a pencil for it to hit the ground.
How did it know to be food?
What did you, huh? What? How does the pencil know to be food? Or were you referring to the force or the ground in this scenario? Because that would make all the difference in the world. I got this one. Let's try this. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop? True or false? You two bozos better hope a mental health professional isn't listening in on this. I know that for a fact.
How did it know to be food?
What on earth? How did it know to be food for you too, Bob? You just went right along with the shroom-induced coma non sequitur, eh? So, we'll put it to you. Which one knew to be food, Bob? The pencil, force, or the ground? These clowns are insane, man.
Well, the easiest way to do that is the second law of thermodynamics. In order for something to go from from small things to big things and organize, you have to put energy into it. Food's energy.
Well-
That's all it is.
So in order for something to go from small things to big things and to organize, you have to put energy into it. Eh? Firstly, you seem to be having some issues with singular versus plural. Something is singular, Bob. Something doesn't go from something to small things unless you chop that something up. Secondly, and speaking of chopped up, so we're going to pile up 150 bananas, TP style, douse the lot with gasoline and fire it on up because we added energy to small things, as you instructed, Bob. According to you, Bob, we'll get an organized big thing out of that. What do you think we'll get, Bob? I bet it'll be more substantive than the horse shit between your ears. I know that for a fact. And finally, the bumbling, boneheaded belly laugher capper to this part of your delusional Dunning-Kruger fiasco. You said, food's energy. That's all it is. Besides energy, Mr. Bob, food carries vitamins and minerals, which are micronutrients, and water. We extract no energy from either. You'd fail junior high intro to biology.
Anyway, Bobby, I appreciate it because you know that my basic orientation to a lot of the people in here, there are people in here with real engineering and scientific degrees, which I don't have, but I do talk a lot. So
They're smarter than I am.
I always check with people that I feel know more than I do to make sure that I'm not screwing up. And I am open to being corrected
Well, you're smarter than I am on this.
by other
The only-
people.
Oh, really? So, Mrs. Observed Phenomena, shoe. Hypothesis, it's a shoe. And measuring the time in a cubic meter depends on how quick on the draw you are with a tape measure is smarter than you, Bob. You see, what we have here, including these two knuckle draggers, are hordes of delusional, clinical-level, Dunning-Kruger, mindless Wiki-Discover channel patterning, pretender clown Muppets that best-case scenario should be picking up cans along the side of the road, supervised. But they're out here posturing and pontificating on topics that would make actual fifth-grade general science graduates blush. Listen, fellas, you two bozos, I'd suggest getting on your knees right now and start praying ceaselessly, giving thanks to the rocks, pond scum, whatever, for the autonomic nervous system. Because if you had to think to breathe, you'd be in big trouble! By the way, those are Globetard PhDs.
W clips and W sound effects too, by the way.
W.
Oh yeah, that's what the kids say nowadays, QE. You ain't heard?
Nah, what W mean?
Yeah. Well, instead of saying like
It means wiener.
it means win. You win, you're the winner or whatever, right?
Oh, a W. Got it. I thought it meant.
L. Yeah.
I thought it meant like George Bush or something.
Oh, W. Guys, see the locker room. If you have access to the live stream locker room, please check out the live stream locker room, please. It's a message from our boy Republicus in there about Rumble. So head on over. Thank you. But yeah, good clips, good sound effects. Well, I thought at first that the guy, when he was saying like, oh, that was poetry, I thought he was trolling. I was like, that's a really good, the flattery, that's really funny if he was a flat earther. But as the video went along, I'm like, oh boy, he actually meant that.
No, he was kissing up to Brenda.
He's a Glober though, Or a flat earther?
Bob. That's Bob, the science guy, dude.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. I was like, yeah, okay.
You know,
He's
your
just
buddy.
Yeah, he's just simping. Yeah, Bobby. Yeah, oh, Waterhill Bob, Two Hill. Oh man, actually, that's Phil. There's another guy named Phil, Two Hill Phil, we call him. But yeah, Bob, I remember him. That's terrible. He was simping for Brenda. That's terrible, dude.
That's not his worst offense.
I don't doubt it. I do not doubt that. Supervised. Yeah.
I don't know. CB, you're gonna have to keep this show going. You and Jedi is gonna have to do, I don't know, fucking circus show.
Yeah. I'm going hungry over here. Like if I leave, it's gonna die off.
No eating, dude. Get it?
I'm over
Get
here.
delivered.
I was gonna say I gotta order it to the house now, man. So come on, guys. I'll see what else I have for you. Something will get y'all stirred up. But yeah.
Oh man. So Brenda is a physicalist by self-proclaimed definition, which is that all things are physical, including imaginary girlfriends. When pressed, is an imaginary girlfriend a physical thing? The answer given was, of course.
Do we all have the same mental image of Brenda?
Yeah, a troll.
Well, a chick with a beard. Yeah.
Oh, whoa. Let me hold on. Let me post it in the chat. I actually have my I already got it in mind.
What is Brenda? What is Brenda?
I know, right? That's a good question.
Brenda.
The most annoying
things-
fucking person I've ever come across.
Yeah. Exactly. So some things are encapsulated in a single word, and they don't need extra words. Kind of like Karen, Brenda,
Right.
Beta.
Beta. Facts. She was on the whatever podcast. Here it is. People call her Gorlock the Destroyer. Actually, the politics server, if you're on your computer, click on the politics server. She's right there, top right. I'll screenshot it.
I mean, she looks kind of like that, but I'm pretty sure I've seen her in like some debate on YouTube.
Oh, so people see what she looks like.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. I can't remember what it was, though. It's been a while.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Sorry, guys. I might have to delete this one. I won't leave it up. You're going to bleach your eyeballs. But yeah, that's Gorlock the Destroyer from the whatever podcast. That's how I know her. Go ahead, AI. What up? You would not believe the way she talks too. You guys would be. You would lose.
Yeah, she was on Jeranism. She was on Jeranism. That's what it was.
When she went on camera. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Some of you guys have gotten your own jabs in on her or it or whatever that is. But I mean, when you have certain iconic sayings like "a shoe is a phenomenon" and stuff like that, that's pretty bad. When people think back and they're like, "Well, what are CB? What are his iconic things? What did he say?" Y'all better be saying. I already know what y'all about to say. He's gonna say Water Hills, right? They're gonna be like, "Well, he brought up Water Hills, so that's his thing," and the moving houses, right? So, I'll take that. I'll take that over freaking "a shoe as a phenomenon." So, Jenna, you wrong for that. Oh.
Is that bad? Is that not in keeping with the morality of 2024? Have I stepped over some kind of line or something? I do apologise.
No. No, it's actually probably accurate, although I still haven't seen Brenda. What?
No idea, man. That's just the image that pops up into my head, or a similar type of image.
Somebody put it in the live stream chat. You can check it out. It's whatever Brenda is.
Oh, okay. I'll get a screenshot. Okay. All right. Damn.
It's actually kind of ironic that Brenda has debates like Brenda debates in their name. They can't debate worth shit.
Right. What are you guys talking about? Brenda's a baddie. What? All right, let me just get this screenshot. I'll jump back over there. I'm trying to find one that's not terrible, but not. I don't want to troll the shit out of her, but I guess we're already doing that.
Chat do there, homie.
Is this bad?
You being naughty?
Are we being mean?
Oh man, dude.
I feel that's kind of mean. I'm kind of putting her on blast right now, but anyway.
All right, I'll help you out. There. Your conscience is clear.
All right, cool. Thank you. Although,
Keep in mind, everyone, CB is also dirt ass ugly as well. So I mean,
yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, although the politics server does have their cam abilities on, and that's been different. Me, Elijah, and then there was 2 other people that were on there today. Why is that weird that I don't think I've seen a Globee on mic from on camera from over there, have I? I mean,
there has been every now and then,
I respect
but they're always doing something stupid like, oh, let me ask you about base chain DNA pairs and that I came from a monkey while you watch me work out and make grunting sounds.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, we don't want to do an IRL stream with you, bro. Like, we can back when you're ready to talk. Yeah. All right, that's cool. But yeah, that's been kind of interesting. I won't lie. Brit, I'm sure people are. Listen, man, there's a stereotype about flat earthers. We're about to break it. Okay. So.
Dude, the majority of people in the world are ugly. The majority of people in the world believe in the globe. Therefore, the majority of globers are ugly. I mean, it's not that hard to figure out.
Yo. I feel like when you tell lies, that makes you ugly, like inside and outside. Imagine what it does to you. We don't need to get super conspiratorial and all this stuff, but you guys maybe have heard of the doctor. I think his name is Dr. Miyamoto or something like that. He like talks to the freezes the water and stuff like that. So if you tell lies, I feel like that just sours you or that rottens you. And so on the outside and the inside, lying
So
makes you.
there's a theory. This is a little out there theory, but it goes like this. So this is from a whistleblower at CERN and a couple other places that he worked with. So at CERN they're doing a bunch of crap, and there started to be this junk inside the tubes, and they would scrape it off and clean it up. But somebody somehow figured out that it wasn't there before they started the thing, and they're like, "Oh, it must have come from somewhere." And I guess somehow they speculated that it's coming from another dimension, because there are these people that conceptualize that the purpose of CERN is to break what's known as the veil, according to them, which is essentially the barrier between the physical and the metaphysical, or the physical and the spiritual. Right, so there's spiritual entities that can't enter into the physical world freely unless this veil is breached somehow, or they have a portal through it. And so they posit that on this side of the veil, everything is ordered, and it takes a lot of energy to destroy it. You know, like fire, you have to burn something down. But in that world, everything's on fire, and it takes a lot of energy to make it ordered. So that this matter that comes from the other side is pure chaos or whatever. And they call it, they essentially dubbed it dark matter. And the way that their theory goes is through a study of this stuff. They would take it to universities and put it in labs and stuff, and they noticed a severe uptake in violence of everywhere they took the stuff. And eventually, somehow, they came across this idea, wait a minute, what if this stuff is like conduiting evil, and, you know, like a transmitter for evil? Because keep in mind, these suckers, and you can look through the history of these dudes, like guys who invented the radio, D-Wave, all these things. They all are on record saying that part of the reason they're doing their technology is, one, to map consciousness, but two, to communicate through the effective tools that they use for this map with entities that are Lovecraftian in nature or other dimensional in nature, right? So these suckers believe in all that mumbo jumbo, right? Whether it's true or not, that's what they think. So the guy came up with this idea, wait a minute, what if this is innate to humans, and this is one of the reasons why humans are evil? Like, there literally is evil, and it can literally manifest in physical form. So they came up with this idea that this dark matter is actually manufactured in your body throughout your life, somehow. And the more of it you have, the more susceptible you are to transmissions, whatever those are, or a conduit to the evil from the other realm. And so they're positing the idea that people who have more of this are more subject to demonic possession or evil influences. And so, according to what CB just said, it could be the case that the more you give in to evil and the more of this darkness you collect within yourself, the more susceptible you are to future transmissions of darkness.
Makes sense to me. I mean, I look around at people all the time, and it's not that just something about them, just their soul's rotten. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but
Yeah.
some people.
Yeah. And meanwhile, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, you see, it's not even age. I'm sure you've seen older people, men and women. You're like, okay, well, that is a beautiful person, but you also see people who are young and look just wore out or tore down or rotten. That's kind of the word I'm thinking of. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. So meanwhile, you know, there's Globers listening, or, you know, secular mindseted people listening, or non-spiritual people listening that are laughing at the idea that I just said. But I want you guys to keep in mind who are listening. This isn't what I said. These are what major players in the technological advancement of the Western world and humanity have said on the record. That's the kind of entities they were looking to tap into. That's the kind of efforts they're trying to make. Not to mention that if you look at CERN, they literally had like a Kali destroyer coming out of the pit ritual at like the inauguration of the thing. It's like these people are steeped in occult spiritual beliefs, and they believe that there's an occult spiritual dimension to the universe. 100% they believe that.
Well, there's still time to get Jetty some help.
For mental health?
What? Say 2024 is going to be a long year.
Oh, don't say it like that, Jenny, man. Don't say it like that. We gotta get them pumped up. We gotta get the troops ready to go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
I do think it's gonna be a good year for Flat Earth, though. I'm not even lying. I think people are becoming less afraid to talk about it, regardless if they understand it. Gotta say, I'm happy to see it, even though they don't understand it. I mean, that is frustrating. Nobody knows what Flat Earth is. It's like Fight Club. I don't know. There's something about it. Isn't that kind of weird? You have to be in the club to know. The outsiders, they have no clue what's going on in here. But, yeah, so I'm glad to see the mainstream isn't as afraid to touch it as it used to be. I mean, this was on Fresh and Fit like a week or two ago.
All right.
Why now?
We got Why Now Goes. What are your thoughts on the moon landing, real or fake, or y'all don't have the brain cells to answer? Okay. How many of you think that the moon landing was real? Raise your hands.
It was real.
Okay. One. Only one. The rest of you guys don't think the moon landing was real?
No.
What? I believe it happened, but I don't believe the pictures were real.
Oh my god.
I don't believe it happened, and I don't believe.
Why
it
would they
was
fake
real.
the pictures?
You know, TikTok they explain this shit. They explain the whole of how the shadow is off and
They're so proud of that. Why would they fake it?
Okay. All right.
Moving on.
Yeah, next.
Five.
They don't want y'all to know what the real moon looks like.
Only one person thinks the moon landing was real.
Yes.
Well, one girl on panel.
They trap souls on the.
Okay, guys. I mean, sorry for the chaos. I know it can be chaotic, but yeah, only one. They raised the they asked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and only one said they believed it, and one said they didn't believe the story, like the whatever video or whatever they put up, but they still think it happened. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's still a majority of people who don't believe in like the moon landing. So I think that's not the best sample, but like that's not a bad sign, I would say.
Yeah, that's what got me actually looking into flat Earth is the fake moon landing. It's just so ridiculous. I mean, 1999 and just yeah.
I was the exact same way. The moon landing, I was on board with the globe, outer space. Never on board with the moon landing ever, not even once. And so, I do think that's a way in for people.
You're on board with outer space? Were you a second law of thermodynamics knobhead?
Yeah, man, I watched all the documentaries, Carl Sagan, The Cosmos, Neil deGrasse Tyson, all that.
What? Yeah, but you didn't know what the second law was.
Yeah. See, when I learned that stuff, that's when I started to realize. I think the thing with the globe is people don't investigate it, but that's the problem. Once you start to investigate it, it starts to fall apart. So that's why half of them put their fingers over their eyes, right? Gaze through their fingers.
They'll put their fingers in their eyes, cover their fingers in their eyes. Holy fuck, fingers in their ears.
Yeah, that too. La 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 la. Yeah, and then they cover their
Get
eyes.
the cliche right.
Well, no, it's both. Actually, there's literally an emoji called "See No Evil, Hear No Evil, and Speak No Evil," where it covers the eyes, covers the ears, and covers the mouth, and they're pretty much doing all three. There's this. Yeah. So.
Yeah, but they ain't sticking their fingers in their eyes. They're putting them in their ears. Get the shit right.
No. I said they're covering their fingers with their eyes.
They're covering their fingers with their eyes? What the hell?
You got me on the spot, man. I got to soundboard myself here.
English?
Do you speak any English?
Do you speak any English?
So, yeah, but I definitely believed it. It was as cringe as for people's birthdays, I would tell them.
You fucked up right there. I believed.
I mean, wasn't it a belief or what? I just didn't know about the second law yet.
I don't know. Whatever you said, but after belief, that belief's the problem, not what you said afterwards.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, well, because I didn't know about the second law of thermodynamics, and yet, I definitely. Damn, I was gonna say it again. I was a space nerd. I'll just say that.
It's understandable. It's understandable why everyone is. The indoctrination is powerful, even though it's even subtle. It's just like part of the course, right? So it's like nothing. It's like breathing. So that'll Jedi mind trick a lot of people, man.
Yeah, it got me. I mean, I was telling people for their birthday, congratulations, you made it another trip around the sun. I look back, I'm like, I cannot believe I told people that. But they were always excited to hear it. They would be like, wow, I've never thought of it like that. I mean, well, that makes sense why people come in here and they're like, well, why do you guys care so much? Like back when I was on board with the idea, I cared. People were surprised to hear their own worldview told back to them. You made it another trip around the sun for your birthday. Whoa, I never thought of that. Well, that makes sense. That was in 2015. I was telling people that. So it makes sense now. They're coming in here just as confused. Wait, I believe in curvature from how high? Their confidence doesn't match how little they know about their worldview. They know so little that they have to Google it on the fly. You can hear them typing it, Googling it. You'll ask them a question, they'll just type it up. How is this the basis of your worldview? You having to search for it mid-battle? I mean, pro tip, guys. True warrior prepares himself in times of peace, not during the war. So. Why they're on the retreat. They're on the back foot. And our front lines have just been moving forward and forward. It's 2024. Now it's like, doesn't take much to go up against a globe head. What do they have for you? A lack of understanding? That's not hurting anybody. Let's take a look at the chat.
Now you're reaching.
Okay, I see you using the slang.
Take the W.
I'll take it. Give myself a little Don DeMarco.
Don DeMarco.
We got some people in the panel. Dream is here. Globe Skeptic, welcome to the panel. Facts Not Fiction. Something Earthers in the panel. We won't mention your name.
Ether.
Ether's not here. Is it? Ether Earther.
Platter, you know what time it is. So yeah, this is the panel, and we have Titan at the bottom of the panel. Did you change your profile picture to a globe, bro?
No, look at it, man.
I can't see you got that.
It's the globe falling apart.
Oh, I see it now.
Yeah, I'm actually new to this. I'm on my phone, so it's really hard to figure this whole thing out. I'm working on it, but I should probably get on my computer.
Member since December 26th, 20. That's my birthday. Member since my birthday. No, not 2023. I just wasn't born the other day. Thank you.
2020.
Thank you. You joined the day after Christmas, man.
Nice treat.
You're a bit green behind the gills, aren't you?
What's that?
You're green. You're a cherry. You're green behind the gills.
Terry? Who's Terry?
Not Terry, Cherry. Yeah,
Oh,
glue sniffing fungus muncher.
I got you. Yeah, I'm Terry. I'd probably still be a Globie if I hadn't gotten divorced. Because I wouldn't do the research. Wouldn't have the time to do the research.
Damn, man. The type of things that can come out of a breakup is crazy, dude. Like,
yeah.
Yo. Shout out to you, man. You made it. You made it.
Now I got to wake other people up. That's not too easy. Fuck them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, have fun with that one, man.
My
Think of
son
it
just, when we get on the plane, I'm like, look at how flat that is out there.
Nice. Sometimes you just gotta rip the Band-Aid off.
He just laughs.
I kind of think of it like I never really watched zombie shows. I was not one of those, zombie guys, but the idea, if there were zombies, you don't try to like gather up as much medicine and then go try to inject it into the zombie to fix them. If you become a zombie, you're fucked. So just find other people that are strong, gather up with them, and defend yourself against zombies. Ether Gris says it all the time. Have a good night and watch out for zombies. I always wondered about that. It never made a lot of sense. But as I start to piece it together, I'm like Jedi said, fuck them. Don't worry about them. I mean, if it's your family or your friend or someone you actually care about, that's different, of course. But that's why I like this server, because they come to us. They came here. They wanted it. You know what I'm saying? They sought it out. So if you leave here and become a zombie, okay, all right, well, that's on you. But we gave you the tools while you were here. So it's for those that want it. So I do think it's for kind of a select group of people. I don't think it's for everybody. Or at least I'm not one of the ones that's like, yeah, man, we got to make sure everyone knows. Or I don't think everyone's gonna know. And some people don't want to know. Fingers in their.
Nope.
So, yeah. I just kind of look at this place like a fort in the midst of a war. Your ally, you can seek shelter here. But there's definitely a war going on out there.
Spiritual war.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that. And we don't even get into that really a lot here. The spiritual aspect and all that. We try to stick to more of like the, because most people, they don't even know what flat earth is. That's my number one thing. I think everyone kind of has their own little lane and their role to play. But I've just noticed that so many people they just don't understand it. They're going to mock it. They don't understand it. So I feel like I have to take them off the pedestal that they put themselves on. Hey, step down off your high horse. The thing you're trying to poke and point fun at and laugh at, that's a ghost. You're not mocking anyone in here thinks, dude. So I'm always working with newbies from that angle. No one knows what flat earth is, but they're going to be quick to call it stupid. So, 2024.
It's going to pick up in 2024, I think, big time.
I agree. I do agree. It's just a matter of like, excuse me. I don't think that mainstream's gonna get a grip on the topic. I don't think they're gonna let go of the space pizza pancake thing. I think that's around to stay. Unfortunately. So
Owned by Vanguard and BlackRock, and you know they won't ever let go of the globe.
and that too, just like the globe, like that's not going away either. Just like Santa Claus, Christmas, like that's not going away. Whether you're pro or against it or whatever. So you just have to, the point is you have to realize it yourself. You have to figure it out for yourself. I love the Christmas analogy, the Santa Claus thing, because I think it fits so well. You have to creep yourself down the stairs, metaphorically, and take a look and see your parents, putting the presents under the tree or whatever. Oh shit. That's the moment you realize. And so it's a lot like that. You don't have to change reality, change society. No, I want to go out there and I got you, Jedi.
Cheers, boss. Thank you, mate.
No problem. Yeah, and Jenna, yeah, congrats on the silver. Welcome. There'll be a meeting, Jenna, and we expect to see you there. My challenge for the silvers is to take over the VC check-in process. It's kind of been lacking lately, I'll be honest. So I think it'd be cool if the silvers just were like, yo, we're gonna be the front lines of the VC verified, encourage people to get checked in. That'd be awesome. I'd love to see that. But we'll have a meeting and stuff like that with the silvers, I'm sure, soon. So be on the lookout for that. Welcome to the silver. I forgot what I was saying before. All right. So here's why I think there's going to be a big shift, especially in 2024. So there's a lot of people. I don't know who you guys follow or whatever, what kind of crowd they have, but I don't know. I don't follow culture that much, but there are some people out there that I'm familiar with that get a pretty decent, large following, and those people have dropped the flat Earth. Maybe not the arguments, but the words at least. So their audience are hearing those words, flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, even more fresh and fit. You guys heard there. Well, actually, I have some other clips where they say the words flat Earth. They bring it up. They don't shy away from it. And so that's a lot of people that are hearing it. You know what I mean? So I have a clip where this guy, Nick Fuentes, I'm a fan. He says that the Overton window is shifting. We should feel good about what's happening here and stuff like that. I really like his message. It isn't directly at the flat Earth, but it fits really well. You guys already know what time it is. Let me see here. This is him on FNF, and he's debating. So it's him. It's 4 guys. It's Sneeko, Destiny, I think it was Michael Sartain, and Zerka, and Fuentes. So it was sorry guys, Fuentes, Sneeko, Zerka, Destiny. Those are the 4. And the person donates a chat and says, "Yo, let's talk flat Earth, or you guys should talk about flat Earth. Why don't you guys do Sneeko and Zerka versus Destiny and Fuentes?" And Fuentes feels the need to speak up and say, "Hey, yo, I'm not debating for the globe. If I'm on anyone's team, I'm on Team Zerka." That's what he says. I'm on the other side. And Fuentes has a pretty, I don't know if you guys have heard the term Groypers. But that's his people, the Groypers. I don't know a lot about them, to be honest. That's kind of the Gen Zs below me. But hey, listen, if they're hearing flat Earth from their boy, well, I mean, it's going to be a good year, boys. But this is the clip here.
Okay. W fucking stream. We can't have this goated panel and not tackle the flat Earth debate. Zerka and Sneeko versus Nick and Destiny.
No, later, bro.
Zerka Unleashed. Let's fucking go.
I'm
Jesus,
on Team
King
Zerka.
of all kings.
Let's go. But
We should ask the girls what they think too as well.
And wait, Martin.
I really think she goes. This stream will go down in YouTube history, Rumble history.
Yeah. So 2 things to highlight there, right? Fuentes felt the need to go, yeah, no, I'm not debating for the globe. So I like that. And then even Fresh was like, we should ask the girls what they think of flat Earth. So I do like the fact that they're not afraid. And Fresh and Fit, their panel has 1.5 million followers or something like that. So that's a lot of people, whether they understand it or not. It's the Overton window is shifting, which leads me to the next clip, which is from Fuentes, saying, how could you not feel good about what's happening here? Look around you. We're winning. We got QE, we got Jedi, we got AI, we got Miggy and all these people. Indio, we're crushing right now. And so he makes kind of a point like that. So let's take a listen here.
I gotta say, it's so awesome. It's me, Fresh and Fit, Zerka, Sneeko. We're all live on Rumble. We got 16,000 watching between the both of us. And we're just freaking dropping these red pills bro. Overton window shifting. We're so winning. How could you not trust the plan? Just everywhere you look, the main mission lurches forward. In spite of it all, people create all these diversions and distractions. They try to say, oh, you're failing because of this. Oh, you're not doing because of that. But it's the message is getting out. The signal's getting out no matter what happens.
It's perfect. It's perfect. In spite of it all, he says, right? In spite of it all, regardless of what the media says about us, in spite of it all, the mission lurches forward. Hell yeah, it does. More and more people are waking up to this thing every day. Titan joined the panel a couple days ago. We got people post, I call it the Coco, post Coco, who are waking up all the time. So this is going to continue to happen. And so, yeah, how could you not trust the plan? How could you not, be excited about this to some degree? And I have one more clip from him, and I'll finish, and I'll throw it back to you guys. But he says that he kind of goes back into the, in spite of it all, regardless of what they say about you, they're gonna call you names and call you a stupid flat earther. They're gonna call you racist, call you that, this and that. And at some point, you get to a point where you're like, you know what, whatever. I'm gonna continue on with my mission. So let's take a listen here.
When they say oh, you're racist, you did this, you did that. For me, my life started politically when I just started saying okay, whatever. You're racist, you're this, you're that. Okay, anyway. I feel like so many people are so fixated on arguing, no, I'm not a racist, no, I'm not this and that. And here's the thing, as I said earlier, I love everybody, but the way that term is used, or any of those terms, it's all just political. If you're not liberal, they say you're racist, therefore, you're a piece of shit and no one can talk to you. And I feel like people are just done with those games. Like, how can anyone look at the stream where it's like, it's very interracial or multiracial, whatever you want to say. Interracial in a lot of ways. You know, I'm Mexican and white, and I think you guys are mixed. So it's multiracial.
I'm not mixed.
We're
I'm
all
a pure blood motherfucker. You a mixed fuck.
I'm full white.
Right. You know, but it's a mixed panel. We got all different kinds of people, and everybody recognizes that we're all like nice people, like we're all friendly, normal people. Just we have different views, different. You know, maybe we're more right wing or have a different perspective on things, and so people are just.
I love that clip too. It just hits the nail on the head on a lot of things. We're all just regular, normal people in here. We have some differing things. You know, it's not a cult type of thing. And you know, they're gonna call you stupid flat earther. You're dumb. You deny science. Blah blah blah. Well, 2024 is a year where we go, okay, whatever. You know, like. So I just really like that clip, and I think Nick Fuentes has a good head on his shoulders, and he seems to be more on the side of flat earth than a globe head. So shout out to Nick Fuentes. Let me just see how many followers he quick. He's been super banned everywhere too, so you know how that is. People that usually get banned like that, you know, not all of them are totally red pilled or whatever, if you will. Some of them are diet woke. Let's see, 49,000 followers on Rumble, but he just recently got back on there. He's partnered with Cozy.tv, which I'm not familiar with, but he has 29,000 over there. So I don't know. That's a pretty decent following, I would say. 50,000 people. So, and this is, I hate to make this comparison, guys, but honestly, I think it's a good one. It's kind of like the, damn, we're on YouTube, so I'll have to kind of say this cleanly, but the LGBT community. I'm sure you don't know that many of them. Like, it's a small group of people. I'm pretty sure if I looked it up, it would say it's like, I don't know, under 10%, probably even under 5, maybe even under that. So
the alphabet people, I call them.
Alphabet people. Yeah, that's a good one. I'll use that. So let me look up the statistics. How many people are alphabet? Estimate the percentage of alphabet adults are 5.5% of US adults, 13.9 million. Okay. Well, so 5.5%, but how vocal, right? Everyone has heard the memes and the everything, right? It's been around for a while, but it's such a vocal thing. It's a small but vocal group. Now, we don't even have the statistics on how many people are flat earthers. I doubt it's as low as 5%. I think it's probably higher than that. And I would love to hear what you guys think in the panel here. If you had to like pin it to a number, how many people do you think are on the side of flat earth? 5%, 10%, 15, 30? I mean, where would you put that? I'm curious to know. But I don't think I'd put it as low as 5%. 50%, wow.
Unless you're talking about the Western world, that'd be different.
Oh, so just the whole world, 50%. You would say like the rest of the world kind of averages the number higher.
Yeah, just because the Chinese government say they're going to space, don't mean their people believe them.
Have you spoken to someone from that culture that has kind of put it on you like that?
Some from Hong Kong. Their cosmology is like, I don't know what you'd call it, animist or something, but it's all based on nature.
Okay.
They don't, at least some of them don't accept the current space station and what have you. because the Chinese space station is very funny.
Cool. I don't even think about stuff like that, but that's awesome to hear. I know we're
And
not the
like Hindu as well. I mean, that's flat Earth cosmology, isn't it? Hindu.
Yeah, I've seen the imagery.
And some Muslims as well. It's like rolled out like a carpet from their book. So I don't know how many, because obviously there's a lot of Christians who believe in the globe, and that's not
True.
scriptural. So
That's a good point. So I see you adding in all these other people, making the numbers can definitely seem higher than what I originally thought. 50 seems high to me just off my initial reaction, but I would say somewhere 30, 40, maybe, I don't know, maybe a little bit lower, but it's not, we're not the only ones that know this, but the point is that we're extremely vocal. Everyone now is starting to hear about flat Earth. And I guess that was aided by a push from, like Obama, right? And places like these YouTube channels that are kind of putting it on the map too, even though it's in a bad way.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
So, I mean, extremely vocal. I think 2024 is even more people are going to hear about it. The Overton window is going to continue to shift, and so we'll see more and more people hopefully maybe come to check out what's going on here. And so welcome to the Normal Rat. Welcome to the panel, and anyone else that has joined recently as well. So shout out to you guys. So it should be an interesting year. I'm very curious. I doubt, I'll make a prediction. I don't think we'll see, okay, well, they're definitely not going to go to space. We know that, right? There's going to be no, consumer travel to space. So none of that's going to happen. They'll probably just kick that can down the road. That's probably what they will do. And I doubt they'll have an argument. They're not going to come up with an argument at this point. They had one, they would have made it by now, right? All they have, from what I've seen, is they come to you with a flat Earth they came up with. They put it in your hand and say, defend it, stupid. And I'm like, every single time, I'm like, that's your idea. You've brought your own idea of flat Earth and told me why it's stupid. That's not, you didn't even ask me what I think. So I think that it's tough to have a conversation with people because there's that obstacle there. They don't know what you think. But they're gonna come in super arrogant. Oh, you're an idiot if you think it's flat, blah, blah, blah. So I guess be prepared. There's no cheat code to this thing. So I think you should try to find out whatever it is that you're good at and do that. You don't need to be like QE. I don't know, QE, if you remember, but, and I hate to put my boy in some shade right now, but there was some accusations at Sunny. They would say he used to like kind of be like, he would like be QE Junior. That's what I would hear, stuff like that. I would hear him try to impersonate you and stuff like that. But you don't need to be like anyone else. You don't need to be Nathan Oakley.
Run that by me one more time.
Yeah. There was way back when I first joined. I think Sonny really liked the cut of your jib so much that he would, when you were gone, he was you to a degree. It was really funny, and like people would accuse like, yo, what are you, QE Junior, stuff like that. So I'm not saying like it was that big, I just noticed it a little bit, but he stopped that. That was a long time ago. But yeah, did you ever notice that or no?
Uh-uh.
Yeah. Yeah, this is. I mean, what do they say? Imitation is the highest form of flattery. So
No one
I
can
don't-
imitate me, man.
he was trying, man. He was trying.
They're
He was.
they're gonna fall flat on their face.
He wasn't too bad at it, but it just came off as like not authentic because that's your thing. So yeah, you just need to find out whoever's listening, what is your thing that you're good at. So I found my lane. I know what I'm good at, and I try to stick to that. I know what I'm not good at as well. So I'll just let y'all fill in where where my weaknesses are. Some of you will have that's where your strengths are. Indio, super technical. He can go into sort of these technical things where I'm more like on the social side maybe, but analogies, I'm really good with analogies and stuff like that. So just know what your role is. Cut the shit, Cuddy, whatever, you stop the cut, he goes by now. He knows his lane, he found his role, his lane, kind of spicing up the chat and whatever. He's in the chat and stuff. So highly recommend 2024, find you. That sounds corny, but we really need you to be the best flat earther that you can be. That sounds so corny, but I don't know if you're into like team sports or football or whatever, but there's 11 players on the field. So you're going to have a different job. Some people we need you to block. Some people need you to catch passes. Some people we need you to, run the ball, play quarterback. So not everyone can play the quarterback. You know what I'm saying? So, but you want to try, go ahead, man. I by all means. But yeah. Oh my gosh, King Y NYC joined the panel, unmuted. They wanted to get checked in to get some roles, and then they unmuted. I was like, "Hey, how are you?" And they muted up, and immediately, come on, man. And now they're in the chat. But that doesn't prove the sun isn't far away. We estimated the sun's temperature. I'll see if I can bait him in here. All right, cool. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, and so that's Fuentes, right? And there's other people. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't, maybe you hate him, maybe you love him. And his brother, but Andrew Tate, Tristan Tate. I mean, they catch a lot of flack in the media. A lot of people have heard this guy. I've never seen as many people on a live stream at once than I have on an Andrew Tate live stream, bro. 500,000, 500,000 people. I think it actually went up to even higher than that. Let me actually look here. I posted some screenshots when they went live. But my point to say that they've got a very large audience. 500,000 live viewers, guys. I'll post a screenshot here. This is a screenshot with 364,000, but I actually think there might be more with it higher. But anyway, so they've talked about Flat Earth as well. Actually, more times than just once, too. And so this is the clip. I'm trying to multitask, but this is the clip here. This is part of it.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globetard.
So you got to ask yourself, before you got to Flat Earth, had you heard the term globetard before? Or ask yourself, where did you hear that first? I gotta say, I heard it here, guys. I heard it here. So this is now I'm starting to think, well, where did he hear it from? And if you think I'm cherry picking, actually, I have a whole nother example where Sneeko, you guys have heard that name a couple times now. He says it too. It's Globetard. But where are they getting that from? Huey, did you come up with that, or who came up with that?
I think it was me, but I can't take sole credit for it, I don't think.
I mean, I would love to hear from anyone else in the panel where you heard it first, or where did you hear it from?
I heard it here first.
Yeah, I mean, period. So
I can't take credit for it, even though I've been calling Globetards ever since 2016. But, well, I've been calling them a lot of things.
Well,
So it's Globetard spinning space monkeys, but then I moved it to Baltard spinning space monkeys.
Okay.
But I don't know. I didn't keep track of that.
I would say you're one of the popularizers of it, probably, though, because I mean, I didn't come up with the Water Hills thing either. If you search in the chat history and go to old, a Water Hill, and then click old, I mean, people have been saying it way before I have, years before I even joined the servers. But I just feel like I've popularized it, so I'll go ahead and take credit for it.
Sure.
But yeah, so this is just a short clip of an interaction with Sneeko and Bradley Martin, and you'll hear it here.
The Earth is probably flat.
No, don't do that.
The
Don't
Earth
do
is
that.
flat. We can get into it.
You
man.
really think that?
Have you ever held a tennis ball?
Yes, of course.
Where's the flat point on a tennis ball?
Where's the flat point?
Yeah.
I mean, like
on a tennis ball. Like where's the flat part?
There's not a flat part.
There's none.
Yeah.
So why every time you see the Earth, it's flat? There's a big flat part on the Earth. It's just a bigger tennis ball.
Distance.
Distance. Show me one picture of round Earth. If you take the biggest cameras of all time and zoom all the way out,
bro. Listen, I was on
flat.
Empire State Building once. That curving.
No, it wasn't.
I was curving. Maybe
I've seen that same.
It was curving. I saw it with my own eyes.
You have a picture?
No, I took a picture with my eyes.
No, you didn't. See, that's what I'm saying.
There's a longer version of it too.
That's some dumb shit right there, dude.
Yeah, it's terrible. And I'm sure you guys have heard stuff like that before. I took a picture with my eyes. I saw the curvature. Yes, me. Are you denying what I saw?
Yeah, we are, because you're a moron.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I'm denying anything that you say. However, demonstrate, that's a little different game.
You could hear the moment where he's like, and then he went back to he respawned. Well, no, I've been in a building, I saw it. There was a moment there he tried, but yeah, that's just a common thing. So anyway, I just think it's really cool to think about, where did these guys hear Globetrotter? Are they listening to our panels? It's somehow, are they hearing us on Rumble, YouTube? Are someone sending them clips? Or, I mean, I don't know what else to think. Go ahead, Timbo. What do you think?
No, it's just curvature from the Empire State Building. That's ridiculous.
He said that bitch curving.
Well, curvature from anywhere is ridiculous.
What does he
That's
live
even
on?
more ridiculous.
What's he live on? Planet Wall Street?
Yeah, right.
Fucking morons.
Even that kangaroo guy knows better than that.
The kangaroo guy knows a lot more than that.
The kangaroo guy.
I've heard it on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. Flat Earth Fridays. You ever listen to that?
Shout out to Flat Earth.
That's Sheepdog, yeah?
Sacred.
100 crypto keys, and I think Gizbo's over there. Yeah, Sheepdog. But yeah, they come over here sometimes and advertise the show. We rock with them.
That's that guy and that girl, yeah?
Yeah, the girls coming by too. Yeah, I don't remember the name.
Yeah.
I think it's Proud.
Nice. So what AI just did is he looked up Globetard. I'm just going to confirm this. Globetard, and then click old. Huh. For me, it's...
That'll be in the Oxford Dictionary soon. Word of the year, Globetard.
August 26th, 2019. What's AI's
2019. Is that the first record of someone typing in Globetrot?
Yeah, it says checkmate. It says if the Earth is really round, why can't we feel the spin of the Earth? Checkmate, globetards. That was
Well, he stole that shit from me. I used to say that checkmate shit.
Oh, really? It seemed
Yeah.
like
So
troll.
that and like AI said that this is that you're looking in the 2.0 server, 1.0 was the original server.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, this person actually was a globehead too. So the first two, the first person to say it was a globehead. Two people after that said globetard that were flat earthers, and then back to a globe.
Globetards, you got what's the date on this? Hold on. So the Morgau said it, or put it in a title 4 years ago. Nah, that's older. It's older than that. Carry on.
Funny though, I just think, yeah, I don't think that. Where else would they have got that from? So anyway, you could just think about that, guys. These people with big audiences are dropping flat earth bombs. Not necessarily arguments, but they're just dropping the words, I think. That's a red pill for people. They hear the word and they like start reacting. Well, that's part of the red pill effect. It causes a reaction. So I respect them for doing it. I really do. A lot of people shy away from it, or when they bring it up, they completely mock the idea, you know? So
Hey, before you guys were talking about like what was it? What percentage of people are in that rainbow crowd? Yeah. Like,
yeah.
Would you think that there would be more flat earthers than people in that rainbow crowd? I would say so.
100%.
They're just louder and like more stupid. Like they I don't know how they get such a voice, but is it because it's pushed? Debauchery is pushed,
Ooh,
so they get a louder voice, and then it seems like there's more of them. Because I don't meet that many.
Yeah. Exactly. They're extremely vocal, and I don't think Flat Earth is as vocal. Well, we could be.
But it just seems to be an internet thing or a university thing, doesn't it? That thing
Public
that we're talking
schools
about.
too.
You know? Like it seems like this argument is only on the internet. The trans thing, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, you might have hit the nail on the head when you said something about it being pushed, but I guess it depends where you live. I mean,
It doesn't really get pushed here. It doesn't get pushed that much here.
Okay.
Yeah, most of the stuff we hear about is from the US.
Okay. Yeah.
It's in the big liberal cities, big time. I'm in a liberal city, and it's pushed everywhere. There are rainbow flags everywhere. Just it's kind of it's an indoctrination, and they're growing on a lie. And flat Earth is not a lie, so you know, it's kind of depressing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely not uncommon around here. And I'm not even in like a terrible place. Like I'm in a pretty good spot. Based Ohio, but yeah, there's pockets of like, yeah, you'll see it. But anyway, yeah. What do you think the number is, Timbo? Or yeah, Timbo. What do you think?
Like flat earthers, it's still pretty low. It's got to be pretty low, like less than 5%.
Wow. So you think it's less than that?
Yeah, like proper flat earthers. You got to think about how many. Like a lot of people have heard about flat Earth, but they don't know anything about it. So, okay, people who admit to being flat earthers, I think it's less than 5%.
Okay.
Just think about that number. It's like 1 in every 20 people you meet.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
When you say 5%, it doesn't sound that much, but if you met one flat earther out of every 20 people, it's still a lot of people.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't disagree with you too, because it probably could break into different categories of like the ones who say it, the ones who maybe will talk about it but don't make their position well known, and then the ones that don't even talk about. Like we don't even there's how do you even factor that in? Someone who isn't vocal at all, but they still rock with flat Earth.
Yeah, well, you got smart people that depend on their jobs not to be a flat earther. Like, imagine someone in public office claiming to be a flat earther. Like, how long are they going to last in public office? How many of those people are, what did I say? I was going to use a gay term, but it's like like. How many of those people are so secretive about it? They have to be, like maybe they've got a family. They say, well, I can't announce this because I work work for the government. I'm in the army. I'm in the Navy.
Right. Exactly, man. Exactly. I have a perfect clip for that too. Perfect clip. This one's not long, guys. It's like only like 20, 30 seconds long. But the guy hits the nail on the head. He says like, yo, if you want to keep your job, you keep your mouth shut. And I'm like, yo, I clipped it out because I'm like, yes, that makes a lot of sense for why people might not necessarily talk about flat Earth, even though they could very well be on board. This is a clip here. Let's take a listen.
Get back, please. Everybody, stay back.
Yeah, we had 3 male victims, high school students, it looks like.
So who were those two? And why were they on the scene before forensics got there? One of them looked like he was just a kid.
I don't know any more than you do so far. But you saw the stiffs, didn't you? They were something else. No ordinary human being could do that. You just have to pretend you never saw it. If you want to make it to retirement in this job, anyway.
Yeah, that stood out to me when I heard it. I was like, yeah, man. That makes a lot of sense. How I would imagine there's a lot of people like that. They've seen the truth, but can't really speak about it.
You even look at when people go for job interviews. They have people that go and look at people's social media. Like in Twitter or something, and if you've made a comment that goes against company policy, hey, you're not getting that job. And this could be something that you believed in 10 years ago, but don't necessarily believe in anymore, like some political movement or something like that. And you said something stupid on the internet. Now they go and look for it, and you being stupid when you were younger and thinking that you can say whatever you want whenever you want comes back to bite you in the ass when you go to get a job.
I still do that when I employ people, but not necessarily the same way. Yeah, I'm not looking way back, but
yeah,
I just
you
get
look
a bit
for
of
people that make outlandish comments, though, don't you? And hire them.
Not really. I'm just looking to see what a fuckwit they are, and I look at it and go, righto, this guy's drinking every night, he's fucking this, he's that. Righto, he's not coming to work on Monday, he's out.
Yeah.
No, he's had 7 jobs in 3 years. Nah, fuck that.
Yeah, stay away from that one. So, a note, message to young people, stop posting shit on social media.
True. But I think an even more important PSA is shout out to you if you're one of the ones that's had the gall enough to stand up against the crowd and say the earth is flat. That's not that easy to do. You know, we've been. I mean, I think we just at this point, just like in the Fuentes clip, you get to a point where you're like, yeah, whatever. But we've been literally like spit on from in society for how long? Yet here we are, still going strong, winning at this point. You know, so shout out to you
Yeah,
if you've got far.
And we still get people coming in saying, well, don't call me stupid. You guys believe the earth is flat. You believe the earth is a globe and you got no evidence.
Yeah, you almost got me triggered there, Timbo. Whew.
Yeah. That's very common. Ah. Don't give me shit. You think the earth's flat. You're fucking stupid. Okay. Let's talk about it. Nah, I don't talk to idiots. You know? Come on.
I think it translates to you don't believe what I believe.
Yeah. And because you don't believe what I believe, you're wrong.
Yeah.
Because I must be right. Because I could never be tricked.
Flat Earth is such an interesting topic. I don't know why it gets people so worked up. There's really not that many other topics where they would act like that. Oh, you have a different religion. Oh, you're you know, you don't agree with mine. You know, people don't normally behave like that. I mean, maybe in history to some degree, but it just seems to be the one topic where they'll just go off. You know, it doesn't match the energy they apply to these other things where they'll come across someone that has different political ideology or, you know, whatever, right? A different sexuality or whatever, right? But you don't treat them like you would treat a flat earther. What's up with that? So, something.
Yeah, and it's acceptable as well.
Yes. Yeah. Media says do it.
Are we not covered under minority abuse or something like that? You know.
I know, right? We could totally lean into that.
Not that we need it, you know. Most of us have got a thick skin, so it doesn't really matter. But you know, the shit that gets said.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's the worst of the worst, too. I mean, I can't think of another topic that I've brought up or another thing that I've said where someone was like, you know, as nasty. So
maybe that thing that happened in the last 3 years, that might have been equal to that.
Yes.
If you don't get that thing, then you're an idiot. You know, you're putting us all at danger. That might be kind of equal to it.
You know what? I might have to agree.
Yo, is that Bong motherfucking Sal? Is that Bong motherfucking Sal in the house?
You're the reason why we'll never reach a Type 7 civilization.
Oh man, it's Bong motherfucking Sal in the house. What up, Bong?
I bet y'all drinking that wine too, ain't you? Just smoking them trees and everything.
Bong, I stopped the music making for now, but I'm gonna get back into it, bro.
Who do you people think you are anyway? You think you can get better than us or something? Thinking and shit.
I just gotta get creative, Bong. I don't feel creative, man.
You think you can just know stuff just by using your senses?
Well, fuck yeah, Bong. That's how I make music, man.
What kind of stupid logic is that?
I mean, Bong, can you make music without your ears? Wait, Beethoven did it. My bad, I forgot. Wait, which one was deaf? Wasn't Beethoven
Bong,
deaf?
Can you hear Vlad?
Yes, he can.
Yeah.
It sounded like you couldn't hear him.
No, it's the way we're communicating. It's very special between me and Bong.
Very
special. I make music with my fists.
Because I'm trying to get answers from Bong, and Bong doesn't want to answer them. Because Bong is a mysterious ninja.
I make music with a spoon and a fork.
With a spoon and a fork. The fuck out of here.
Depends on what you play.
I've been trying to get you. I'm still on that song, bro. I've been on that fucking song for like. I just didn't want to even open up the fucking DAO, bro. You know how it is. Sometimes you just don't want to make anything.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, such is life of a creative type, right?
Yeah, sometimes I don't want to do fucking any. It is crazy, just procrastinating to the tits. Like I just don't want to do anything. It's nuts. And I really want to do it, but my body just doesn't feel like doing it. You know what I mean? I want to do it. Like in my mind, it's like I have to get this done because it's gonna get better for me. Because I'm gonna progress everything. So, but I just have this brick wall that I'm always trying to fight. Bong, help me. What did you do? Let me guess. You smoked some marijuana.
Yeah, I got the AI to do it for me.
I fucking knew it. There's a lot of these motherfuckers out there.
Look. There's AI, all right? Look, there's a drill and there's a screwdriver, okay? I decided to use a drill. I'm sorry. You want to use your muscles, but just faster.
I want to listen. I want to make. See, that's the thing about me, man. I want to know the nitty gritty of it all, right? I want to know because when I listen to music now, like I kind of figure out what they did to make the sound the way it sounds, right? I want to do that.
You gotta know the right words to speak to the AI. You know what I mean? It's like that one movie. I fucking can't remember the name of the movie, but it's something like if we know. Oh, that show, Westworld, right? Right? Remember Ford? He was like, if we speak the right words. So you
I
gotta
don't
say,
watch the shows, man. You know me.
you say to the AI, make me right a West Coast type beat with a boom bap bass line, something like that.
Boom bap, and then it makes you that shit, right?
Yeah, and then magic will happen.
No, but it's crazy because I've seen some AI that makes music, right? And it can make music better than fucking anybody now. Right? The parameters are set and it starts fucking making random shit within those parameters. The boom bap.
I heard I also did stuff like, prove that the photos or images from the moon are fake. It was doing a lot of the heavy lifting for people.
Yeah. No, AI is so fucking crazy now that it can modulate your voice to sound like anything you want it to sound. It's crazy. So there's going to be like audio of people saying shit, but it's not them, right? There's going to be video of people doing things, but it's not them, you know? Yeah, it's going to get so fucking nuts. Then all you got to, if anybody tries to fucking trying to accuse you of something, all you got to say, hey, that must be AI because I wasn't there. That must be AI. That's going to be the biggest excuse. That must be AI. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, AI must be making the world look flat.
Right? It's going to be like that. You guys think everybody lives a deception now? Wait till AI comes out. Everybody's going to be fucking in a serious lie.
I was just
it's going to be
thinking
worse.
I was just thinking that too, bro. Like, just wait till those goggles start getting real popular. I don't know if that's gonna pop off the way they say it will, but if it does, well, there you go. Now you got your globe. You can just live right in your goggles.
You guys didn't see those music videos where Trump is singing to Joe Biden and Joe Biden's singing back, and it's actually their voices. Like it's so close. Like you can hear like the little bit of distortion. That's not them, but it's so fucking close.
Do you well? So do you feel like it's gonna be one of those things like They Live? You have to have your glasses on to see it, because
You won't be. No, the problem is it's going to be the AI is going to be so good that nobody can decipher between real or not real. That's the problem.
oh wow. There's a website called thispersondoesnotexist.com, I think. Let's see if you guys can tell.
Did anyone catch that? There was a video from a CIA agent who was like a specialist in rubber masks, and it was like this stuff was around in the 80s and 90s, and she's like wearing a mask of who's that? Hermione Granger from what's that little magician fucking kid? Harry Potter.
Yeah.
She's wearing that rubber mask. It looks exactly like her, and then she just rips off this rubber mask. And you go, what the fuck? And she had a voice changer and everything, yeah? It sounded exactly like her. Couldn't tell a fucking difference. The rubber mask moved with the lady's face. Everything.
Yeah, it's imposter stuff. Yeah, these masks got really like advanced. I've seen all kinds of different fucking masks. That's what they say. A lot of the politicians, like Joe Biden, is not Joe Biden because he's wearing a mask because he has like a floppy neck or something on his neck was like weird and shit. Same with Kamala Harris and all that shit. I've seen all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, that's one of my more interesting topics. That's when I start to go off into the weeds. That's one of the topics that I enjoy. Actually, I find a lot of fascination in that.
Like realistically, these people don't even have to exist. They can make them up and give them a past, and then just you got a character that plays these people.
Yeah.
You can create whoever you want. You can create whatever politician you want. Like these people don't even have to be people.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just come out and say it. Here's one person. I'm gonna just go off on the deep end. One person I think is like that, Timbo.
Yeah.
Weekend. The Weekend.
No, he looks weird. Yeah. Like,
He looks weird, man. All right, I saw. We're getting super conspiratorial, but yeah, they say the Weekend is just. See, now it's gonna get crazy. But who
Justin
he is?
Bieber.
He sounds crazy, but if you, as I'm saying, that's why this topic is interesting.
Nah, man. See, I know. Listen, I know I live in Toronto, right? So this guy was originated from. He lived in Toronto or some shit, right? But I know people that knew him when he was not even famous.
Talking about the Weekend. Okay, all right. I'm feeling better now. All right, let's
Yeah.
go. But you gotta admit,
No,
dude,
people. He just sold his soul. That's why he looks different. Like when they sell their soul, they get all fucked, like surgeries and shit. It's all fucked now.
Have you seen that video of him singing before he got famous? And he's singing like a Jesus song, like a church song, a gospel song. And they say before, and they show him singing this gospel song, and then they say after, and he's got all this satanic shit around him, like. Just go, yeah, man, they all did it.
It's weird.
Look at their first songs, and then now look at them. All they do is sing about fucking like riding some guy's dick, and like putting shit all over their face, like if you know what I mean. Like that's all they sing about.
But Vlad, you got me thinking. You know how people will sell their YouTube channels and stuff like that? Like, they can just replace a mofo. You know what I mean? I'm taking your YouTube channel. You look like you're a rising star. Yeah, that's mine now. But I don't know. I think they could have done that with Biden. People say that with Biden, right? So it's like maybe obviously the guy there was a Joe Biden, but they could just take that. All right, we're gonna take that spot. We're taking that role. That's our role.
Well, he does look different from what he did.
Yeah. Yes. The ears is a big giveaway. Like some pictures, his earlobes, like the bottom of his earlobes, they're like connected to his face, and then some photos, his earlobes are fucking droopy. They're not connected to the face.
Right. It's so obvious if you have the eyes to see it.
Well, this is another thing, yeah. So you can do this. You say, okay, you're going to play along with us, or we're just going to get rid of you. And if they get rid of them, they don't need to get rid of their persona as well. They just take over their persona and put someone in their place that can wear their mask.
Yes.
And they use AI to reproduce their music in the style that the music that they made already. They've already got their voice. They already own their voice. So they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Well, see, they try to do that in other ways, so it doesn't surprise me, right? Didn't they do that with Kanye? They did it with Prince, right? Didn't he have to go as like the artist formerly named as Prince because they just tried to jack his character or something? It's like that doesn't surprise me that they would just take over a whole mofo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, they owned his name, so he had to give himself a name that wasn't that name, because once they do like a 1,000-year contract or something like that, and you
Right.
cannot use that name, and it's like something weird, like in 1,000 years in the galaxy. You know, what the fuck is that? So they can't use their own name.
That's wild. Yeah, I think that happened with Kanye. That's why he goes by Ye now. I don't know if y'all heard about that one, but yeah. Yeah, this topic really, because I don't normally go into other things. Like, you guys have never heard me talk about Mandela. You've never heard me talk about Tartaria. But this is the one topic that I'm like, okay, but I look and I see some odd stuff here. Like, I don't know, it sticks out to me. And I always go with my gut. It's kind of what led me to Flat Earth. So, I don't know, man. Something about it just sticks out to me.
Yeah, the tranny thing gets me, man. Like all these stars, like trannies and stuff like that. Like, you know, you start looking at them differently. Like, now I see these, like any like star, I'll look at them now and go, is that a fucking dude or is it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you see them without makeup and you go, fuck, that's a dude, man.
Yeah. And then, see, the thing for me, the reason why I don't spend a lot of time with it, because then I start asking myself, why are they doing this? What is the point? What is the purpose? And I think a good person doesn't understand evil or like darkness like that. It's very hard for me to understand why you would like drink blood. I don't, it's like all the stuff they do makes no sense to me. So I try not to watch on it.
Hit some acid and then you'll understand.
Well, I mean, I understand a lot of things, and may or may not have had my some understanding from that, but it just I don't. It seems like just darkness, and yeah, I don't. I mean, what do you
Listen,
think?
there's two sides of the coin, my guy. There's fucking light and there's dark. It's fucking, you know what I mean? You can't have the good without the bad, bro. So if
What
you,
you're saying.
if you see that, oh, you're so good and all that and you can't be all bad, well, there's a bad motherfucker somewhere out there that's counter to what you're feeling, right? So
Yeah. Okay, Vlad. I see, bro. That's
you
good shit.
understand. So there's always gonna be evil.
Well, that's it with the tranny thing, yeah. They want to blur the lines of male and female. Like, so men don't know that they're men anymore, and women don't know that they're women anymore. These roles go. The family disappears because no one's got any roles anymore, and marriages break up because everyone's arguing all the time because the woman wants to be a man and the man wants to be a fucking woman. Like it's just destroying the whole natural structure of males and females. That's what it is.
Yeah. The natural order of things, they want to fuck it up.
Yeah.
But why? That's what I want to know. That can't seem to figure out why.
Because that's the same way. The same. If God is great, like the Almighty, well, the Almighty created both the good and the bad because He's the creator of it all, right? So, but the bad guys, they want to go against God all the fucking time, right? So that's why they do bad things.
Okay.
It's just to spite God. Now they know most bad people know that they're doing bad things.
Man,
Fuck.
it kind of makes my insides twist a little bit. I'm like, God, that's a weird.
Bro, there's evil people. No, there's evil people out there, bro. I've met all kinds of evil people, bro. I've met people that you look in their eyes and it's just black.
Yeah, I've met a few of them as well, and it's perverted as well. Yeah, so
yeah.
And you really got to maintain purity out here, boys. It's in a lot of ways. It's crazy, bro. You don't slip and fall on any banana peels out here, because everywhere.
Everywhere you turn, man, there's temptation everywhere. You know, you're going in the right direction somewhere, you get this big fucking temptation come out and bite you in the ass. It happens every time.
Mm-hmm.
and you got to resist it and get stronger and stronger and stronger. But we all have a weakness sometimes.
No, I mean, there's some people that were put in positions that, like, let's say army soldiers, right? They're doing killings and shit, right? But they don't want to do it essentially, unless there's the psychopaths, right? There's the crazy ones, right? That want to do that. That's why they're there. That's why they're fucking literally there. Right?
Yeah.
So those are fucked up people, right? And then there's people that they think they're protecting their country, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, they're doing it for the right reasons, but the wrong
Well, that's what
reasons
they
at the
think.
same time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of sad too.
Yeah, that always gets me. That these guys are patriotic and stuff, and they think they're doing the right thing. They believe wholeheartedly that these people that they're going to fight against are evil people, and they turn them into not humans. So they can easily kill them, and they have no guilt. Well, they think they have no guilt until they start doing it, and then they come back and they're all fucked up.
Fucked up. Not well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I had a couple buddies. I had one guy that was I know from like since I was like 12 years old. I still talk to him. Right, he went through like Afghanistan and shit for the Canadian Army. Right, he knows it. He just calls it. It's just work now. Right, but he wasn't there. He wasn't there to fucking. I know, but like I asked him the question. I'm like, bro. But he doesn't even know. That's the thing. Like the way they were fighting the wars, like they just fucking like he was a gunner too. He was just spraying and praying like he didn't give a fuck.
It doesn't know if he killed anyone or
yeah. Point and shoot. That's it. You're told the direction to shoot and you're fucking shooting.
Yeah. It's that
So he doesn't even know. It's crazy.
Wars are horrible thing.
And I know another one that I'm working with currently. This guy has 30 bodies. He even knows how much he fucking. It's crazy. And that's the guy that I'm looking in his eyes. He has such fucking black fucking eyes. It's crazy. You couldn't tell, bro. But he's just fucking committing sins left, right, and center. And this is the type of people that they fucking let in. Like he's a refugee. He crossed the fucking border, right? So, but he's a good guy and everything, right? But what they don't understand is these open borders and shit. The people are coming in trying to find a good life. Well, they have a really serious past. Really fucking serious past.
It's it's like when you're saying that's the people they want in there. It's like they have this new psychological test for police force as well, where they if you can follow orders, they'll take you. Follow orders without questioning hierarchy. Yeah. If you're someone who looks like they can think for themselves and may disobey. There's a certain personality type. They won't accept you into the police force,
Yeah. You have to be one of them fucking. What do he calls them? A goody two shoes,
Beta. Bootlicker.
Yeah, beta. Yeah, bootlicker. Exactly. Fucking bootlickers. That's a good word for them. Fucking bootlickers.
You guys remember Brave New World, the movie?
No, man, I never watched it, bro.
Wow. Well, there's a character on it named Bernard Marx. You guys, anybody remember him?
I don't remember watching the movie. I don't think
well, he's the guy that started off, open-minded and critical thinker. You know what I mean? Didn't agree with the system. But then as he rose in the ranks, he started supporting the system, you know what I mean? Started going against what he used to be, open-minded type of person, free thinker. It's interesting, that character,
the deeper you get in.
It comes full circle. Comes full circle.
People in the
It's kinda
military.
like,
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say it's like the book 1984, Winston Smith, for anybody who's read it. He starts out, he hates this idea of doublethink, lying to himself. He knows that the party, he works in the Ministry of Truth, right? He's the one changing the history to fit so that the party is in all cases always right, and he sees that they're just constantly lying. And by the end of the book, he's doing the exact opposite. He endures all this stuff. You know, he's fighting the whole time, but at the very end, you know, at the beginning, he's saying the party is like ignorance is strength. You know, slavery is freedom, whatever. That's what the party teaches, and it's everything he hates. Everything he hates. But by the end of the book, he's saying the party has the victory. You know, and he's running to his own death. Like he's saying ignorance is strength, whatever, because his mind has been completely changed to believe what they have been telling him this whole time. Everything that he hated, he became.
Yeah, they scared him into conforming, right? With the mice, you know, using
The
their
difference.
their greatest fear against them. Yeah.
The difference in 1984 and where we are in this life is that in that book, God is never mentioned, you know, or at least he doesn't believe, he doesn't know, he doesn't have that relationship with Jesus in his life, and so he therefore is only as strong as a man is.
Yeah, I think a lot of people in the military have to deal with that. You know, whoever wakes up to the truth and realizes what he's in, he has to keep going, right? Can't just leave the military.
Or they either keep going or they go mental
Right.
with guilt.
Yeah, so you have to tell yourself these lies to believe in to get through what you have to do, and tell yourself, I'm just pushing this button, cook.
I mean, a lot of like, there's a lot of PTSD guys that all they have to do is like take some mushrooms, you know, like at least a little bit of mushrooms, you know, and that helps them out through that shit. It wakes them up.
How about people that went to Vietnam, right? You didn't want to be there in the first place, but you're here. You got to kill that guy, or else he's gonna kill you. Like, what are you gonna do, right? You got to go back home alive. That's your goal, right? I was just following orders. I didn't have a choice.
No, it's true though. You're right.
I don't know. The way I see it, nobody was forced to pull a trigger. None of them. Not even one guy. That's just the way I see it.
Because, like, if you think about it, let's say you're a kid in Afghanistan, right? You're a teenager. You're probably like a shepherd, you know what I mean? And you see these dudes sneaking around, these American dudes sneaking around, and you're just looking after your sheep. But now you have to die because these guys don't know how to sneak around properly.
And now you have to die. That's
Are we
funny.
serious? This kid, because
That's
we
fucked.
failed? Because we don't know how to hide? Are you serious? Is that what we're doing? You
But
fucked
why are
this
they
up.
there in the? But why are they there in the first place, man?
like,
I
are
mean,
we really gonna kids for that reason? It's like, what you want to do, Paul? I say let the kid tell the guys, and we deal with it. It's our fuck up, right? I mean, these are the choices that have to be made out there by some people. Do I kill an innocent child who's just minding his own business for the bankers? Or do I just, accept my mistake and deal with the consequences, right? Repercussions. Call in an airstrike. Kill them all. It's good to have weapons of mass destruction at your fingertips, right? Push a button. The whole village dies.
You know, the people who built those weapons, who needed those weapons, are the same people that propagate this system that we live in.
Yeah. It's all because Bong didn't know how to dispose of his rubbish. Idiot.
I believe it's all because of the same reason why Cain killed Abel.
Yes, the big picture. Oh, science is good for something, right? Building weapons of mass destruction. Ha ha ha. Growing potatoes on the moon. Give me a break. You can't even grow potatoes on Earth.
Maybe it's...
Hey, Bong, how long were you in the Navy for?
It's not rockets. We're for delivering bombs. You know, I mean, that's what I would use it for, right? Like, huh? You know how Palestine and Israel are firing bombs at each other? Rockets, right? Thank you, NASA, JPL, and all the people that helped develop this technology, this science, this magic.
Thank you, Adolf Hitler, for the V2 rocket.
Right? All this knowledge is really helping us out, right?
Now it's you know what's crazy though. Right now it's so disassociated from the actual things. Like there's a lot of guys that are just standing there putting on goggles and flying those drones with like fucking bombs on them. And that's all they're doing all day and just fucking clearing shit out, right? And they don't even give a fuck. It's crazy. They're not even next to what's going on, so you know, to them it's whatever. It's so
Remember that?
disassociated right now. It's fucked.
Well, you guys remember that the Milgram experiment they did at Stanford, right? There's a guy in the other room pushing a button, and he can hear another guy in the other room screaming from him pushing that button. And he keeps pushing the damn button, like, you know, because some guy in a white lab coat is telling him to push. You can hear the guy is about to die, right? And it's okay, goddamn button still, because this guy in a white lab coat is telling you, like, that's what's happening. You know, it's just people pushing buttons because they're told some guy, you know, who is an authority. Don't worry. The government says it's okay, so it should be okay. Me. You have to trust the guy in the white lab coat, right? He knows what's going on here. I'm just pushing a button, you know. Like, why aren't you out there, like, farming food? Why are you here pushing these buttons for people? Why are you all up in the middle of this whole bull? Why are you in the military again? Because you wanted to go to college.
Some people just don't know what the fuck to do with their lives, so that's what they choose. It's that simple.
That should have been a gangbanger, all right? It would have been a lot. Like, I know
maybe.
I get it, but those people, at least you can still make decisions for yourself on the streets.
Well, that's right. And then if you learn the criminal code, then you're even better off.
If he's wearing a white lab coat, right, he must know what he's talking about. Right? Bill Nye the Science Guy. Even if he's wearing a funny bow tie, you know, he's still wearing a white lab coat. So we must listen to. How do you say his name? Can I say his name? You know, the F with the F name? The name with the F name? The guy with the lab coat. Yeah, with the, you know, he's got that accent from the Jersey accent. You know how you say.
Yeah.
Fucky, you know,
Yeah,
is it Fucky?
yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, Fucky, Dr. Fucky. I don't trust his accent, so I don't trust him.
Yeah.
Hey, why does he sound like he's in a mob or something like that? Yeah, so why do people join the military? I guess is a good question. I joined because free money to pay for college. What about you guys? $10,000 sign up, you know, like bonus, put on the car. That's what my friend did.
Yeah, there's a lot of military guys out there.
Yeah, but you know you got to go kill innocent people, right? You know that's what you're doing for $10,000, right? What? Nah, man. I'm fighting for freedom.
Well, they don't know, right? They don't know any better.
Yeah. Yeah. You get to live with mom and dad for the rest of your life, 20 years, right? And then they pay for your house and everything, right? Institutionalized. It's like going to prison for 20 years. Except you're more productive, you know, more useful, more easy to control. They always remind you before you leave, you know, we still own your ass for 20 years. You know that, right, Bong? It's like, damn, man, you've been saying career, shut the fuck up.
Are you serious? That's fucked.
You know that, right,
That's
Bong?
fucked up.
Hey, come and get me, okay? That's all I'm saying. You want me? You come get me, okay? Fly a chopper to my backyard or something. I don't know, like on that movie Commando. With Arnold Schwarzenegger. Uh, the stupid song, you know, the Navy songs, you know, the stupid Anchors Away song. I fucking hated that song, man. Every time they sing it, it's like cringe, like straight up cringe, man. Like these guys think they're pirates. Fucking chanties me, mate. Hey,
That's
matey.
funny.
We're sailors, look like gay. Fucking
That's fucking hilarious.
at the YMCA. Oh, man, I hated those stupid uniforms, man. Fucking Cracker Jacks. Like, I ain't wearing this shit. It doesn't hit you, right? The uniform and its ridiculousness doesn't hit you until you're getting fitted for them in boot camp, and then it hits you. I knew I should have joined the Marines. What the fuck? I knew it. Why the fuck did I join the Navy again?
Fuck.
Because you don't want to be a jarhead. Because you don't want to be digging stuff. Yeah. You leave boot camp, basic training, you're so proud of what you and your brothers have accomplished. You know, people cry and shit. Like fucking serious, hey, they cry. I'm like, this has got to be the best gang I've ever joined in my life. They got medical and everything. Yeah, you're so proud to represent your gang. You know what I'm saying? It's like, go Navy, hoorah, all that shit. You know what I mean? You got the Marines over there trying to call you gay and shit, but that doesn't phase you. You know what I mean?
You got the Marines over there calling you gay.
Kiss my hand. Yeah, no, you're used to it, right? Now you're just this dirty little, going from port to port,
That's funny.
going through the motions. Right? You're shellback, going shellback ceremony, right? Like, it's this fucking immature fraternity college bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, bro. Fuck off me, man. Stop. Hey, it's still the best gang in the world, in my opinion. They don't.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's why it's hard for people to leave. You got so many benefits.
Yeah,
You don't
benefits.
have to think about anything. You just live the simple life. Do as I say, not as I do. Bong. Sir, yes, sir. Do as I do, yes, sir. Imagine telling them about the earth not being a ball, right? Like, man, I got better things to do. Trying to save the world.
Buddy, I don't know. For some reason, ever since I was a kid, I thought it was always a bad deal. I'm like, military? Why the fuck would I want to do that? That was never ever did it phase me to think twice. Maybe I want to join something. I'm like, nah, man. What the fuck? Am I stupid? I'm not fucking stupid. Ever since I was a kid, bro. I was always against. I didn't want to listen to nobody ever, bro. I was that guy. I literally don't fucking listen to nobody all my life, bro. Fuck everybody. That's what I say.
You didn't watch Rambo. You didn't watch Arnold.
Yeah, I've seen all that shit. It didn't phase me. I knew it was all fake. Like the fuck.
You didn't want to
You know
be
what I
that
mean?
guy. That dude.
No, never in my fucking life would I wanted to be that guy. No, man. Why?
Well, that's
I
what
was.
you're supposed to want to be. That's why they made those movies.
Man.
Yeah.
It just made no fucking sense to me, bro.
Yeah,
For
you
real.
gotta get with the program, bro. Okay, you gotta get with the program. There's a program.
I watched all the action movies too. I wasn't like a super fan. I was like, yeah, they're not bad.
You watch Star Wars, right? Star Trek.
Yeah. Oh, I played StarCraft 1 like fucking for 15 years straight. Well, when I found out space was fake, I'm like, those motherfuckers. They just lied to me.
There you go.
I don't even play these games anymore. Like I don't like playing anything in space. Doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it's boring to explore the world by yourself. It's better to do it with the government.
Hey guys, can I interrupt? Can I interrupt for a moment?
Go ahead.
I've got a Glober about to pop in. Wants to talk about pendulums drifting. Is anyone interested in a conversation about pendulums?
Go ahead. I'll mute.
Of course.
Because I really don't know much about these pendulums drifting, apparently. But I figured there'd be someone in here that might be able to have a chat about it.
We could figure it out together. Like
that's what I was thinking too. Yeah.
Right. What even is that? Right.
Well, I'm not sure.
Right.
Okay. Hey, I want to deal with this nonsense. So, okay. You have a device, a pendulum, that's attached to the ground, right? But the pendulum itself is swinging. It's supposed to swing freely. That's the idea. That the Earth spins underneath the pendulum. I'm just talking about the theory first. The theory of how it's supposed to operate. Because that's what we're dealing with, right, Anthony? The Globe claim of what a pendulum does. Like a Foucault's pendulum.
Yep.
So I'm just laying the foundation here. The foundation is take a pendulum, you attach it to the ceiling, it's on a swivel, right? You swing the pendulum back and forth. It stays it stays what do they call it? Rigid in space. It swings back and forth. But because it's on a swivel, eventually it'll start appearing as if it's moving, as if it's turning, precessing of a pendulum. The idea is that the Earth is spinning underneath the pendulum. That's the idea. You're swinging the pendulum, the Earth's spinning underneath it, but the pendulum's staying rigid in space. So it's swinging on the same plane it was always swinging at. You're moving around the pendulum, right? The Earth is moving. The pendulum's staying straight. Yeah, that's the idea. So the pendulum is in one reference frame, and you're in the rotating reference frame. And because you're in the rotating reference frame, the pendulum appears to move. Just like if you're on a merry-go-round, right? And you had a pendulum swinging over the merry-go-round and you're on the outside of it spinning, to you, the pendulum will appear to move. It'll appear to precess, right? So you can't see outside the merry-go-round. You're in a merry-go-round, it's all enclosed. There's a pendulum swinging, and you can't feel your motion. Let's pretend that too. And pendulum is going to seem like it precesses from your point of view. That's the idea. And it's supposed to be 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude. That's the formula. 15 degrees per hour times the sine of the latitude. That's the formula. Okay. What actually happens when you do this? Well, you get all sorts of fucked up results. It doesn't actually do that. Sometimes it swings one way, sometimes it swings the other way, sometimes it's too fast, sometimes it's too slow. Right? So I'll give you an example of when this happened. So Amundsen Station is supposed to be in the South Pole. They set up a 4-story Foucault's pendulum. So what happened? Well, the first time they did it, they were like, Eureka! It's precessing 15 degrees per hour because we're on the South Pole. 15 degrees times the side of latitude. Then they realized, hey, we're on the South Pole. This shit's swinging the wrong way. They didn't think. They're so used to being in the north that when they saw precessing in one direction, they declared victory. And then they realized it's supposed to be going the other way because they're on the South Pole. And they're like, fuck. Okay, let's do it again. So they did it again. Well, then it precessed half the speed it's supposed to. Okay,
Sorry
let's
to
try it again.
interrupt.
So let's try it again. So they tried it again. Then they got 15 degrees per hour, swinging in the right direction, declared victory, and said that they proved that the Earth is spinning. Now, think about this. This is a scientific adventure. Think about that for a second. You have 3 results. 2 don't match the prediction. You claim victory because 1 matches the prediction. That's not scientific. That's cherry picking and confirmation bias. That's nonsense.
Save your energy, bro. The Glober that loves the pendulums is in the VC check-in. If anyone can check him in.
I'll just move. I don't need to check him in.
Okay, you can get him in somehow.
Yeah, I'll just move him here.
Okay,
Oh,
cheers.
mate, let's move him in here. He'll be all right.
Fuck said that. Was that UCB?
Yeah, you like that?
That was your best one yet, man. Damn.
I've been working
I thought
on
like
it.
some other person joined the chat. I'm like, who the hell? Fucking got an Australian going on. So I'm gonna mute this guy.
TB, almost.
Damn it.
So-
All right, I didn't get the approval. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Oh, hey.
Krishan, you're unmuted.
Thank you. Howdy, everyone.
Hey, what's up? So what about these pendulums?
Yeah, I was chatting with what was his name, Anthony, and I was just asking why pendulum.
Why pendulums precess?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's lots of reasons. It's not released correctly. There's imbalance in the gearing. All sorts of reasons they precess. So I was just telling Anthony that they did one of these Foucault's. Well, let me go back to the beginning. Okay, so a Foucault's pendulum is it's supposed to swing back and forth, and the Earth's supposed to spin underneath it. Right? It's supposed to stay rigid in space on its path of swinging. Right? And it's supposed to precess at a rate of 15 degrees per hour times the sine of the latitude. Okay, so it's describing him. Well, this doesn't actually happen when you do it. Okay, so if you see one that's in a museum, those are driven, right? They have adjustment screws, so you keep adjusting it, right? You do the calculation of how fast it's supposed to process, and then you adjust it until it does that. That's how those work. Okay, so I was telling him a free form one, right? So the longer the pendulum is, the more the quicker you're going to get a result. So a very short pendulum won't appear to process very fast because the swing arc is small. But if you have a very large one, like 4 stories, what they did in the South Pole, the so-called South Pole. So they did this test in the South Pole, and the first time they did the test, it went 15 degrees times the side of the latitude the wrong way, as if they were on the North Pole. So the second time they did it, it went half the speed, half the precession it was supposed to go. And then the third time they did it, it got the result that they expected. Okay? And this is well known. This test is just garbage. Pendulums are garbage. Because there's another one. There's also a known effect called the Elias effect. So for some reason, if you have a pendulum, if there's a lunar eclipse, the pendulum will speed up, slow down, stop processing, or do all kinds of other shit.
What was the name of that effect?
Elias effect. It was discovered by Maurice Elias. It's Allias. It's on Wikipedia. You can Google it. It's just Elias effect. So here's a funny thing. NASA in 2011 was going to systematically test this because other people have replicated it and then other people have gotten no results, right? So NASA was going to do a whole bunch of these simultaneously all over the world in 2011. Well, those results, if it ever happened, were never released. It's still up on their webpage saying, yes, we're going to test the Elias effect, blah, blah, blah. Whether it was ever actually done, who knows, because we don't know what the results were, if any, or if the test was ever even done. The point is, the Foucault's pendulum is notoriously unreliable. It's not any type of scientific test.
I'm definitely going to do reading about the Elias effect. But
I'll tell you what to look for. Look at Academy pendulums. So they make pendulums for museums, universities. You know what I mean? They make it for this purpose. And just
right,
read
but
the,
I feel like
just
it's
read
kind
the
of
manual.
Moving on to another topic, right? Could I ask another question about Foucault's pendulum? About what you said about it? So you said that the precession of the pendulum is often caused due to a mistake in releasing the pendulum.
Allegedly. Well, if they don't release it straight, right? If there's any,
what does that mean? What does that mean?
If there's any sideways force on the releasing it, it won't swing in a plane. It'll swing in a little arc.
Well, it'll
do like a figure. It'll do like a figure 8.
Or sure, well, depending on it, it could even do like a little sine wave back and forth, right?
Yeah. It depends on how you release it, right?
Right, but that's something you would observe, and then eventually that.
Yes, but even a tiny one, even a very tiny one, will cause it to precess.
Well, I don't see why. Right, because as long hang on. If I could,
because there's a lateral force.
Just to clear it up, right? Just to clear it up. As long as that lateral force, as the amplitude that way is shorter than the amplitude the long way that the pendulum is swinging, that will settle out and zero out before pendulum stops swinging. Right. So what causes the precession?
Well, which precession? Which one? The one that matches the globe or the bunch that don't?
The one that matches
precession, the one that swings backwards or the one that swings forwards? Or the one that swings too slow? Which one?
I guess I don't understand the question.
No, which one? Because we have a bunch of different test results. So which test result? Which precession? Pick one. You're asking what causes the precession. They got a bunch of different results. Which precession? You're asking what causes which precession, right? You ask what causes the precession. Well, we got a bunch of different results. So I guess when the one is backwards, the Earth spun backwards, and then when the one that was too slow, the Earth spun too slow. And then when it spun to just the right speed when they got 15 degrees per hour, right? That's the conclusion we're going to reach. What I just illustrated was the faulty logic of all of this, of affirming the consequent.
Next, can we go into sunsets?
Yeah, if you really want.
Can we just say, did this guy understand what?
Kiwi heard that shit, he's like,
Did this guy understand what Indio said?
Like,
if you don't want
let's
to
be
talk
honest.
about it, we don't have to, right?
I don't think he does. Krishan.
No, I mean, yeah.
This
Krishan,
topic's
I don't
already
think-
been crushed to oblivion. Let's go into sunsets now.
I mean, just go listen.
no.
Just go read the user manual for a Foucault's pendulum from Academy pendulums. It's easy to Google. Just look at the manual. Why does it need to be adjusted? Right? You know what cherry picking of data is? You have an expectation that I'm going to get X, and then anytime you don't get X, you say I made a mistake. There was something wrong. There was wind. The sun was in my eye. You make some excuse why that data piece should be thrown out. That's the Foucault's pendulum in a nutshell. Same with Cavendish. Same crap. Neither one of them are scientific experiments. And they're also notoriously hard to replicate, give anomalous results, give spurious results, give frickin' crazy results.
And the conclusions are logically unsound.
Yes, that's the main. The conclusion is just because if you say X is causing this effect, any anomalous effect means that X changed in some way, right? So if it was going the wrong way, that means if I take the logical sound, if I take the premise as the same, that Earth spin is causing the precession, and then if it goes the wrong way, I have to go Earth spun the wrong way to maintain the logical consistency of the whole thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, if the Earth's spinning underneath the pendulum, then the Earth is spinning underneath airplanes. So
Everything,
can he please explain? I'm going to crush it here in just a few seconds. Can he please explain why a fucking straight flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles takes 4.5 hours when it should take 1.5, according to the Globetrotter? Why is that? Right? Because you got to take the plane speed plus the speed that's coming into its face, right, at about 860 miles an hour. Yeah. Why is that? Yeah, it's all over.
It's
Chris,
directed
you're
at
so
you.
worried.
What was
Check
it?
it out. You know,
so
this,
worried.
like this, the Foucault's claim is that there's two reference frames, right?
Yeah.
That the Foucault's pendulum is in a separate reference frame while it's swinging from the rotating reference frame.
Yeah.
Okay,
Chris, you were
that's
so
that's
worried
fine.
they weren't going to let you
That's
talk
fine.
first.
Well, I'm
I
just
know.
saying
I feel
that's
like I'm
fine that they're in two separate reference frames. But when do we know you're in one reference frame versus the other? How can we tell? Like with the airplane example that Kiwi just stated. If the Foucault's pendulum, the swing pendulum's in another reference frame, why isn't the plane in another reference frame? In cutting its flight time,
I got
letting
easy
the
one.
Earth spin underneath it.
I got easy one, Indio, if you'd allow me. Krishan, are you in live stream voice text, by the way?
Oh no, he can't see it. I'll give him BC Verify real hold on, just 1 second.
Okay.
Bam, he's got it.
All right. I want you to scroll down to 12 minutes after the hour. Just scroll down. It's the live stream voice text. It's right above the VC. Just hit that, and there's a whole bunch of people posting in there.
Yep.
If you scroll all the way down, you'll see Quantum Eraser, and this is an 18-second time lapse. It's 18 seconds long, but it's like 35 minutes of a drone hovering in the inertial reference frame, and it's shooting the stars and mainly the moon, but there's a whole bunch of stars around it. Tell me when you're there.
Yeah.
Because this is the death of the entire heliocentric baltard spinning space monkey religion in 18 seconds. If you hit
I watched
play,
it. Yeah.
you hit play. If you're on a spinning baltard, right, and you're saying that the Earth is causing the rotation, the apparent rotation of the sun, moon, and stars. We don't have the sun here, but the moon and the stars. We got a big problem because that hovering helicopter is in the inertial reference frame, along with the moon and the stars. If we were on a spinning globetard, if we shot this, then the moon and the stars wouldn't move a smeg inch. You follow my logic here?
I hear what you're saying. It's just that, like, this particular drone, I don't know anything about it, right?
I do.
That's why I've been trying to talk about, like, easily observable and replicatable things.
This is
like the
easily
sunset, right?
easily
Like, all we
observable
can-
and replicatable.
So, like a sunset, right? Like, we've all seen that.
No, not a sunset. Stick to the argument. I have a
Well,
hovering
I mean,
drone.
That's kind of the thing I came here to talk about, right?
We are talking. So this is a hovering drone, and it's staring at
Anthony,
the
do you
moon
feel
and the
like
stars.
I'm
Stay with
being
me.
able to talk here?
Stay with me now, before you piss me off. A second grader
Anthony,
can
what do you think about
understand
this,
this.
man? Like,
You're gonna piss
you're
me
the one
off
who brought
right
me here, man.
fucking now. It's fuck you and fuck off. How about that? You're a clown. Bye. There's your fucking conversation. Your heliocentric baltar's dead, along with your fuckwit pendulum.
So, Anthony, we don't, like, the one thing we don't do here, you want to talk about sunsets? We don't gish gallop here, right? We bring whatever topic was brought up to its logical conclusion. We don't go, shit, that ain't working out. Oh, I'm going to jump to something else.
Amen.
I'm just telling you why we didn't, like, go, oh, but we're going to adjust sunsets. Not because we can't. Just because
Yeah, I
we're
get
going to
ya.
bring that, we're going to kill that. We're going to freaking, like, we're going to go to the point is, oh, the horse is dead, nothing else to kill, let's keep beating it. Okay, that's what we're going to do.
And we're gonna get
Yeah,
the
because
9.
then you would have half killed the sunsets, and then as you were half killing the sunsets, he would have tried to jump to another one.
Yes.
Exactly. Then we'd be talking about ISS and then freaking the edge of the flat Earth and then fucking glimpses and then climate change and then it's over the horizon.
I already
and
went through
every
it.
other goddamn
Fucking,
Ice wall and then conspiracy. Yeah. Now this one's
Bruh.
dead.
Thanks.
So you want to bring up sunsets, or who were you asking?
to me.
Yeah.
Oh,
who
he
were
was
you
just
asking about?
mentioning the sun doesn't change size or something like that. And I was saying, well, there is footage of it changing size.
Yes.
It's on what's his name's channel. That dude.
Yeah. That's correct. I showed it on my channel before. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it's got to do something like with perspective, and I think probably the
Doesn't
way our
matter
eyes
anyway.
are shaped. Yeah,
Doesn't matter anyway. It's a false equivalence fallacy.
Yeah, that's
Because
what I
you
was
could-
trying to say, but I just didn't know the word false equivalence.
Yeah, false equivalence, because he's confusing terrestrial observations with celestial observation. On its face, it's fuckwit. On superficially, superfluously, it has cowbell, but once you look just a fraction of Formica deep into it, it's a fuckwit false equivalence fallacy. And even though that, however, that it was shown in 2016, his name escapes me right now. I could see his face. But I had a video compilation of the sun changing angular size throughout the day and year. So there you go. Doesn't matter anyway. It's a fuckwit point.
Yeah, Jane Tolan Media recorded it using the solar filter, so yeah.
It's not Jay Tolan. It was.
No, I'm just saying Jay Tolan's done the same thing. This issue has been beaten to death.
It was well before Jay Tolan.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. I got a couple on my YouTube channel.
Doesn't matter anyway. It's a false equivalence fallacy.
Oh yeah, of course. I've been saying that for a long time. That terrestrial observations should be the same as celestial observations. You got to show that. You can't just like assume it.
Yeah, exactly. You got it. Yep.
So
And
what
then
we're
when we
saying
actually,
is
well,
unscientific because we can't
well, think about
manipulate.
it. Like when you make a celestial observation, all the things that you can do in a terrestrial observation, you can't do to anything in the
Yep.
sky. You can't
So it's just
triangulate it.
pseudoscience.
You can't use parallax. You can't use so many different tools that we use on Earth to reach conclusions. Why would you assume it's the same thing and it works the same?
Yeah, it's a faulty assumption. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you got it. Oh, by the way, the sun never sets on a globetard or a flat Earth. It's just rhetorical language.
We got a Goldberg in here, bruh, L.
To be pedantic. Oh, I'm sorry. He's on mute. Somebody muted him.
On
He
Got
was
her up.
on. He was on red mute. So, L, you're off mute. Batter up. I don't think you should. Maybe wait for about 3 people in here with the YouTube bot playing. Because now you're in for an ass whooping. Any topic you bring up, I don't give a shit what it is. Freezing ice cubes, you're fucked.
I'm calling him out.
Bruh.
Come on, brah.
Come on, bro. Gotta give us something.
You didn't come in here to pussyfoot, did you?
No swearing.
Let's see.
Shut up,
He's
Blatzy.
been in the nosebleeds. What up, Blatzy?
He's been in the nosebleed section.
Pussyfoot. That's like a analogy with punt or cunt punt.
Oh. Yeah, bro. Come down from the nosebleeds and get in this boxing ring. Come get this.
Nosebleed section.
You all the way up there in the nosebleeds, trying to throw popcorn down in this boxing ring like you're doing some damage.
You got a mic, bro? Bruh. Mike, you got a mic. We hear you breathing.
Bruh, L.
I saw your buddy Flat Earth Data pop in here for a second.
I haven't seen Flat Earth or heard from Flat Earth Data in a long time. How's he doing?
I don't know. I think he wrote a book or something.
Wow.
Hey? On how to write a book?
Yeah.
Shout out to Data.
Shout out retracted.
I've never heard that before. I'm stealing that.
He's all right when he's sleeping.
Okay, we have another non-rolled Azra Bells.
Damn, Indio taking charge in his own server. You feeling all right?
Man.
I just came from the gym, so I'm still like
I just came from the gym. What'd you do? Hold on a second. What'd you do in the gym?
Everything. I do a full body workout. I did
Do you?
squats, I did deadlifts, I did bench press, incline press, cable flies, pec deck, overhead press, curls, dips, leg extensions.
What were you
A
doing?
lot of
Snorting?
different fucking curls.
What the fuck? What were you doing? Snorting coke?
What the fuck?
Nah, dude.
What are you doing? One set each?
No. It depends. So I try not to like overdo it. I also did pull-ups, weighted pull-ups.
He's not overdoing it. You fuck. That's some fucking bullshit, man. What the
No,
fuck?
I
do you
do
mean?
like 2 sets of each. I do like a warm-up set and then like a hard set, a heavy set.
All right. Well, that's
Well, there's a lot of overlap, right? Because you can't like, you got like, anytime you do any pushing exercise, you're working your back arms. So like, your triceps.
The triceps, the back arms. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah. So you can't like if you do overhead press, like a lot of the exercises are redundant. So like you're working the same muscles, even though you're a different muscle's getting involved. So there's redundancy there. So,
Yeah,
if you do some
I know.
pull-ups and then curls, you don't need to do 50 goddamn sets of curls. If you do, you're doing pull-ups, rows, and
T-bar or single dumbbell?
For what?
Rows. T-bar rows.
Oh, for
You
rows,
know-
I use the one that has the little V thing, the enclosed. It's like a, I don't know what the fuck you call it.
You put your chest on a pad, and it's a
No,
T-bar.
they're cable rows, so it's like a universal machine with freaking weights, right?
That's fine.
Put the pin in.
Yeah, that's fine.
But the cable is like the attachment is like a little, like a double handle. It's enclosed. They have other handles. That's just the one I use.
All right, fair enough. All right. How long you been doing this?
Fuck, I don't know, a while, a couple of years.
Couple years. Cool. How old are you?
51.
All right, fair enough.
Thanks, buddy.
Legendary. That's just so legendary.
You do all that. It doesn't look. You've been working out. Yeah. Doesn't
Yeah.
look like it. Doesn't look like it.
Uh,
That's messed up, isn't it, man?
No, that doesn't look like.
It doesn't look.
What are you doing
like
when you go to the gym? Eyes, like, cause dude, you know how people are just on the phone in the gym the entire time? Like, dude,
Sure.
it makes me mad, man. It makes me so mad.
Sure. Well, when I was going to there were mostly military gyms where I was going to. That we didn't
you
have.
don't want to screw up, man. You're
No,
gonna
no,
get
we
a bunch
didn't
of
have-
shit if you were on your phone.
No, there wasn't any phones back then, so that wasn't an issue.
Oh,
My day.
can you imagine how bad you'd get razzed if you went to the gym and used the phone like 80% of the time? Like oh no.
So QE, you were born before Alexander Graham Bell?
Yeah, I thought somebody would be a smart ass and catch that. There weren't any cell phones back then.
So that's prior to 1988. You got the
Not
bricks,
prior.
right? Nobody brought in their brick cell phones?
No, hell no.
You know, Alexander Graham Bell does not get enough credit as a human being. He beat the United States government twice in court. And that says something, dude. Seriously.
Base.
They tried to steal his technology and he beat them twice.
That's
But
good.
they didn't want to pay
Thanks,
for the
man.
patent of a telephone. Because you gotta think about it. We
What
need
if I
lots
don't
of
wanna-
phones. We're the government.
What if I don't want to think about
Oh, I mean, go back to sleep. Well, think about Globetardia.
it? Think about Did you fix that little glitch in the system?
Which glitch?
The Globetard
The
chat.
one Globetardia and Globetard. Did you fix that glitch?
Oh yeah, I fixed that. I fixed that right away.
It was probably some ether believer, friggin' moderator to put that in.
No,
Oh,
actually,
shit.
I put it in because we had some. I don't know who it was, but like, he just came in to just verbally abuse the Globers, and I had to do that to make him stop.
Sure, that wasn't me.
It definitely, no, it wasn't you. It was worse than you could ever think of. He was just out of
Well,
control.
That's bad.
Yeah,
I want to hear this person.
it was just in text. He was just like flaming all the Globers in text for like 6 hours straight. I'm like, man, that's enough of that.
Listen, Flatsy, shut up. Legs up, sit-ups are awesome. Those are called crunches, love.
Legs up, sit-ups. I've
Get
never
it
heard him
right.
called that.
You ain't been to the gym, huh?
I mean, he didn't ask me why I didn't do sit-ups.
Do you even gym, love?
What about legs up bench though?
Legs
you-
up, no swearing.
You real ninjas know about that legs up bench.
See, I used to work out like 5 sets per exercise, dude, but that shit's stupid. I've come to the
It's too much.
People fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger said he did that shit and pump and iron. Everybody copied it and thought that was the thing to do. They forgot that he was taking massive doses of PEDs and exaggerating because he was trying to get famous.
Right.
Yeah, that pull-up bar, that's what I'm talking about. That's a man's exercise right there. Wide
Damn.
grip pull-ups, look the fuck up.
That's what I got hanging in the
do wide
lounge
grip
room
pull-ups with 40
every
pounds.
morning. Every
Yeah,
morning.
yeah,
pull
and
up.
then you get hold up, kangaroo guy. And then you put 40 pounds. But then you put 40 you're a fucking moron. You put 40 pounds wrapped across your fucking waist.
Oh.
Yeah,
Hell.
those kind of
I-
morons.
That's a
I
lot.
actually take the dumbbell, stick between my legs, and when you curl your legs, the dumbbell just gets stuck there. And then I jump up, grab the bar, and I can do about 6 pull-ups with 40 pounds on me. And
That's
I weigh
not
about
bad.
184 right now.
How much you weigh, bro?
184.
You fat fuck.
6 foot. Yeah. Something like that 3 hours ago.
You would.
83. That's pretty good.
How much do I weigh in newtons?
What's your angular velocity?
How much do you weigh in degrees?
That's right.
Oh my gosh.
Well, good on you for being 51 and getting in the gym. Good job.
Freaking
Thanks, man.
hell yeah.
I have to. I have no choice.
I got you.
I'll fall apart physically and mentally. You gotta remember, I admin the server, so like I have to take out my anger somewhere.
Yeah, we're gonna lose too many hair follicles. It'll counter the yeah.
I think it's super easy. Yeah, it's super easy the first year. After that, it's basically, little teeny jumps and starts, right? Unless you're genetically a freak.
That's what I was just going to say. It depends on your body type. And then, well, if you're pushing roids and stuff, you're going to reach your genetic potential at some point. No matter, I mean, if you're lifting weights, no matter how many sets you're doing, you know what the best advice, I was just thinking about this the other day. The best advice that I would have taken back then was rest. I didn't rest.
That's my problem. My problem is rest and drinking enough water. I really don't sleep enough.
Yeah. Not only sleeping, but rest. I mean, don't go crazy. I was a fucking lunatic. But rest. Say again?
No, I just said was. Was a lunatic.
True. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, society pushes it on you to like work, and put the sleep off, So
yeah, I didn't do that. I worked out. Initially, I did it for that, but after a while, I did it for therapeutic reasons. So I went and get up on a clock tower with a rifle.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what the hell I'm talking about. I'm Walt Whitman over here. But, at my age, my priority is not to get hurt. because
That's a good fucking.
that's really it. I'm trying not to get hurt.
Yeah, that's pretty smart. At 51, yeah.
Because especially like when you're doing like large volume, man, the odds of you getting hurt are way increased, right? And then you're hurt, right? So now I can't work out for goddamn 3 months.
Exactly.
Whatever you thought you gained, you just lost. It was better to, like, it's the same thing. Tortoise in the hare. Slow and steady wins the race, man.
Mm-hmm.
So my advice is to do rotator cuff work. Then remember to
That's
keep
what I
the
do.
weight. Yeah, do that. Yeah.
That's exactly what I do for a lot of rotator cuff stuff.
Yep.
Well, for archery, I have to do that. So that's what I do now.
And then really low weight, otherwise it will jump the small muscles and
I
large.
do it. Low weight.
Yep.
I do low weight, many reps.
Yeah, I
That's the
get to like
opposite.
until my shoulders feel like they're just water. But yeah, exactly, Huey.
Yeah, that was the opposite of what I did for years and years, though. I was fucking lunatic. I told you.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
no, we don't have to hear was.
Right. And it wouldn't be. But yeah.
I remember I came back. I brought all my weight equipment. I had tons of that shit. I'm in my basement at home after I got out of the military, and I put too much weight. I'm doing fucking incline benches, and I got caught with because I used to do a lot of work without spotters, so I'd use dumbbells. But this time I had the bar, and I was dumb fuck. I did about 6 reps. I went down and I couldn't get that fucking thing off my chest. I'm there, Mom!
Mom.
She comes down into the basement. She goes, "What the hell are you fucking do?" I don't know, fucking moral support or some shit. So what I did, I was smart when I didn't have spotters. I didn't have caps on the end weights, so I just tilted it to the side.
Yeah, if you don't have a spotter, don't cap that shit, dude.
Yeah, you can't cap them, man. So you just tilt it to the side, let them roll off one side. You better be ready for the reverberation.
Mhm. Yeah.
I said, "Mom, stand back."
Yeah, it's hard to get a good fail in without a spotter. So,
Yeah, that's why you just use dumbbells, man.
Yeah.
So I worked out for years and years and years with really fucking heavy dumbbells.
Oh, it's called the roll of shame.
The roll of shame.
When you have
roll of shame.
I knew there was a phrase for it. I had to look it up.
There's the fucking roll of life.
Life on the line. Yes, no kidding. Yeah, it says the most common method for safely getting out of a failed bench press is to use the quote unquote roll of shame technique.
Who said that?
I've just heard of it, like from.
Have you heard of it? Yeah, too funny.
Listen, it's called the roll of shame because if you get in that position, you're obviously ego lifting. That just shatters your ego.
Nah, I wanted to push it up. Like I said, I got 5 or 6 of them. I thought I could do the next one, but it wasn't happening.
You went for that 7th. You were like,
yeah. Oh shit! The panic feeling you get.
Yeah. Oh man.
So I basically do like high intensity version of training because I'm training stupid. I just think it's dumb. Like, give me one reason fucking volume training works. Yeah, okay.
I had a roommate who tried to.
I think people like volume training is because you always have. I think that's why people like it. Is because they're like, I feel big because they always have a pump because they're always in the gym, right? So they're like always pumped, right? But if they didn't go to the gym for like a week, they'd deflate, right? So they just. I think that's what people do. I think they like volume training just to maintain a pump 24/7.
I remember back in the day, man, people were like, because you had country strong people, right? And This one time, man, this guy come up. He was fucking country strong. One of the old sergeant, he goes, "The fuck are you guys thinking?" Because he noticed me and another guy was going to the gym all the time, and he goes, "I cannot fucking wait." I said, "Yeah, you think you can? See, those country strong people, they're really strong on that first fucking set, but when you get around weight trainers, go to the third set. Let me see where you're at." Right?
Okay.
He got to the second and third set because he went to the gym with us. That he was as weak as fucking Little Miss Muffet.
Dude,
Meanwhile,
I'm
we were
strongest
increasing.
on the third set. Like I
Yeah.
can lift the most weight on the third set.
Exactly. See, yeah, and then with increased weight, because you start off with a smaller weight and then you increase it, right? And then on the third set, he was like, he couldn't lift the fucking bar up. Yeah, exactly. And I said, that's the difference.
Did he call for his mom?
He wanted to. That was too funny, man. Yeah, but that's the easy way to tell the difference between weight trainers and just cock strong country strong folks, which there are. There's no doubt about it.
I was gonna say there is some truth to that farm boy strength because
there fucking is.
Yeah, but maybe they lack that stamina, I guess.
They lack the stamina, exactly. You got it.
Say those big dudes that walk around all day with their pump, they're all just big, useless, slow idiots. Yeah, they want to look good, but it doesn't really help them. But, mate, go and try and fight a cowboy who rides bulls. Yes. Bad idea.
Look, the biggest people aren't the strongest people.
Nope.
Yeah, like you can get bigger and not be like super strong. The people that are the strongest are the people that power lift. Because that's what they're trying to do is get stronger. They're not trying to look big.
Yeah.
Right. You can build muscle and look big, but not be like you're gonna be stronger than the average person, don't get me wrong. But you're not gonna be the strongest dude in the gym.
Nope.
And same thing with this too is like the biggest guy isn't necessarily the best fighter either. I mean,
100% true.
No.
So
No,
yeah,
they're too big and slow. They can't move, especially those big bodybuilders. You hit them 6 times before they even realised what was coming.
No. They have knees.
yeah. Cut them off the knees. Yeah, that's true.
We all have knees, man. There's no macho stuff after. Do you have knees? Yeah. You need to put that macho shit down right now.
I worked as a bouncer in a nightclub for 15 years, yeah. And I was probably the smallest dude there. And I've seen some small dudes knock some pretty big dudes that you just wouldn't even think was going to
of
occur.
course. Yeah, because fighting and strength that's two different things.
Yeah, dude. You can't work out your jaw. Okay? Like, your weights don't make your jaw stronger.
You can with ribeyes.
I'd rather be fit.
Yeah, maybe that's why cowboys can take a punch because they're chewing freaking jerky all the time.
They're just used to fighting bulls.
Yeah, that too. Human being is nothing after a bull.
Yeah. I think you're better off being nice and athletic and fit and agile.
Exactly.
I want to get into climbing. I think that climbing would be really good, yeah, because it's a full body workout, like maybe indoor rock climbing. I don't know if I'm keen to go out in
As
the
long
bush.
as you don't go too fucking high. Other than that, fuck that.
Look, if you just look at the history of warfare, the size of the most effective soldiers, it ain't big muscle dudes. That's for sure.
Nope. It's not. Small Jow.
It's little 5'8" motherfuckers, dude, that can goddamn run for like 3 days straight. Carrying like 50 pounds on their back.
He just described me.
You know what I'm talking about. You go into Navy SEALs or something, like it ain't a bunch of jack dudes, man.
No, they can't be.
They're all like 5'10", 5'9", 5'8".
Yep. You'll get your exception every now and again, but they're the exception because they can't hang. Yep.
Shout out to the short kings out there.
That's why women are not good at they're like, I want a big guy that can protect me. Dude, you're not good at evaluating what can protect you. Like, you just suck at it.
Well, that's why
What
you're
do you
supposed.
expect? How can a woman evaluate combat?
Well, amongst other things, but yeah.
Novels.
Novels. Maybe if the short kins would like wear vampire or outfits and shit, because that's what like women look up. Like that's like the things they're into.
Really? Shut up,
Yeah,
Flatsy.
like well, think about romance novels like vampires or like crazy doctors or like monsters. That's what women kind of like look up to for like fantasy, romantic fantasy, sexual fantasy, whatever you call it.
Yeah, there's actually a study on this. I learned from FNF. We don't have to go too deep into it, but I guess they put certain nodes, like brain activity nodes type of thing on a set of women and a set of men, and then they would flash certain images on the screen, and then they would click on whether or not they were, quote unquote, like aroused by this thing.
What wasn't brain nodes? It was a blood flow to the genitalia.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So you've heard it before, yeah. So
yes,
but yeah. So what you're saying is exactly like that's where I heard that from. Is that
No swearing.
is that yeah they
what I heard was from Jordan Peterson. He said like when they looked at like what women search for as in porn or what they like for like what do you call it, sexual fantasies. They're vampires, werewolves,
right,
just crazy shit.
Yeah, Myron has talked about.
Dude.
Yeah. Well,
what the fuck kind of woman you got?
Women you got.
This ain't my woman. This is other women. I chose better than
that. This is the study. They sat them down and flashed a bunch of things in front of their eyes. Monkeys banging, weird stuff, like a bunch of weird stuff, right? And they would click and say, I don't like this, but their bodies would show that they were actually aroused by it. So yeah, what Indio is saying is not too far off from, I mean, this is what, this is science.
All right, well, side topic. From Raleigh Criterion, that dude, Norway's Strongest Man versus Rockline, that small dude right there, that's one bad motherfucker, man. That short dude right there.
Yeah, he's got amazing grip strength.
He's a rock climbing fool, dude. I watched that fucking guy. I was like, holy shit. I forget his name. What's his name?
Magnus.
Magnus, that's what it is. Yeah, he's one bad motherfucker.
Yeah, he'll outhang pretty much anybody.
Yeah, those rock climbers are crazy. Of course, most of them do. I've seen him do some rock climbing. I mean, actual rock climbing. It's a little bit more technical. I wouldn't say technical. It's so much different than the walls that they do. But as a wall climber, get the fuck out of here. That dude is like, you don't want to be around him. Just leave.
I'm just gonna sound stupid, but race car drivers, like Indy race car drivers,
yeah,
their heartbeat is at something like 128 beats per minute, like the entire time they're driving, and it's like equivalent to running a marathon or something.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I would suppose.
That's because you're shitting bricks the whole time you're driving at 300 km an hour.
Yeah, they do say they lose a lot of weight. I mean, maybe shit was some of the weight they lost. I just thought it was water weight, but I guess not. Emptying your bowels. Maybe their seats like got like a toilet. It's like built-in toilet.
Yeah, where it depends.
No, bro, they use astronaut technology.
Sure they do. Shut up, Flatsy.
Anyway, welcome Nash Respect. Join the panel.
Clap. I like the claps, man. That's fucking.
You like that?
I do. I love it. What's that?
Now I'm talking to CB. Have you talked to Nash?
I am familiar that he is a concaver.
Kind of. I think he's on the bench. I think he's just like, he don't want to be a flat earther, so he's gonna like be an edgelord and say he's a concaver.
On the fence, that gets uncomfortable after a while.
Well, that's playing into the stereotype that they try to say about flat earthers. Y'all are just trying to be different. I mean, that sounds a bit like
That's
that.
a great
He's trying to
argument.
be,
What?
but he
Y'all
doesn't
just
really know
trying-
that much about concave earth because I quizzed him, so he knows a little bit. But I wouldn't say.
Isn't it
I don't
trash? Isn't it trash when they say that, QE? Oh, you're just trying to be different. No.
No, it's yeah. Therefore, globetard. Come on.
Right. No, I'm not trying to be different. They think
Different already.
well, yeah. They want
Everybody's
it.
different. Everybody's a special snowflake, CB. Didn't you know that? We're all special.
Right. Let's give out participation trophies to everybody. But
Except the Globers, they're all the same.
Yeah, dumb as shit. That got a Guterrio response.
Look, I'm almost ready to put up like $100, maybe even more.
Please don't. You don't need
No. If a Glober comes in here with an argument that I have not heard before,
Oh, that's different.
do you think it's actually possible? You think a Glober can make an argument you haven't heard before, QE?
No fucking way.
hell no.
No, not after almost 9 years. No fucking way. Unless
they
they
didn't start-
really, they got to be really, real dumbass. I mean, right off the street, dumb fuck.
Uh-huh.
To come up with a stupid argument like ink molecules are alive or some shit.
What?
I've heard that before, by the way.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh,
I was
the
told
weirdest one I heard was plants know which way they're growing because of gravity.
Oh, we
because of
had
that-
that on Nathan's show some years ago. Yep. Heard that one.
Yeah, I do feel like I've heard that one before. That's
Ants. Have you heard the ants one? Ants know which way to make their little thing because of gravity.
And, well, I guess that they win the $100. Nope.
It's still a
haven't heard that
variation
one.
of the same thing that some form of life on Earth has to use gravity to survive or something. Just silly.
I thought that was in a textbook when I was in 7th or 8th grade physical science. Playing with gravity. I thought it was in school.
But some stupid shit like an amoeba knows which way gravity is, some shit like that. I probably didn't hear it. Just making stupid shit up. That's the only way.
I've had the same argument with my brother-in-law for 3 years, and his argument is oranges are round, apples are round, and your head is round. So therefore the earth is round. And he gets so fired up and he has no other argument.
That's some dumb shit there.
Look, no, don't try to convince him to be a flat earther. Just keep him over on that side.
exactly, yo. I don't want everybody on this side. No, not you goofballs. That's crazy. Just tell him to look at the floor that's underneath the fruits or the basketball or whatever.
What about
Well,
the
his first
tree?
argument? His first argument started with fruit, so I started naming all the fruits that weren't round. So now it's just gone to like apples and oranges and mandarins and the fruits that he does see as round. But he is retard.
That's a horse
He's already
binder.
gone full retard.
You should walk in and be like, I got my flat earth proof, and whip out a banana.
That's
It debunks the globe at least.
Yeah.
That's a good one, Grisp. I like it.
Yeah, that is a good one. I'm curious to see it for myself, man. But y'all need to learn how to crop your stuff.
Yeah,
Flat
they're
Earthers.
cropping. That's not good.
Flat Earthers, in 2024, crop everything. All right. Everything gets cropped like this. Okay, look at how much better that is.
How'd you do that? What kind of witchcraft is that?
That took 2 seconds. Okay, crop your shit. Flat Earthers, you're giving us a bad look. And you know what? I'm gonna just call my boy Elijah out. You too, you specifically, man. But I haven't seen him in a while posting his screenshots. But yeah, just when you make a screenshot, crop it. Be done with it. You reap what you crop. Exactly, Toby Dog.
Elijah, that's some non-cropping mic train wreck shit right there, Elijah.
With your non-cropping ass.
Dude, Elijah's totally no frills, man. You get no polish, no frills.
Hey, not gonna lie,
Costs extra.
he was on camera today over at Politics. Not gonna say he wasn't. He was. I'm gonna say, my boy looking right. He had his stuff together.
I'm not talking about his personal appearance. I'm talking about on the internet, dude. He's rough around the edges. Hot micing, not cropping, half images. Don't know where they came from.
Shout out to Elijah though, man. He's got his strengths in a lot of ways, and I was around when he got lead mod as well. So shout out to Elijah.
But I mean, I'm gonna speak for Elijah because I am. Elijah would say, "Still get the idea. Fucking stop complaining about the you know what I mean. You're complaining about the wrong thing. Yeah, it's not aesthetically pleasing because it's not cropped. But so what? The point is the content of the information."
Lead fucking mod? What kind of shit is that? Where's lead mod? If I better have that shit in like 5 seconds.
Well, it's crypto. It's Elijah.
Crypto.
But they haven't been around, bro.
Lead mod is an antiquated role.
Yeah, that one's an old one, kind of. There's no one.
That was made for a specific time, and the problems that existed at that time no longer exist.
Yeah, I
well,
see.
let's create the problem again so you can give that shit to me. not give it. Not give it. Earn it. You need to fucking knight me.
Well, I think Panto and Helio need to come back and start arguing.
Please, no.
And then that'll be the problem.
Who?
Helio needs to be drunk, arguing with nobody, and Panto needs to be arguing with everybody at the same time. That's what the lead mod role is supposed for, to deal with that. Not them specifically, but just
that scenario.
Clean up in aisle 10, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. Shut up, Flatsy.
Not gonna lie, because this is so funny that you explain it like that, Indio. Because when I first joined the server, I would make up in my head what roles meant. Because there's no channel where it explains it. You kind of have to figure it out over time and stuff.
Dude, it's supposed to be mysterious. That's the point.
Yeah, I mean, it worked on me because when I joined, I saw that referee role, and I started making up all kinds of stuff in my head about what that meant, and it meant nothing. It wasn't even close to what I made up.
Listen, I hate internal politics, and if you make all these stupid little hierarchies, people try to climb them like fucking monkeys, right? So if nobody knows what anything is, then they don't try to achieve it, right? I don't know what that role does. Why would I want that?
I see. Yo, when I saw that referee role, I was like, I want that. I saw Jedi in here, he had it. And he was like, the way he was hosting the stream and everybody's in here. We got QE, we got this, they were just going through the panel. And so I thought referee was someone that controls and kind of hosts the stream.
Yeah. I had that shit. It's not in my fucking roles anymore. What the fuck?
Our role structure is like playing Chutes and Ladders, man.
That was it. The referee was just an arena type of deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same with Spartan and Gladiator and I actually just disabled those commands out of the bot after 3 years.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. For fuck's sake.
Ooh.
Wow, give me the Gladiator role.
Not a Gladiator. I want the fucking referee back.
I want my Spartan role back.
Oakley can be knighted. The fuck? How can Oakley be knighted? I was his Jedi.
I was gonna say.
The fuck?
Yeah.
Well, we
So
all have roles.
I miss the arena. I wish we could bring it back somehow. I just don't think our opponents. I don't know how you finesse them into that in the first place.
That was a lot of fun, man.
I can, because I got the last bits of it. I remember having my Spartan.
Dude.
No, I didn't even get to be a Spartaner. I just didn't get to enjoy it in live, but I saw clips and kind of the aftermath of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, they didn't have their tool bag of sophistry, so they had to. We're not going there. All we have are dirty tricks. Like, why can we? Why would we go there?
Yeah, they must have caught on. Okay, well, our shit's not gonna work over there, so we got to stop or try something else.
Yeah, it wouldn't because you had the single topic, right? You couldn't gish gallop, right? So there's that dirty trick. You could object to what people say, point out it's a logical fallacy, right? You could actually call people on their bullshit and hold them accountable for their words, right? Or in their actions. Don't Goldberg wants that. They don't want to be held accountable. They just want a freaking verbal diarrhea, muddy the water, smoke and mirrors, anything but actual substance. They don't want to talk about any substance. They want to talk about flat earthers are stupid. They don't understand anything, and that's my argument. That's what they want to project into the world. They don't want to deal with the actual issues.
I hate it. I call those the vague earthers. They want to keep everything vague, like you said.
Vampires, dude. They're fucking soul-sucking vampires.
Such trash. But I don't know. It makes
Gen Panda. Gen Panda's evidence. The proof of the globe is it's too hard to fake all the paperwork for the moon landing. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Are you kidding me?
Make all the paperwork.
It's too hard to fake out. There's too much paperwork. There's all those records of the moon landing, so the Earth has to be a globe. That was literally an argument he made.
Oh, he had some dumb fuck arguments through the years. My word.
I think of a lot of it boils down to they just don't want us to be right. So they'll say anything, like even 2 + 2 is not 4.
It got so bad, and when I first come out here, I was in Gem Panda. There was no Discord then, and Timmy Osmond was in there, and me and Cathexis was trying to explain the Coriolis effect to Gem Panda. It was like talking to a retard. It got so bad that Timmy Osmond started laughing at Panda. He was even laughing at him because he was so dumb fuck. It was so bad.
He a teacher?
Say again?
I thought Gem Panda was in the education field.
Educating what? Fucking
as in a teacher or something like that. Like, no, for real. Like, remember when he did that thing where he was gonna like children of flat Earth or something?
Yeah, I was
like
just
that?
thinking that.
His reasoning was, I'm in education and I don't want children to be taught the wrong thing or whatever.
I don't know, dude. You're gonna have to ask. I
Yeah,
never even got that intonation, and he never said it. I don't know. You may be right. Holy shit.
Maybe he's in education as like an administrator or something like that. There's no way he's teaching children.
Like a fucking janitor?
Janitor.
No, like an assistant principal or something.
What?
Like, I don't know. Assistant principal at an elementary school.
Go get that dumb fuck. Let's
Kindergarten?
Let's
Daycare?
ask.
I don't know.
Kindergarten.
That doesn't mean a whole lot because my junior high assistant principal got fired for doing some super sus shit. So
yeah,
being a principal don't mean a whole lot to me.
Oh my God, being a teacher, being a school teacher doesn't mean a whole lot. I used to work at a nightclub, man, and oh my God, those teachers, like these are the women that teach my children. Like, what the fuck?
Oh shit.
For real.
you're in there like, damn.
She belongs to the streets. Look, we're talking like some of them would like be doing like, I don't know what you want to call it. Go in the parking lot, one dude, come back in, go back in the parking lot with another dude, come back in, go home with another dude. She belongs to the streets.
I love that clip, man.
I used to watch that every night, yeah, when I was working in nightclubs, and then you'd see these girls that had come every single night for about 3 years, taking all these different blokes home every night. You know, leave by midnight, back by 3 to grab another one, and then you don't see them. You don't see them for a while, and then they come back in and they're, oh, hi, how you going? This is my husband, and they're acting like they're these prim and proper women. And I just think to myself, you poor fucker, you just got the fucking town bike and you don't even know.
Did the town bike already have a kid in the seat?
Oh man, in the basket on the front.
Oh, it's terrible.
Like, it's yours. You're the only person I've had sex with in a year.
Exactly. This is why we watch Fresh and Fit. Damn it, man! You can get finessed so bad. It's crazy, and it's
Look,
painful. to see.
Pregnancy Trap, that was around when I was a kid, right? When I was a teenager. That was like, as far as like among my friends and peers, that was like what we were all trying to avoid, the pregnancy trap. Because we were trying to get laid, right? And of course, you're trying not to use protection because, you know, and like is that bitch taking her fucking birth control pills? Like, you got to check that. Like, got to go in the medicine cabinet, go check the birth control pills, make sure she's taking them. Like, because that's a like, back then it was like, I know child support wasn't a big thing, but back then it would be like, you better get fucking married, that type deal. You know what I mean? It was shotgun wedding.
It was legal. The shotgun wasn't loaded.
Exactly. You violated my daughter.
That's funny you say that. They literally just started asking that on FNF. So they do the introductory questions: what's your name, dating status, where are you from, where do you work, all this stuff, and then are you on birth control? So it's kind of interesting to hear. Like, a lot of them aren't.
Wow, how long have they been asking that?
Fairly recently, actually. I think maybe they used to ask it. Now they're asking it again. But
Dude,
yeah, this is.
I'm gonna email him. Oh, who's the dude we know? I wonder if they got all that data stored somewhere. I'd like to get a hold of that. Right? Because they have interviews, right, where they ask, you know, they're filling out forms before they come in there, but they already know all the answers to all this crap. Collecting all that data, man. They probably got a big ass spreadsheet with all like all their information. I guarantee it, man. Asking them for their birth control is risky though, because that's medical information, and you could
oh, really?
That could be a legal trap. Well, I mean, it's dangerous asking anybody about medical information because of HIPAA. So, like, all that thing about asking people about their Fauci status.
Yeah.
That was like, dude, for real. You're not even gonna believe this.
What?
I go to the deli at the grocery store during the pandemic, and they got a little thing with the pictures of all the people that work in the deli with their, you know, Fauci status on display for everybody in the grocery store to see what their status was. Like, yo, you're just publicly displaying their medical information. Like, what the? Listen, I work in IT. I got paid thousands of dollars to secure hospitals' fucking networks so that nobody could access medical information.
Yeah, I figured, you fucking HIPAA. I haven't heard that term or that acronym in a long fucking time. You just
nobody follows it anymore.
You
they just threw that shit out the window.
Yourself dead.
I made a lot of money off of that.
Son of a bitch. All right, fair enough.
Yeah,
He's not guilty. Don't worry about it, folks.
Hey man, I didn't pass the law, man. They need someone to do it. I'll do it. Like, you have to secure the network, make sure nobody has access to the medical file except for approved people, et cetera, right? Access control. That's the whole deal of it. Access control. And nobody can ask you what your medical information is. It's like a felony. It's like a crime. It's not even like, oh, don't do it. It's a crime. Put it this way. If someone asks you your medical information and you give it to them, right? They're by law, they're supposed to keep that information secured in a HIPAA compliant data storage, right? Be a piece of paper inside of a safe, but if it's on a computer network, there's rules for that, right? So just willy-nilly asking somebody what their vaccination status is, and then just like putting it on just some random computer or displaying it for the whole world to see on the top of the counter of the deli, you can't do that. Like, you just can't do that. But they did it because, oh, who is it? Remember during some reporter asked a senator or a congressman what their vaccination status was, and he asked her if she ever had an abortion or something like that?
How did that go?
Shut her right up.
Oh,
Like,
so she's
well,
like,
you're asking me my medical information, right? So, like, I'm going to ask you yours. You ever had an abortion? Obviously,
Right.
they got very bad because they're libtards, right? That's private.
Right.
Your vaccine status ain't private, though, for some reason.
Right.
It's a medical procedure. You're taking medication. All that stuff is supposed to be private, at least in America. I don't know about other countries. I don't really care what they have to deal with. But got to deal with our Gestapo government, and that's part of it. Yeah, the pandemic was one giant felony in progress for like 2 years.
That's a really good example. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like one thing they were doing, like if you tried to rent a hotel or an Airbnb or do all sorts of stuff, right? If you went to a restaurant, like they were asking people their vaccination status and having them write it down. I remember in Harvard Square, there was a restaurant, you couldn't go in it unless you wrote down like the last 5 people you came in contact with, right? And your like vaccination status, right? And they just kept it publicly on a piece of paper at the front door, like with the how you call it, person that does the seating. Yeah, I'm definitely going to see it. I can't remember that goddamn job. The hostess, yes, thank you very much. Jesus Christ, dude.
But they did the same in Australia, and the government made them actually do that. They were doing it with books, with bits of paper, all this crap for months until they came up with their electronic QR code. But the government actually forced that here in Australia. And now they're denying all of this stuff. Yeah, we do. We 100% do. Exactly the same. And they put these books out on the counter. You had to sign in. You had to say if you'd had any contact with people. You had to have your mask. Then they started asking for vaccination statuses and all that sort of crap. And then it all went digital. I didn't do any of it, but yeah, that's what happened here.
I mean, everything they're asking you to do is like when you do it, it's voluntary. The thing is, once they have the medical information, right, you voluntarily give it to them. They have to store that securely, right?
Well, they used to
if
say
you
to
went
me,
to Airbnb, let's give you an example. You want an Airbnb during the pandemic. They're going to ask you, right, the people that are going to rent you the Airbnb, what's your vaccination status? You're going to send that to them over Airbnb's little network, right? And then maybe you'll get their real phone number, and then
Amateur.
Toby Dog says all gotchas eventually get themselves. Yeah, I mean, we've seen the best they had to offer up the whole year of 2023. They really bring you some smoke. I mean, it's the first day of 2024. The guy I spoke to today said that we're living in a dream. And we can't know that 2 plus 2 is 4 because it's possible that we're dreaming.
I hope I'm dreaming. Hope I wake up and I'm 10 years old again and life's back to normal and there's some sane people around.
Seriously, I just can't believe that was his leading philosophy in the argument. I do challenge whether or not it's authentic. Like, do they actually move this way, behave this way in reality? I doubt it. I severely doubt it.
No, not at all.
Yeah. Because I don't think if they were to conduct a business, say they sold real estate or they sold a service or a good, they wouldn't behave this way. Oh well, you want to buy this much of my product? Well, I'm sorry, that's subjective. Your money is subjective. Like it could be different. Yeah, I don't think people really behave like this in reality. Who muted the bot? Says Virgo Greg.
Yeah, I'm looking at the log. Heretic sent him to Cogdis. The dude joined Cogdis BC. Heretic talked to him, unmuted him, and then sent him in here. And then he pulled that nonsense.
Did I miss something while I was deafened?
I don't know.
Oh,
You didn't miss much, nah. Little
just
bit.
look at the logs.
He just was telling us he could see spherical objects in the sky with his telescope, which ended up then being a binocular telescope, a high-powered one in Arizona somewhere. But
high energy,
yeah,
wasn't
high energy,
high energy, whatever the hell that means.
But he didn't know where in Arizona it actually was. They must have blindfolded him and took him there in a dark bus or something and dropped him there in the middle of the desert.
He got renditioned. He got renditioned by the CIA to a telescope to look at the planet spherical.
And then he stuck to that story.
Take him to the telescope, bag him. He must have been real disappointed when it wasn't Area 51 and it was just like a telescope in the middle of Arizona. It's like, shit, I wanted to see aliens. I don't want to see those stupid planets.
And the guy that said that maybe we're like living in a dream, I think he tried to bring up Plato's cave, and I was like, really, bro? It's more like Plato's theater with you guys. Like you're inside being shown a movie. It's just so strange, this behavior of thinking you're like living in a dream. There's no objective reality. There may be two shirts in front of you, but that's you can't really say that.
But who's teaching him this stuff? Where's it coming from? Because I'd never heard of this before this point in time of coming on Discord. Like, I never sat at school and thought about those things when I was a kid. But who's teaching this garbage?
Yeah, it's like it feels like they just came from a college lecture or something. Like they learned this psych class, and they're like, "This is what you can do philosophically. You can deny 2 + 2 is 4 like this." And so I don't know. They it feels like they're trying something new here, or they're trying it out on flat Earth, but it doesn't work. I think we've done a really good job combating that psych bullshit that they come with because, well, they're not engaging them, or they're not equipping them with any flat Earth, globe Earth arguments. They're trying to come here and like disseminate it with psychology. And I think and it's not like we've been taught on psychology. Maybe some of you are that's your field, or maybe you're good with that. But I'm not a psychology student or anything like that. But I figured out in like 30 seconds what he was trying to do when he gave this. I wish I would have screenshotted the post he made. It was like a I forget what he called it, but it was like a modus tollens statement, right? In PDQ, but it was like a paragraph long, but not just a little paragraph. I'm talking like if you put your hand on your computer screen, it was like really long. If P then Q, then X41, X3, Q01, and the set of qualia and the data extrapolated. He was one of those guys that were using these $10 words that Miggy called it. I got to give him credit for that because that's perfect. $10 words. Every word was extra normativity, coaxidephility. The question, like, I don't even know. Like, I'll be honest, bro. I don't know what he was saying. Like, he was trying to sound smart. That's what
I
it
think
was.
there's actually a fallacy with that as well, from memory. But yeah, they're just trying to overwhelm you with their big words, make themselves feel smart.
I just leaned into it. I was like, "Yeah, bro. I don't know. I'm a stupid flat earther. So what is it?" We didn't even get past the first line in the damn wall of text. There was no data inputs in anything. It was like, if the data set of qualia of quail is X5, then Q1 of the extra normativity of the quaxical of the X4 of the like there was nothing in it. It was just vague bullshit. Man, they just use words to try to sound smart.
Or maybe I'm just being rhetorical.
No! No, you're not! God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter.
Well, now you're just acting transcendent.
Now you're just acting transcendent.
Yo, I don't know. I know you don't remember, but some of you might. In Living Color, so Damon Wayans used to play like a prison inmate, and he would use like all these super huge words like out of context, like a prison lawyer, and the skit was so funny, man. Like, oh man, you pusillanimously, like, dude, it was just like so funny, man. It was just like because every word was just like he found the longest word in the dictionary and just threw it in the sentence.
Yeah, bro. That's exactly the vibe that it comes up. Well, you don't understand normativity? Bro, if you can't say it plainly, then don't say it at all. Like, come on.
Like they say nominal. Fucking NASA. That stupid word.
Nominal.
It just means everything's normal. It means normal, but they can't say normal. They got to say nominal. It's fucking stupid. Dude, I thought that was stupid way back when I used to believe in the space shit. Like, what the fuck? They just say normal. Everything's nominal. Why just say everything's normal? Or everything's within spec or anything. Like, say something, dude. Don't say nominal. Don't make up some dumb ass word.
It's all nominal.
Is that like a wooder or water thing? Some people say wooder.
Water?
Others say water is nominal.
It's nominal.
Is that like from Boston or something? We're nominal.
Hey, it's all nominal over here. That's like extra syllables and shit. That's crazy. Yeah, dude. But yeah, they just want to sound smart. You know, they want to kind of come off as intellectual. But they end up sounding dumb because when you go into it, if you're smart enough to catch on to what they're doing, he's essentially saying, I mean, they once I poked through his bullshit, I didn't fall for it. He ended up saying to the panel himself, "Oh, well, you guys should just take a Psych 101 class and we're all dreaming and you guys are dumb if you think 2 plus 2 is 4." Okay, bro.
What the fuck?
I think it was
Yeah.
on that Fit and Fresh that they were saying. I think it was on Fit. It was one of these shows that they were now claiming that maths is racist because to say that there's a solid answer like 2 plus 2 is 4, was it racist or something else? Something along those lines.
See, well, she
just
said
go- 'cause you-
scientific. She said it was scientific. That's the girl you're thinking of. If it was from Fresh and Fit, she's
No,
like, but
no,
I've heard
it was
that.
like it was racist or it was something like that because you're making a claim that there's a solid answer when 2 plus 2 could mean anything. It was ridiculous.
That's crazy.
I mean, it could mean anything if we all redefine all the words and what 2 means and what plus means and like what all that stuff means. If we'd redefine it, yeah, we could change the words to mean anything, but that doesn't change the fact that within the current meaning of the words 2 plus 2 equals 4, that is a true statement. Okay, like no matter what you change those definite, we'll just make different words to mean those things, and then that statement will be true, right? So fucking doesn't matter. The words are irrelevant. The words are just like a means of communication, but the word has a meaning, and it's the meaning that of what does the word 2 mean? Okay, that's what we're talking about. From the abstraction, the representation of that idea, right? To the representation of the word plus, to the representation, plus is a representation of another idea, 2 is a representation of another idea, equals 4, they're all representations of ideas. The underlying idea is true, regardless of the words we use. It's a childlike argument, dude. It's infantile. It's something like a third grader would say, like, I shouldn't have to do math because, dude, it's petulant, fucking childish nonsense. Sorry, it's irritating to me that grown adults are making these types of arguments. It's sad for humanity.
Well, I just found it in the Wall Street Journal. In California, 2 plus 2 equals 4 may be thought of as racist because 2 plus 2 may or may not actually equal 4.
Anyway,
And there was in a newspaper here
we
that
should not even entertain that stuff. Like it's going to make us stupider if we entertain that.
That's so true because where in there lies the racism? Just because they want to make it arbitrary, like it could
yes,
mean else. Therefore, racism.
yeah, I know. I don't even know where that comes into it, but that's the statement.
Well, white people are smart and they're trying to say that 2 plus 2 is 4. And other people haven't they might not have figured it out yet. So you're racist if you're pushing your
That's
racist
whitey math, man. That's what it is. That's whitey math. And because it's whitey math, it's racist, right?
White, yeah.
Even though 5 seconds later they'll say fucking black people discovered math in Africa 64 zillion years ago, right? And that everything that the white people have, they stole from freaking Africans.
Yeah.
And the
then
other
when
one that
white
was
people
going
use
around
it,
in
it's
this,
racist. It's so funny, dude. They take all sides of the freaking story, man.
Yeah.
and the other one they're talking about in Australia in the paper and on the news was full stops being offensive. And that they're going to look at removing, because when you put a full stop, it's like you're making a point, you've made a solid point. It's factual, and there is nothing factual. So if you want to say, the sky is blue, full stop, well, that's offensive because to me, the sky could be pink. So they were actually talking about removing full stops out of language. There was a newspaper article here on it.
That is crazy.
If you Google it, you'll
So,
probably find
so think
something
of
on
how
it.
think of how contradictory this is, right? So say they pass this, right? They make it a law in Australia. Can't use full stop in any text. Then you write in your newspaper, Australia passed a law making full stop illegal in text. Full stop.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, wait a minute, what?
And then they're like, no, that could not be true. There's a possibility that didn't actually happen. Like, what the fuck are you arguing? Like, you're arguing both sides of the story. It's so when they take these absurdist positions, it's so easy to make them contradict themselves. That's going to be the first thing I try to do. Where's the contradiction in there? Boom, there it is. And just give it to them.
Yeah.
Because you can't operate like this. It like
How's
as
this?
human beings.
7 News Australia calls for full stops to be illegal at the end of any text messages. It's an act. Ending a text with a full stop is an act of aggression, one woman wrote.
Oh my god.
You sure she wrote
This
that?
is in 7
I'm not
News.
sure. Yeah, but I'm not sure they wrote that. I'm not sure. It's a possibility they didn't. You know how
A
we
growing
know?
number of
Because there's no
millennials
full
and
stop
Gen
at the end.
Z have taken particular issue with people finishing their sentences with full stops because they are perceived as an act of muted aggression.
Oh my god. You better stop that. Full stop.
Oh. If it gets to that point, I think I'm just better off putting a gun to me head, eh? Fucking hell. I don't know how much longer I can live with this fucked out shit.
Fuck that, man. Full stop.
Fuck, I'm out.
That's so crazy, man. That's got to be some fake fucking AI story shit, man. Come on, it
No,
can't
man,
be.
that's on our mainstream news.
I get it, man, but it's got to be AI fucking something, man.
I don't know, maybe.
Nobody's that
Well,
fucking.
my kids knew about it, and it's got more to do apparently with like text messages,
Right.
as opposed to overall writing. But my kids knew about it.
I don't know. We'll see, man. Good luck fucking enforcing it. Whatever.
Right.
Get arrested for putting a full stop. 3 years jail.
Hey, like the cop said I didn't come to a full stop. Oh no, your account's still been deleted. Okay.
I'm going to run out of breath trying to talk to people. If I'm not allowed to put pauses and stops in there, I'm just fucking going to run out of breath.
Yeah.
It's going to be one long sentence for a whole page.
Just one big giant yeah. The whole book's one paragraph.
I'm going to have to take like a big deep breath and hyperventilate before I start so I can finish it.
Right. Full stop.
Did you just come to a full stop?
I did. I came to a full stop. How you guys doing? Everybody good, man? Happy new whatever fucking year it is. Happy new fucking
Yeah, I know, right?
whatever.
Where are we?
I don't know where we're at. Anybody got it figured out? I think
I'm dizzy from all the spinning.
You're upside down. Bong's fucking sideways. I'm fucking. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm hanging something. I don't know. Anyway, there's a new movie coming out. Did you guys see the fucking preview for the ISS?
What the?
No. Fucking Hollywood, bitches.
Yes, I saw it just a little bit ago.
I saw it earlier today, and I was like, "Oh shit, we're gonna have some shit to talk about, man. We got to go see this cuck shit
like-
show movie, man."
Yeah, it's a horror movie.
It's some kind of like some disaster goes on in ISS, and predictive programming.
Isn't every space movie a horror movie? They all end up dying. They end up fucking getting eaten by aliens. I don't think there's one good space movie where they actually return to Earth.
That hurt. Oh shit! Yeah, you're right, AJ.
I wonder if anybody ever told them that if they get a leak, they can just put their thumb on it.
Right, you put your thumb and get some duct tape, man. It'll be good.
That's it. Speed tape, some tie wire, and some zip ties, and they're all good to go. That's the toolkit.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the whole idea of space that they try to portray is like this evil, dark, voidless thing, like to try to scare you. It's really weird. I wonder what they're trying to manipulate us.
But then
Or why
they tell you that they're going to take you there and we're going to live on Mars.
Right. But it's got to be some predictive programming because that thing's supposed to blow up at some point, man. They're going to crash it or something. And then it'll be like, no, we can't go to space for 10 years. Sorry.
I don't know how it misses all those asteroids that are flying around up there for all these years.
We had that conversation the other day. It's like, some Globey was trying to defend that, Well, they have thrusters and they get out of the way. And they were like, well, what happens when you go through like what they call those asteroid belts? And they're like, yeah, they didn't have an answer for that shit.
Gotcha, bitch.
No fucking answers. Asteroid belt. Well, they're really small. They're like the grain of a sand. They're size of a grain of sand.
What if they utilize this movie and as a promo they blow up the ISS before it comes out so that people want to go see it?
Ooh. Yeah. Well, it's coming out pretty soon, so we'll keep an eye on the ISS, man. Everybody.
I think part of that is they're trying to put up that way better CGI that Elon was talking about, right? If we do, they got to take down the old shit to put up the new stuff, right? They got to update, but they're about to put up that way better CGI.
We'd have way better CGI.
If we had way better CGI, it would look, more fake. And because it looks so fake, that's why it's real. I still can't believe he said that.
Ridiculous and impossible.
Yeah, I mean, he says it so clearly, but of course, the Globe Whispers will come out of the woodwork and explain
so ridiculous.
Well,
thank you, Chris. There's the trailer or maybe a Google ad or something. Fuck, I don't know what it is. But yeah, it's out there. I fucking got up out of my chair and went, "What the hell? Get out of here!" I was, how they edit those trailers, man, real quick and fast, and they're anyway. It was hard to catch all the little, cuckery, but yeah, we'll catch it. We'll get it. We got our team on it. We'll be watching that shit. It looks a lot like where it would be so awesome looking in space, just like the movie Gravity. It's that well done. So anyway.
That's only well done because that was filmed in real time. That was actually filmed in space.
Well, yeah.
I mean, how do you think they got it to look so good?
Fucking Gio and I had a conversation the other night about, all right, get this. So the movie Gravity looks so killer. You guys have all seen it. And then they fuck up on the ISS on purpose, or the space shuttle, because if it was too good, man, people would be like, nah, it's got to be fake. But now that because they fuck it up on purpose. I've had that same conversation even in here, maybe years ago, but they doing it. They're fucking it up on purpose.
I think they do too.
Just to make them look a little clowny. Because if it looks too good, then it would be like what Elon Musk said,
Well, I mean, there's such good cameramen. Like everybody they, claim to put in space, they're all expert cameramen.
Well, you don't need
always in the center of the frame. No one's head is cut off, right?
You don't need a tripod in space, bro. You just hold the camera, just floats. It's fucking easy.
Listen, anyone's taking it. That's a problem. That's actually a problem.
It is a problem. Nobody's ever talked about that.
I actually watched a Jeranism show for New Year's thing last night, and he was doing a live thing on the rover that's on Mars. How they show the video of the rover.
Yeah, they got
and just playing it, and
they got a new video. It's like a time lapse or something. I haven't seen it yet. Go ahead, tell us.
They're showing this thing. They're showing this thing going all over Mars, and it travels a lot of Ks. Yeah, I didn't realize how far this thing's supposed to be going, but they talk like it's a person. Like they try to act like this thing's a person. Like, and then he got to here and he couldn't get any further, so then he had to sit and work out a way how to get over that mountain, and just the language they use, and then
they lost
funny.
communication. They lost communication, and they had to send a beep. And if they could get this beep, they knew they had communications back again, because it hadn't slept or rested for 2 days now, and it was just. And then they're showing all these numbers on this. It was just absolute garbage. But I will say some of Jaren's comments were pretty funny.
Yeah, he gets into some really meaty stuff, man. It's pretty cool. Shout out to Jaren for doing what he
That
does.
actually reminds me of something, AJ. If you listen closely to, like, okay, so they'll have an astronaut, right, on TV, like on Good Morning America or something, talking about being in space. And the way they talk about it is they talk about it in a way like, now, if you can imagine that you're doing this, that, and the other thing, they try to, like, tell the story from that person they're talking to's point of view, as opposed to their own point of view. They don't tell it as if I saw this. They tell it as if you saw this. It's fucking creepy, dude. Like, it's like neurolinguistic programming or something. It's weird.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do that. Yeah, they do that a lot, man. I'm gonna have to go back and look at some more of that. But yeah, you're right.
That was the main thing I sort of seen out of that.
Or Don Pettit or any of those guys, how they talk about being in space, they talk about it from whoever the interviewer is, as if it's from their point of view, as opposed to their instead of like if you talk to somebody, hey, I went to the mall and I did this, and there was this freaking chick there with this green hair, and like they're talking about it from their point of view, just like a normal person.
Oh yeah, I mean, if I told you like
they don't talk about it like that. They don't talk about any of the stuff they so-called experience as if they actually experienced it. They tell it like it's a story that the other person is the character in the story. It's weird, dude. It's really weird.
I don't know.
They were just
referring
to this rover. They were just referring to it as a person. They were just referring to it as a person, saying, okay, he's stopped now, but he can't get over this ridge. So now he needs to hear him work out how he's going to get over that ridge. And I'm going, what the fuck are they talking about? This is a fucking robot thing. Like,
bad.
It was
well,
weird
that's
as hell.
also third person point of view, right? As if you're watching it, right? You're watching this person, like, how they used to do nature documentaries, right? And the lion is in the weeds, waiting for the gazelle to run. Like, they talk about it as if that's what they're doing with the rover, right? They're telling this story the same way.
They play that spooky music in the background. That'd be good.
And then when it succeeds at doing something, it turns around and takes a selfie. Oh, look, he succeeded to get up that mountain. Now he's going to take a selfie to celebrate his success. And then they show the rover taking a selfie.
Hey CB, man, we need some of that spooky background music, man, constant for the next 20 minutes. That'd be great. Can you?
Well, I was gonna say this is like, how people like, if your mom was like, "'Cause I said so," like you might maybe you'll adopt that a little bit. Oh, 'cause I said so. Like you'll just take after your parents.
Ooh.
So like what Indio described there, they come here and do the same thing to us. So if you get in a rocket and you go to Mars and you do these things,
No. That's not how it works, Mongo. Fucking no.
I know, right? But they do the exact same thing. The way the astronauts talk to them, they come and talk to you, the flat earther, the exact same way.
I know, but that's where we're at. I mean, I wish it wasn't like that, but that's the reality. I mean, not everybody. There are some just regular cucks, globers that come in, but
the other thing I found interesting is that their mountains, the names of their hills, they were named after Australian places, and they were named like in a row, like they are in Australia. So they had the Kimberley, which was one of the mountains. They had Darwin. So if we have a look in the Northern Territory in Australia, and you got the Kimberleys, and then you got Darwin. So it's actually like they were Australian names of places here.
That's interesting. I'll say that.
Programming.
Programming.
They're trying to create associations, right? They're trying to create real life associations that you actually experience with the fantasy, so that you can't tell the difference between the fantasy and the reality.
I was thinking they just might have actually been in the Kimberley filming the rock formations there.
That's possible too. Maybe it's just a screw up.
You might want to check. You might want to check their footage against your formations there, man. Let's see if you can get something to line up. You never know.
Yeah, I should do that actually.
Yeah,
Maybe
just
they're
kind of
just
fuck around for a couple
maybe they're
hours.
doing
Or
maybe
something.
they're doing 2 documentaries at the same time, right? And one they were just gonna pretend they were on Mars, and one they were
Mhm.
gonna do a Earth-based one, a geology one or something. And they just like clip the wrong clips together, clip the wrong audio in.
Yeah, I definitely named that. It was weird as I've never watched those streams before, any of that sort of stuff, and I was just bored and I was flicking around and I seen that it was live and I flicked on it and it was on and I was like, oh, this is interesting.
Right.
So we need Flat Earth Dude to answer the question, the burning question of the event.
Yeah.
Can you read the topic of this event? 2024, is this the year for the globe proof? Yes or no?
Yeah, good luck with that. Dude, Indio, your mic is thin again, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
There you go. That's better. That's better.
I literally gotta hold it like right up to my face.
I know it sucks, man. But I can hear you. But I'm just letting you know it's thin. If you want to make a point, get it close to your mic. If talking to some Mongo Glober, yeah, you can get right on it, man.
I was doing that earlier.
But don't need
I
to.
actually want to talk about
You don't need
that.
to for us. You don't need to. We're just hanging out.
So the guy, typically when someone says, I see the planets are spheres, if they concede that they can't actually see them as spheres, I'll actually grant them that they are spheres. I'll go, okay.
Wow.
Now we both agree. No, I'll say, okay, yeah, the planets, they don't look like spheres, but let's just pretend they are for a moment. Right? Let's pretend the planets are spheres. Now, what makes you logically conclude that the Earth is also a sphere?
Well, that's a leap of logic.
Yeah, exactly. But this dude couldn't even concede that he didn't see spheres in the sky. He made up an indescript telescope that he's never been at that was in Arizona, but he doesn't know exactly where in Arizona he was.
Yeah.
He just couldn't concede that looking through a telescope you don't see a sphere, no matter how hard you try.
I've looked at Saturn, I don't know, 20, 30 times maybe, and that little center thing does look a little bit like a sphere, kind of like the moon does, a little bit. I mean, it can trick you,
Well,
but I can't guarantee it's a sphere because I've never seen the other side of it. I can't guarantee it's a sphere.
That's what I'm saying. You have no depth perception, right? Could be a
Oh, yeah,
sphere.
exactly.
Could be a fucking cylinder, right? Could be an elongated cylinder, and you're looking at it on the edge. You can't really tell from a telescope.
Do you know when you go out to like the Grand Canyon or you're on top of a mountain or you're hiking and you see like a valley? I mean, if you're there in person, man, you get this most incredible depth, right? It's just there's no picture that actually can capture the depth that you're seeing with your own 2 eyes. No way. It's just never going to happen. And, whipping out a telescope's not going to help your depth any. It's still going to be fucking, you're just looking through a little eyepiece. But when you're just standing on top of a mountain looking over a valley, you get this most incredible depth. I mean, just next time you're out on a big hike or something.
Well, you have no depth because you're looking through one eye.
But yeah, exactly. No depth. There's no depth in one eye, man. Exactly. Two eyes are the only thing that gives you depth, man.
Like he wouldn't concede that stereoscopic vision's a thing.
Yeah, that is a thing, man. That is an absolute thing. My business partner for 30 years was blind in one eye, man, and we used to sit around. And he'd be like, "Well, let's see if you can do that with one eye," and I'd have to put my hand over my eye and try to do something, and I couldn't fucking do it because I didn't have the depth perception. And it was like, damn.
Yeah, he learned to use other types of what they call distance cues to figure out how far away things are.
Yeah.
But here's a funny thing: there ain't no one-eyed people in professional sports. Try to throw a 40.
That's a fantastic point, dude. I need to write a book about that. What the fuck?
I know a snowboarder that's got one eye, and he was really good, but they were trying to talk him into the Special Olympics because he had one eye.
That's an interesting fact. Full stop.
It's really hard to get your CDL too if you have one eye.
That's right. It's extremely hard, right? Yeah. So yeah, there's stereo vision is a thing, man. And if you stand on top of a mountain and look out, see the depth of the hills and everything, the trees, you'll be like, holy shit, man, that's great depth. Now you take a picture of it and you come home and you look at it and go, that don't look anything like I was fucking standing when I was standing on that mountain, man. It's not even close. No picture can ever capture what you can see with your eyes, man. Period. But not as two eyes, not one. Now one is looking through a telescope, man. You're only looking. I guess you
No,
can,
it's
you know.
100%.
Right?
I used to do a lot of off-roading, yeah, and I used to have a camera in my car, or we'd take photos, and I'd say to my mates, fuck, I was on this steep as hill, like, 45 degrees. It was crazy. And then you show them the video and they're like, man, it looks like you're on flat ground. What are you talking about?
Exactly. It looks flat because it is flat because you're looking on a flat screen, man. Remember that. I always tell these Globers, I'm like, dude, every picture you've ever seen is flat as fuck all, man. If you got evidence to the contrary, man, let me know because that's it. There is no more flat. There's nothing more flat than a computer screen or your phone. We lost India. He bailed. He fucking bounced. Well, Happy New Year to everybody. Whatever year it is, I don't know. Last time I checked, it could be 1,000 years off. Yeah, it could be. I don't know. I could be wrong. I can't guarantee anything really, except what I can see with my own two eyes, man, and that I'll guarantee it for sure.
I could be full of shit, but I feel like you can kind of see a lot more more of the moon in like a better way when you use binos, like binoculars, versus probably like a one-eyed camera. Yeah, telescope.
Yeah. Or like a P900 or something, yeah.
Like I don't obviously I can't confirm if the Earth is spherical, whatever it may be, but I was just looking at it earlier, and I think is it waxing? I don't know, but the top of it,
it's waning actually.
It's waning.
Yeah. Wax on, wane off. Yeah, it's waning off. Wax on, wax.
I noticed that sometimes you can see the silhouette of the dark side of the moon, or like
the unlit part, the formation,
part, yeah.
Formations of what would be a circle that's not lit. Yeah, you can still see like part of the formations, but you can't see it all the time, man.
Yeah, sometimes you can't see it at all, and it's
exactly
just non-existent. That's how it is now, and I was looking at it
like
through a
not
pair
even
of
there,
binoculars.
right?
Yeah, I was looking at it through
crazy.
a pair of binoculars, and the exact like crossing line before like you get the lit part before it goes into the unlit part. Like it almost looks like it kind of rolls off into itself. Like you get this like the very slightest darkening of the edge. Like it looks like it kind of rolls into itself. That's just what I thought personally. I have no clue what's going on.
Well, I'm glad you got to look at it tonight, so it's kind of fresh in your head. And
oh man, yeah.
I spent
and I do notice
out there tracking that bitch.
I do notice that like on the outer edges, you see that almost like that violet purple looking ring sometimes.
Yeah, it definitely is doing some weird optics around the edges for sure. I mean, that's a fact. I mean, I know there's a guy that I watched. He had okay. Here's the funny thing, man. I mean, talk about telescopes and how great telescopes they put Hubble and whatever, but none of those great telescopes, 100-incher, 200-incher, whatever, 50-meter telescopes, none of them live stream fuck all, man. But there was this guy in Florida, man. His name's Chris, and he would do live streams of the moon and different, whatever we call planet. He'd do Saturn or Jupiter or something. And he had like, 20 grand worth of equipment, and he would do 4K live streams, and you could watch him, and you could ask him, man, go back to the moon, or go check out Saturn or whatever. And you go, all right, let's go check it out. And he would zoom in on it, whatever. And it was great. It was an interaction with a telescope, for fuck's sake, man. I mean, the guy would.
Did you ever capture some really cool stuff?
Yeah, he captured a Jupiter wave and a Saturn wave. If you know what a lunar wave is, yeah.
I don't think I do.
You've never heard of a lunar wave? Oh shit! I don't think I can show you a lunar wave. But it's like a wave that goes past the moon, and it kind of disrupts the turbulence of what you're seeing on the moon, and it does it twice. It does it like 2 different times, real quick, within like 10 seconds. Anyway, you could probably Google it, lunar wave.
Are they predictable, or are they completely just like?
No, they're a little bit unpredictable, but it's definitely a phenomenon. I sent it to a scientist, man. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? And he never got back to me. And I know the guy personally. He just ignored me, bro. Ignored me.
What are you two lunatics talking about? Have y'all ever been to the ground position of the moon?
Well, of course not. Don't be ridiculous.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That would be so cool. Yeah, it would be. That would help potentially. But yeah, that's not going to happen. So reality sets in, man. Your team lost, Globe. You just got to accept it, man. You can go bitch at the refs all you want, but the fucking refs, the game's over. Clock ran out. The Globe lost, man, in my opinion.
The Globe lost, right? Flat Earther, right? 2024, space is real.
There we go. Let's do it. I can get some t-shirts made tomorrow. No. It's great where we live because we can check it out. Earth is pretty check-outable. Last time I checked it out. It's pretty, you can check it out. The stars in the sky, you can look at them and watch the patterns that they make year after year. But you're not going to go there and go, hey man, this is made of fucking plasma, aluminum, hydrogen, and a little bit of magnesium. Throw in some, whatever else you want to throw in. Superfluid helium, whatever. You don't know what the fuck it's made of.
Superfluids in one eye.
Superfluid is in the eye. There is eye fluid, I've heard. I don't know, man. I haven't checked that out either, man. Do you know when you're born with your eyeballs that they're pretty much the size they're going to be forever? Your whole life? They don't grow like the rest
Tell
of your
me
body.
more.
I'm just telling you, man. Go check it out. Don't believe me? Eyeballs when you're born, that's it. That's what size they are.
They change color, though.
Change color, but they don't grow. They don't get any bigger. So that's an interesting phenomena. That's all I'm saying. I'll be back in 45 seconds. Hold on. Carry on.
Neither did the thing in my pants, unfortunately.
Fucking eyeballs don't grow, okay? I like it. It's kind of weird. Myocardial infarction is the word for the day. So
What was that?
space, I don't know. You said eyeballs
don't know.
don't grow.
You said it.
Yeah,
Eyeballs.
myocardial.
Go ahead.
Myocardial infarction.
I'm having trouble keeping up with what's going on here.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes that's a good thing, and sometimes it's a bad thing. But for the most part, when you're trying to catch up, that means you're behind. And But the conversation can shift quickly around here. You guys have seen it. Come on. So try to keep up, man. Try to keep up.
Try.
Eyeballs don't change. I mean, you're born with eyeballs, and that's it, man. They don't like grow into like big eyeballs, man. That's pretty much it. That's the size you're gonna get when you're born with eyeballs. Pretty interesting phenomenon. That's all I'm saying, man. I got no other information. I talked to my optometrist, and she said, "Yeah, you're right." And I was like, "Cool, thanks."
I'm just imagining like really ugly baby.
Yeah, you're gonna be ugly-eyed for the rest of your life. Sorry, man. It's just shit happens. But that's all subjective. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, man. Come on.
Is it though?
Yeah, but it's
No.
also programmed into your mind what beauty is, and it's also programmed into your mind what success is. If you're not rich and famous and living on a beach, you're not successful or something. Is kind of the norm. If you're not the Kim Kardashians or the fucking Taylor Swifts of the world, you're just a piece of shit, man.
I mean, what the fuck are you doing with yourself?
Flatman, my bro, man. Fuck. All right, you're gonna straighten this shit out for me, man. Come on. You gotta help me with this one, bro.
Fucking hell.
Are you off work? Or are you at work?
Yeah. No, I'm
You're
off.
off? Yeah, excellent.
Yeah.
Man. Cool, man. Thank you guys for having me. Kick me out anytime. It's cool. I dig it. It'll be all right, man.
But
It'll work out.
there's always tomorrow.
There's always tomorrow, man. Enjoy the moment, or Issa Mikulski says, man, do it the fun way, or you're fucking it up, man. So have fun with it. All right. Good to see you, Flat, man.
We're fucking
Good to
bond.
see you, bro.
Happy New Year, man.
What's up?
I tell you, whatever.
Yeah,
Happy
Happy New Year.
fake ass New Year, or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I told my nephew last night. I was at a little dinner kind of thing early. Well, happy fake New Year. I saw his head jerk back. I went, what? I go, yeah, the calendar thing, man. I kind of messed with it. Gregorian calendar.
Fucked up. We don't know what day it is.
You know what fucking, you don't know what day it is, what year it is. It kind of basically was what I said to him. Yeah, I hope he thought about it. But his head did turn. I think I might have clicked a little something in his head. I don't know. He's 23 years old.
Can you explain it to me?
Well, the calendars have been shuffled throughout history. I mean, if you look at our calendar that we go by, man, it doesn't make sense as far as October is, Oct is the 9th month, right? Is that Oct? Right? And Sept?
Oct is 8.
Yeah, right. But our October is the 9th month, right? August is our 8th month.
10. Or, wait.
Yeah, so it's messed up. I don't have all the answers for that, but it's messed up. For sure, man. It's been, you think about it, man. It's been just messed with throughout history, and you can go back and look. There's all kinds of different calendars, pick one.
Essentially, it's supposed to be locked up with the lunar, with the way the moon works, right?
Right.
But they just threw that in the bin. Yeah.
So they messed with our sky clock, our sky calendar versus our calendar that we use. And ideally, man, that the new year would land somewhere around April 1st. Would probably be a good day.
April Fool's Day. Yeah.
April Fool's Day. Isn't
You're a fool because you think that it's
because you're
fucking
fools because you think this is just a Fool's Day, but it's actually the first day of the year. There you go. That's how I would do it if I was if I was a fucking Mongo. cuck fucking Mason fucking whatever. We're like, yeah, let's go with that one, man. Let's mess him up like that because that's pretty funny, bro. That's funny. I like it. That's funny.
Hey, let's
April
tell them that we
Fool.
live on a ball, and then let's
Yeah.
drop a ball on January 1st. Go fuck yourself.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey.
We're
So
gonna drop a
why is
ball.
it in April, the first of the year, technically?
I don't know. That's usually when like you've got the beginning of spring, and that's when really things start to begin new again. All the plants are new again. All the regrowth is new again. That would be a true new year. The beginning of the regrowth back into the new, instead of we're still
That's a
in the
lot
Who wants
more
to have a new
intelligent.
year when it's fucking
yeah, it's a lot more
freezing outside?
intelligent. It makes more sense. It's because it's too simple. People don't think about it. You got to think about it. How to make it simple. And
Wow. I
perfect.
totally just fucking.
Yeah, man. I didn't make that up. I learned that from somebody. I was like, yeah, it made sense to me.
13 months and 28 days, wasn't it?
I lost you, man. You sound like a
13 months, 28 days. Yeah,
Yeah,
AJ.
13 months, 28 days. Yes, that's 13 months, 28 days. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense because that's how the moon cycle works for sure, and the sun, together. They're like yin and yang, those bitches.
Couldn't you also think of Couldn't you also think of January 1st being the first revolution of the sun making its way back in?
Well, no, because it started on the
21st.
28th. Oh, so on the 21st, it stopped. So it started coming back around the 23rd, 24th. On the 24th, it starts coming back. Is right? It's 3 days,
That
man.
bitch comes around every day for me, bro.
Well, I mean, it starts coming back towards us, bro. I mean, like, not like
for
over
spring.
our heads. It's by the 6 months from now, it's going to be right over our heads, and we're going to be sweating our balls off, and be like, "Fuck you guys, man."
So since maybe it has something to do with Jesus Christ's birthday.
There's definitely been some people who have made that connection where it's like 3 days. Jesus was dead for 3 days. Yeah, I've seen all those correlations that are definitely worth looking into. Man, check it out. Don't believe us. But I like to look at the beautiful things that we all get to surround ourselves with, whether it's river, lake, sunset, sunrises, moon, stars, all that. It's all there, man. We can check it out. And we can find out what's working, what's not. And the sun's been working, man. That bitch works perfect every time. The moon's pretty solid. It's been doing its thing. It's good. The stars, they all reset.
Second law of thermodynamics says it doesn't last forever.
Why is that?
Energy doesn't renew itself.
That's the first law.
Oh, is that the first law?
I think that's the first. Yeah.
Maybe I need to get my shit right first.
It's all right, man. We all make mistakes. I'll let it. Yeah, I could have fucked that up just as bad as you, for sure. But yeah, energy does not renew itself, man. How about that? Think about that for a couple of years. Oh, I have. Wow, that's weird.
That's my only real evidence of there could be a God. I'm not an atheist, but
yeah, man, definitely a creator, whatever. That's pretty evident. But how it works, how he did it, I don't know. Fuck all, man. Nobody else does either. So there's that. But it is amazing living here. I'll tell you that. That's what I'm really happy about, is got to experience this place for what all it is, and the ups and the downs and the positives and the negatives and all the corruption and the beautifulness of the fucking people giving. And it's like, okay, somewhere in the middle here, there's an answer to all this shit. And We'll just keep looking for it, and we'll find it. Hey, we're so close, man. I can feel it. Yeah, we've been busting down walls for years now, and it's been great to see some walls at least getting shook at the foundation, a minimum. But yeah, the foundation's crumbling, and I get to see it every day. They're getting more and more desperate coming in here, man. They're getting desperate. And
What's our big step, man? How do we fucking completely just crack the code?
I think we just stay the course, man, and it'll come to us just like the rest of this shit came to all of us, man. It's gonna come, and we're just gonna keep putting the pieces together. It's a big puzzle, but you can't give up, man. If I've seen so many people just walk away from it all, man, and say, I don't know, man. I'm gonna go to the beach. Fuck you guys. I'm like, all right, man. I might meet you over there later, but I gotta, try to figure out the second law of thermodynamics a little bit more, or something, whatever it is. I might get into, but might get into the first one, the first law. Damn. Energy's a fun thing, man. But there was a free energies talking earlier this week, but. What if we had all free energy and we all could just do whatever we want? Yeah, I still think that's just not the solution to everything. I don't. It's part of the solution. It'd be great to have free energy, bro. Don't get me wrong. But it's not going to solve all the problems, man. There's still got to be dudes that want to go plant a bunch of crops and take care of some cows and slaughter them or whatever. Somebody's got to pick the fruit. And those people I want to hang out with, man. I've met fruit pickers and people, fixing the power lines. And those are the people I want to hang out with because they're doing real things. But, the whole system, overall needs definitely a correction. And it's going to happen, man. They're going to want to try to correct this shit just like they did with, a few years ago. But they'll There's no easy path down this road. It just isn't, man. I mean, would love to say, we got it, but together, man, we've been crushing. So just keep on it, man. Tomorrow you take a sleep, get some rest, get some good food, and you'll have an idea that none of us have ever thought about. I guarantee it. And every time I come in here, there's always somebody bringing up something I never thought about. I never thought about it. Or I never thought about it that way. Wow, that's interesting. And you just got to put that. What do you got?
I've been thinking about a lot lately.
Yeah?
With all of this ushering in the new world order and all of
Yeah.
that, I see it as they're building up a boogeyman. This is the WEF and the UN, the BRICS, all that
The
stuff.
invisible enemy. We gotta find it.
Yeah, they're building up a
There you go.
boogeyman so that the savior comes in and with the plan, with the like the Q-tards they talk about just trust the plan or whatever. Like
Trust
they're
the fucking
they're
plan.
it's like the Hegelian dialectic, like they're setting up their
Problem, reaction, solution.
exactly.
Alien guy. I love that, man. When I learned that, I was like, damn. Why didn't they teach me that in third grade? Fucking bastards. Assholes. Anyway. I like it, Kim. How you doing? Happy fake ass New Year, whatever year it is.
I'm all right. Just having a good time with the family since
Yeah. It's holidays and it's just festive and it's a great time of year.
it's good because my husband gets off work.
Yeah, you got your husband home and enjoy that, man. That's what you have to do, man. You got to separate
His daughter came to visit.
all these priorities in our lives, but man, to me, man, the truth is it's a big priority. It's not the most absolute fucking fuck all. I got to take care of my family, right? That's fuck all first, right?
Yeah, and I love
Full
my
stop. Full stop. AJ, he left. Okay. That's illegal to say full stop. And it's what the hell? Anyway, full stop. That means that's it. That there's no more to talk about. When you say full stop, that's the end. That's all the facts you need. Full stop. They're outlawing that in Australia, according to AJ. You can check with him on that. But there isn't. Somebody posted something there in the text earlier. But anyway, what a strange world, man. They want to, dude. They really want to. This disturbs me, man. Probably more than any censorship we've ever seen. And they actually want to censor your text now. And that is becoming a thing, and it did in the last couple of months, man. They snuck a couple stories in here and there, man. I think it was like T-Mobile was going to crack down on hate speech on texts. That is a fucking story, man, that I saw in the mainstream. And now, you know how they like to do things. They like to put it out there and see what happens. And I think they put it out there like a couple months ago, and they kind of shelved it, man. It's not really, nobody's talking about it, but literally that was a thing. So if your texts start getting censored by your provider, then we're done, man. That's it. We're done. Because I got texts going with people that are just fucking stupid, man. I mean, like,
Oh yeah,
dude,
I can't go through all that shit and delete all
right?
that shit. Come on.
Fuck, I couldn't delete it if I tried, man. I'd have to completely blow up every social fucking thing I've ever done in my life. You know, I'd be like, okay, man, I gotta delete all these pictures. And, yeah, it's not, and fuck, it's all out there. But if you start censoring my fucking text, bro, oh shit. And I don't think it worked, man. That's why they pulled back, because I think they realized that the people were going to be like, fuck you, T-Mobile, man. I'm out of here. Fuck off, you know? And I think
They've already got access to everything through the Patriot Act. They just want us to fucking be like, yeah, start censoring our text. Yeah, we got to stop that hate speech. But in reality, bro, they can access all of our shit already a long time ago.
Yeah, but they want to censor what we say. And you've been down the censorship fucking train as long as I have. And I've watched guys with, subs, 300,000, 400,000 subs, just get their fucking channels gone one day. And it's just
wiped out.
And they're like, dude, man, they took it down. Sorry, I was talking too much truth. So, yeah, if they want to censor your text now, Dave, man, new perspective. You hear? I mean, what do you think of people getting their texts censored, man? What do you think of that?
What? That's happening?
T-Mobile, bro. It was
What's up,
like
Dave?
2 months. T-Mobile 2 months ago. There were some news articles. I fucking just skimmed across the headlines, but yeah, that was it. But they pulled that shit back quick, man. It was just out there for a minute, and now it's kind of, you could probably search
What,
it.
they were saying they're going to do that, or they're
Yeah, they want to. They want to do it. They want to clean up their network or whatever.
No.
Right?
So you send a text to somebody and they get it. It says something different.
If it says no. If you say, hey man, I don't think what's going on over here in this part of the world is against my religion, and that's, you don't like that, and it's like they literally hate speech. They're calling everything hate speech, man. If I say, hey man, I don't like fucking, dude, I don't like to go to Ohio because I think Ohio is a fucking piece of shit. Yeah, they won't let me say that. They won't let me fucking say that, bro. I'd be like, what do you mean you don't like Ohio? I'm like, dude, I've been to Ohio, bro. Fuck off. I know people from Ohio, man. Fucking shithole, man. And there's no way I'd live there. There's no way. But no, that's hate speech, right? So They want to censor your, so much, bro. It's getting ridiculous. Is my point. I think I'm trying to get at, man. It's like, where's it end, man? I mean, like, I walked out. I got some mail from, the Good Samaritans. Oh, you're a Good Samaritan. Oh, that means you're in we're not allowed to send your mail ever again. Like what? What? I mean, just because I was part of the Good Samaritans Club, fuck, man. I mean, I was just like donating a few hundred every year to help the kids in Africa. Nope. Yeah, fucking your shit's censored, bro. You can't help the kids in Africa ever again.
You got it. Yeah, that's right. You gotta let them fucking sickos.
You are a fucking Democrat cockbit, or you're a Republican cockbit because you supported the poor kids in Africa. Like what? I mean, if it gets to that point, man, come on. I mean, but if you go, man, the Earth's flat, and without a doubt, I got proof, 100%. You got fuck off.
It's misinformation, bro.
It's misinformation, man. You're done. You're gone, man. You fucking done. And that's just waxed me out, man. Every time.
Wait a minute. So are you saying that they're gonna that they just wouldn't send that text, or they would actually cancel your?
Yeah, they want to fine you, bro. Fine you $3,000.
What?
Yes, they're gonna fine you $3,000 for sending out a text that says, I don't accept this war that's going on over here or whatever.
Holy shit. That's another
$3,000, dude. They want to fucking fine you, bro. I mean so when I saw that, but it was a quick story, man. It was in and out of the news real quick, and it was like, oh, I just paid attention. I went, well, that was interesting. $3,000 fine for, hate speech. It's fucking hate speech, dude.
Well, that's the thing. This thing with Trump, when he was getting out of office, we talked about this. I forget Bill, whatever it was, but it was like he was the whole thing with him with not being able to be on the platform or whatever. He wanted to get rid of the rights, the protection rights that Twitter or YouTube or anybody might have with posting everyone's content without responsibility, right?
Yeah.
He was trying to get rid of that, right? But it was but it's in the name of free speech because
I remember that. You and I
thing. What do you mean? You're trying to get rid of their protection, but you're protecting free speech. So you're saying but that would basically make all of us responsible for our own content. And all those kind of fines then come up. If you're responsible for your content, you posted this, now you're liable for saying that directly, you.
Yeah.
So it's about free speech, but it works the opposite way.
That was
because now you can't post anything. And then the whole thing about the fake news with him, he came in, first thing he did was, going after fake news, but then he redefined it being all about him rather than, Sandy Hook or whatever. So this could be bad if he comes in and does and goes and puts that bill through that he was talking about over and over again.
Yeah.
Then it would be like a militarized information thing. This is the truth. That's why we're getting rid of the fake news, and anything we say could be considered fake news then.
Welcome to 1984, bro. But
you know what I'm saying? I hope he's not that guy. I hope they don't make him play that role, but I think they might.
You never know, man. But hey, we can speculate a little bit. Is it still Sunday? No, it's Monday. All right. How about Mongo Monday, man? Can we do Mongo Monday?
What are we censored here too? Is that the problem?
Yeah, we're censored, man. Here for sure, man. I mean, we can't.
Are we censored on this?
We're fucking censored right on 24/7 Flyer Discord, man. For sure.
You have to have a special day or something for speculation now.
Well, we do have Sunday speculations,
right?
But
I'm just kidding.
Me too, man. But we do have Mongo Mondays, man.
Mongo Mondays, why not?
Fucking Mongo for the Monday.
Mongo Mondays.
But we could do that. Come in here with your Mongo, whatever. It'll work
Well,
out.
it's speculation. I mean, it's whatever. I mean, I think that I don't know. Does that sound right? I mean, maybe I'm misinterpreting the whole way that bill's supposed to go, with the way it would make us responsible and possibly fine us. But I think that's right. I think it's the opposite of what you hope.
Right. Well, you and I did. I think we both realized that when we read it together.
Yeah.
And it was like, wait a minute, man. Is that what I think it's saying? And I double checked with you. I'm like, dude.
Right.
And I looked at you and I
Why
was
is
like,
that a good thing? Why is it?
really?
How, only Trump
What
could sell that as a good thing. I'm gonna look it up.
fuck did that? Yeah, it was.
The reality may
Dude,
be
that was
much
like
scarier
4
than
years ago. It was like
fiction.
4 years ago, bro. We looked at that. So it's not fresh in my mind. But anyway,
Right.
but I remember that. It was a complete trick fuck. What I call, flip flop. It's the yin yang fucking trick fuck. They tricked us into one thing, and it's like it's going to protect the internet from free speech to totally, but it actually worked the opposite, man. I was like,
Yeah.
am I reading that right? Fuck, it was bad, man. But
Hey, do you guys want to go like we did that one time, Flat Earth dude, when we went to politics? Do you want to go, me, you, and Dave go bum rush Geos and fucking create a chaos?
I'll go to Geos. Fuck yeah, man.
Let's do it.
They
Let's
got
go
they got
fucking bum
Arma
rush
in
it.
there. Arma's in there trying to defend stuff.
Oh, is it boring? Is it boring?
Arma's sometimes pretty boring, but yeah, he's unbelievably bally.
Hey,
So
Dave.
we're gonna complain. We're gonna complain about the trick fucks and then plan a trick fuck. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not do that.
There you go. God, I love that. Yeah, you got it, man. You're shit. That's why we're gonna win, bro. 'Cause you can't let anything slide around here, man. You just can't let it fucking. It's not gonna happen, man. It's just not. It's not. Trick fuck, man. Yeah, that's been a vocabulary of mine for over 20 years, man. I'll get some shit in the mail. I'm like, nah, that's a trick fuck. I can see that shit 100 miles away, man. I swear to God. I mean, I don't even have to open it, man. I can, nah, they're selling some cuck shit here, man. Nope, pitch it. Yeah, but it takes years of looking at that shit to recognize it. It's the same thing in media and music and all these great mediums that we enjoy. I mean, we got more mediums than anyone in all of human history, as far as I can tell. But they might have had computers, 2,500 years ago. But I don't know, man. Evidence for that is it's pretty shitty, man. It's
I'll
it's
tell you
not
what,
gonna work.
I like to test my discernment, so I'll be rubbernecking, trying to see like a bad car accident. You don't want to see it, but you can't look away.
Right. Sure. That's a fact. I mean, human nature will do that, man. If there's a fire over there, man, you'll pay attention. I can guarantee it. Oh shit, there's a fire over there. Fucking we know that's hot. That registers in our brain pretty quickly. It's not complicated, man. Oh shit. The earth is flat. Oh look, it'll register straight away, man, if you look at it. It's flat. Water's flat, man. I mean, there's more factual than water will lay flat. If it's undisturbed and contained, man, that shit'll lay
Dude,
flat.
listen, Kenny, listen to
Guaranteed.
this shit. They got a fucking furry event on the politics channel. I mean, fuck off.
Well, we don't want to go furry over there, man. Forget that.
What the fuck?
Well, a psyop.
This world's going to shit, bro. This
So,
world's going to
dude,
complete
the
shit.
furry psyop, man. I think that was like a couple of years ago, almost.
Wait, are you saying the furries are controlled opposition?
Well,
holy shit! What a
that
picture!
That's the funniest thing I've heard this year, man. The furries are the controlled
The
opposite.
distraction, bro. The distraction, CIA, bro.
Was the sick part back?
That's the funniest thing I've. The year's kind of young, but that's the funniest thing I've heard this year for sure.
Hey man, at least I got it on the scoreboard. Shit,
Yeah,
yeah.
but I'm saying like the sick part about it
Furries.
is that it normalizes and
Bestiality.
yeah, an abomination. So
And so last year I learned a phrase that a few of you might not have ever heard before, but I certainly had never heard it. But maybe
Hit
you
me
have.
with it.
And it was called "Are you smelling what I'm stepping in?"
Oh, what the fuck is that?
So if I'm telling you a story, man, if I ask you, man, are you smelling what I'm stepping in?
Hey, you're not saying anything slick to a can of oil.
But that was my favorite term from 2023, man. Thank you. Thank you, Kim. That was so fucking good.
Or how about the
Yeah.
old school one? You can't bullshit a bullshitter. That's always a classic.
Well, that goes back a few decades, man. But
That's
2023,
a
I mean,
classic.
yeah, that's an oldie but a goodie where I come from.
Stepping in shit and smelling it. I give it a 50-50.
Are you smelling what I'm stepping in? Come on. You gotta hit it at the right context, though, man. You gotta be, are you listening to
Drop
what
it
I'm
at the
saying?
perfect time.
Are you listening to what I'm saying? Are you smelling what I'm stepping in? It's just my favorite term from 2023. Thank you. That's it. You got a favorite from 2023? Hit it,
and
man.
that's it for me. Thanks.
Shut
What'd
up.
you say? What was it, Flat Seat? Well, I'm surprised you haven't heard that before, Flat Earth dude.
No, I didn't hear it before 2023. That was the first time I ever heard it.
That's a good one, dude.
It is a good one. Yeah. I've used it like many times this last 6 months or so more. But yeah, it's a good one.
I'm
Thank
smelling
you.
what you're stepping in.
Are you smelling what I'm stepping in?
Definitely.
Yeah, I can step into all kinds of shit. But I really, on this server, man, I try to keep it to flat earth. I really, really do not want to step into, too far out of earth on this particular Discord, man. I don't want to.
Too many piles of shit. Yeah, you gotta
Yeah,
keep
there's
it
a
to
lot of
certain
piles of
amount.
shit we can step in, man, and we got to stay away from a lot of them. Most of them. Yeah, actually, we're going to stay away from. You know what? We're going to stay away from all the piles of shit except flat Earth on this Discord, man.
All right.
You know what I
about
mean?
does gas
I
have
don't give
weight?
a fuck. I don't give a fuck, man.
Does gas have weight?
Does gas have weight? That's a perfect, great analogy. Here's my experience with gas. Okay, I used to be a propane guy, like the barbecue, and I would go down and get propane tanks filled up. Actually, at a place that would stick a hose on my tank, and when I brought the tank, man, it was light, right? And when he put the fucking hose on that thing and he filled it up, when I was carrying it back to my car, man, I had to carry that bitch with 2 fucking hands. It is fucking heavy. So I am in the gas can have weight camp for sure.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, that was a perfect opportunity for you to understand what's going on in your canister.
Exactly.
I was gonna say it was the liquid at the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that is certainly an area that we can pursue, and we have pursued this in the past. I know we've all been down the propane tank analogies, right? We've all been down
Wormhole.
And the fact is, man, when they put the fucking gas in my fucking tank, man, it was fucking heavy as fuck all, man. And you guys can check me on that, but I think it's true, man. I mean, if it's full of propane, now whether it's liquid or not, that's different. That's a totally different science. But the fucking thing was heavy when I put it back in my car, man. It's fucking heavy.
Yeah, because they sold it to you as liquid propane.
It does say liquid propane.
Yes, because
on the tank that was right next to where I got it filled up. It
I
did say
rest my case,
liquid.
Your Honor.
Oh shit! Case closed. Case closed.
when you shake it, you could feel the weight sloshing
Well, you
in
can
the
hear
liquid,
it
right?
sloshing around in there. Yeah, it's like pouring gasoline in a tank. It's no different, man. If you've ever filled up
Right,
a
the fumes are coming up.
yeah,
Yeah.
fumes, yeah, but there's no fumes. I mean, that shit was pretty sealed, but yeah, you can feel it sloshing around in there. It's liquid propane, right?
Right.
You're right. It's liquid, and I love that, man. You can check this shit out for yourself. I checked it out. I agree with you, but it is heavier. You also
liquid-
have to admit that
But
it is
not
heavier.
the gas, but you're not weighing the gas.
Oh, okay.
It's the liquid.
I'm smelling what you're stepping in.
You smelling what? Yeah, you
Yeah,
smelling
Kenny.
what?
Kenny, we're not gonna send you in the wrong path here.
Yeah. I'm smelling what you're stepping in.
There's a bunch of piles of shit. We're trying to get you to avoid all the bad ones.
But this does have to relate to Earth in
It
in
does
every
because
sense, man. Every sense.
the ballers need gas to have weight because
Ah.
they want to describe the atmosphere as layered.
And that's interesting. It's just layered like a cake, like
Yes.
like a cake. So we have different layers of cake that totally will complete.
That's not atmosphere is oxymoron, obviously, right? Air shape. Air doesn't have a shape.
I'm smelling.
Yeah.
I'm smelling it.
And the atmo is made up of many different gases.
Oh, yes. Apparently it is, man. It's got a shitload of gases. I mean, you got hydrogen, helium, fucking nitrogen, oxygen. Yeah, there's a shitload of gas. There's gas, bro. I mean, like it's just heavy gas and light gas and heavy, light, kind of like a cake. It's like you got the thick part of the frosting, layered. It's layered.
Oh man. Now is it like marbled chocolate and vanilla, or is it just chocolate?
Yeah. Marble, chocolate, vanilla, fudge.
Oh
and then
man, that
you got a
sounds
little
fucking
caramel,
good.
you got a little caramel in there, little caramel, right? And then down below that, man, you got dark chocolate. You know what I'm saying?
Sounds pretty damn good.
Yeah. Does sound. You know what? I want a dark chocolate crust for a cake, man. That's the one I want, man. Anyway, so we got layers of the atmosphere, and we figured out that gases they're heavy and they're light.
No, you can say they're weightless.
Some of them are weightless.
Just say
Yes,
no. They're
weightless.
all weightless.
Wait a minute, man. Okay, we know helium's weightless. Nitrogen for sure, 100%.
If I hold my breath and get on the scale, am I gonna weigh more, Kenny?
That's the second funniest thing I've heard this year. We have to bring that up to one of those mongos. Even T-Dub's laughing his fucking balls off upside down, but that's okay. If I hold my breath, am I going to weigh more on a scale? Oh,
fuck off!
Fuck off! I hope you guys are having fun. Maybe not. Yeah, fucking bring something to the
Feel
table.
free to ban me and feel
free to
kick
ban me or kick
Kenny.
my ass out of here, man. I only got about maybe like 15 more minutes. I got to go to bed, but let's keep laughing because this shit is funny, man. Right, Flatman? Come on. You laughing?
It's hilarious. Oh yeah. Dying. I almost spit my drink out twice.
If it wasn't funny, man, you'd have been gone. Man. Like, I got to get the fuck out of here. This is not fun. But reality is fun, and we can check it out. and when you blow up their mysteries, their magic, man, it is kind of fun, man. It is. Hey, new perspective, man. You there? Where you
I'm
at?
here. Yeah, I missed the last couple jokes. I was spaced out looking for this thing when we guys started talking about trick fuck. I made a meme that used trick fuck. And what was the last thing I missed that was funny?
Nothing, man. I just want to wish you a happy fake ass New Year and
Happy 2020 flat.
happy 2020 flat. I like it. Oh, write that down, man. Make a meme with that one, man.
Hey, you
It is
fucking
the year.
missed our New Year's Eve party last night, bro. It was fucking hilarious, dude.
I
Yeah,
was
Tried to
people were
contact
asking
your
where
ass.
you're at. People were asking where you're
I think
at.
it was like, where's fucking Kenny when we need him, bro?
That was Flatman asking where the hell
Hey, I
is
appreciate
Kenny?
you. I
What'd you do last
appreciate
night,
you,
Kenny?
man. Dude, last night was I was just with my wife, man. Let's just say that, man. I was with my wife all
All right.
night.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that. We'll leave
Leave
it
it
at
at
that.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, man. I got you gotta take care of the wife. That was it. We had a great evening, man. Wasn't nothing special. No music, bands, dancing.
Okay.
Too many
I figured you
parties.
went out.
I didn't drink a fucking stitch last night. You guys would be like, "What? Fuck?" No, I didn't drink anything all night.
No way.
And yeah, for sure, man. It was New Year's
On
Eve, and
New Year's?
that's when the like amateurs start to drink, and I'm like,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
a pro,
You're like, I'm a
man.
professional. Fuck you guys.
Fuck, I ain't drinking tonight, man. I mean, that's amateur night, bro.
Oh, that's funny.
Well,
I'm a professional drinker. I'm not going to drink tonight.
I don't drink on New
This
Year's.
is amateur night. That's great.
So yeah, I
Well,
was.
you had a good time though. You still had a
Yeah,
good
yeah, it was mellow, man. I wish I could have come out with you guys, but anyway, we had a little family thing over at my wife's mom's house.
Oh, okay. So you went over there.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it was
that's
chill,
good. Yeah,
man.
that's good.
I got to see some nieces, nephews. Yeah, it was great, man. It was cool. Anyway, hung out there. We had some food, and we just went home, man. Kind of half-assed it. I went with the Las Vegas live stream. I was like, and it was pretty bitching, man. They had all these fireworks going off on top of all the hotels. I don't know if you saw it, man. But it was fucking crazy, dude. It was like I lived in Las Vegas for 4 years, man. I know the Strip. I know what they used to do on New Year's, but this was fucking stupid, man. I mean, there were so many fireworks going off the top of hotels, and that big giant stratosphere up there. Yeah, it was wicked, man. Fireworks everywhere in Vegas.
Yeah,
It was great.
Gio started playing the Fish show that he was streaming that was live, and we were watching that, and then it became like Beasticles and Flatman and me and
Right on.
a couple other people were sharing like our favorite, or would want to share whatever music we played. Hoax Me Slowly, of course, was one of my requests.
You guys played that shit last night?
Yeah, dude.
No.
Yeah. On
Thank you,
Geo's.
Gio.
On Geo's, it's a regular for Geo
Shout
to
out to
just
Gio,
let
man.
people start like sharing
You know what?
screen, playing music.
I told Gio, I don't know, it was like a week and a half, 10 days ago. I was like, hey, dude, do you ever do like a music kind of night where you just like, have like, do like a chill night where if there's a song that's burning in your head and you want to play it or whatever? And he goes, no, we never do that.
No,
so you guys
we never
played
do
music.
that.
You guys
But then
played
we did
music
it.
last.
Yeah, we
All
played
right.
music.
I hope I
Geo.
influenced that, man. I mean, I did.
Well, it was just like a rare thing because it was New Year's night and we're all like hanging out together.
That's awesome,
And
man.
He was
Great to hear that.
feeling good. So yeah.
Just playing some music, man.
Oh, and you know what? We also figured out if you take all the best clips from Flat Earth since 2015 and you play them all together, it syncs up perfectly with the movie Rocky.
Fuck off.
No, it's like a joke I made up today because we were talking. Because we were
All
talking.
right.
There was a whole discussion about like the Wizard of Oz syncing up with Pink Floyd,
Yeah.
and there's theories about other movies also doing that. And we were talking about how like it could just be the Fibonacci sequence of anything. Like like there's a certain
Dude.
like
I got it.
I've got it. I when I edited my films and videos that I've done, that you can put a soundtrack to something, and there's many coincidences that are right on the money with the timing of what you're trying to edit. And that happens. I'm not saying that Pink Floyd didn't try to edit it to that, because there's some like pretty incredible coincidences, but I think overall there would have been more. There would have been even stronger ones if they intentionally did it, and there wouldn't be any reason to just outright deny it. They might tease it or give you a wink about it if they actually did it, but there'd be no reason to
Hey,
hide it.
yeah. I got the strongest ones you've ever seen, man.
The
What
synchronicities.
you're talking about is
Oh,
100% right.
yeah.
And I'm gonna DM them to you. I won't
Uh-huh.
put them in here, but yeah, I'm gonna DM you something. You're gonna be like, oh shit, oh wow, it is. Anyway, I'll just send
What
it to you.
a song that you edited to something or what?
No. There's this guy, my friend, sent it to me, man. He's a normie, man. But I'm gonna go ahead and just I'm gonna DM it to you, man. You can watch it just like I did. I
Okay.
probably watched maybe like 6 or 7 of this guy's videos, and I was like, "What? Fuck off!" Like, okay, that we've hit a new level of cuckery, bro. A new level, bro.
Okay.
The shit they can mix now is fucking stupid, bro. Yeah. McClintock mashups, man. That's what we're gonna go for, man.
Okay.
McClintock, MC, lowercase c, capital C, Clintock, McClintock. All right, I'll send it to you, man. But anyway, check it out, man. It is absolutely the mashup of all mashups, bro. That put together all these cucky fucking songs that we all grew
Okay,
up
so it's
with.
edited on purpose. It's not coincidental synchronicity.
Yeah, but if you look at it and you're like, wait a minute, man. Anyway, it's a mashup, man. You guys knows about mashups for a decade now, at least, right?
Yeah, but I wasn't talking about that, so I didn't know if you were saying the same thing or not. But yeah, there's some that like when you edit stuff, like there's some that are just like I can't believe that beat happened to hit right
Right.
when the guy did that. And you didn't even intend it, but it happens because there's a certain pattern to things. But
Hey,
anyway, there
man.
was music last night. We were talking about Flat Earth being like Rocky and the Rocky music, that someone was playing similar to Rocky, like kind of a build of it, And
Okay.
there's a build, there's a build to this. And I also was making that joke earlier. I was like, also, yeah, I guess I have to note that the Rocky didn't win in the first movie, right? But he won in the hearts of all the people that were watching the
Right.
movie, hearts and minds. It was a win that didn't need to be like the public win. The public win needed to be, the way it usually goes is they give the tie to the champ, right?
Right.
But it was more about how far he took it, and that's kind of where we're at in a way. If mainstream accepts flat Earth, we lose. We've always said that, right? Like if they start doing flat Earth
Right.
taco stands and fucking pseudoscience about the firmament, exactly how thick it is, and all the bullshit they might attach to flat Earth, then we lose. So it's kind of like that in a way that we win, but by not winning in a way. We've already won. We've normalized the conversation. And if they start accepting it and attaching a bunch of lies to that truth, then that sucks, right? That then we lose, right? Right now we can just we have enough of us that where it's it's like we can just laugh at whatever bullshit they if they're going to keep with the space narrative, we know it's bullshit. If they start
Well,
going out of pounder shit, we don't
hey,
necessarily know it's bullshit.
hey, Dave, man. I don't know if you were here, like when I first got here, man, but there was a television commercial today on a football game I was watching, for an advertisement for a movie called ISS.
Oh yeah, that's coming up. There, a while back there, I was wondering because
dude.
someone mentioned that earlier. Tom Cruise is supposed to be in an ISS movie. Is he in it?
No, it's not a Tom Cruise movie.
Okay.
It's not. But it is a major
Mission Impossible 10. The ISS.
Mission Impossible 10.
Right?
But no,
17,000 miles an hour. And Tom Cruise is hanging off the side of the ISS.
And he's
even
fucking
though,
doing all his own stunts.
Yeah, all his own stunts on the ISS. That's what they were talking about. They were saying that he might go up there. I even made a meme about that. I probably can't find it. But it's all about
you motherfuckers have all heard that Tom Cruise wanted to do a movie in space. You guys have all heard this fucking story, right?
Right.
You guys don't think I'm not fucking kidding, man. This is
I thought it'd be funny to have like a Tom Cruise impressionist, calling up the ISS, the spokesperson, and be like, okay, or like the agent for Tom Cruise. So you wouldn't have to have an actor; just be like, Mr. Cruise wants to know: is the toilet really the only facility that he will use? There's only a 3-inch pipe hole that you have to aim into. I see here on the internet. Mr. Cruise would like a large seat. Very cushy.
Very $25 million cushy. I'm talking about
like they would have to have all the accommodations, and that would be a great little skit to put together. Like the things that they require for him that they just don't have. And he will not be drinking Russian urine. There must be only sparkling mineral water for Mr. Cruise on the ISS.
It's only sparkling water that touches Mr. Cruise's ass.
Right. And we would like to make sure that there is no farting. There's no one may fart around Mr. Cruise.
If Tom
we see it's closed area, it would be very smelly for a very long time.
To fart, you must go into the air chamber. If you have to,
we would like you to build a safe room.
Build a safe room. It would
for Mr. Cruise to avoid farts if he must.
Avoid farting. You're farting scary. Yeah.
It's just so funny, the joke.
Do you think Tom Cruise
just add on another wing, bro.
What's the question?
What's that?
Do you think it's possible that Tom Cruise drinks David Miscavige's urine?
That's out of my pay grade, dude, man. Sure.
He's the savior character of the Scientology religion.
Oh, okay. Then he must, yeah.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. L. Ron Hubbard was the originator of Scientology. He came out of Pasadena, man. He hung out with some interesting cats there in Pasadena. They built some rockets and stuff, man. These guys were rocketeers.
Now.
Oh shit! L. Ron Hubbard was hanging out with Parsons.
Jack Parsons.
Oh yeah.
Jack Parsons.
They were all in the same crew. They were all the occultists that
and then
space religion.
There's
a lot of space religion stuff in Scientology.
Oh my goodness. I've heard that if you're like in the Scientology religion, you can go to space, man. Like L. Ron Hubbard. And
well, don't they have like planets? Aren't you supposed to isn't heaven like a series of planets that you can get to, and only certain people can get to certain planets? Like the blacks can only go to like the second planet, and women the third.
Yeah, there's planetary discrimination.
Hierarchies. Yeah, planetary hierarchies for heaven. Planetary discrimination. It's funny.
Dude, I can't make this shit up, man. I swear to God. I mean, if I tried my best fucking day, I'd be like, no fucking way, man. But this shit flows naturally, and that's when you know it's right. You know what I mean? It's got to flow naturally. And if it don't, yeah, we're fucked. The world will present itself as reality, and you can check it out. Don't believe us, for fuck's sake, man. And in every situation, it will present itself as real or not. And
I
I
want
love
to
hanging out.
see. I want to see Tom Cruise though with no spacesuit on, holding his breath with fucking suction cups on the outside of the ISS, doing his own stunts, bro. That'd be a cool movie, bro.
How
What's
you know
interesting,
what?
he does fancy himself as a navigator, right? He's a pilot.
Yeah,
Promotes
he's a
it,
pilot.
So how can he believe? Like, how can he actually believe he can get past what he would call the hard, fast barrier? Right?
Well, I'll tell you how he believes it. It's because he doesn't even know it's an absolute fantasy to get past that barrier, man. I mean,
Oh,
Bro,
dude, Tom
if you
Cruise,
believe
he must know it's
if you
flat. He
believe
must
Lord
know.
Xenu is real, then everything's on the table.
Right. Yeah, if you don't believe we're actually in here together, then I can't have a conversation with you.
that's the third funniest thing I've heard this year. Hilarious.
You know, when somebody says we could be a brain in a vat, when you say to them, you go, yeah, you are a brain in a vat. We're standing right outside of you right now. We're looking at you, and,
Yeah.
and we're laughing at how hard it would be for you to believe us trying to convince you that you actually are a brain in a vat. There's no way you'll know that now.
Isn't that funny, man? Think about that, man. It's like, yeah. I mean, that's so Matrix shit. That's total Matrix
I
shit.
think I have to give AI credit for that one. I think he said that once.
Shout out to AI. Yeah. So reality presents itself to all of us, and we can go, hey, man, what evidence do you got for this spinning globe shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour? It's like, well, I got refraction. What? I got parallax. What? Okay. That's all you got, man. You got like a bunch of shit looking up in the sky, man, going, hey, for sure, man.
What do you got when I say the only way that a pilot can be trained to treat the Earth as stationary and level is if it's actually stationary and level?
Yeah. It's so simple, bro, man. It's like stupid simple. Oh, no shit, fucking Sherlock. Well, I got 28 documents that says that everything that they built on that plane or that rocket or whatever, it's flat, bro.
Listen, if the Earth is stationary and flat, right, then you need to fly the plane like it's a moving sphere. But if it's a moving sphere, treat it as if it's stationary.
Yeah, right. Like the opposite of that. Like if you were assuming that it's moving and if it's flat, you'd have all kinds of problems. Oh, here I made a meme for that. I happen to be running across looking for my trick fuck meme. Here, hold
my
on.
bad. My bad. I trick fucked you guys because when you guys fly over the flat plane, you're really flying over the globe because of gravity, man. Gravity, guaranteed.
Oh, it's all relativistic,
It's
Don't worry about it.
relativistic. It's also the it's realistic.
Sprinkle some refraction on there. It's don't worry
Yeah,
about
I
it.
got some refraction
Thinking
and
too
some,
much, yeah.
you
I'm gonna
guys
share this meme twice because it's better with the background, or maybe not. You can't read the first one as well, but so I did it twice here. There you go.
Oh,
I don't know which
what?
one's better.
Read it for us, Dave. Man. Read it.
It says, okay. That's basically what I just said. It says, okay, fine. You could just be a brain in a vat. In fact, you are. I'm fine. I'm standing on the outside of your container right now, thoroughly amused that you'd never believe me if I told you the truth.
That's hilarious.
That's fantastic, man. Yeah, that's the kind of shit AI and all these cocks will never ever fucking get, man. We are gonna just keep fucking blowing up their.
Has there been a good AI joke yet? We were talking about that the other day, because I know that they did some amazing things with lyrics and scripts that we saw.
Yeah,
creative stuff, like seemingly creative stuff. But have they written a good joke that no one's heard yet? That's what I want to know.
Nah, not one.
I don't know.
I haven't
I
heard
wouldn't
it.
be surprised if
Yeah.
if it was able to come
I
up.
haven't heard it.
But once that happens, then we're fucked.
Nah, we ain't fucked, man. We just gotta reassess our position. That's it, man. Because they're gonna keep coming with this shit, man. It's not like they're gonna. Oh, you guys are. Yeah, and they're not gonna give in, man. They'll just keep coming with. I mean, everything from refraction to ejaculation, man. They're gonna keep coming.
Did you say
And
erection to ejaculation?
I said from refraction to ejaculation.
They're gonna keep coming from.
They're gonna keep coming, man. Fuck these. Yeah,
they're gonna keep coming from erection to ejaculation. You watch. They'll keep coming and coming and coming.
That's the reality, bro. They're gonna keep coming, man. It doesn't matter, man.
Thus, the Earth is flat. Got to throw that in there to keep it on topic.
You gotta keep it flat, man. Gotta keep it flat.
Hey, erections are only possible on flat Earth. That's all I know.
It's just
flat Earth. Okay, yeah. See, there
ejaculation is only possible on flat Earth.
Because gravity, and it's complicated. Yeah.
So erections point which way in Australia?
Antipodal. Yeah.
Well, they point towards the North Star that you can't see. That
they can't point towards the North Star in Australia.
They call it the
Are you guys talking about phallus? Like the water?
We're talking about some fallacies, yeah.
We're talking about
we're teaching about fallacies, flat Earth. Yeah.
That obstruct
those
giant fallacies obstruct the visual perspective of flat stationary plane. Everybody knows this, man. If you guys have ever listened to Alex Jones, he says, without a doubt, there's aliens in the White House.
There's interdimensional, fourth-dimensional demon gobblers. They're actually breaking the veil. They're coming through a portal.
Interdimensional
Chinese. They're Chicom, alien demon creatures from the past that have come from the hollow earth, and they're here to take us over, folks. I just don't know what to tell you. Go to rebroadcast. I can't take it no more.
You guys are all turning the frogs gay. So
I got the documents right here.
I got the documents, without a doubt. You guys. Anyway, so
Washington Monument is a phallus, and it sits at 90 degrees.
Boom. Whatever you
Alex
guys
is
do,
a
man.
great guy. I went on his show. He told me about the interdimensional clockwork elves. So great, so wonderful.
Dude.
It's going to be a lot more of that coming up in 2024, man. It's coming, dude.
Oh, yeah.
But what's the deal with they were, I mean, not that I care to talk politics, but they were talking about him being like eliminated. Did that go through? Were they talking about him not being eligible in certain states? Was that just a tease?
Holy shit, fuck all, Dave. Without a doubt, literally. Okay, this is next level cuck shit, man. Say, hey, man, we can't even put the guy on the fucking primary fucking elections, much less the presidential elections. Oh my God. In Colorado, they're going to, Trump is out, man. He's out.
Well, that's what they say, but I think that's just to scare the
put him on the ballot.
It's just to scare the Trumpers. It's just to scare the Trumpers. They just want to make it all dramatic until they actually.
Without a doubt, man. Without a doubt, this is a fucking cock shit fucking news story from all fuck all, man. Without a doubt, man. Because when I read that on the mainstream, I'm like, holy shit! They're really they're gonna like eliminate Trump from an election process in a certain state called Colorado.
Shit on the
What the fuck? Okay, that's next level shit. I want you guys to realize that you guys are dealing with next level fuck all. And it happened, what, like 3 weeks ago? 2? Maybe? Right before
Well,
Christmas?
they're just talking about it. They're gonna have a
No,
court. They're gonna have a court thing
yeah,
about
of
it. And
course
it'll
they're
be
gonna have a court.
overturned.
Fuck all. They're gonna
Yeah.
go to fucking, the Supreme Court.
They tried to take me off the
Yeah,
ballot, but didn't work.
doesn't
Didn't work
matter,
at
Dave.
all.
Doesn't matter, man. It's in the fucking news.
Didn't
They're
work.
gonna,
I still won. I'm a winner. You're a
they're,
loser.
it's still gonna, they're still gonna cock it up in the news, bro. Like, oh, this guy, he's been eliminated from like Colorado and New Jersey and California. It doesn't fucking matter, man. But the fact that you could even fucking eliminate anybody from an election process it's a pure cuck fucking shit show right in your face. Fuck all sign that these motherfuckers are gonna do whatever they can to, whatever they
But
can.
no, it's
But
just
isn't
it's just a balk. They're not really trying to do that. They're just trying to scare people into getting other people
But
excited and get some people scared.
Once
That's
it's in the
basically it has to
mainstream,
do that.
Dave, once it's in the mainstream, man, it's really hard to get it out of people's heads, man. Oh, well, Trump's not even going to be on the ballot in Colorado. Fuck that guy.
But it doesn't matter. They don't count the votes anyway.
Well,
That's
of
I don't
course
think so.
not.
Not only that,
I know
and not only
that.
that,
I know that.
but listen, hold on. What if it's a psyop? Like, oh my God, he's getting taken off all these ballots. He finally gets back on them. He won against all odds. He's a good guy.
Right, there you go.
That's
It's
what it
like
is.
Fucking locks us down
it's
again.
the underdog story, man.
That's the
It's
setup.
the
Yeah, they got to
underdog.
put them down as far as possible. The insurrection
Right.
wasn't even what they told us anyway.
They're
So
gonna
based
take it
on
to
that,
court. They sued him
come
for
on.
everything else. He thinks the fucking Earth is flat, and they sued him for that, and they took him
I
to
found
court
out the
because
earth was flat.
I
You
swear to
can't
God,
have
the Earth is flat
without a
without a doubt.
container. You have to have a
I'm gonna
container.
sue
It's so
you.
great.
And Colorado
The biggest,
sued
most beautiful
Trump.
container.
So yeah, man. I mean, it's a fucking circus show out here, man, with this cuck shit fucking show, man. It's way worse than anything I ever grew up with, man. I mean, it was still a shit show back then, man. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I knew that, the Kennedys and the fucking and the Johnsons and the
Hold on.
Reagans and
Didn't Kennedy turn into Carter? Yeah.
the Carters. And I always looked at these guys like, man, these guys are like weird, man. These guys ain't cool, bro. I know these guys ain't
Not
cool.
cool.
I know they're not cool, man.
This
Once you
was
know they're
not
not cool,
cool.
man, that's like a step into the the reality world, man. It's not, man, these guys ain't cool, man. I mean,
Like, this guy has
dude,
all the best policies. Yeah, but he kind of sucks.
I mean, why would he bomb the whole fucking country of Vietnam? I mean, it's weird. Thanks, Nixon. Oh, he landed on the moon too. That's weird. What a shit show, cock fucking piece
Wouldn't
of
be
shit.
surprised if he landed on something similar to Epstein Island back then too.
Well, back then, you ever seen the David Frost interviews, man? With that guy, with Nixon?
No.
Oh, weird, man. Super weird, super cuck. Yeah, that guy was all about some weird stuff, man. He brought up some subjects that were like, that's weird. Why would you bring that up? Anyway, check it out. Don't believe me? Mainstream media has all the answers for all of your problems. I guarantee it. Without a doubt, 100%. If you have problems, just watch the mainstream media. You'll be good. They're going to tell you to buy this or buy that or
take care of you, bro. They care about you.
They're going to take care of you, man. They're going to make sure you got
They
enough.
start off their broadcast by saying good evening, and then they go ahead and tell you why it's not a good evening.
Well, and then they tell you that it might rain. Yeah, it might rain. You might have some rain tomorrow.
Be fucking lying so they can have that golf course to themselves.
Well, I'll tell you, man. Flat man, listen. I'm a golfer. It is bitching to have the golf course to yourself. It is fucking bitching. It's like having the whole movie.
That's why you need That's why you need to be a meteorologist, Kenny. You want to go golfing on Thursday? It's a fucking 70% chance of thunderstorms.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's why I want to be a cuck fucking sellout meteorologist, so I can go golfing by myself. No, man, that's not gonna work, man. It's not gonna
Not that
fucking.
far fetched, bro. It's not that
It
far
isn't
fetched.
that far fetched. But how many people would go for that, right? Think about that.
Who do you think's already doing that, bro? There's people doing that.
I
shit,
know
I'm
who's
sure.
doing
There
it. I
gotta be.
fucking met those cocks, man. I fucking had dinner with those cocks. Those fucking cocks are fox, man. Fuck, they're brutal, man. These cocks are brutal, and they're playing for real, man. And they want to get out there and control the narrative. I wouldn't say control the mind, but control the narrative, right? And
Yeah,
that's
they don't want to kill any one narrative. They just want to control them all.
Exactly. They don't want to kill them. They just want to control them, man. And that's the beauty of their thinking, and we know what they're thinking. And that's the beauty of what we're thinking, is we know what they're thinking. And that's all we can do, man. We can't, we're not going to jump into $1 billion here or there. Yeah, fuck off, man. It's never going to happen. Even the billionaires are nobody's going to come and say, hey, man, the earth is flat. I got $1 billion. I can prove it, bitches. Fuck off. I got a 747 over here. I got a fucking, I got a fleet of ships over here. We're sailing.
Bro, if you were a billionaire, you could buy a fucking awesome jet that goes at Mach whatever Mach you need to go,
right?
8 or
Yeah,
whatever.
Mach
Go
fuck
so
all,
quick,
I
bro.
call it. Yeah.
When you get to Antarctica, bro, they can't shoot you down because their bullets can't catch up to you, bro.
Oh
shit.
That's so astronomically amazing.
Did you just say Mark fuck all?
Mach fuck all, yeah, he did.
Mach fuck all, yeah. That's past. Yeah, it's about past 7. It starts going fuck all. Yeah.
You're a funny bastard. Mark fuck all.
Hope you guys enjoyed that shit as much as I did. Fuck off, man.
I went
Mach
over
fuck
Antarctica and they couldn't shoot me down, bro. How I went Mach fuck all, mate.
Thanks for putting up with my shit, but what a beautiful conversation I've had, man. Thank you guys. Mach fuck all, man. Are you shitting? That is, yeah. That's got to go down in the classic.
My only concern is actually driving into the firmament by accident, because you know how they say it's you can only go so many 13,000 feet or something high over there. So if that shit's real, you're driving right into that bitch. You're blowing up, bro. Hey, you'll know the Earth is flat.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Right when you go to meet God, you'll be like, "Oh shit, it is flat." Oh fuck.
What's the line? What's the joke? Flat earther dies and goes to heaven. God's like,
oh no, talking about how you got to jet so quick, so many Mach speeds that
hey, listen to this joke.
Down,
no. Hey, flat man, listen to this joke. Go ahead, Dave. Go ahead.
I think I might have told you already, flat man. But anyways, anybody else?
I haven't heard it.
The joke is flat earther dies and goes to heaven, and he goes and God says, "Oh look, it's a spinning ball. You were wrong the whole time." And flat earther goes, "Oh man, this goes higher than I thought."
Dude, it's the best times when you can get together and steal each other's songs. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, man. Oh shit! I'm fucking still laughing at the joke, Dave.
Who's stealing each other's songs?
I'm still fucking laughing. Hold up.
No, yeah, I'm gonna steal that joke for sure.
Oh, I got you. That's a
Dude,
good one.
that joke is solid, man. Oh my god. I'm about to fucking blow here, man. Hold up. Holy shit.
All right.
That doesn't sound good.
I'll be all right, man. But woo, that's
You've heard the joke many times.
dude, okay. I know I've heard it before, man. Years ago. But that's like the fourth funniest thing I've heard this year, man. It really is, man. I'm not kidding. This is the truth. How about that was fantastic. Hey, we needed that laugh, boys and girls. We needed that one. That was excellent. That was a reaffirming laugh of the absurdity that we have to deal with.
Oh, dude, did you hear that they postponed the fucking Artemis shit, dude, or something again? Like now all the Globers are in a tizzy.
Hey, we predicted
Yes,
that
bro.
shit. We predicted that shit. I predicted they were gonna fucking.
No, don't you
postpone that
remember?
shit.
They were saying like, "Oh, what are you guys gonna say when they go back to the moon? Oh, what's that? They can't go for some stupid
Yep.
little reason.
Hey.
Fuck off." Yeah.
2028 now. That was what I heard. But back in 2020, I heard 2024. But yeah, we're not going 2028 now. 2028. Definitely.
Yeah, let me recheck.
Definitely.
I thought it was 2027. Hold on. Hold on.
All right.
Yeah, 2027. Yep.
2027. Okay. They kicked it
But
down
they're
the
just
road.
gonna push it back again. Yeah, they'll kick the can.
Kick the can. Kicking the can.
Kick
like
the rock.
Kick the
rock down the
rock. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I got like 30 more minutes, man. I'm out of here. I'm fucking out. But if you guys want to bring up, some.
That was the other joke. What did the Glober say when he came home and found his wife in bed with his best friend?
It's a refraction.
No, he said, "I can explain everything."
All right, it's not bad. I give it like a 5 out of 10.
Yeah, but it's
It
like
wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
makes
It
you think
wasn't
of like that whole thing is not as funny as the whole neighbor. What is it?
Oh my goodness!
Neighbor.
The neighbor was a robot.
I think somebody made that joke up based
Fuck
on
off.
that. Because like the
Fuck off.
fucking
Dave.
Glover would make up an excuse for
Dave,
his
let me
wife.
tweak your
Basically the whole thing.
Dave, let me tweak your joke. Flat Earther comes
Not my joke.
home to the Glober. Yeah, Flat Earther comes home to the Glober wife cheating on him. When he opens the door, she says, "I can explain everything."
Well, she says that, but no, the fact that he says it is funny is the funny part. He says that, like he's making up the excuse for her, like he's like the way
Right,
the Globers
because
make
he's
up
the
the excuse
Glober.
for the Globe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it. I just think it'd be funnier if
Oh,
the
it's the
dude's a
Glober
Flat
wife.
Earther and
Okay,
the
so
chick is a Glober. Yeah.
Oh, he's a flat earther. Okay.
Right.
There you
What's
go.
going on here?
That's just unlikely right there. That just ruins the joke. It ruins the joke. What flat earther would marry a globy chick? I'm just kidding.
It ruins the joke.
We don't have too many options. We don't have too many options, man. Like, finding a flat earth chick these days. Well, it's going to be actually more and more so. The only cool girls would be the flat earth chicks.
I'm not cheating on you. There's actually some bending and warping of space time. This
Right?
is going on in here.
Oh, dude, Flatman, have you heard the robot neighbor? Have you heard the robot neighbor thing?
No.
Oh, okay. That's where it stems from. You got to hear that. I'll send it to you when I find it. It's like basically like like this guy literally.
I've heard it.
It's just like if you like the person just said that was here with us a minute ago saying or still here.
It's a robot.
If you don't think you're in this room talking to us, then I'd rather not talk to you. You don't think there's any kind of objective reality, and so I think it was who was it that was talking to him? But I think it was Crypto, and he was saying, what about if you came home and you found your wife in bed with the neighbor. They're fully
Yeah,
having sex.
it was crypto. Yeah.
Then would
You were
you
at-
what would you say then? Would that be something that you would believe? Like, would that be true? You know, he's like, not necessarily. You know, it couldn't necessarily. It could be a robot. Looks just like my
You're a
neighbor.
robot. What the fuck?
Right? Like, he just takes it to the extreme, bending over backwards to excuse his wife, just the same way he did the globe. It was real though. The guy's totally like trying to justify like how there's nothing that we can know for sure.
I remember that. Yes. Thank you, Crypto, for that, man.
I think it's in the clips.
Yeah, it's in the clips, man, for sure. Yeah, it's in there, man.
There's a real version of it, and then there's somebody put into it. The music version's all right, but I like the real version better.
Wow, we always like the real uncut version.
Yeah. When you have to enhance it with music. Well, I mean, you know, right. Depends.
I know it's a bit late, but Happy New Year, everyone! And
hey,
Happy New Year.
Happy 2020 flat.
Hey, are you upside down? Really? Are you?
Yeah, I'm upside down and in the future. So fuck you all.
And in the future.
Yeah. Why don't you come back to the future, bro, and hang out with us?
Wait a minute, man. You're a space-time upside downer. Space-time upside downer. Fuck. That's really, you know, it's hard to comprehend that, man. It's hard.
It is.
All
I
that's left
was
now
on holiday.
it's got to be an outer ponder.
But I'm
It'll be the Trinity.
Hey, man,
I flew back in time earlier in the morning.
Nice. How was
and
that?
then when we flew home, I went to the future again.
Were you flying in
What's that like?
Michael? What the fuck's that guy's name? Michael J. Fox. Was Michael J. Fox flying?
Oh, new perspective. You mongo. You fucking mongo. Mongo. You
like that meme?
No, I dude, that is so OG, man.
Show me. What is it?
That meme I made?
Yes, yeah, that's OG, bro. I mean that shit was fucking.
Dude, I made that a long time ago.
At least 4 years ago, bro. At least, right?
Well, we need more
remember
506.
Yeah,
we need more sex appeal.
Yeah, I remember that.
So yummy.
Hey, there's a globe skeptic in the room.
A globe
Have you guys
skeptic?
spoken to Archie Tecton?
No, definitely not. Definitely, we haven't.
Archie, I see you in the chat.
Hello, everybody. Archie,
come and tell us what you
tell
think.
Tell us about this spinning globe shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. That'd be great.
Yeah, he's got globe skeptic, VC verified, link embedded roles, and seems sincere.
Millions of miles an hour, shooting through the ever expanding vacuum of space.
You got a couple tilts. You got a couple wobbles over here and over there.
Got a couple wibbles and wobbles.
You got a core. It's got some mood swings. You know, it does what it does.
The mood swings thing. That'd be great, man. That would be great.
Hey, Kenny, there's another oldie that I made there. Like that one?
I do remember that. Yeah. Fucking Mongos.
I'm still trying to find the trick fuck meme I made.
Well, you'll find it.
Is the guy saying trick fuck still here?
No.
How much shit have you got on your perspective? You got shit everywhere.
I got an arsenal of memes.
I'm a trick fuck, dude. I expose trick fucks, man. That's my job, man. Exposing trick fucks. And oh my. How dare you? My job
How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you?
I am here to expose. You guys ruined my life by
You've
being
got to eat the
black.
bug. You must live in the 15-minute city.
You must
You
live
own
in.
nothing. You
You
allow
are
it.
not that well. There's Greta and there's Klaus Schwab. You're mixing the two, man.
That's pretty
Greta
much the same
Schwab.
shit.
Okay. Who said that? Greta Schwab? Oh, fuck all, man. Yeah, that was it. Dude, AI has no chance against us, man. None. There's no fucking way, man. The AI can never, ever compete with us, man. Nobody's going to come up with that shit. That was fucking excellent, man. Thank you. Ah. That's why I come here, man.
Come
Get
again.
a laugh and tell the AI to fuck off because
Man-made Earth is very angry at us, and we must eat some bugs and
yeah, you must eat the
turn back to
bugs.
our natural habitat.
You guys. Hey, man, if you guys aren't laughing at this shit at this point, you guys
Yeah,
are
you're
doing it
wrong.
all completely wrong. You guys are fucking it up
I
because
mean, the only thing left to do is
it
to
is
laugh. They're trying
funny,
to
man.
murder us all, you know?
Yeah, they're just trying to kill us and, like trap us. And hey, man, go to the yellow tent and get your thing, man, for free, bro, man.
Skibbity dibbity, bro. It's gonna heal
Give me,
you, bro.
bro, man. You gotta get your thing for free, man. You got free things over here, bro. I mean,
Look at it like a
oh, okay.
power up in a video game, bro, you know?
Okay, man. I'll get a power up on this video game, man, because I know that's the right thing to do because I'm
They care
smart,
about me.
man.
Yeah.
They care about
And the
me. They love
government.
me. They
Yeah,
love
yeah.
me.
They do
They
love
love.
you.
They love
They
me,
love
man.
you.
Well, how could you not love me, man? I mean, how could
That's
you
why
not?
they're that's why they're trying to send you to God sooner, because they care about
Yeah.
you.
How could you not love me? How could you? You guys are so mean. So the fact is, we've been out here going, hey, man, where the fuck is this curvature you're talking about? And we said, hey, man, where is it? And they said,
Where
where's the curvature?
is the curvature?
Where's the curvature? And it turns out that there is no curvature. Ain't that weird, man? It's kind of weird.
I checked my milk carton. It's been missing for years, bro.
Well, you haven't looked hard enough. Come on.
Not looking hard enough. There's not enough I'm not.
There's not
You're
enough.
right. I'm not trying hard enough.
You're not trying hard.
It's there somewhere, bro. It's gotta be
It's
there. Got the math right here.
well,
Just can't find it.
math is a description, right? Last time I checked, man. I mean,
The
maybe
curve's
I'm
there, bro.
wrong.
Just trust me and don't worry about it.
Oh, the math is a descriptive language. It's not a real
It's not reality.
no.
Well,
It's
It's not reality.
the best way to come at that
No,
one now
math
is
is
that
not fuck all reality, man. Math is not reality, man.
We got a
Except
science denier here, guys.
now we're
except
saying that kinematics is a mathematical science, and that's what the globe is. That's what all of it, is based on. It's the kinematic explanation through math, right?
yeah.
Description, right? More description. Math can't explain anything; it can just describe things, and it's kinematics, But dynamics is the
Describe
real world you're talking
for
about,
man.
right?
Yeah.
The dynamics are not applied when it comes to the globe. That's the real math. That's the real science, the physics of moving bodies in relation to each other. They
I
can't. They
just
can't
rather
go there.
believe what the government tells me, bro. It's just
Okay.
easier.
Hey,
There we go.
Flatman, I want you to take this experimental thing,
Uh huh.
man, It's gonna make your life great, dude. I promise. I promise.
Does it require ayahuasca or what?
Wow. Well, of course.
Then am I gonna find the curve, bro? That's where the curve
Dude,
is.
that's
There
ayahuasca
it
is where the
is.
curve is, man.
Fuck, why didn't I think about that shit?
Dude, because you were hypnotized into your religion of the globe, man. I mean,
Yeah.
come on. That's where the globe religion
Come on, man.
presides.
If I
It
take enough
presides.
shrooms and LSD and ayahuasca, I'm sure I'm gonna see some curves.
You, I mean, who wouldn't see curves on ayahuasca, man? I mean, if you don't see the curves on ayahuasca, man, you're just a flat Earth retard, man. I mean, come on. You're you're a flat tard, as I've been
You're
called.
flat
I've been called a flat tard. Have you been called a flat tard?
I don't think I have yet.
Of course.
Come
I've been
I'm gonna
told
put that on.
I've been told not to reproduce. It's fucking too late, mate.
I've been told to drink bleach and kill myself because
Holy
I'm a
shit.
flat earther. I mean, drink bleach and kill yourself.
Holy shit.
You cock bitch.
That sounds like a very loving cult that globe is. Go fucking die somewhere.
I was told to unalive myself.
Analyze yourself. Well, that's not too, you don't have to kill yourself to analyze yourself. I mean,
No, unalive.
Unalive.
Yeah.
Oh,
It was the first time I'd ever heard it, and I said, "What the fuck is that? What
I've
the
heard
hell
it
is
before. I know what you're
unalive?"
talking
And
about.
I went, "Oh, okay."
analyze, bitches.
Analyze.
Analyze, you fucking cocks. You flat earth cocks. Analyze your shit. Because no flat earthers have ever analyzed where they live. It's never happened in all of human history. I mean, I'm Brian Cox. I'll tell you, nobody ever thought the earth was flat, ever. Because I'm Brian Cox, bitches.
Do you remember the time? Do you remember the time that
When we fell in love.
before you're a flat earther, like you think about it and you think, fuck, I never even used to think about where I used to live. Like, or maybe I did, but I didn't really. I never knew where I lived. I just
Yeah.
you just go, yeah, I live there on that thing.
Yeah, me too. I was kind of like, fuck it, I don't care. So when I found the flat earth, it was an easy transition, bro. I was like, yeah, this makes logical sense. Yeah, fuck it.
Fuck yeah, it makes a logical sense. Fuck yeah, it does. It makes
And now,
logical.
and now all you want to do is find out where you live. You know?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you ask someone, "Do you know where you live?" And they go, "Not really." They go, "Aren't you
Oh, really?
interested?" No, I'm
Nah.
not really that interested. You go, "You fucking serious?"
Yep.
You've just found out that the Earth is not a ball. I just explained to you the Earth is not a ball. Now, do you want to find out where you live? Nah, I'll just go back to the ball. Okay, suit yourself. We will never be friends.
Hey,
we'll never be friends. I'm the fucking fish that's going upstream, and you're going with the current. You know, peace, bro. I'll
Yeah,
probably
I'm
never
going to
see you
lay
again.
those. I'm going to lay those eggs upstream.
See,
You're
they
gonna
still
die
see
and
it.
get
They still
eaten by
see
a
it.
bear.
It's just like asking somebody if they want a permanent hit of acid. Most people, at first, at least, even people that have tripped don't want a permanent hit of acid. But that's what flat Earth is, because you stop tripping, and everybody else is still tripping on this ball bullshit.
Yeah, that's it, Dave, man. 100%.
Yeah, remember?
Without a doubt.
I think
Listen, man.
I think Was it you, Kenny, or Dave that I said that? Yeah, not only are they on the permanent acid trip, but we're that fucking adrenaline needle flat Earth is that shoves it into their fucking heart and boom, snaps them into reality. EpiPen? It's called an EpiPen.
Right.
Epinephrine. Yeah.
It's a
But they start
nappy
tripping.
pen.
It's like tripping. It's like tripping forever. I mean, it's not as bad as that. At first, it's very much like tripping. You know, you're like, oh my god, whoa.
Well, when you
'Cause
get a
it's
reality
a total
hit,
reality shift. Yeah.
yeah, it's it was such a good feeling. Such a good
Yeah.
feeling.
Yeah.
You got to ride the high.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
man.
that fucking
It was like,
adrenaline
what the
boost you got.
fuck? I just wanted to learn and learn. I didn't sleep for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I was just watching shit and reading shit.
Hey, fuck you, man. I didn't sleep for fucking 6 months, dude. Fuck you, man. Fuck, a couple of weeks. Fuck
He was
off.
fucking cryogenically frozen and had fucking
I was like
flat Earth
fucking
YouTube
like
videos
fuck.
playing in his ears. Yeah.
Yeah, I was fucking tripping, man. I was fucking tripping.
Yeah, I'd
He had
never been
fucking
so
Eric
interested in
Dubay shit.
something in my
Yeah.
life. You know, I found it and I just went, "What? This is fuck. This
This
is
is
weird, man."
fucked up, man. What the fuck? What the
And then
fuck is?
when it all
Yeah.
hits you though, and everything starts making sense,
Mm-hmm.
you just go, "Oh my god! Oh my god! Why have I
Oh my
never
god!
seen this before?"
Holy shit, man! This shit's fuck! Without a doubt, this shit's flat, man. Holy
Bro,
shit!
I was immediately listening to flat Earth music like almost instantaneously, bro. I was like, yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you think? What'd you think of that 600 song Flat Earth music playlist I sent you?
Holy shit,
Oh
Dave!
shit,
man.
Tembo, I gotta send it to you
Fuck.
too. You heard it?
Yeah,
Hey.
send it over, man. I got
Hey,
plenty of
Dave.
listening
Hey,
time at the
Dave,
moment.
man. That playlist is so epic, dude. It's
Yeah, dude.
stupid. It's fucking dude. I
You got a
can't
show.
even-
Anytime you want a show now, you can just play that. You know,
Yeah,
play songs from that.
yeah, so good, man. Thank you. Fuck
Yeah.
y'all, man. I can't believe you did that,
Fuck
bro.
y'all.
There's got to be more I've missed.
I really
there's-
appreciate it.
yeah.
Go fuck yourself. Yeah,
But I'm talking 600 fucking truthy, flat earth, mostly flat earth songs, man.
Yeah, there's a few in there that are just good.
600
It's
fucking songs, man. Yeah, fuck the mainstream music industry, but that shit is epic, dude. Fuck.
It's definitely gonna. Flat Earth is
Yeah.
definitely gonna change the lyrics of a lot of songs coming up.
Yeah.
The philosophy behind it, you know.
But dude, we've been doing it for almost a decade, bro.
Yep.
Dude, these people are amazing. Saying, hey man, the Earth ain't fucking spinning, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. No shit, Sherlock. You figured that out? Oh shit.
It's moving because we don't feel it.
Well, it's moving and shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour because you don't feel it. Yes, you don't feel it. You
That's my
don't
evidence.
feel fuck all. You
No
don't
problem.
feel shit.
What's your evidence of it being curved? Well, it looks flat. It must be curved.
So, yeah,
pretty
what's
much
your
the
evidence
argument.
for it's being curved? It looks so flat. Yeah, fuck off, man. No. That is the most ridiculous thing that you could say, man. And I hope those Mongos figure it out someday, man, because
always
Robert-
reverse it, Kenny. Always reverse it. in your head.
always
Like, look,
reverse. You gotta
what if we were
reverse this
on a
shit.
globe, yeah? I
You
mean,
gotta
we're on a
reverse
flat
it.
Earth, yeah? But it looks like we live on a globe because it's so flat.
Yeah.
We would never get away with that, but they can say that shit, and it's totally fine.
Yep. Isn't that
Insanity.
interesting, man? And they'll say, hey, what's your evidence? Where's the edge? How dare you? Where's the edge of the
Who
flat
invoked an
Earth?
edge?
Who's got a picture of the edge? Who's got a picture of the edge of the flat Earth? You You cocks. You guys don't know shit because you don't have a picture of the edge of flat Earth, man.
That's so
You don't
weird. That
have it.
Bong Sao thing the thing that Bong Sao just posted. They're putting like at his windows. He's posting like an alien and a UFO in his search bar. There's like a little icon for it. That's weird. Outer Ponders.
Outer Ponders.
Getting ready for it.
Dude, they're getting ready for the cuckall shit show. We have been through the cuckall shit show, starting with the Coco back a few years ago, and we have been through the cuckall fucking shit show
Isn't
of all time, motherfuckers, man. I want you guys to realize we've been through the cuckall fucking shithole of all fuck all ever in all of human
what?
history. And we went through it, man. I don't have to remind you guys of what we went through. I don't. And it was the shithole of all time. It was fucking ridiculous, bro. I mean, you can't even leave your house without, permission, bitches. And that was next level. That was next level. Fuck off, man. Fuck. And, if you hug somebody, that could be a crime. You hug
You're committing
somebody.
felony, bro.
You're a felon, man. You're a felon, bitch. Yeah. So I just want to remind you guys of all the shit we've been through. But to keep it on flat Earth, man, reality does not present itself unless it's reality,
To be
man.
making me sick. Yeah.
Yeah. If it's not real, man, it will not present itself as reality, man, if it's not real. Now, you guys have all been tricked by magicians, right? Every one of you?
MAGA, highest level magician.
Magicians are the people who can do things that seem extraordinarily absence of reality.
I was such a great warlock when my administration had so much great magic.
I just want you guys to real magic has been performed throughout a long time. And we've all witnessed magic in front of us that we could not explain. And it's no different than the globe, man.
Well, the globes, but I mean, it's brilliant. It's brilliant in the way they tricked us, but the magic show sometimes just really sucks. I mean, it's really bad. It's a bad magic show. Like it's like we're coming out from a different show than most of these people. Like you believe that? You thought the rabbit really disappeared and he was terrible. What are you talking about? And they're going, no, totally. That rabbit's gone, man. And he did real magic. That's what it's like. It's like, what the fuck? Are you serious? And then you show them, then you could like actually show them how the trick is done, and they still like, oh, but he did it for real.
Hey, Dave, man, you remember there was a television show called The Masked Magician?
Yeah. He revealed all the
tricks of the trade.
They fucking hated that guy.
And all the magicians hated that motherfucker, right? Yeah,
This fucking piece of shit.
but hey, if you got tricked, you got tricked, man, and you have to admit you got tricked. And I'll be the first guy that, dude, I got tricked, man. I got fuck all tricked into the
You
globe,
got
man.
told. You got told. I mean,
I
we're
got
just told.
told. Yeah.
You know, it wasn't like they were presenting it as anything other than just a fact. That's the weird part. I mean, that's the only way it would work. Tell them it's a globe when they're really young, and they don't really tell much after that.
I was born into this trick. I was made for this trick.
Nice.
Trick it out,
Not in
man.
Kansas anymore, Dorothy.
Life is this trick, right?
Hey, trick out or trick in. Pick your poison.
All I've ever known was this trick.
Hey, the magic trick is the absolute truth, man. Once you realize how the trick is done, you realize that you've been tricked. And
Bro, I
that's
can't even watch movies anymore, bro. I see
dude, that's
all the programming, dude.
Dude, that's the great thing that we have. Is we know the tricks.
Now the trick is to tell you they're tricking you. That's the trick. The revelation of the trick.
I have a whole different reason for watching movies now, right?
Speaking of the Matrix, like I was saying earlier, there's other movies they might sync up with albums, or seem to at least. And the one they were talking about with the Matrix is Metallica's, one of Metallica's best albums, I guess. Did you see that link I put in there?
Imagine, bro, I
interesting.
sit down with my daughter, like 12, right? Watch a movie with her, and instead of enjoying it, I'm like, yeah, there's mind control, there's predictive programming. This is them trying to make you dress like a slut. Here's some other stuff. It's like a fucking nightmare for my daughter to watch a movie with me.
Oh,
It's
really? You
fucking
don't hide
completely
anything?
ruined.
Yeah,
No, I
that's
tell her the earth's flat, dude.
That's
funny.
good. I mean, it means
She's a
that just
Glober,
means
bro.
it just means better movies, right? She's gonna have to watch better movies that you can watch. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, but she's a
You only
Glober,
watch.
bro. I've already debated her about it a couple times at least.
And it's not even just flat Earth stuff, but all the other stuff that we realized, like all of it. I can't even enjoy some of these good espionage movies anymore, where it's like they always have to oh, we have to keep the secrets from Russia, and oh, nuclear bombs, we have to worry about that, and or the
We don't
news.
even know if
We're
that
worried.
shit's
We're
real.
worried
Yeah.
about the news people finding out, even if we're like in these powerful positions. If the media finds out, we're fucked because they always print the truth, and you can't let them know anything. It's like what? All of that is the premise. Just ruins every movie now.
Yeah, that's shitty.
Look out for the cops. The cops aren't paid off. No, look out. The cops are always doing their duty.
Okay, all right. I'm King Kong up in this bitch.
Yeah, almost like just
maybe.
like straight up fantasy movies like that are more. At least
Yeah.
they're admitting their fantasy, right?
Right. I didn't. I caught the first two Equalizers, but I didn't catch the last one.
I haven't seen it. Is it good?
Yeah, there's a third one apparently. I haven't seen the third one, but the
I
first
haven't
two
seen
are.
this. Are the
It's
first two good?
fucking Denzel basically as John Wick essentially. pretty tight. Yeah. I don't know if you like John Wick movies, but
Yeah, those are the ones I still have on my list to see too.
oh, dude, John Wick 4 is nasty. I would watch
Yeah.
4 first and then 1, bro, because 4 is like sick.
I found my furry meme. We were talking about furries earlier. Somebody was saying furry armies. What? Furry armies? Oh, someone was saying that you should just dress soldiers as furries to like throw off the enemy.
It's gonna be hard to face scan me if I'm in a fucking cheetah outfit.
Right? They were talking about furry flat earthers too. Like, is there an infiltration of furries in the flat Earth movement? I don't think so.
Oh my god.
Somebody was saying that.
No.
Like what?
By death.
If someone's a flat earther and says they're a furry, bro, I'm gonna think that they're a Glover, just trolling.
But you know what? This is becoming so popular. Like, there's got to be flat Earth. Everybody is realizing it. So we're gonna have all kinds, you know.
We're gonna have to throw them under the bus, bro. They can't be a part of the club.
Oh, I got a meme for that too. Hold on. It says something like that moment when you realize you don't want them on our, like, we don't want them on our side. You know?
Yeah, we're good. Thanks.
Some globies that I just rather not convince. You know.
Yeah, right. You just say a Glover, yeah.
You probably just stick on your side. It's cool. We got enough people over here now. It's all good.
Pretty good, yeah. Thanks. All right, I gotta go fucking switch my laundry, guys. I'll be back.
All right.
All right, Kenny.
Hey.
Kenny, you're fucking going to bed, aren't you?
Yep.
All right, bro. God bless you. Happy New Year, man.
Good
Hey,
night.
a happy fake New Year to you too, man.
Ah. April Fool's Day, bro.
April Fools. Hey, ain't that weird, man?
Why is China's New Year in Park? It's like, I'd be so confused if I was Chinese, right? I'd be like,
I couldn't hear you. Sorry, my headphone.
China is March.
March.
That's when they have their New Year's?
Yeah, I think they're
Yes.
like 3 months behind or something like that.
Okay. That makes more
Or
sense.
ahead.
Well, spring. It should be spring, right? Spring's like the New Year.
Yeah.
Spring should be the new year.
Yeah.
That's what it should be because that's when the plants spring forward. Yeah. Yes. That makes sense.
But when is the new sun? Is there a new sun?
Man.
Is there any truth to the solar maximum, solar minimum, or any of that? That's the question.
Depends on where you live, right? Like north or south, the equator.
Really?
It's summertime here in Australia, mate.
Oh, but I know for your, like, you know, the grand solar minimum.
Oh, what's that? Sorry.
You ever heard of that? Grand solar minimum? It's supposedly these cycles of the strength of the sun, you know, that they've recorded. I think there's some truth to it, but I don't know. It's hard to tell how much of that is part of the psyop or not. You know.
I mean, aren't plants Like, I mean, aren't plants like something like vegetative based to bloom, right? Like
Like perennials?
yeah, agriculture and stuff. Why people plant during certain time, spring.
Yeah, throughout the year. But is there like over the years, they're like talking about a grand solar minimum for like, like over decades, like over 100 years goes through a cycle. And then there's talk about whether it would line up with like what they would call like a plasma event, and if like, does it power down and then like, is there some kind of event that causes some plasma discharge that melts the mountains or melts the buildings in the mountains and all that kind of stuff? I don't know. That would be interesting if that was the case. Then it could be like, conflated with the return of Jesus or Jacob's ladder and all that kind of stuff too.
I mean, how would hold something like that? Man? Wouldn't we have to like observe the skies over a long period of time?
Well, that's what they say. There's warning signs, and like, when the days shorten, which they are shortening, I guess. I mean, they always shorten and lengthen, but supposedly there's certain times where they say, look for this, and then there's the sundial in the Vatican that's supposed to tell you exactly when this thing might be coming around the time it might be coming around anyway. I don't know. That would explain a lot if they knew something that was going to come, like if this reset is coinciding with some kind of natural event that they already know about. And, that's why they don't give a shit about what we think any longer.
Maybe they use AI to answer their questions. I mean, to, run all those, the data.
Right.
Bottle or something.
Probably, yeah. I'm sure they have the AI on all that, the algorithms figuring out all kinds of stuff. Definitely on that flat Earth, how far flat Earth has come and what kind of, plan B they may have to go for, like an outer ponder psyop invasion of some sort. They have to, or maybe that's what they wanted all along.
Well, I think Aliens is a great. I mean, good timing. It's like the perfect time to bring in the aliens.
Yeah, but as outer ponders, and then they could just tell us it's flat, and then merge the two conspiracies. That's what I always say. I think that would be their best move, because then they wouldn't even, they'd have all the flat earthers wondering if it's true or not, for some of them at least, because their version of it isn't going to be true, even if there are outer ponders. That's what I think they may be going for. Unite the world under the new truth. And the new threat.
What about climate change? Are we able to can we talk about that or no?
Huh?
Is climate change still off the table, or?
What, in this server or just in general?
Yeah, on the server in general. Yeah, on the server.
On the server? I didn't know climate change was something that we couldn't talk about. Why would that be?
Because I heard that's the next angle that they're going to be using to unite the world. It's a lot of these problems we're having. Doing some aliens and
they're doing that already for sure.
Mm.
Yeah, there is
I don't
climate
know.
change.
Yeah, I don't know if they're ever going to. I mean, it's either going to be flat Earth, right, or globe Earth. They're going to keep going with. Can we have aliens on a flat Earth?
Yeah, that's outer ponders. It's the perfect merge. Just outer ponders, ancient ancestors. Then they're even more scary, because then we have to like think about them as ourselves and like a real threat, a thinking threat, not just like an alien bug that we want to squash. Not, we have to think about like if they make it like it's a local threat, then we're surrounded on all sides by these ancient ancestors that are more advanced than us and want to control us, and they've been controlling us the whole time. That's why we had to lie to you. Excuses can come with it.
it's gonna be a part of like a great awakening. I mean, how,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
pseudo Great
bringing
Awakening.
yeah, the
Yeah,
truth as a
truth
weapon.
in quotes. Yeah. I think they've already thought of that. I'm like I say, I don't want to give anyone any ideas, but that would be their best move if they want to get everybody on the same level. You know what I mean?
What about it still being a ball though? Let's say, I mean, is it possible that can still be a ball? You know, that might still be the model of the future, but you know, with all these other, you know, the new world, the age of Aquarius, you know, the utopia. Is it?
Ironically, it's better off for us if they just keep with the ball thing, because then we know they're lying. If they say it's flat, then we won't know for sure. We can't prove what they're saying wrong necessarily, right? If they start attaching a bunch of pseudoscience to flat Earth, then we lose.
Well, do you guys reckon it's easier to control uh people, you know, these people, modern people who are exposed to all this information with the flat or with the globe? Keep going with globe. Which would be easier to control the public with, right? Yes.
Well, they could say the air inside the dome is contaminated, so now we got to get in these smart city domes to protect ourselves from the air in the big dome. They could use those kind of angles with it. I don't know. For us, we've already won. You know, we realize that it's not what they're telling us. So if they start agreeing with us, then I don't know what to think. What are we going to do then? We're like, okay, all right. So you're saying it's flat. Now what? Now what are you going to do on top of that? You're going to say what? How are you going to use that against us?
Well, the reason why I keep bringing up aliens is because I think a supernatural element is going to be introduced. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Or maybe, well, you know, people are talking about transhuman and all that, but I think, you know, one of the aliens, you know what I mean? Because I think the end goal might be this whole time aliens have been helping us, you know, because that's kind of how we got to where we are today, right? Is with the help of extraterrestrials.
Ancient ancestors.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I mean, then it'll make it way harder to tell if they're lying, because I think there probably are out-of-pounders. I just don't think they're going to tell us the truth about them, or their version of them is going to be true.
You think there are, you think that's that's the thing? You think the
I think
do
that's
you
probably
believe
true.
that?
Yeah, I think there's probably other civilizations outside of ours. Yeah, if I had to bet. If I had to bet, it's
Well,
not a belief, but if I had to bet, I'd imagine that's probably true.
well, then that isn't that the same thing as the heliocentric model? Then it's just a different model. I mean, it's the same idea, right? There are aliens, right? It's just not.
Right.
What
Exactly.
I'm trying to say is that these aliens, right, are demons. You know what we know as demons, like the Bible
Could
says.
be. Could be.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, but to go with like you know, out of ponders, you know, is still kind of like going with the same idea that, you know, aliens from another world that's not this world exists.
Yeah. That's
You know
what.
what I mean?
That's why I'm saying they're going to use it that way. Like they're going to say it's. They're going to use it just like the aliens from space, you know. But the logic that we had when we thought we were on a ball, it made sense that we couldn't just be the only planet that has humans, right, or that has people or life. Right? That makes sense because it's probably true if we were on a ball that there would be other balls that have people. So in the same way, if we're in a pond of continents, why wouldn't there be more ponds of continents? Why would we be the only one? In a way, it makes sense. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying I believe that. I'm just saying that if I had to bet, I'd bet there would be more ponds.
But why can't the ball right? Keep going. I mean, if there were always flat earthers around, right, you would expect everybody to have, you know, to you know what I mean, been exposed to the flat Earth information already, but you know, it seems only lately. I guess what I'm saying is like, is there a reason why the globe isn't going to be the model of the future?
Because it's dumb and gay.
Of course.
And
We
too many
all know
people
that.
know that now. I mean, if they want to go with the dumb and gay thing, that's fine.
Well,
It's
of course,
great,
now
actually.
everybody.
Just stick with that, because then we know it's dumb and gay. But
Well,
if
yeah.
they try to accept what we're saying and then make it another fucking psyop, that would suck. Almost worse, ironically.
What about this? Okay, Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm.
What about this idea? Jesus is what was one of us, right? An alien, like one of us, right? He was trying to teach you guys, right, how to become like one of us, right? But you can still become like one of us, you know. What about that? You know, the aliens are going to come back, you know, in this under this guise, you know, that they're trying to.
Jesus was an outer ponder, and he was just trying to get us to be more outer pond, like better, like
It doesn't
further
matter, you
advanced.
know, globe or flat. You know what I mean? The idea is that the Bible is lying and any other model can be true. You know what I mean?
I think that the Bible there's a lot of truth in it, but I think that it's been grabbled so much. I don't know how much truth. I don't know how to separate the truth from the lies in it necessarily. I don't think anyone necessarily would.
Well, then, how do you know there's a lot that it's been changed? You know what I mean? So that it's not useful.
I'm not saying it's not useful. I just think that I mean, everyone knows there's many different versions, many interpretations, right? Many originals. A lot of wisdom in it. I just don't know. I mean, who knows how much of it is? I think that you
Why?
take the good, you take the best you can from it. It doesn't matter how much of it is true, but unless you start to get dogmatic about it, then it does matter, right?
Yeah, but why? You know, why assume that there's another pond out there when we don't even know? You know, where we can't
I'm
even
not assuming.
confirm.
I'm not assuming. I'm just saying if I had to guess, like if we were going to find out the truth, and I had to pick which one I thought was true, if I thought there was outer ponds or wasn't, I'd probably bet there is.
Yeah, but why? Like, what's that based
Because
on?
why would we be the only one?
Why wouldn't we be the only one?
I don't know. I mean, it just seems
Why
like
should they?
I think that it's a real. I can't imagine what an end to reality would be like. So why would I assume there is one?
Well, we die, right? We sleep, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we
We
live
know.
on.
Well, we know that. We know that there's an end to reality. Reality, it depends on the being alive, right? It only
No,
exists when I
not
perceive.
necessarily. If we have a life after this, that's a part of this reality too, right?
That's not where we perceive and do things
Oh,
in
okay,
this.
an end to material reality. Yeah.
Right. So
Sure.
reality it only exists when you're alive, and that's the end. You know, end is death.
Right, for that part of it, but I think we live on through others. You know, there's actually an energy transference that lives on, and the
But
microzyma. You know,
what makes what makes you anyone think that? You know what I mean?
well, energy can't be created or destroyed, right? So our energy does go somewhere.
You mean our spirit, like who we are?
Sure, that it could be that. It could be our consciousness, that, you know, in some form or another, or it goes back to the pool of, you know, it goes back to the pool of the source, you know, and we get that kind of like, you know, wholeness back, This is just the individual experience, and then we go back to the whole. I don't know exactly what happens. I don't think anyone that claims they know for sure it could necessarily know either, right?
Right, but what we do know is, there are certain things we do know, right? Like, we know gas pressure requires a container, right? And why? So, and that's all we can, unless we can go up there and actually touch it. That's all we can know. Like, I don't think there's any reason to assume there are other containers, outside of this one.
Right. Yeah, it's another like law of nature that we seem to like, as far as we know, that's not possible. As far as we know, it's not possible for energy to be created or destroyed either. So, but then we assume that we are created from scratch. I don't think that necessarily is the case. I think that maybe that everything is infinite and God is infinite and God is everything. That's kind of what I think, maybe.
There's no sign of infinite anywhere. Like, there's no evidence of infinite.
How would you know that? Because there's no way to measure infinite, so that we
Because
don't
no
know
one
if it
has
is or
ever
not.
found anything that is infinite.
What's
It's
that?
not there's a
Eternal?
beginning and an end to everything. Like that, there's nothing in this life that we can point to and say this is infinite.
Well, I think there's different forms that have lifespans, but that's just a continuation of what always was, right? Doesn't one thing
I
lead to
think-
the next?
You mean eternal, or because infinite is,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
kind
Like
of similar, right?
eternal is outside of everything. You know what I mean? So what is because
Why does it have to
yeah,
be outside of everything, though?
pardon?
Why does eternal have to be outside of everything? Because it's God.
Because everything is inside something, right? Right. So to say
Yeah.
something is eternal is saying that it's outside of the beginning and the end of the something, because
Okay.
eternal has no beginning or end, right?
Right. And God's
Right.
eternal, right?
Well, I'm not referring to God. I was talking about infinity, because when I was little, I watched this science math show. I used to sing this song, "Just Add One." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I have to talk about eternal versus infinity. Infinity is almost somebody trying to put a number on something,
I see.
but it's not.
I see. So infinity kind of makes it a material description rather than an
Yeah,
immaterial. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, it's an interesting distinction.
yeah. It's like trying to put something inside the universe that shouldn't be inside the universe, because
Yeah,
the universe is finite.
yeah. I think that I don't know though. I don't know. I mean, yeah, there's interesting points to be made on that. Like, someone was arguing recently, like the first law. If the first law is true, that matter can't be created or destroyed, then then. But if entropy, if the second law is if entropy is true, and it's constantly losing uh, its cohesion, then it couldn't eternally, constantly be losing its cohesion. It's got to have some kind of finite existence. That's an argument, but they contradict each other. So maybe there's a cycle where the entropy reverses or something, or there's some kind of another stage. But if there's another stage to existence, then is that really? Maybe it's just a continuation of this existence in another form. I don't know. It just seems like if the first rule is true, then which does seem to be the case, the energy really can't be traded or destroyed. Then it always was, right? If that is true, then the energy is always here. It just changes form.
Well, so I think the problem with that is like, if that was true, right, then why can't we remember the lives we had before this one, right? Or
Right.
then we should be able to remember the life I had. Like, then what is the point, right, of living any life if you're not, progressing or learning from previous ones, right? If we're just going to
Right.
be wondering, yeah.
Right. And maybe that's why some people think they do. Like, or maybe there's like certain essences of our past selves that are part of the energy of our present self that we can still feel like glean those experiences, maybe several different experiences and maybe there's people that believe that they can do that. And it seems like there's a lot of people that a lot of evidence that shows that might be the case, but it's not necessarily a whole past life. It's just someone else's life that part of who they were has gotten into you now because they went back to this source soup or whatever, and then like that, and the source soup made you have some of that memory in you. I guess that's possible. But here's the question. This is an interesting question we were asking the other day. Like, if you had a choice, just the whole thing, like a lot of times people say, we're here for a lesson, and then we learn our lesson and then we move on. But if you don't remember your past life, then what lesson did you learn, right? How do you know not to make those mistakes if all these lives are lessons, right? Like, why wouldn't it make sense that we remember our past lives if these are all lessons? And then if you had the choice, but the question I was asking is, if you had the choice to remember all your past lives, if, like, say, in reincarnation is true and we knew that, would you choose to remember all your past lives or not to?
Yes.
Yeah, I would
Yes.
too. A lot of people were
Yeah.
choosing not, like they wouldn't want to remember their past life. What? That doesn't make any sense. Then you would be able to know like what not to do, and you'd have all the knowledge from your past life. That would be way
Well,
better.
it's just meaningless. I mean, what's the point? But that's what I mean. Like, if you can't remember your past lives, then this life is the only life that really matters. You know what I
Right.
mean? That's
In a way, yeah.
when we didn't know anything. You know what I mean? And now we're still. You know what I mean? You grow up, you learn,
Yeah.
and you grow, and then you die.
Right.
So, I mean, yeah, entropy, but I don't know. Is the sun, moon, and stars, are they really slowing down, or are they just doing the same thing they've always been doing?
Who knows, right? Who knows?
I don't think anybody had to, wind them up, right, to start them off, right? I think they're, they're doing. I think it could be, yeah, not outside of this physical world that we're in.
It does seem like everything's vortexual and everything's cycles, and there's good reason to think that the sun does these cycles. It goes through these stages and it goes back on it. It's like a track. There's some good flat Earth videos about that actually. Yeah, it seems like everything's cyclical. I think that maybe we're too caught up with like the meaning of it. Like I think being separated from each other is part of the psyop too. Like thinking that we're all individuals, that like we're all like, I'm going to go to heaven and you're not going to. I did the right thing, and that's why God's going to save me and not you. Like, I think we're all God. I think everything's God. I'm kind of a pantheist in that way. That makes the most sense to me. And I think everything's infinite or eternal in a way. I think that makes the most sense. And if we just were connected, if we saw everyone else and ourselves as a whole, we would be a lot more connected, a lot more powerful.
Well, I don't know if you subscribe to any religion, but that's kind of that's called Luciferianism.
I know that. I know that they like to term it that way, and that may be the term it that way because they want us individual. They want us separated. They want us competing with each other, even competing for a spot in heaven. And I think that's bullshit. I think that's part of the psyop.
I think
Luciferianism.
or like the Hindus believe the same thing. The Jews, of all people, believe the same thing. God is not a person. You know what I mean? He's this force and energy, eternal. The Kabbalah, Kundalini, It's all the same way of viewing God. You know, that you can be like God too. You know, you can become God, like ascend and become a God. You know, I don't know what that means. You know, but
Yeah.
I
I don't
don't see it.
necessarily believe that. It's just that I think that's what makes the most sense. Not that I could become a god, whatever it is. I think that it makes the most sense that if God's a part of everything, that doesn't
Well,
necessarily have to be outside of us.
yeah, but it's not us because we were born, right? We weren't here at one point, and then we're gonna die and not be here again. So we can't be God. Like animals, right? Are also go through the same thing. Plants go through the same thing. You know, they're not here, and then they're born, and then they die.
Well,
So that's
if
not.
you look at it as we're just a part of the whole that continues, then you don't die.
But you're not. We are experiencing it right now, right? Right. Well, I don't see my grandma or my grandpa, uh, still being a part of this world after they've died.
Sure, they
No,
are
they
through you.
their
Through you,
bodies
they
are
are
in.
though, right? Aren't they part of this world still through you at least?
No, I'm talking about the people that the people that they are. You know, the spirit, who they are. You know, the persons that they are. They were.
Yeah.
They're not here with us anymore. That I can talk to
Not physically,
and
though. Yeah.
right, or in any way. They're not here in any way
Well, who
except that
knows?
their
Maybe they are.
bodies.
Maybe they are here. Maybe they're with you right now.
No,
You
they're
don't know.
not.
How do you know?
Because how can they be with me right now?
Well, in spirit, maybe there's like some kind of spirit world we don't know. It
So they're
actually is
just
a real thing.
floating around. Their spirits are just floating around the earth.
I don't
Like,
know. I'm saying I can't know for sure that it's not true. A lot
well,
of
I
people
look at
seem to think it is.
what I'm trying to say is like we know that in order for us to experience this world, right, we need a body to experience it in,
Mhm.
right? Right.
At least as far as we know, and maybe there's an experience that our spirit experiences.
And we know that when we die, we are not going to be able to experience this world anymore, vice versa.
Unless reincarnation is true.
I mean, that I haven't like if my grandmother has been reincarnated, right? Like it's irrelevant and it was meaningless and all for nothing if she doesn't connect with me again.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that it's like that doesn't
Well,
make sense.
let me ask you this: if heaven's, the classic interpretation of heaven's true, and you get to go see all your relatives, do you really want to spend eternity with them? I mean, how long did you really want to spend Christmas with them? I mean, 6 hours, 12 hours. That's a couple days, few days, week. That's a
Well,
long time already for hanging out with family. A lot of times.
we don't. We like right now. The conditions are not right for us to really enjoy eternity with each other, though.
I almost feel like
Especially
I
with
want to remember my grandma as a physical. I think
it, it,
seeing my grandma in heaven as like a non being. I don't know. I don't know. It'd be strange. How would I know it's her? All that kind of stuff doesn't make any sense.
well, you know what I think a lot of people kind of like minimize is the fact that God is going to be accessible. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, and
Why wouldn't he be
think
accessible
about it
here more so
like,
than like? I mean, I know there's. I think he is in a way. Whatever God is
I
accessible.
think,
But I think
I
that
think,
the classic interpretation of him being like a person that's going to only be accessible once you die, I'd be like a little pissed off. I'd be like, hey,
no,
man,
not
why didn't you
accessible.
make it a little more obvious?
Well, I mean, like you can physically see and interact with him, like because there's nothing in the way. So, anyways, Christians, in this whole Christian thing, uh, the reason why God can't interact with us is because we'll die. So, what He's done is He has, promised, right? Became a man, basically, and interacted with people that way. And then he paid for the depths of people like people that sin. Because that's why people die, because of sin. So he came to kind of to pay that debt so that people can live, so that people can once again be in God's presence, and and because God had a plan in the beginning and it all went wrong. So
Well,
how you
why
really
would God not make the perfect plan? How would God's plan go?
well look at free will, like right, like think about our free will, right? Like just the fact that free will exists answers that question.
Well, then why would he plan for us to have free will?
Because he has free will, because we were made in his image, so we're like the angels and most animals. If you look around, animals also have a will. Well, I don't know if you want to build a house, they're as ambitious as people, but
I don't think the way animals will works is more like reactionary behavior to external stimuli, though. I don't believe animals can actually make the same type of choices that we can.
right. But we're different in that we can choose between right and wrong, or
Yeah,
between
exactly.
between being our creator, father, or not.
It's like an animal can understand good and bad, or pleasure and pain, but it cannot morally and objectively understand the difference between what is right and wrong.
Yeah.
I think that's what it means when it says made in God's image. In the New Testament, it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. But what it actually says in Greek is, in the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was with the Theos, and the Logos was the Theos. It was and is, everything's made by the autos. The logic is the theory. Speculation and contemplation comes from somewhere, and this created realm, rationality, that comes from God. The irrational state is the adversarial spirit, what people call Satan. But basically that no and doesn't care about the truth, just cares about ego and the self. The Ha-Satan army, and they are legion, for sure.
It's funny because they serve a purpose, because we to rise above that is our quest, right? To whatever it is that takes, and it's essential. So God had to create that as part of the essential, like contrast,
It's kind of funny.
light and dark,
We often, a lot of folks call such people NPCs, but then if you think about it, main characters cannot level up without NPCs to gain experience from.
There you go.
And many are called the I do like what I think it was Mimius Aurelius said though at one point. There's only one main character, one true main character in this story, and none of us are him.
It's more like
Depends on how you look at it.
the point. You know what I mean? And then music shows up. All right, let's go.
I think that it was him that said. I know that somebody did, but I just like that take because the King of Kings is the main character.
But the Genesis of one account of the world also mentions the real world that we experience. But what it says is that there's waters outside. Waters above the firmament versus the waters below. So I mean, you don't need more puddles. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Because
I'm not saying I need more puddles. I'm just saying if I had to bet, I bet there's.
I wouldn't look at it as puddles, more like rings of the same puddle. You ever seen like the hot water springs where there'd be multiple rings of different colored bacteria, algae based off the temperature differentials, the gradient throughout that pool? That.
Yeah.
Same realm, just different edges.
Yeah, and they're serious. And they're serious about the Antarctic Treaty. The 60-degree line parallel around that circle around the world. That's a fence, man. It's like
So if you were able to put your hand through that fence, where would your hand go on the other side? To a non-reality?
Yeah, it's kind of
No,
hard
I
to
mean,
imagine reality.
if you approach that fence, you're going to be approached by a ship or an airplane.
Yeah,
Or,
no, I know. In this reality, right. Like, but I'm saying if you could, like, if there was a dome or firmament and you were able to, like, what's on the other side of the firmament? What's outside of it? A non-reality? Not more reality?
I think
Well, what
the
Oh, go ahead.
I
Sorry, man.
think if you go away from the sun, right, it'll probably get darker and colder and more
Right.
ice. If it's water, if it's all water, then that means it's all ice down
Yeah, there
there.
would have to be more than one sun. There'd have to be another sun and another puddle.
Oh, in order for it to carry on, yeah.
I mean, the sun and the moon are the only two things that there's only one of that we know of in this physical reality.
It's true.
I mean, that's a terrible place to be, eh? Like, so far away from life and the warmth of the sun. May as well be in space.
Well, Scripture says
Yeah,
a
but now
fool.
that we know it's not space, what is it? What's outside of this reality? Like, if it's not space, what is it?
I like that verse that says the fool sets his eyes on the ends of the earth. Like going off into the edges. Yeah, it's a foolish place to go. You're going to freeze to death.
Yeah, I don't have any, like, destination urges to go to Antarctica. I mean, there's enough to explore even in this land that we know of, for sure. I'd like
I
to know
wouldn't
if there is more.
But I'm not going to live there. I'm not setting my heart on it. It's not somewhere I really want to be.
Yeah. I think there's something to the north for sure. I'd say there's.
Oh yeah, I'm more interested in going to the north. Yeah. I think that there's a energy pool that goes up. Well, pool. That makes it sound like a puddle. There's a force, energy thing that has to do with the North Pole that would be interesting to research.
Yeah. The idea that you could live a lot longer. There's waters underneath the magnetic mountain that could make you like healthy and all kinds of stuff that makes sense.
And
for
even
some reason.
possibly harnessing that energy through a RF like receiver. And you can use a full wave rectifier and be able to have unlimited energy off of that particular point if the hypothesis is accurate.
But it does kind of seem to resonate for some reason. I don't know if it's because I want it to be true but it does seem to resonate beyond that.
Well, hey, dude, I was reading some scholarly articles on the Schumann resonance that tripped me out because this one was making a claim that based off of the frequency of it, this was some woo shit. It sounded weird. It was talking about all of human consciousness being stored in the like effects of the ionosphere. It didn't even mention aether or anything, but it talked like it, and I'm like, what is this? I'll have to show you. It's on my laptop or netbook. It was very weird.
You mean like the Akashic Records?
It was making a claim that the Schumann resonance has something to do with like human consciousness, and that it's possible for every consciousness of every human being who's ever existed to be stored in that. And I'm like, what the hell is this claim?
They call it the Akashic Records, I think. That's what you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, and the way it was written was like a scholarly article, and it was on Google Scholar, not a regular search. Like it was an actual, like, I'm like, what? That's why it was like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, share it with me if you get a chance. I'll DM you.
Yeah, it's on the. Let's see if my laptop's well, it's a netbook.
Is that the 8 hertz thing?
8.73 hertz or 8.73.
Can the Schumann resonance be affected by all the effects that we're causing with the radio waves and stuff? Can it be changed?
I think so. I think that it can all influence that. Apparently, they've got people who claim that you can actually use that to increase your own health too. Like you can use these resonant frequencies on yourself, which has me thinking about medical beds, like a true med bed that uses that. And that's the thing. I have this device that's used for healing bones, an ultrasonic device for healing bones, and it's mostly for people who have like osteoporosis type stuff. But it's clear that in the medical industry, they have devices that are approved for this very purpose that do exactly that. So why can't we have
Is
a
this ether grass? Is this ether grass?
Yeah, dude. My other accounts on my
I was
laptop power
saying, dude,
cord's
you
broken.
sound just like ether grass, man. What the hell? What's up with your account? Right on.
Yeah, it's
You sound a little different for some reason too. I don't know why.
I'm on the phone, man. It's
Cool. That's what. How'd you get the device?
well, I'm on my phone. My laptop power cord broke, so my main
Oh, okay.
account is all connected
Right.
to that. I'm waiting to come in.
What's the device you got? You said that you had for bones.
Oh, geez. Let me see if I can find it. I think I have it in here.
What is it? It's an oscilloscope. You said.
It is a Exogen ultrasound bone healing system from Smith and Nephew.
Whoa. Where'd you get
And
that?
I go to thrift shops and buy really weird shit anytime I see
Okay.
it.
Right. Cool. Never heard of that one. Bone healing.
Yeah, so the thought about this is actually, because I've looked at this as a real legitimate medical device from the medical industry, so I'm like, this exists, meaning you can make a whole bed that can do this then. Like, obviously.
Right.
Introducing the Schumann mattress.
There you go.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Give it good night's sleep on our brand new technological Schumann mattress.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Maybe doing that actually would bring people health.
Sure. Well, they did the study, with they just put those military guys underground to see how long they would survive underground, and they went crazy until they started blasting the frequency of the Schumann resonance, and they were okay.
I think we need it for sanity.
Yeah. Yeah, and all their that's electronic waves and shit. The noise,
Yeah.
Maybe that's what leads to an early death. Who knows?
Well, my thought is affecting it can cause like delusions and confusion in people, make it hard for them to process information, and
Yeah.
manipulating it off of the natural frequency, which is what people are doing, is standing at the phones all day or sitting next to a Wi-Fi router. It's
Yeah.
not natural frequencies. You ever seen the experiment of a little girl who she took some kind of plant thing, it might have been like a chia pet or whatever. She had wheatgrass, had it next to the router, and had another one way across the house and they're both in the window, they're both getting the same amount of water. The one next to the router died.
Oh.
And then the other stuff thrived being away from it, but it was the same. Everything else is the same, the environment, like the amount of sunlight, the water, all that stuff, but the one next to the router died.
Right.
The plant will die next to a and then we've seen trees die next to those towers they'll put up, and they'll have the fake tree
Oh,
that's
yeah.
a tower. All the real
Birds
trees
and
die.
animals. Yeah.
Yep. I'm getting to the point where it's like they are cranking up too much microwaves up into the atmos, man. It's not safe for us. And they don't give a
Right.
shit. We could complain, they're not going to stop.
Hey, did you ever work on that thing? Wasn't it you're gonna do a
That's
video?
I can't
or
finish that till I get the laptop cord. But yeah,
All right, that's cool.
that's another thing. I'm like, damn it, because I
No
get
worries.
projects going and then I get sick, so I have to pick them back up.
How
And
you
finish
doing?
them.
Are you all right? Are you all right now? You
I'm
okay
doing
these
great,
days?
man.
Yeah, sound like it. Good. It's good to hear. Awesome.
It's about healed up, and I'm in good spirits right now.
Sounds like it. Awesome.
I'm still at the
Happy New Year.
hospital, but she's stable and good, so everything's cool.
You're still at the hospital?
No, Mom had a
Your
surgery. I'll tell you more about it later,
mom's
man.
there. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay. All
just
right. Well, Happy New Year.
yeah. But everybody's doing good, and we're content.
Cool. Good. Good to hear.
And I hope all's well with you guys, man. I hope everybody's staying blessed and watching out for zombies.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I wrote that on the hospital, the dry erase board at the hospital. And anytime a new nurse comes in, they will bust out laughing. So I'm glad that I could leave some
Watch
good
out for
medicine there.
zombies. Is that what you said?
Yeah, but because it says your instructions for today or whatever, your daily goals. And I put stay blessed and watch out for zombies for her daily
Nice.
goals.
Funny. Oh man, there's some truth to that these days. We're talking about that,
Yeah. She's
man,
in a
with
hospital,
well, Shit. Zombie apocalypse might be real. That was one of the craziest things of 2023 to hear, like with the stuff they put in us that could be activated somehow with some weird.
We use the thing as a metaphor for people who mindlessly obey the system, though, and never question anything, and openly tell people that that's what we mean when we say zombies.
Yeah, The Walking Dead are real for sure. Already.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
You gotta shoot them in the head.
Yeah.
Or get into their head and live rent free. I like teaching people things. Like, there's a quote from a silly Batman movie where the Riddler is like, "Don't kill him. If you kill him, he won't learn nothing." And I like that stance. We're here to teach, not smash organic computers.
Right. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I think that's how I think they look at us. Like, yeah, they don't. If they wanted to kill us, they could just. If they, it's like we're definitely a long-term study going on here. They can only build on our inspiration, not our desperation. That's the other thing I like to say, because it does seem like that's the case. Like whatever it is, if we have the challenge to, like it seems like they get to the point where they could do whatever they want, but then they give us the win. It's like they have to build on us overcoming whatever it is. They take as much as they can, and then when we push back, they we won. We overcame that. Now everything's kind of back to normal, kind of, but not.
A lot of their invention, like their ingenuity, comes from the poor, and then they use their companies to claim those patents and retain their wealth. But most of these wealthy people, they're not that intelligent.
The challenge makes for great creativity.
Like, they're collectors. They're great. Like, if you collected stamps or coins, they're collectors of inventions, but they can't come up with the inventions themselves.
Yeah, the overfilled bellies sit like rocks, right? Like they're not inspired by the hunger that the real hunger creates.
Necessity's the mother of invention, and they have no necessity because everything's taken care of for them. So they rely on those who do have issues with necessity to invent new things.
Right. Yeah. Sucks because it kind of justifies what they're doing.
In a way, have the funding. So, like, hey, that sounds like a good idea, and throw money at it. And the wealth of the wicked set up for the righteous.
Yeah. So many inventions stolen, or they'll patent it and then make sure it never gets made.
I have no problem with money. I just hate people who worship it. Because it's just a thing to me. It's an object to use to do something else. So it has no moral or spiritual value to me. It's just an object.
Right.
The other people, like when folks run after it, like that's the whole meaning of life. Like, bro, you're going to chase $1 straight to the grave. And then what?
Right. That's true.
It's like, it's not that I mind money or anything. I don't judge people for having it. It's a piece of parchment used for things. But know what it is, kind of thing, And they put it out there on the back of the dollar bill, like what our purpose is in their system.
Yeah.
Eye of providence and everything. It's like the love of money is the root of all kinds of evils stuff. People get tunnel vision on the material.
Right.
Or hyperfixated on decay. They're so afraid of the decay, that's paranoid fear of death, whether it be themselves or the decay of the objects that they're trying to harbor. Sounds like obsession.
Right. Yeah, I like neat stuff. Like that's the only reason I like to have money, so to get neat stuff. Like even at the Salvation Army or something. I've been lugging around things like for a long time that are worth like nothing as far as like the actual cost of it, but they have a weird me like I'm holding on to it for a creative project or something.
It's like no scripture anywhere regards money as itself as being evil, though. Like Otherwise, the word like the wealth of the wicked is set up for the righteous wouldn't exist, or the fact that you can utilize money for good things. Like a fool and his money is easily parted. Like that wouldn't be in the Bible. Like it wouldn't call somebody foolish for being easily parted by their money if the money
Right.
itself was the problem. So it's the
Right.
love of the money.
It could be the root of all evil, but it's not necessarily all evil.
Yeah. Well, and it even says all kinds of evil, so it doesn't say all, like it's all evils are associated with
Yeah.
money. Just
Right.
all kinds, like many different kinds.
Right. True. The greed is the problem.
Yeah. There's plenty of rich people who. There's this one guy. He's a believer and he's a multimillionaire. He's not a billionaire or anything, but he takes care of all of his employees. Like he has an actual campus set up so that they've got daycare and everything like right there for his business, so that they don't have to go outside of the company to do anything. Like everything's full
What
coverage
company
there.
is that?
Like that's how it should be.
What
I
company is
can't
that?
remember the name of it. I just remember it was this. He had a small company, but he was a multimillionaire. Had a couple $1 million. He's taking, and he has like this campus for his company where people can stay there if they want to, and it includes like daycare and other stuff. Like it's all covered for his employees, and he cares more about their lives and stuff. But that also reminds me of another thing. There was Papa John's. He donates to his own employees sometimes. Like he does random things because there was one time where somebody was working for his company. She's like poor though, didn't have the ability to pay for something related to school, and he did like a full ride scholarship for her to go pursue her dreams. But like I don't know, there like people who do have wealth and use it for good reasons. It's not just tax write-offs. They hear a story and say, "I want to help." We do get portrayed this thing where all rich men bad, and that's not true.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's great. Great to hear examples of that not being. I want to figure out where that company is. Work for them.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up when I gotta get my stuff plugged up. I woke up recently. It's 5 a.m. for me, man. That may sound talkative, but I'm a little tired.
Yeah, I was just falling asleep, but you can take over. I was on a roll myself.
Next shift clocking in.
Yep. We had Kenny in here, then I came in. Now you're here. You know, Bong Sao's. I don't know how long Bong Sao's been here. But yeah, it's
He's
cool that this
around.
server's not totally dead. I'm glad to see people in here talking.
Dude, the other day there was over 40 people in here.
Yeah.
It was very full.
Right? There's going to be more and more. We might as well enjoy it while we can because it's only going to get bigger and bigger. Can you imagine if there was like, 1,000 fucking flat earthers trying to talk all at once? Jesus. There's going to have to be more and more
we're going to
servers.
need 10 live streams. We'd have to
Yeah.
have 10 live streams. There's no way
Yeah.
for anybody to get a word in.
Yeah. Like 40 people is like most of the time people like there's only a couple people talking usually.
Yeah.
Because it's too hard to get a
Because
word in.
100's too many. So you're right. We'd need like 20. We'd need like 20 live streams just to get a word in.
It's gonna happen, yeah. I don't know. There's other people that were talking the other day about they're gonna crack down on this. Like enjoy even talking to each other because they're gonna try to take it away. What was it Kenny was saying earlier about the text? They were talking about editing your texts or fining you for information that you text to somebody. What? That's just crazy. We can't go there.
I believe too that this is going to accelerate a lot. The video game companies have been working on voice chat censorship, so they can pick up what you're saying to people and ban you from their companies for having like bad user interactions and stuff without having to actually watch you with moderators. So they can just record your voice and hear what you say. And they can see the text in the same way. And I believe that they will apply that same technology to our actual phone calls on a long enough timeline.
Where you the person
So
you're talking to just hears something different that you're saying. Like they actually real time edit what you're saying.
They could because of the way that the AI voice to text. Yep, they could actually change what you're saying, and that would
That'd
be
be
effed up.
crazy. Oh my god. Well, that's the beauty of what we're doing. I mean, what this is, and it'd be really hard to do that and not have people catch it because we can go back and rewind it. And if the argument, if you say something different in the argument or the debate or whatever, talking in your conversation, then you'd be like, wait a minute, and nobody's gonna put up with that. They'll just find a place to go where that doesn't happen. And we spend a lot of time here. Everyone spends a lot of time listening to the conversations or being a part of it, and they don't make any revenue off of that. I mean, maybe the platform does, but like it's just there's no advertisements. It's just hours and hours of listening. That's they got to figure out how to monetize
Discord actually makes a lot of money off the flat Earth versus globe Earth discussion because as a result of the discussion existing, people from both sides buy Nitro accounts and use those Nitro accounts for their discussions related to flat Earth. It would be in their best interest to let the discussion keep on happening because people buy Nitro prescriptions for the very purpose of having that discussion.
Do people buy that much? I have never bought Nitro. Does anybody really buy a lot of that? They'll make
Most
it so
of
you need
us,
it
we use
eventually.
free trials.
Yeah.
I've noticed that most of our people use the free trials, and then when it's over, like, I'm not giving Discord money. But the Globers, they will invest in the Nitro because they think it looks really cool and they want to have the ability to do all this and that, and they're far more inclined to do it.
Huh. Just for what is it for?
It is
now?
okay when we
large
do it.
files and games and
You
stuff.
can boost the server.
Yeah.
Well, you can boost the server. It gives ability to other people on the server. It increases the bit rate for voice chats. You can upload bigger files.
Yeah.
It allows more interaction. Which
Everything they give out
It's,
for free. They'll make it so you need to buy Nitro. They're gonna make that a necessity.
Well, another thing is kind of one of my pet peeves for this is when people boost a server too much, and it's like the server can only be boosted so far, though. Now you're wasting boosts. There's other servers that could be boosted in order to maximize efficiency for the entire community. But instead, it's like all eggs into one basket, and it's, dude, but you can only boost it so far. Like, we can boost other servers. Just keep this one, boosted exactly where it needs to be at all times. Or any other, the same thing that goes, and then once it goes over, okay, these boosts can go elsewhere. It's better management. And then bigger files and more information can be spread out.
Yeah,
right
these
now,
servers
it's
don't really
chaos.
see.
It's just,
People kind of have their one server they like to go to. They don't see it as everybody in the
which I
same
understand
basket.
that too.
Yeah.
It's like loyalty.
Yeah, I guess, or just maybe preference of people.
Yeah, and I'm just disregarding all of that and just pointing out maximum efficiency.
Yeah, that'd be
just
good.
all
That'd be good.
feelings aside, all just
Right.
Yeah.
I never buy Nitro, so I wouldn't know. I almost bought some the other day,
It's
though.
just a thought I had months ago, man.
Yeah, there'll probably be things you could do with Nitro even beyond what they're doing now. Yeah, the games and stuff. I guess maybe would be part of it. Virtual stuff, maybe, I don't know. The meta stuff never went anywhere. That kind of died on the vine. The meta reality, the virtual reality. I don't think. There was also the
VR
characters that was kind of
too
cool
early.
to see, people in debates where they actually put a character that was real time, mimicking. I don't know. It was kind of interesting, but I don't think anyone wants to use that on a regular basis.
I think everybody was pushing the VR a little too early, ahead of the jump. I jumped the gun.
Yeah.
It'll become really popular within the next 10 years for sure, but they just jumped the gun when they first tried to launch everything. Tech wasn't ready.
Yeah. It's just like
when
anti-truth
Zuckerberg
in a
tried
way.
to pull his meta.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're being impatient.
Totally went nowhere. Yeah, well, the headsets are for you to begin with. If you don't plug in, I mean, the Bluetooth in those headsets are not. It's a brain cooker. They got to figure that out.
Yeah. I do want to get an Oculus though. I want to get something, but I don't want to use it for video games. I think it would be really cool to build robots or a RC car that I can drive around and see through the front of it.
Like a augmented reality type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
have
augmented
a graphical
reality
user
kind of
interface.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah. and then I can see like the power and all my stats related to it. Put some sensors in there.
Right. Oh yeah, the gaming world, man. I just had to stop. I can't. I get too addicted. I can't spend too much time doing
Yeah,
that.
dude, I get
on
hyper fixated when I
top of
game
all the
just for
time I
the
spend here.
laughs. There's
Yeah.
this game called Crunker Strike on Discord. It's like the first person shooter that's been released on Discord.
Yeah.
Just out of boredom and for laughs, just to see if I could do it. I went from like in the thousands, like I don't know how many people, like 20,000 or more. It might have been like 90,000. I don't remember. But I was like in the way thousandth place to 10th place on a tournament just because I wanted to. Like I was actually going for first place, but my laptop cord broke and mom went to the hospital, so I'm like, I can't focus on this anymore. Got to do this.
Crunker Strike.
But I
Is
would
it
have probably.
regular? Does that come up with all the games now? Is that on there? Crunker Strike.
Yeah, it's up there. They've got new maps that I'm sure they're going to release because right now it's in winter mode, so the maps are winterized. But and it's not really pay to win. Like people can get an advantage by paying, but the items that you can actually get through events are on par with the items you would pay for. So it doesn't really off balance the game. You just have to play it in order to be even with those who are paying to get their shit early. Like the gun that I have on there is one of the legendary type weapons, and it has the same amount of damage as the ones that you would pay for to use. And I've already unlocked almost all of the ranks. I think that the only one that you can't unlock naturally would be the sniper, which is not really a big deal for me. Like I don't really care. I move too fast to be sniped. But yeah, that's one of the ones you have to pay to get.
Oh, you have to actually pay? Okay.
But well, for certain things, they like you can buy little custom graphics and stuff. But like I said, they have free things on their events that are of the same value and strength as the ones that you would pay for. It's just that some people don't have the patience to sit there and do all that and earn them, so they'd rather just buy it, play the game, and then go do something else. It doesn't really give them an advantage because they didn't earn it. So if they didn't earn it, they're not going to have the muscle memory and the skill from actually playing the game. So they can have the most powerful weapons they want, but they're still going to be shit at playing it. Meanwhile, I got experience now. And I dual wield a controller and a mouse, so I got really good accuracy and speed. And again, this is why we don't play video games, because we'll get hyper-fixated on them, which is exactly what you were saying. Like,
yeah, they are too all-encompassing, but fun. I mean, I don't knock anyone playing games. I just I'm just not a gamer. I wish I had the time for it.
It's like what I did, though, having the ability to just turn it off. Like, I got other things to do. We have to retain that ability. Can't get lost in it.
Yeah. Yeah, if there's something creative to it. That's why I think the creative games, are cool. There's not enough of them.
I had a great idea, though. So you can get this custom Unity editor for Fortnite. But basically, anybody can make their own game for Fortnite and upload it using the editor. Anybody can. Meaning that you can make things that have certain specific information in these games that are mainstream, put it out there and let people play it for free. Meaning we can make a Flat Earth Fortnite game and put it in there up on the list. And people, wait, what? And they would go in. Yeah, exactly. A flat smack them with the info that's everywhere on billboards and shit.
So there's an editor for games now. You could just go ahead and edit the game and make it your own version.
It's it's the Unreal engine has already existed, like Unreal Tournament and all that. So they have a custom Unreal engine, which is Unreal and Unity are two different things. But they have a custom Unreal engine specifically for making Fortnite games, like mods within the Fortnite system. And I'm not really I'm more into game makers in general, so that's what interests me, the fact that it has an editor for the game, not Fortnite. Fortnite part's kind of non sequitur to the fact they got an editor.
Flat Night.
But it's also like we could do Flat Night. But a lot of people hate Minecraft because of the way it looks, which I happen to have like a nostalgic feel towards it because it reminds me of Nintendo 64 and Super Nintendo. But a lot of people don't like it. That I did too. For higher resolution, so the only thing that would remain would be the blocky look of just the terrain, and everything else would actually be higher resolution graphics. Where there's a will, there's a way. That would be one I'd like to put the whole periodic table of elements in and teach people, like let children play with actual elements in game instead of just whatever fantasy bullshit. Like they're actually learning about real things and how these things interact with each other. That would be cool.
Yeah, learning
And
learning
the
games.
reason modifying it, we could all make a sandbox game from scratch, but it's about modifying the game that already exists because it already has a big fan base. So they'll be like, "Oh, what's this?" It just shows up in their realm, and they'll look at it, kind of thing, instead of having
Right.
to like buy a new game, load something else.
There's got to be some Outer Ponder games for sure. Man, you think that's coming? Why haven't they done that already? I guess they have in a way. Other realms or whatever.
Yeah, the multiverse thing's really popular now. Oh man.
I'm going to take a bite of an apple, so I'm going to mute for a minute.
I'm gonna step outside, stuff together. All right. Quiet
So you need to go, if you get a chance, go see the movie called Poor Things. Just don't go with your parents like I did, because it's one of the craziest movies you ever watch. And Emma Stone's like naked and aggressively having sex throughout the whole thing, which they don't at all make that clear in the preview. It's one of those things. It's very long. It was like a 2.5 hour softcore Emma Stone porn. But a lot of other crazy stuff too, like Frankenstein meets Brazil meets My Fair Lady meets what else did we were saying, like Naked Lunch, Elephant Man, Eraserhead. There was all kinds of like nods to all these movies in a way. Everyone's going to be talking about it. I mean, everybody in the mainstream, I guess, but people that like to go to movies, they're going to have to see it. It's just like Everything Everywhere All at Once, because it got best movie or whatever.
Yeah.
So a lot of people saw it just because everyone was talking about it, right? So it's going to be that movie.
Eraserhead reference, so head explodey.
Not a lot of people have watched all of Eraserhead, that's for sure. It's so weird. It's one of the weirdest movies ever, too.
It is weird. That's kind of funny though. A lot of people, they think that media has gotten worse or something. It's gotten more bizarre, more disturbing. No, it hasn't. Some of the older movies are even more disturbing than some of the stuff we see now.
Mm-hmm. That's why I appreciated this one to a certain extent, because it definitely, says fuck all that. We're just going to do it. It's going to be the weirdest movie ever, and it crosses the line unashamedly. Beautiful sets, beautiful. He's going to win a lot of awards for that. But
So
yeah, I
it
just
kind of says the quiet out loud. So I reckon it kind of says the quiet part out loud. A lot of things when it comes to Hollywood.
Yeah, not traditional Hollywood. I'll give it that.
Yeah, because traditional Hollywood has a Disney effect. They'll sugarcoat evil things and then feed it to everybody.
Mm-hmm. You want to hear the premise?
Down, I can.
The premise is that she's this woman that commits suicide. The premise of the movie, she's this pregnant woman that commits suicide, and this Frankenstein scientist guy, played by Willem Dafoe, finds her body in the river and brings her back to life with the electricity, and then puts the baby's brain inside her head. That's it. That's the premise.
Even monster. It's quite this.
I guess it's based on a book.
Yeah, weird.
But yeah, so she's a nymphomaniac. She's like a baby nymphomaniac. So yeah, don't go see it with your parents.
Much worse.
I know.
It just makes it so much worse because it's like I think that I hit it on the nail on the head with the quiet part out loud from Hollywood. Holy shit.
Yeah.
It's MK Ultra. That's what they do. They fraction the mind so that they can create exactly that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of these MK Ultra victims are childlike for sure.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. They shatter them and put their basically have like their childlike self, their infantile self being what's in control
Adult.
without any capability of focusing outside of that. And then they have handlers walking around doing shit. That's why they're so clueless about reality. Wealthy people disconnect. These aren't just rich though. These are like the pets of the elite. They're practically like high end poodles. You got rich people strut them around on stage and stuff and make money off of it. They're pretty much just show dogs for the elite.
There's a lot of people in here I've never seen before. A lot of people don't know. Anybody else in here that I've never talked to before? Final, don't know him.
Yeah, hello.
What's
I was
up?
Only once. I was only here once.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But
Are you?
to you guys.
What's that?
I'm from Europe. I live in Austria, and when I live at around 400 meters of elevation. That's like 1,200 feet. And when I look outside, I can see mountains that are level with my vision. Like the mountains are like 6,000 feet.
Right, straight across, right?
Yeah. How do you have any explanation to that? Like it seems that there's a curve to the Earth.
Oh, you're saying you're a baller, or you believe in the ball, and you're wondering what the flat Earth explanation is for the mountains looking lower than they should, and in the distance. Well, perspective is one thing, you know. If you go at a high altitude in a plane, you should actually see the curve. I think actually I had a friend who did like a 2-scale flight simulator, and at the plane's altitude, you should see the curve, the leading edge of a curve. You shouldn't see the ground rising up at all in front of you the way that we see when we fly in planes. In fact, you wouldn't even be able to land the plane because all the pilots are trained to treat it as stationary. So let me ask you this question. How could the pilot be trained to only treat the Earth as stationary and land on a surface that he treats as stationary completely? But if it's actually moving, how would that be the case? If it's actually moving, but he's treating it as stationary, how would that be possible? Don't you think there would be a difference?
I don't think this has anything to do with my question, but I just think the atmosphere moves with the Earth, so the gravity.
Okay, so does that really make sense though? So you're saying that the plane is in a separate reference frame because once you're off the Earth, that's the claim, right? You have a Coriolis effect and all that, right? So if you went over a certain distance where the Earth is moving faster than your momentum, how is the plane in sync with the Earth still, so that it can treat it as completely stationary? I'm just saying, if that's not possible, then what does the perspective of the mountains looking a certain size have? Just has to be something else, because if a pilot treats the Earth as stationary and level, it has to be stationary and level. There's no magic atmosphere just keeping them in sync with the Earth. There's a tangential gradient of velocity, of eastward tangential velocities, right? There's a gradient, 1,000 at the equator and 0 at the poles, they say. So if you took off in between, you'd only have that conserved momentum. You wouldn't have 1,000 miles an hour conserved momentum. And you can't gain momentum. You can accelerate, right, to catch up to the Earth, I guess, but they're not trained to do that. And even if they were, he'd have to continue accelerating as he's landing on a north-facing runway or whatever angle. The runways face all different directions. So how would he continue to be in sync with the Earth as he's slowing down to land?
So you think when a person is standing on Earth, like if the globe turrets are right, then we would all fall over because of the Earth's rotation, or what? Like you think if the Earth would be round, we would all feel the rotation, or what? Or like the correct.
That's not about feeling the rotation. I'm just saying that the pilot is only trained to treat it as stationary. So if it was moving, how could that be? Right? They'd have to be able to account for the movement eastward.
No.
Yeah. It's a simple fact. I mean, even if we let you beg the question, if the plane takes off at 500 mile per hour latitude, right? It's going 500 miles per hour automatically with the Earth. We can say, okay, we'll give you that. We'll just assume the plane's moving with the Earth, even though there's no reading for that whatsoever. But it flies to the equator where it needs 500 miles per hour more eastward momentum. How does it gain that?
Yeah, I think the atmosphere is just moving with the Earth, and the plane is just pushing itself from it. From the
So
air.
you're saying the atmosphere pushes the plane sideways to keep up with the Earth? That's not even the claim on your side. But I mean, do you think the pilot's putting his life in the hands of the atmosphere, making him perfectly in sync with the Earth so he can treat the Earth as stationary? That seems like some crazy atmosphere magic, and it's not even what the Ball Earth claims. There's no answer for this, bro. So that means the Earth is stationary and level, just like the pilot's trained to treat it. Yeah, there's no answer.
Yeah,
I'm not waiting. I'm not going to wait for you because there is no
I
answer.
don't really have a good answer for this because I didn't
Yeah,
really.
because there isn't one. That's the thing.
No,
If you really look at this critically, you'll find out there isn't one.
No.
And something like this that's significant enough. We know people take off in planes every day. They land safely. We know the pilots always treat the Earth as stationary and level. They only have their speed in relation to a stationary ground. That's all their readings ever indicate. If the Earth were moving, it'd be a completely different situation. On a common sense level, you can just see what my point is, right? Even if you haven't looked
Yeah,
into it.
yeah. I get what your point is.
Yeah. Okay.
But I just believe
Welcome to Flat Earth.
And
I gotta
another
go.
question.
Oh, go ahead.
I asked this once before, but I wasn't
Big one.
satisfied with my answer. Let's see what you say. Why would they lie about this? Like,
Well, there's lots of speculation you can go into about that. I mean, there's more land, resources, a limited important for the economy. If we had infinite, or whatever amount more than they say they have of anything, then it would change everything, right? It would be unlimited resources.
Yep.
That could be part of it. Mind control is another thing. Depend on the authorities for your basic senses of whether you're stationary or not, even though you feel like you're stationary. You're asking the authority to if you're relying on the authority to tell you actually, no, you're moving all these different directions at different speeds, but you just can't feel it because, it's so smooth and consistent. It's a form of mind control, there's all kinds of reasons.
Final, can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Final?
Yeah.
Let's say that I have video, your girl is cheating on you.
Okay.
And there is a friend of your girl. And I said, I have a video. And she will say, and you will say, but she's coming from good family. She's like, nobody in her family never cheated. They're good Christian family. She was good all the time. I have 2 kids with her. She has no reason to cheat me.
No.
So why would she cheat you?
Yeah. Bad luck. Because lapse of judgment. I don't know.
Or maybe because I have a video that she's cheating you.
No, maybe it's deepfake. I don't know.
It's the same case with the Earth. Why would they lie? That means they have no reason to lie. That means there is no lie. That means Earth is spherical. We go outside, we check. Earth is not spherical. What is going on?
Yeah.
Because now, if I find out with some evidence there is no sphere, now my question would be, but why would they lie about this? Yeah, that's a good question, But how I can answer you that question? If you ask the
I would consider
liar,
a
if you ask
conspiracy theorist as well, but the most
conspiracy theory, do you think that this is conspiracy theory?
Yeah, it is a conspiracy. If they wanna hide something big from us,
Okay. Yeah, but if we for sure know that is the way, like that it is, we don't know the way. Who is doing what? Who is lying? And
So you're mad because I call it a fury?
No, I'm telling you only this: that there is no such thing that I can give you the answer, and also the liar will not give you that answer. For example, if you ask them why you would lie, if you ask the liar why you would lie, the liar will tell you the truth now.
Yeah, I get your point.
Yeah.
But maybe.
It's not about that.
Yeah.
It's not about lying. Let's say. Let's put it that they are not lying. They are wrong. But we know that's a lie. That doesn't matter. Let's put what is the argument? What's that argument? It's big, Is it that spherical really, or it is not?
Because we all learned that it is spherical, and now this idea about flat Earth somehow it's irritating, is it? This idea about flat Earth somehow it's irritating. It sounds like a stupid.
Yeah, because
Is it?
everybody, yeah, everybody is making fun of flat earthers, all the
Yeah,
media and
yeah, yeah. But what do you think about the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, I never really thought this was like I never really thought the globe was an issue. I always didn't think this was thing to.
You mentioned mountains earlier, but
Yeah.
I would have a question for you about that then. Is
Yeah.
the horizon optical or is it physical?
What do you mean optical?
Is it an optical phenomenon that occurs within the oculus of your eyes, or is it a physical thing that you can go and measure?
I wouldn't know that.
The official claim has been steelmanned to a very specific size for what the Earth is supposed to be. If it's not that, the whole story, the whole house of cards crumbles.
Yeah, but I know, like you can see the mountains. There's snow on them. It means it's cold. It has a high elevation, low air pressure.
Yeah.
And I can see them level with my eyes, and they're higher than me.
Yeah.
That means I don't know. Either they're lower. There's a curvature.
We can
I
definitely
mean, it
see
has
too
nothing to
far.
do with the horizon. It's just physically on the Earth.
Yeah. Well, everything that you visually see is optical phenomenon that's occurring. And measurements can happen to physical objects, but when you're looking at the horizon, it's always optical. It can change and fluctuate. We have things like Phantom Morgana or various mirage-like effects that can occur, and those can't be tangibly measured with a measuring stick or anything. They're all optical. But you said you see them above you, so wouldn't that be
Yeah,
an
the
upward
level,
curve then,
like
rather
when I
than a
look
down?
outside my window, I can see them. Like I turn around, I can see them, and
Yeah.
they're level with me, and they're around 6,000 feet high, and I'm at 1,200 feet elevation.
So there's a few
Eh,
things that can cause that. So when you look out, kind of like if you take a quarter in your hand and you walk down a quarter mile away from your camera, will the quarter appear smaller than it is up next to your eye? Okay. In fact, it'll get so far away at a mile, actually just a quarter mile, that you can have it between your fingers and you won't even be able to see there is a quarter between your fingers. Okay. There's another thing, is that the air between you and that mountain has density.
Yep.
It's not completely transparent, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
There's like lensing to it. There's effects anytime that we're looking towards the horizon.
Well, even if you're looking out at something that is far bigger than you, you can ultimately be looking almost directly at the horizon, or were it to get far enough away, even on a plane, it'll inevitably get so far away from you that it will be so angularly small that it will merge with what is called the horizon, meaning horizontal onward. Now, were we living in some sort of perfect vacuum, and not only that, but we had perfect optics, then it's theoretical. You could see forever on a flat plane, but we don't have such a thing. And so it's really unfair to try to um, kind of apply, like a lot of people will say, why can't we see Mount Everest, from California or whatnot?
No.
And it's kind of a misnomer. However, it is very funny to me that recently there have been arguments suggesting that we'd be able to see Mount Everest from the surface of a globe. But that's a whole nother thing, and I won't even talk about it because we're
It's
not that
funny
far
because
along.
we have long distance shots, and they're written in a Guinness. How long is that? We have that in Guinness book, and it's been in Guinness book. It's written something from 250 to 275 miles, and that's it. That means nobody did it 300 miles.
Longest photograph ever taken.
Yeah, maybe Jay Tolan. They didn't consider him in a Guinness record. But he used the higher elevation.
Yeah. Thanks for your time. I have to go.
Can I leave you with something before you go? A final
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay. You think you said that people call this stupid? I would
Yep.
encourage you to watch this without skipping it. It's 23 minutes long. Just try not to skim. And were you interested, you can look on my channel, which is that video. I made that video.
Yep.
You can watch my frozen lake laser test across Lake Tustamina up here in Alaska. That was 10 miles long, and we're going to go out and do it at 20 miles long. And negative 20 degree temps again, or so.
There's one thing
It
I'd like to
wasn't.
point out too. As your eye trying to resolve what's in the distance, the mountains thing you mentioned several times. We're trying to resolve something that seems very big to us, but from our perspective, it becomes smaller and smaller. It's like the pixels in your phone. There's only so many that your eyes can even process due to the cones in your eyes. Things become
Yeah,
much more difficult to resolve. It's hard to tell about altitude things, so it can seem to be the same level as you, but 1 millimeter above your eyesight could be miles or like thousands of feet.
Yep.
It just depends.
All right, thank you, Final. Have a good one.
No, you too.
But yeah,
Bye.
I wasn't trying to interrupt you or anything, though. I was just trying to
You're fine, man.
I know that's but I didn't want to just outright be like, you're wrong. That's not what you're seeing. But the way that we resolve things, that's not how the eyes work. You can't just assume I see this. I think this is this. That's what it is. You have to actually measure things.
What are you talking about?
Data points.
Talking about Final? Sorry, I've got something in my throat.
Yeah, the gentleman we were just speaking with, he had a lot of questions. I hope he comes back. Because he seemed to be just curious. Didn't get any anti-flat earther vibes or anything from him.
I believe he just wasn't trying to I just like you said, curious. He's looking.
Well, some men like Hey Kool-Aid, they want to rock the boat, but he seemed to be genuinely curious about the subject, so that was cool.
People has that assumption what flat earther is, because of that information outside, what they find out immediately. Let's say in first step, they think there is a whatever edge, this pancake, that one, and whatever. It could be argument. They think this, they think of Australia, they think that, they think okay, and they will make all question around all that things. They will never start with points. let's see what these people really think. Let's ask them directly, why you think that. Why you a flat earther? But mostly of them, they know why you're a flat earther, but they don't know. Every time when you ask them what is the main reason, they will say everything else, but they will not speak about curvature and geometry of the sphere. They will ask you any other question. That means they don't know. And how you will know? You don't make assumption. You ask people directly.
It kind of sucks though when some come in here to ask questions just so that they can twist your answer. That antagonistic mentality that certain folks have, I call it little brother syndrome. They got a bad case of the nuh-uhs.
Learning that the Earth is flat is very painful for some people for some reason. Don't know why. Maybe they like Star Trek too much. I like Star Trek. It doesn't bother me. Earth's still measured flat.
There's a lot of people who like to think that they're smart and they know plenty about everything. So to find out that there may be something that they don't know or they could be very, very wrong about becomes inconceivable to them. So then the
Well,
cog discs
here's something.
really hard.
I didn't mean
Go
to
ahead.
interrupt, but is it okay?
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay, so something that to me is not thought of too often is that a lot of people are basing their knowledge of whether or not the Earth is a globe or it's flat. Especially the people though who I shouldn't even say who think it's flat, but more the people who say it's a globe are basing their argument off of a what they consider to be a preponderance of evidence. But more often than not, that's exactly what they always refer to is a large list of perceived, presentations of actuality, which they know very little about, as in like incredibly little about, and more often than not, they're just taking the word of what they believe to be thousands of whatever in that field, millions of people in that field, however big the field be, that, oh yes, how could they be lying about it? Well, it's for me, it's like, it's not necessarily that they're lying about it, but that it's misrepresented. So I mean, I've listened to interviews from people who call themselves astronauts where they're talking about how light, as it comes into the air layer, is the reason why the color of the sky is blue is because it'll like bend like the light's coming in and the light gets like scattered, and so it like creates that blue haze because the blue is getting scattered. Well, you start were you to start watching people in presentations about like photonics or whatnot, um they'll say that that's not in fact what's going on at all. Not because they're contradicting them, but they'll say, well, when you get into this, you'll find out that what's really happening is that electromagnetic energy coming from the sun is actually ionizing the gases in the air layer above us, and it's causing the neon gas to light up, and so, or this light reactive gas to ionize, and kind of like how you take a Tesla bulb and you put electricity next to it, it'll light up the fluorescence inside the bulb. And so you would think, oh, well, these astronauts, they know, but in reality, they're just saying things. They're just saying things, and so they're no expert at anything they're doing if they can get something so fundamental as the very thing they're supposed to be overseeing wrong. And so,
Yeah. Well, even Neil
so
deGrasse
that's
Tyson can't know what gravity is. What it is?
yeah,
I don't know.
what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and so that's kind of what I'm trying to point out is like there's this idea of like there's just so many things that I know nothing about that prove the Earth is and then people will say globe, and like if you can show that there's absolutely no geometry in the world that we live in that is globular, like on the surface of water specifically, then it's that's that really just kind of settles it for me. I mean, I don't need anything more. If were it not there, it can't be measured. Then you know, as far as I'm aware, something in the 60s, or the 50s, the early 50s, by a bunch of people wanting to hijack the mind of the mass populace and live as gods for a season. Just set it up to where people would believe in this for 50 years before they would really have the opportunity to ask the question. And then, they're 50 years behind and able to be ridiculed and just laughed at, kind of like that guy said. Like people just come to laugh.
It's funny because the people who pay attention to the truth about things are always ridiculed. Like New Year's. The new year actually does start around like I don't know, April 1st, April Fools. Like think about it, spring. That's when new life happens. The new year doesn't start in the middle of winter where everything's just cold and dead. That's silly. But you'd be like mocked or people would make fun of you if you celebrate the New Year's in the spring when spring is unfolding.
That's interesting. I actually saw somebody say something about April 1st being the new year, and I really thought they were joking when they said it was on April Fools. But it is nice to know from somebody who's actually been not that I'm gonna just accept it 100%, but that it's interesting that they weren't actually joking because the way they wrote their thing out,
Yeah.
it seemed like they were joking.
I'd say look into it. There's no specific day that can be like this is spring, I think, at this point. Like maybe, but it's still the idea of the fact that spring being the beginning of the year rather than starting it right in the middle of winter for some reason. It makes more sense.
This is one of those things for me that for people to ridicule or like laugh at, I put it in the chat. Um, is just a very it just highlights that people will just reiterate what they're told from authority as though like authority is uh always batting 1,000, and
Yeah.
like my uncle was in this building. This was his place of work, World Trade Center 7. And so for their 3-year study that the National Institute of Standards and Technology conducted, they determined that no explosives were used in the destruction of this building. And then I can go onto YouTube and I can watch, if I type in "How did World Trade Center 7 fall?" The very top video will be by the National Institute of Standards and Technology. And basically the head, I don't know what to call him, but he is the man in the interview of high authority, like their main, like this is the guy who's giving you the truth. And he's like very high up in there. Says we know that no explosives were used because there were no there's no recordings that of a high enough decibel reading in the area. There's no record of any loud enough explosives going off to have caused the destruction of this building. They're saying that the explosives would have had to have been, big enough, right, to be heard from like 3 miles away to have brought down this building. And somebody who works in infrastructure, who's about like this is supposed to be like his career, working with setting the standards, checking into these sorts of claims, seem to have just completely missed the point of anybody making the claim that thermite was used, which would not require any amount of noise that could be heard from 3 miles away whatsoever. And so it's kind of this red herring being presented in the video. Like, that's not really what anybody was asking whatsoever. Like,
Yeah,
and
I'm
then
not sure
for
if the topic is allowed, really, even around the edges.
what
we're
was
on
that, man?
YouTube. We're on YouTube, is all. Just keep that in mind.
Oh, is this topic actually not allowed in here?
I think so. It's getting away from the nature of Earth, so it is against the terms of service.
I wasn't trying to take people away from the topic, but more to show that it's topics like this where you can do it in front of a large amount of people. And I was tying this back together, back to the idea that this here is the official story within the United States, but not just within the United States, but in North Korea and with Russia and basically all these countries which are considered our enemies, such as China, whatnot. So all of these countries have thrown their hat in to say, "Oh, what a terrible event that happened from these terrorists that rammed planes into it." Okay, which is no different to me than the same level of cooperation that would be required to do what's happening even today with the Earth and the shape of it. So I just wanted to put that in there. It's not like I'm trying to, I'm not trying to derail this. I just want to put it into context that a lot of people don't seem to believe that that kind of cooperation could be done. So I just linked the study here in the text. The University of Alaska Fairbanks, which is where that little screen cap is. That was a 4-year study with high-rise architects, engineers, and they overwent all the documents of the court records showing the construction of the building. Ultimately, they did a more thorough study, is what I'm trying to say, than the NIST, the federal government. And they concluded that there's absolutely no way the collapse could have happened the way that it was said to have happened by the federal government. So for a university to be able to know this 20 years later and only 4 years of investigation to completely rule out any other narrative other than a total collapse of literally every column in the building nearly simultaneously, which would be indicative of controlled demolition. That seemingly all these other countries' intelligence agencies seem to have missed that, or turned a blind eye, or whatever, even though it would have been in their most invested interest to be able to call out the government of, let's say, the United States, on such a deliberate attack on its own people and huge cover-up. That would be a massive win, for communist countries, showing the horrors of quote-unquote capitalism. So
yeah, I'm
were
just
they
very
to be
careful
able to,
nowadays because that's the reason I have a Rumble channel and I don't upload anything to YouTube, because there's no point. If I uploaded anything to YouTube, it would be gone in about 30 seconds.
Yeah. YouTube kids, they're very weird with their
They're
rules.
lovely though, Google. I do love Google. They're amazing. Out to Google.
No, thank you. I put my things on YouTube the best that I can, not because I like putting my things on YouTube at all. but because the people who I'm trying to speak to are often the people that are one around me, and they only know about YouTube. Not lots of these people have no idea. You say what Rumble is, and they're like, what? And it's just another thing they
Yeah.
have to do to look at your content, meaning that they're even less likely. They have to put any even trickle of work into something that isn't something they already want to do. It's like the likelihood of them checking it out just boom drops.
And on the flip side of
So
that, I know a lot of people who got kicked off YouTube, or know someone who got kicked off YouTube, and they won't go there again. And that includes a lot of flat earthers as well, because they got into the mix in the last 4-year scenario, shall we say. They just wouldn't stop posting about it, so they got kicked off. And they're on Rumble or FakeOTube or Brand New Tube or all the various other ones, Brighteon that popped up, Odyssey. There's just so many now, which isn't a bad thing. But then, like you say, it's hard for people to find information. Like when I started looking for Flat Earth, which was in April 2022, I just immediately thought, right, I'm going to have to go on BitChute to find that. So I looked on BitChute and I found Eric Dubé's 200 proofs. And there was enough in that to make me think, at least, even though there aren't 200 proofs in there. But I didn't think to look on YouTube because I didn't know that this would be an allowed subject. Now I've seen some of the people who post stuff in Flat Earth, put it this way, I understand why they make it available. Because there is a lot of crazies that call themselves Flat Earthers. As is the case with any other group of people.
it's also why I use it is because they currently have like the best archiving. So you put a video up on there, it will definitely be in higher resolution than, I mean, Rumble is comparatively similar, but it's not quite the same.
That's why Google bought them, because that was a very good technology. The fact that they now run algorithms to run against their original programming is up to them, but you used to be able to find stuff, and on things that aren't on a restricted list, that algorithms, the original program does work very well. You find music and other things that you really like suggested to you. But when it comes to Flat Earth, they like to suggest certain topics only. I was wondering, have you ever thought about doing your lake you was talking about the other day? Have you ever thought about doing a LiDAR drone?
Are you talking about with me? The lake over Tustamina?
Huh?
Yeah. So a LiDAR drone, there's a problem, and it's the batteries. That's the biggest thing. Using any type of drone is going to be a huge gamble. Like a huge gamble. We'd keep the batteries warm, but I just do not know how it would operate out in the cold for very long. That's my only issue. I mean, if somebody wanted, if like let's say Dream, who's in here, he's above us. I don't know if he's actually talking or not. I had to lay down. We were talking earlier.
I'm listening.
Were he wanting to, he certainly could, but I don't actually intend to bring a drone out there because we're also time restricted.
Yeah, it makes sense with the minus temperatures. That with the batteries, you'd have to be careful. Assuming you'd have to hire one of these things, and maybe they wouldn't want to let you hire it where you're taking it, probably, and you'd have to buy one. I've got no idea how much they cost, but that would be a lot, I imagine.
Yeah, I suspect that would be the case with a lot of the equipment. Like a lot of this, like I'm pretty much at the end of my budget for a lot of this stuff because my camera. I wanted to buy a camera that was that had incredibly good low light performance because I found that that's ultimately like the most important thing is that when we're actually trying to show the laser, generally we wait till dusk to be able to record it so it's sensitive enough for the camera to be able to get it.
Yeah, I mean, set up a Ko-fi or a GiveSendGo and I'll share it about for you. I'm on Nathan's channels, so there's a few people I can share it with.
Well, I wasn't intending on accepting any. I'm not sure if I heard you quite because I have my headphones on slightly off canter to keep from getting a headache that I am trying to fight right now. But,
well, people prefer GiveSendGo or Ko-fi because they don't take much fees, and GiveSendGo is the Christian one, I think.
You're talking about like a GoFundMe thing. That's all right. I'm not trying to accept any like donations, mainly because like if we can't do this within the budget that we're doing it, then and there's other things upcoming. This is just one of them. I'm hoping at some point to shoot like a 47-mile shot across the inlet, just because it would be not even all that hard to set up for that one, because it's accessible mostly by road. But yeah, no, I don't intend on trying to set up any GoFundMe stuff, because I'm about a month out, and if I take the time to try to set that up, the equipment still has to get up here. Like I'm kind of locked in on what can be done in the time frame that's left. So that's yeah, a month sounds like a lot of time, but for me, it's not a lot of time.
Oh yeah, understood. But if just consider it in the future, because there are lots of people with some money in this arena, but without either the technical ability or the willingness to do it. So they like to support people who are willing to actually do the work, I find.
All right.
So they can make themselves a part of it, and make it happen. Because there's a lot of people in Flat Earth who do streaming and stuff who don't make any money out of it at all. Some people who refuse to take money, and the people who do take money tend to be pushing certain ideas, or their anti-Flat Earthers make a lot of money out of this arena. I think if they can make money out of it, Globers can, then we should too. At least pay for what it costs, pay for your servers, pay for your time, pay for your equipment at the very least. Because otherwise this is never going to grow, because a lot of people don't have 8 hours a day to spend making videos,
Right.
sharing content, etc. But I know someone on principle who will not accept a penny for the work he does on YouTube, and that I respect that.
That's me. You met another one. So
Are you a Christian? Because my friend Michael is a Christian.
I trust in Jesus with my whole heart, my whole mind, my whole soul. I don't like yeah, they would call that a Christian. I don't go around telling people I'm a Christian though, because there's some pretty derogatory. It's kind of become a muddled word.
It's weird because being called a Christian is a compliment, but running around calling oneself a Christian is kind of like if a woman's like, I'm a lady. Who are you trying to convince, though? Your actions should speak louder than your words.
Well, I've just started studying, so I appreciate the help from my friends Michael and Paula. We've just decided to start doing live streams on Tuesdays, which will probably start like 2 p.m. Eastern on Tuesdays, most Tuesdays, probably by the end of the month. Put a link in the live stream earlier on. I can send it again. The channel is called His Word is Truth. I was just setting up all the social media stuff last night. Yeah, the link tree's in the live stream voice text. Easier than posting them all individually.
I think that there are other ways where people can do things instead of just strictly monetary assistance, like components for projects or information related to it. There's times where people have the ability to work on things when they're not doing other stuff too. Need more community-based projects.
Well, it would be nice. This is for me like the ultimate community project, that were the community more centralized, and I don't say centralized in a good way, but I mean more cohesive, just able to speak to each other more. I'd really like to see like a long range vacuum chamber be built. I know like there was this idea of like Force the Line or whatever it was with like Brian Mullen back in the day, where he was talking about building a fence for a long distance or whatever. But ultimately it's like we don't need to build a fence that's perfectly designed, we just need to build a vacuum chamber that we can shoot a laser through and put a water level underneath it.
That is a good point, though. Building a physical structure that it's strictly level, like an actual line would demonstrate whether the Earth is curved or not in a physical format permanently.
Yeah, permanently. And that's the whole thing is like it would be fantastic to be able to do that. Just but
It'd
in
be a
a
discussion end the conversation. Well, I don't know if it'd end the conversation though, because there's still optical phenomenon and stuff that people would be talking
well
about.
for
So
the
it's
model of the for the model of the globe, it would end the discussion like permanently
for a
because
lot
if
of
they
people,
say it's an
yes.
optical phenomenon. Well, yeah, I mean, unless you had a innate willingness to continue holding on to something that is knowingly to be untrue. Not just
People
have
do.
doubts, but to just do. Yeah, I know they do. I know. Well, we have that.
People
There's a
lie
group
so much
thing.
it seems normal to be deceitful.
Yeah.
ODD lyrics.
Yeah, I can like, they already say currently that lasers travel straight through vacuum chambers, and that they have to do that. So, um, that to me is like just they wanted to argue against their own set in concrete, um, kind of like the geometry. If they want to argue against it, then whatever. I mean, I can't save somebody, and I can't save anybody, period. But I certainly can't try to lead them to be saved. That doesn't want to be, and doesn't want to actually know or be looked at as a moron or whatever. Can't do that.
I find some of the anti-flat earthers, as we call them, very interesting though, because they obviously had something occur to them to be looking for this, or they came across it, and something piqued their interest. But at some point, they just couldn't accept it. I don't know even if they know that the Earth is flat or not. I mean, some of them you get the idea that they do, but a lot of them, like Brian's Logic's just produced another video about celestial navigation and how it proves the Earth is measured flat. And right under it says, well, please show your measurements for flat Earth. And that's basically what the entire video is about. And they won't watch it. Because they can't. It's too painful for them.
I had posted my laser video in a couple places on Gab, and I got a lot of people saying, I didn't see the laser at the end, and then I had a couple people say I didn't see any measurements in that video. It's like, what do you think that the laser is? It's supposed to be basically a giant tape measure, right? Not to give you exact distances, but you can, because you can measure the divergence of your beam at a distance, and that'll actually tell you how far you went to a rough degree. It's not going to be as accurate as the tape measure, but you can do that.
But here's the old chestnut. I got one here. I replied to a comment I made on Brian's video. It says, Brian didn't present any measurements, so he didn't go out there and measure them himself. But he's explaining the process that people do this thousands or tens of thousands of times every day on ships. The military still use sextants. They measure the Earth flat every day. But that's not enough for these people, because you have to go out and do it yourself. And people have gone out and done it themselves, and they still just hand wave dismiss it. So that's how you know these people aren't honest characters. And really, you just make the content and reply to them for other people to see. You're not actually replying to them, because there's no point. They're gone.
Well,
See someone like Andrew Johnston.
They're practically artificial intelligence, and it's just a script in their own head that you're replying to.
Eventually, some of them are, especially Zebra accounts, because if you post images on Discord, they can't reply to them. Comments they do, but not pictures. It's interesting. Whether they're using ChatGPT or similar, or they are ChatGPT, I don't know. But either way, they don't come across as very intelligent.
I do believe a lot of the people who look into this aren't trying to necessarily be deceitful when they look into flat Earth. I look at it more like they do like being right, but ultimately being right has to serve the gain of the individual. Okay, so themselves. And
Yeah, because they're an
looking
us.
into this
Yeah.
topic for me, looking into the topic for this me, it certainly did not do that. If it makes me look, stupid. Like I go to work and I'm told, like the guy that I work for, quite often I got to get up in a few hours and actually go to work. But he's like, Caleb, you'd go so far if you just had any damn common sense. I would shut up about this flat Earth stuff. Because it doesn't help. I mean,
Is it
I've
3
been
o'clock in the
fired.
morning where you are?
No, it's 2:15 in the morning where I'm at.
2:15, okay.
6 o'clock.
Bill, I would go to sleep, my friend. Staying up on Discord all night is not good for you.
Oh no. I've been laying down. I slept till like 4 in the afternoon because I was up all night talking to Dream the night before. And then so then I woke up.
What? I'm Dream.
But yeah, so I'm gonna be going back to bed, yes, for certain. But I'm gonna stay up a few hours so I can actually do that because there's no way I'm gonna be able to lay down. And if I try to go to sleep now, yeah, it just won't be good.
Might not get back up in time.
I'm not worried about not getting back up in time. It's that I have so much sleep under my belt and I'm like wide awake. So I do need to like stay up just a few hours so I can actually lay back down and manage to sleep for maybe 2 or 3 more hours before I dedicate to it. Because if I try to stay up from this point onward, I'm gonna get tired at work for sure. Because yeah, don't need to go into it.
Can you send me your channels, please? Or put it in the voice text?
Sure.
And if you ever want to come on Nathan's channel, Flat Earth Debate, and present something, I'm sure he'd be happy. And we've got an open door policy. Anyone wants to present something, always open.
Right, sure.
We got a guy, he's as a joke called himself Tinfoil Hat Man, and he's doing long distance observations with his telescope. And that's going to get very interesting very soon once he goes up higher and can see other places you're not supposed to be able to see in the globe paradigm. They don't like that, especially. Thank you.
That's good. It's good to hear that there's people out there who are doing that. Something because I see a lot of people using the P1000, and we're actually going to use the P1000. I have one, and or like the Nikon P900, but I also have a telescope, and I do know that my telescope has the capacity to potentially see further on clear days than the P1000. But I would have to say that P1000 really does push the boundaries of the like from what I see of people doing these tests down in the States. It really seems to like be sitting right there on that boundary of you might not be able to see further than this unless you're up on a mountain. If you're down at sea level, it's really just like that's about as far as you can see is as much as that'll zoom in.
Yeah, Tinfoil's got a Celestron C8. His angular resolution is pretty good. If you go for the C1400, you get like twice as good, but for the money, which I think is about $14,000, which is about, I don't know, 10,000 more than the C8. You don't seem to get the value there. It obviously gets a lot more expensive to make it more and more powerful as you go on. Or at least they can charge a lot more for it. If you had a big enough telescope, you'd be able to see a Coke can in Japan, wouldn't you, really?
No.
Depending on the air, how much water's in it.
You'd need no air. You'd need a vacuum.
Well, the Globers have no atmo all the time.
Yeah, I know. They like to tell us that we don't.
Radius.
Well, that's what's absurd to me is, when I first started looking into this, I remember hearing people talking about all the time, and I'd heard it all my life, if the Earth was flat, you'd be able to see Everest from here, Um, uh, I remember hearing that quite a bit actually, not just online. Like I do remember younger hearing people literally say like, if the Earth was flat, you could see Everest from here. I don't remember the context of the conversation or whatnot, but
I don't know if it's correct, but someone claimed to have worked out that say just for example, the moon is 234,000 miles away. You would need a lens 1.5 meters diameter. So who knows what you can actually see if you have a big enough lens, powerful enough angle of resolution. Because I've got a P1000 and I love it for taking pictures of the moon and stuff, but when it comes to long distance observations, telescopes are going to blow those out of the water with ease.
well, see, I used a telescope last year, and I was impressed by how well the P1000 did comparatively to it because I have footage like of him with it, and then I have footage of him with the telescope. And yes, the telescope is going to win every time, absolutely. But I was kind of stunned by the fact that like when I'm recording in 4K and I zoom into the full 3000 focal length millimeter focal length, that I have so much crop factor. There's so much resolution in the 4K that I can zoom in basically 500% and still have a uh, quite a bit of data to be able to see it's not super blurry. So I mean it is like right there at the bounds of okay, I don't want to zoom in any more than this, otherwise I won't have enough context in the image to be able to discern anything. But um it's still like it was quite surprising to me, like looking at it compared to my telescope. So, which I have a 4 millimeter eyepiece with a 3 times Barlow lens that I can hook it up to. So on my telescope with like a it's a 6-inch mirror at the back. So um yeah, I mean it's basically his telescope. I mean that he's using, except I have a lot longer tube than he does.
I don't know about the specifics of what Tinfor's got, but he's been buying lots of eyepieces, etc., for doing these observations. So he's been spending quite a lot to get the right sort of kit. So he can properly resolve the base of a lighthouse like 40 miles away, that sort of thing. So, like you say, you can show the context, and you can actually see that it is a lighthouse, which is very important.
Right.
He's in the UK like me, so he'll be doing observations around and about. Don't know if he has a. Think he might have a Discord. I've invited you to my server. I'll see if I can get you two talking, because it sounds like you'd have a lot in common when it comes to observations and that.
Sure, I probably won't be able to talk too much because I'm gonna be sorting again this out. I am trying to be in here to let people know what we're doing in February, and that's more than that. Like at some point, I'm gonna have to stop going online for a while until it's done, or less and less. I shouldn't say like I won't be in here, but I certainly, as we get near it, will have to put it off more and more. But I do not see. You said you invited me, but I don't actually see that. Maybe it's an icon. I don't know. I don't use Discord a lot here, so.
Yeah. Well, I've sent you Flat Earth Debate, but not my one. Hold on, I've got it saved in a notepad. Tinfor will be on Flat Earth Debate. It's just he joins on the other panel now because he's presenting stuff. So.
Welcome, Dynamic Drums. Just noticed somebody had joined in. I figured I would say welcome to the chat. I
There you go,
didn't know
Landline. That's the right one.
Thank you.
I've only just made it a couple of weeks ago, so we haven't got any voice panels going just yet. I'm keeping this one strictly measuring flat Earth because my last one got nuked. So coincidentally, at the same time that the original FED went, and a couple of others. We had someone in the dead of night posting, who had the right permissions, posting World War II type stuff, if you know what I mean. Leaving it there and then reported it from another account. That's all they needed, and that was gone.
Yeah,
I imagine there's a similar reason why this is called the 2.0 24/7. I don't know what happened to the first one, but
well, that story's a bit different. There's somebody named Sheeple who used this system to commandeer the original server, and then this server was built by people who left that one. There's a schism years ago.
yeah, I think that's why Nathan isn't a member, because he hasn't joined the second one. But he probably was. He would have been a member of the original one.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of drama and backstory to that I am too tired to talk about. You know, a lot of other people are closer to the situation, but I know a lot about Sheeple and what he did with the other server.
Hopefully I can get Nathan to join today, because we're going through the restream and the Rumble stuff, so we might get an opportunity for him to at least apply to join here, but then he's going to have to get his roles and stuff, but I imagine India will sort that out. We spoke about it earlier with QE. India seemed to prefer the idea of Nathan having his own section, so, you know, he's got all the permissions and he can just hop on whenever he wants, which, you know, works for me. And Nathan?
There's plenty of people who know who he is, so they can take care of his roles easy.
Yeah, but trying to pin down Elijah is quite difficult. He's very busy at the moment.
Life gets that way sometimes. It's hectic. There's only so much time to do things, so by the time you get done living, too exhausted to get online and do other stuff. At least I can see that being what's going on. That's what's been happening with me lately. I've noticed a lot of other people have been going through some troubles.
Yeah, I've been trying to help with the technical side of things, you know, like with Restream and Rumble and that, but I'm just learning as I go, so just need to be willing to put in the time, that's all. It's not super difficult.
I really think that it would be awesome to actually get hosting and then create a website that has a front end for it and forums so that people can have compartmentalized discussions about specific subject matter, where it's on our own hosting and not on some other social media platform. We can't be censored by anybody.
Yeah, I'm going for a VPS myself because I want to put. There's a program called Element, which is like Discord, but it's open source, and you can put that on your own server. So I want to have at least my private communications, friends, and social media stuff on my own server, and then I'll leave the Flat Earth rooms on matrix.org, which is what Element uses. And hopefully we'll get to build up a public Flat Earth discussion on there as well, but not many people have heard of Element because it's or Matrix is owned by a little English company who basically set up because, you know, people keep getting kicked off Discord, etc.
I think that it'd probably actually be pretty easy to make a peer-to-peer chat client too.
Yeah, that sounds like that's outside my abilities, but if I find a YouTube video about it, maybe not.
I know that I can make something functional, but getting it to be properly secure would be a different thing. Like I'd need to talk to somebody who knows what they're doing to do that. But you can pretty much plug and play a lot of components and make an app using Unity 3D or some of these other programs and create an APK file that can be installed on Android phones.
Okay, well, if you
basically
get
just
an
a really
unmanaged
exotic
VPS, that's pretty much just your own server that you put Ubuntu on or whatever, and then you just load on exactly what you want. You don't get any rubbish. You know, you choose the cPanel you want, etc., and you just load on what you need. So it's just about finding the open source software that's available, really.
Yeah, most of everything's already been coded and has tutorials on how to use it. It's about like piecing things together at this point if you want to quickly develop something.
Yeah, well, I want to make a hub because I've got reallyislevel.com, so I want to connect all people, you know, content creators and all sorts of things. Make it
Like an
into
access point for
a forum and
information
as well as a
content.
link tree.
That would be awesome. And we'd still have to do certain moderation because I know that some of the anti-flat earther type trolls would want to go in there and do their stupid crap. They're going to try and clown it up.
Yeah, we'd have to have, well, I would say voice verification like here for anyone who wants an account and restricted privileges, so you know they can only post stuff once they've shown themselves to be reliable. You're always going to have problems. You're going to have people watching, but
filter out the
as long as you can show you've got controls in place and that when something does pop up, whether it be porn bombing or anything, that you've got some controls in place to correct it, even if you can't do it instantly, you know, that will be fixed. And you are actually moderating it. I think most people will leave you alone, especially with your own servers.
Yeah.
Because even with your own physical servers, you've still got service providers that you've got to keep in good terms with.
be cool too to have a organized library of PDF files that people can access so that if they want to do reading, they can search the information right there and read it, or they can download the file onto their device and keep it for later if they need it. And we could like
Yeah, space is the issue though. I'd be using other people's services to host stuff for free because space is the real killer with solid state drives at the moment.
Yeah.
That's not cheap space.
Yeah, that does add up. Especially when working with videos and stuff because they take up a lot of space.
Oh yeah, yeah, they definitely do. I know that, and I'm sitting here trying to preserve all the original files for my video work, and it's like, oh man, you know, I'm filling a 2 terabyte drive with almost just my 13 videos that I've made. Because you know, even though the actual video data themselves is only, you know, maybe a couple, maybe 10, 15, 20 gigs of like, you know, maybe at most 80 for like my observations at the lake. But once you start doing like editing and whatnot and like iteration work and whatnot, it just kind of gets more and more and more.
Yeah, it adds up real quick. Or if you're just collecting assets to be able to make a video, that adds up really fast.
For the money, I think USB sticks are the best value per gigabyte at the moment. And I found them very reliable as opposed to external hard drives. I've had a few fail on me.
Yeah.
Like
But
just
even
to,
those, you gotta
I just
be
want to
careful.
hoping to maybe just give a little perspective, like because like when I make a video, like this one, when I made this one, size of that video, is somewhere in it's like 131 gigabytes, 132 gigabytes that it is taking up on my hard drive to keep all the actual raw files for. So like, yeah, just
That's just one video. That's what I'm
that's
saying.
just
It
what.
takes up a ton of space. That's why it's so detrimental when one of these people's accounts are taken down who they've created so much content. They don't have it all backed up. That's why they put it online, because there's not enough space on their computer
Right.
to be able to store all that data. And then it gets wiped from one of these YouTube channels or something, and it's just gone. If somebody didn't store it, download a copy, it's not there anymore.
Yeah, and even then, it might not be the highest, resolution copy there is in, that there was in existence.
Yeah, well, even if they download the highest resolution on the like YouTube or Rumble or something, it's not the original quality. It's the max level, like what you're talking about, 100 gigs just for one video. It's not that raw format, so there's so much loss. And it's useful to
Yeah.
keep all that when you're like kind of doing a throwback episode or a sequel to. You can make reference to having those original assets that are of that original quality. You kind of need it to be able
Yeah.
to do that.
Right. That's why I keep it, is because, some of these videos, I intend on kind of remaking them, especially some of my earlier content on my channel, not because they're not good, but because I made them very fast, because I got into this rush of, I need to just get some content out there. Like, I've done so much studying, but I need to put together some of the stuff that might actually, be beneficial or useful or help somebody. So, yeah, so it was just like, get it out as fast as possible. Don't, quality control was a part of it, but it wasn't like, it was still like, just do the minimum to make it watchable, and so I look back on it and it's like, man, I definitely should have been a little bit more I can't say it. No regrets. I'm happy the way it turned out, but they could be better.
It's a learning process, as with all things in life. That's the point, is to get better. Start off crawling and then learn how to run.
Right.
Really, though, thinking about it, the production quality of something, that's cool and all. Getting the information out is really the most important part. So nobody should feel too self-conscious about making videos or creating content. Just be the best version of yourself that you can be and make cool stuff. Doesn't matter if other people like it or not. Get the truth out there.
I run into that dilemma that I certainly do make the videos to a fairly high standard, mainly because I'm speaking to people. Well, what I'm
Yeah.
doing is I'm doing like what I would want done for myself,
Yeah.
like ultimately.
And I'll get stuck on
So
the same thing, bro. Like, I'll be like, it'll be really high quality, and I'm like, this isn't good enough. And then it just ends up sitting there. Or I'll try and upload it, and it keeps on failing when I try and upload. Like, it's too big, and then I have problems trying to get it the right size while retaining quality.
yeah, I've gotten really good at that, where I don't struggle with that near as much as I used to.
Yeah, creating content involves learning a lot of different things and then combining all that stuff together to make one thing. Whether it's how like fine tuning the audio, getting the video perfect, like your actual bit rate in the file itself, like limiting your space so that it's not too big of a file that causes you problems trying to upload it. There's a lot of factors that you got to take in for every bit of it. There's some people who make it look real easy though, but it's because they've been doing it for a really long time. Everything's like muscle memory at this point.
Well, there's certainly just little things that once you put them together, like you only have to like. So when, gosh, I'm saying like a lot. Maybe I'm tired. When making a video, there's like different ways of flattening your video, right? So some people might prefer to leave their video in like with all the edits in place at all times, and sometimes that makes editing your video incredibly hard. Always having it with every edit viewable, and so like one thing that I've learned to do is to make frequent like saves, like different type of save markers, to where when I open my file, it'll be like, this is what it looked like with all the edits at the beginning. But then I'll end up flattening my video. So I'll basically take it. And when I mean by flatten, I mean I'll render it, I'll actually make it a video that you could upload to YouTube, right? And so then you preserve the... What's that, man?
Like you make it into a single file. That way all the edits
like
formatted, gives you a more accurate number of what the video size is too.
Well, so like once it's flattened into a video file that is still super high resolution. In fact, I always go with lossless when I'm working on my videos. But you still have to know like what's the best file type for lossless. And so there's a lot of ideas like you'll use unprocessed, which is just nuts. I mean, if it's unprocessed, it's just ludicrously huge. But I don't know what everybody else uses, but I use like H.265. I don't want to get I know this isn't really the topic of like this Discord, so I don't want to go on this for too long. But
it's like theatrical grade, it's like movie theater, or somewhere like that. But yeah, that I get what you're saying. Like the lossless thing, even is a huge file. Like when editing with a GIMP or one of these photo editing, you have a bunch of different layers of a bunch of different images, and you haven't compressed it into one layer. The file could end up big just for one picture. Like having an entire gigabyte for one picture is kind of a bit much. But then once you process it, the same quality relatively, but it's much smaller. But then when you apply that to video, the files get huge. Like that was just a gigabyte for one picture. You're talking about some of your videos are like over 100 gigabytes for the whole thing with all the it ends up getting really big.
yeah, like my unprocessed, like if my lossless flat final render of that video was to keep every single frame intact throughout the entire process, and so I'm not losing frames, and there's no like B frames or intra frames being added or anything to the video. And as far as I'm aware, it's still a perfect pixel reproduction of what I had, or at least near perfect pixel reproduction of what I started with. It's a 28.6 gigabyte file by the end of it. Just for that one video file. That doesn't include all the pieces that I spent making it. Like, so I still have like lossless files that I had to make. Like I had to make individual like screenshots that are still frames, because I have to deal within the limitations of my editor, and so I have to work around it. I have to work around those problems, and so I'll make like custom effects that aren't necessarily for like. I'll make them so they're not, even though they're not like supported in the player just off the bat. I'm essentially making the effect myself, and so
Yeah. Or using multiple
so
programs. You have to get effects from one program in order to put it to this other one that doesn't have that ability. But I find all
yeah,
this
like
this part of the
open.
conversation to be important for the flat Earth discussion. Because if people are going out to actually create their own content, then they need to understand how to do it and what limitations that they'll have, what expectations they should have, instead of just kind of jumping into it blindly.
I think a lot of people think they need like a good video editor, but I use Kden Live, which is like open source, and
Yeah.
It's
And that's
like
the cool
it's
part.
it's plenty.
The open source stuff, it's everywhere. You just gotta look
Yeah,
for
and
it. But anything you can think of, there's something for that.
for me, like, and it's plenty powerful stuff. Like a lot of people, again, like I look at like what was available in the past, and I look at that, and it's like look at what they did with the stuff in the past. So if you can just learn with what they did before, when you transfer that to just a really basic editor, and it's like, wow, look at how powerful this editor is. Like some people would look at Kden Live and be like, this has a lot of features, but ultimately it's not a whatever. And it's like, nah, dude, this thing is so powerful. It's like stupidly powerful. You can make like full blown. You could really make a Hollywood movie on this thing. Like nothing more. You could use this open source and have a Hollywood level.
There's a
Yeah,
lot of
I
things
don't know
where
how else to say.
like, folks will get overwhelmed by it. They won't experiment with and play with the different features of something. They never learn how it works because they don't ever try. Like something will have a weird name for something, they adjust it, and it makes the video look like trash, and they don't realize that they're supposed to adjust it a certain way in order to make it look better. So they just end up leaving the whole feature alone completely because they don't understand it. Whereas I like exploring all these things, like messing with the bars and dials and shit, figuring out what it does, like going to tutorials and reading about it. It all takes time though. That's a lot to ask for from folks with 8-second attention spans, which I'm guilty of occasionally too.
I suppose I could make a video on how to make awesome videos.
Hey, there you go. Make a tutorial on how to make tutorials.
There you go. Yeah, yeah, there you go. The thing is you can't teach somebody how to make an awesome video, but you can certainly do what you just said, which is in a video give people a very, very blitz, like, hey, these are things that would incredibly help to know right off the bat. Like you're talking about, like compression specifically, and yeah, that definitely is one of the big things when you're working on bigger video projects and not just doing a single edit. It's definitely something that people would like to know. Like, what should I use? How should I use it? When is it okay to lose information and when is it not? Type thing.
Well, welcome to the chat, Bloodsticker. How's it going, man?
Howdy.
Thank you. All good, mate. Thank you.
It came in a little buzzy, man. I couldn't quite hear what you were saying.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Sorry, so you can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Hello. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
I hope all is well with you and yours. We were just talking about creating content, different things related to compressing files. I find the content creation discussion to be very important, directly connected to the flat Earth discussion. It involves the distribution of truth.
I sent you a link to the Element app I spoke about, and I'll put it in the voice text. If anyone from 24/7 wants me to show them how to use Element, that's very similar to Discord, and it's easy. I mean, I could even set up a room and give them all the permissions and everything, and then leave if they want. It's really easy. There's no community standards to worry about on Element, so a lot of your people might like hanging out on there on the odd occasion. If 24/7 wants an outpost there, that can be done.
I've been a long time ago. I'll check that out.
It's on matrix.org is the server you use. I don't know if that's a good thing or if that puts people off.
Well, we're already in the Matrix. Why not set up shop in the Matrix?
As I say, you can put it on your own server, but for the flat Earth discussion, obviously you want to make it as public as possible. So you can have public rooms, private spaces, and then you can make every single room private if you want. You know, if you want to talk with family or something on a different room, then yes, you can have it encrypted if you want.
There's this other social media network that's similar to Discord called Gilded, and they have a lot of features that are very much like how Discord operates, except they allow you to have multiple. It's like servers within a server, because you can have these different compartmentalized.
Yeah, Element has spaces, and you can make spaces within spaces within spaces within spaces, and then inside those they've got rooms and then beta rooms, and the beta rooms are like basically like a Google Meet embedded in a chat.
Like sub rooms within the room.
It's a really good Google Meet because it's got limiters, so if someone's got a poor bit rate, that will lower their channel and keep the rest of the room high. It's a really nice quality app as well. It sounds better. I mean, Discord's good if you pay for it, but Element's basic features are superior to Discord's premium features because it's all open source. People have been working on it. They use something called Jitsi, JIT.SI. They've got a Meet program and they've embedded that in the Element rooms. Got a Gilded server because FED made a Gilded server when their Discord got wiped out because a couple of us had our accounts blocked by MAC code, you know, on your network card, because I made the mistake of downloading the client app on my PC rather than just using the browser, which is what I do now. And at the time I was using Windows as well, so I couldn't make new Discords for 4 months, so we had a little holiday on Gilded, but I think one day on Ballbusters we all got thrown out of the voice room. So then everyone just said, well, we better go back to Discord then. They do have nice forum features on Gilded.
Gilded's kind of still in development, I think. They've got a lot of bugs to work out. But
it's Roblox, isn't it?
I think that it's associated with a bunch of different things, so Roblox probably does use it.
Discord is for games, isn't it? So I think Roblox wanted to buy Gilded so they could, you know, people use their game and communicate with each other.
But Gilded can be used for so much. Like it's weird. It's very much like how Discord is, where you can just create a server, and use it for whatever. But I agree that Discord's more stable. Like the Gilded, it needs work. Even now, they still got to fix their connection issues.
Yeah, I mean, Element is good as far as that's concerned, but it's just not many people are familiar with it, so it just takes a little while to get used to it. I mean, most of the people I talk to, I've set up their accounts and sent them the login and the password. It's just easier than teaching them how to use it, which is... I don't know if you know Neil Cosentino from FED, but he's not the most tech-savvy. It's easier just to do stuff and send him the login. He won't mind me saying this on a live stream. It is true. But Paula, Bible U, Bible literalist stroke level up, uses Gilded because she's got a lot of Bible study information on there.
Yeah. Now, like you said, the forum parts of that are really good.
Yeah, I imagine once I've got my own server, I can just like get a open source version of vBulletin and do something even better. You know, I haven't really looked into what programs are best yet.
I think it would be cool to have something that we can customize, so that people can
Yeah.
have custom name like you can actually make the name tag itself a image, so people can have custom graphics for their name tag and do like badges and other things for different like events or status, like whatever somebody does. That would be cool. That's like a community thing.
Peer to peer would be very important as well, because obviously if you've got a hub can be attacked. So
that's true.
Having both is the plan, you know.
I thought
I don't remember what they
now,
call it now, but sorry, with storage, people can set up like an old tower and have it full of really cheap hard drives, and you only use them. Is that called like a RAID or something? You only use them when you want to offload your files from your main computer, and then the rest of the time it just sits there completely dormant. Then you just turn it on, transfer all your files, turn it off again. That's the cheapest way to store stuff, I've been told.
I was thinking it would be cool to come up with a device where the user can edit things on it, and they can allow people to access it, but the people who are accessing it, they're only seeing a read-only version, so they can't edit anything. They can only download copies of.
Yes, that is how the internet should have been made, but I've got a feeling that they like the ability to hack people, and that's probably why it is like it is. It should really be read-only in most circumstances.
Yeah, because there's really, for certain things, there's no reason for anybody to be able to edit anything on the actual server if they're only trying to access information.
Yeah, and when you post, that should be a completely separate channel to you reading. There should be no reason why there should be such a security breach unless certain people want loopholes, I guess.
You could have like a middleman for posting that basically hands off the post to the server, so it's not posting directly to the server. It has to go through that filter before it can actually reach the server itself and be stored, which would prevent people from doing stupid.
Yeah, I could do with forming a think tank of people who know a lot more about coding and stuff, because, as I say, I'm just learning as I go.
I know what it can do, but not specifically how to do it. It's the best way to put it when it comes to tech.
Have you heard of a website called FE Radio?
I may have.
Someone spent a lot of money years ago, but because of personal interactions that didn't go well, he just sort of gave up on it. And the guy called Dan the Waterman, if you're familiar with him.
Yeah.
He was in that Liberty TV thing. They got millions of views. He was given the admin access to this. I think it's called FE Radio, Flat Earth Radio, and it's got the potential to be a sort of Flat Earth hub as well, but I don't know if he's got any traction on it, you know.
Well,
let me see if I can find it.
Easy, but it
I think
does
it's
require
furlive.com, actually. Flat Earth Radio Live.com.
Putting money into some ad space on different sites and actually paying for it and then linking to those things would get the content out there. But it ends up being expensive and pain in the ass to do.
Yeah, I mean, Cleary had a good idea. He had a podcast series called The Sojourner Chronicles, and he just paid a small fee to RSS, and they had it all going up to all of the popular podcasts, you know.
Yeah.
But it's not going now. It did look like a good system. I'll have to ask him, you know, whether he used RSS.com or someone else. Just put that in the voice text. That's furlive.com. That's Dan the Waterman's. Well, he has admin control of it. He was trying to get a lot of channels on there, you know, to be like a link tree, as well as having a 24-hour. I don't know if he spoke to anyone on here, because I've got a feeling he might be banned on here. Actually, now I think about it.
One thing I was thinking though is a lot of people are against folks having their channels monetized, like using ad revenue type things or whatever. But if it were monetized for the sole purpose of using the ad revenue to put back into buying ad space to advertise for the purpose of the conversation, and nobody's actually gaining profit off of it. It makes it like a non-profit type situation rather than shilling, I guess. And it's more efficient. Makes sense. That could be automated.
What I'm going to do for the scripture study one is I'm going to have a tip jar, a Ko-fi, and then just never mention it. So if people want to give us something to help us run the servers and stuff, great. But we're not going to be. It's not the main. We just want to cover
Donations
the
is the
costs,
best
really.
way. I was just thinking, like, anybody who knows how to be online knows how to use a freaking ad blocker anyway, which doesn't generate any revenue for anybody, because the ads have to be witnessed in order for revenue to be generated. So if somebody doesn't know how to do that, then okay, that's their ignorance that's making somebody money. Either way, usually the people who get that money are not very good people. My thought was just kind of making a feedback loop out of the ad revenue just to continue advertising for things so that the person doesn't actually generate revenue for themselves and it's more for the community. It's like a reasonable option.
Just
anyway.
look at the Ko-fi link I've posted. I'll delete it in a minute. But you can see how you can set it up. You can have it like donations. You can have it come up so when people send you money while you're live streaming, that can come up like a super chat. So you don't have to pay Google the 30%. And you can have membership levels and people can donate monthly. And you can even set a goal like on GoFundMe. And they normally take 5% of memberships and they don't take a fee from donations if you set up your account right to opt out of giving them 5%, which you can do. That's just a much better way of. I only know about this because a guy I follow can't get monetized, so the only way he can possibly support his costs is to have a Ko-fi.
I see what you're talking about.
It's just like a hub, a payment hub, you know.
Yeah.
Just leave the general link in the voice text. I only put memberships on there to show Nathan how it works. Probably should deactivate them because I ain't made anything yet. I ain't got any content to support. I will be hosting the Bible study program, but only because I drew the short straw, as it were. Luckily, I'll just have to introduce the panel members and the topic of the day, and then I can stay quiet in the corner.
Bible conversations can be a bit weird sometimes. I found that I can only discuss such things with certain people, and certain other people can get weird
Yeah, well,
about
it
things.
depends on, I guess, what type of way you're going about studying the Bible. I mean, I don't know if you know Bible U, but she's a dispensationalist, so she does things in the literal way, except when it tells you it's not literal, which seems fairly straightforward to me, but other people don't seem to like that. Don't know why.
It's more about how emotional people become about it.
Yeah, well, we've got a fixed panel. We may invite a guest panel, you know, once we're finished doing the presentations, but we ain't gonna have people jumping in while Paul is trying to present something, for example. That won't be happening.
That's really what I was saying. Is it can just get weird when emotions get involved. But the only thing I would say about everything related to that is the Logos is the Theos. The root word of logic is logos. The root word for theory is theos. Speculation and contemplation comes from the creator.
Yeah, I know a lot of people didn't. A lot of people don't know that theos, theo, literally means God. So when they talk about their theories, they're talking about their gods.
Yeah. When somebody's like, I have a theory, or I believe in a theory. I bet you do have a theo.
Yeah, probably so.
Even those who call themselves the atheist, they have theo
Yep.
as well.
Right, they do. They do. Not the
And
same
many of them,
as.
well, their theo becomes the self.
I mean, everyone can prove the supernatural by having a thought, can't they, really?
It's certainly not natural to make a decision that's against nature, is it?
So if you want to talk about this, back office stuff, technical things with other people, then use the link to sign up for an Element account and send me a message. I'll send you my username in private.
Okay. Yeah, certainly send me that because I'll do that, but I'm not working on it right now. But I do have the links open to actually do that.
Yeah, the only way that things ever happen is someone decides to be, just give everyone else a little nudge. So I'm just the nudge that people need.
Wait a minute. Can you send that? Can you send the element thing again back in the chat? I know you just took it out, and oh no, it's right there. Never mind. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, I sent you my username. Well, I don't mind it being public. My username's really is level on Matrix.
Just because it's important to be able to talk to people in this arena about these things.
I've got a back office space where we can talk about all this stuff without interruption, so we can chat about technical things without interrupting anyone's fuel.
By the way, I did want to tell you, Dream, I'm actually trying to sort out on this map. I know that nobody else is involved in this, but I'm sorting out on this map to try to give you an idea of how this is going to be filmed or recorded.
Okay.
And anybody in here, actually, yeah, were anybody curious, actually, what we're talking about, I'll send it. And if you have any suggestions about shots, you're welcome to give me an idea. Are you wanting to? That in the oops, that is the wrong way to do that. That is way too big of a file. It'll make a lot more sense what I'm talking about when the picture is actually in the Discord. But I'm not done. I'm just like obviously that's a really big picture right now, Dream, and I intend on showing it to you like later, some of how we're gonna set these cameras up and whatnot, but
Definitely.
stuff like this, yeah.
What does the T stand for?
Target. So T target, and we actually that won't actually be the ice that we're standing on in that location. We'll obviously be down at the ice, but could be dangerous standing actually where that T is, especially since especially since Indian Creek is right next to that T. Lots of water gushing out, so probably gonna have some open water over there. There's a good chance.
How cold do you expect it to be?
Anywhere from 0 degrees to -20.
Sounds about right.
I can't say for sure that we're going to be out there when it's -10 or lower, but that it's the hope, because once you start dropping, so like I'm going out when it's cold, because a lot of people want especially to rule out humidity. Okay, that's a big thing. Like and when you go from like 32 degrees, okay, so if you're at 70% humidity at 32 degrees, relative humidity, because a lot of the hydrometers measure the humidity in the air. A lot of hydrometers take readings in relative humidity, which doesn't tell you really anything that you need to know in of itself without a thermometer as well, because you need the temperature outside and the relative humidity to tell you what your absolute humidity is. And that's what people really need to be more concerned with, is the absolute humidity. Because if you look at 70% humidity outside at 32 degrees, that's going to be a certain figure. If you drop that down to -14 degrees, though, instead of 32, so freezing to -14, you're cutting your humidity in half. Even at 70 degrees humidity, 70% relative humidity at -14, the humidity is actually cut in half. So that's why we're going out when it's so cold, because it's just going to be so dry. I mean, it's literally going to be drier than the desert out there. Like when were you to get up here and experience like -14 degree weather, you take your first breath going outside, it'll feel like it'll cut your lungs. I mean,
Yeah,
I think
the lowest it got when I was in Minnesota was about -13, and that was the coldest I've ever experienced. It was intense.
Right. So that's why we're going out when it's super cold. Yeah. What else? Yeah. I also wanted to say the only useful observation that we could probably take with a drone out on this lake, for anybody who's listening, we're doing a 20-mile long, or maybe it's like 19.5-mile long frozen lake observation over Lake Tustumena here in February. And yeah, so it's going to be fun, but it's going to be miserable. What am I telling you? It's going to be miserable. Be prepared to be in misery and have fun doing it. It's going to be an experience for life. But the drone, ultimately, the only observation that I can perceive that we could do with it is to have it down at the ground and record it flying directly up slowly to see how it affects the visibility, right? Just a very slow, like as you gain height, how much does visibility improve?
I was kind of thinking maybe having it follow you across the lake, but how long do you think it's going to take for you to reach the target? Because it probably might not have enough battery life to last that long.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it'd have the range, unless I was holding the like maybe that's how that works,
I think so.
You just hold on to it, it'll follow you. Okay, but yeah, that would be really cool. Don't get me wrong, that would be really sweet. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It could take. I mean, if I'm going like, let's say 30 miles per hour across the lake, which I'll probably, because here's the thing: when we go out across it, we have to minimize pretty much how. We're going to be doing like several things at once. Even though we're going to be out there a few days, each time we do this, we're going to have several sort of tasks that we have to attempt with each trial. Okay. Because again, limited on fuel, so we can't just run back and forth, up and down the lake. Like even on the initial day that we go out and we're setting things up, there's going to be like, we'll obviously take the stuff to the cabin, but we'll probably check on the cabin we're staying at just to get things somewhat prepared. We would even get some firewood set up before we started any observations, just so when we get back, we're not exhausted and we have firewood, already prepared. I don't know. It could take 40 minutes. I mean, to get down the lake, it really could. I don't know. I don't know if the drone would last that long in the cold weather.
Yeah, like I just started researching them. I really don't know much about them at all. Maybe someone in here has some suggestions? Or...
Yeah, just anybody in here know much about drones?
Worth a shot.
Yeah, the cold weather is going to affect the drone because of its mechanical issues that it would have. And any cold weather, any mechanical issues will have to be factored in. So any rotor parts that, moving parts, things that are going to be affected by temperature would always be a factor. So, I mean, at certain temperatures, you're going to have to consider, like shorter flight times, that sort of the battery drainage. So everything's going to be a little bit different in a colder weather. So I think you'd have to kind of think about that and maybe do a few flight tests in cold weather before you actually do the initial kind of running the test of what you want to do, Lanolin. So I would say prior to that, just run some tests with your drone and do it like for more than you think that it could allow the drone to fly, and see what happens under those stressful conditions. But my guess is you'd probably have to worry about the rotors because of the temperature.
Yeah, I was actually
watching...
thinking something similar, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was just watching videos about like cold weather conditions when it comes to drones, and most of them are rated for -10, but some of the videos I was watching said they got it significantly colder and it was still functioning. And what Alpha was saying about the rotors, they talked about that too. And one person said you don't want to bring it directly to the warmth right after it's been in the cold. You kind of want to let it gradually, like the condensation will mess with the rotors.
Right. Acclimate, and that's actually something we have to do with the cameras, which I hadn't brought up yet, but we do that with the cameras as well. I actually put last year my cameras and my telescope and everything under the floor in my house, so it would drop down to 40 degrees before I brought it outside, so that way the moisture content on my lenses wouldn't fog up and whatnot. So I was thinking about that with the motors, because let's say we're to follow me out, across the lake. That is one battery life. There's no way it's going to follow me back. Okay.
Yeah.
So
definitely.
Right. So then now all of a sudden the motors are warm, and that's like, oof, man, I have no idea what kind of, because they're warm, they're off, and now it's really cold outside, and it would have to. Maybe they're cold. Maybe they don't heat up because it's so cold outside, and I can understand that too. But and that would probably be more the case. But
also in some of the videos I was watching, they were saying they let the drone warm up first, they let it just hover for about a minute or two, and they were also saying obviously the battery heat. Just keeping the battery warm before you actually start using it.
Right. Keeping it out of it and keeping it on person is the most important thing, yeah. I do believe we're going to be hauling out a little propane heater with a torch with MAP gas, so that way we can actually heat the propane, because if you ever have tried to use propane in cold weather, it doesn't work too well. So we're gonna have to actually heat the bottle before we.
Sucks.
Yeah. So we'll be heating the bottle.
Propane really It's like a centimeter. It's so tight you can't get it to burn.
That's right. That's right. To get it to burn, you have to have the bottle that it's in. You have to have the gas already warm. So that's imperative to bring a torch out and heat the bottle,
like,
and then shake it a little bit while you're using it. That'll help the gas. And
it'll burn, but if you were to try and use like a grill and cook steaks on it, it burns so low that you're going to be trying to cook those steaks forever. It's like lower than low. Like if you were to try
any
to
cooking,
the lowest setting possible, it's lower than that.
Any cooking that we'll be doing out there is going to be done at the cabin, and because there is a cabin we'll be staying at out there. I'm not sure which one we're going to be staying at yet, but there's 3 choices, and I'm fairly certain that all 3 of them have wood stoves. I know 2 of them do for sure, and so all the cooking would be done on a wood stove.
Speaking of which, I ordered one of those. I hope it comes in soon. We need our wood stove.
Are you gonna?
I'm sitting right
Are you
next
gonna
to
do like a
mine.
document? Lenolin, are you gonna do like a take? What is it? 1 week? What is it? Like a couple days? What are you planning?
5 days.
What's the length of time?
5 days out on the lake. So this is supposed to be like we're gonna shoot it comprehensively.
You got a camera guy?
We are the camera guys. I don't have an independent camera guy. Now, here's the thing. We would have. Now, here's the thing. We might because Dream is coming up here to actually to be part of this. He wants to, and he says that he's going to be able to pay his way up here. That's fine because once he's up here, as long as he's paying for his own food, he can stay. With me, whatever. That's fine. I don't mind.
Yeah.
He doesn't have. So.
Yeah, I think having that camera guy is going to free you up to kind of like continue to do what you're going to do. It's hard enough to be the camera guy and do, you know what I mean? Like that's another thing you got to shoulder if you're going to be doing what you're doing.
Oh, I know.
But
don't worry.
if
This
you
has been the the big thing on my head is like is I know what to shoot, and there was only 4 hands, only 2 sets of hands, but now there might be 6, and there might still only be 2 sets of hands. I don't know if the guy who is going to go with me as of now, who said he would, what happens were he to back out. Well, I do have a backup. In that case, John was going to come out with me for 1 day, the guy who's actually making a lot of this possible. But he would only be able to do 1 day, and he wouldn't be able to stay out there.
Yeah, because the way I see it, with everything that gets produced, production value is super important. I guess when you're gonna do presentation. So when you're actually gonna roll out with like how this was made and all that, like people are gonna want to see what you did, why you were doing it. Like there's gonna be a lot of questions, no doubt. But like having that, I guess, staff or amount of people that can help you kind of like do what you want to do is going to be really, really important for the end result. So yeah, I mean, you could probably do it just with you and the other guy, but I think it makes it better if other people want to chip in and like help out and make it something, where it looks really nice after you shoot, like the editing and all that stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'd probably do a lot of it.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that's just my 2 pence, man. Because I know one thing in this kind of arena, production value is always something that's appealing to the masses. Because you're gonna appeal to, even the Glover types that are gonna watch this. Like, so that, it's got to have some kind of like value to like where they sit down, they would want to watch it. It's got to. Oh, what are they doing today? You know what I mean? Like it's gotta.
100%.
Yep.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me being
100%.
through like a lot of the film tricks. Like showing like 5 a.m. You're like staring into like a night vision camera and be like, dude, it's 5 o'clock. We're about to go out. You know what I mean? Like just talking to the camera and making it sound like this whole thing. It's like an experience. So you're making people experience it with you, and that helps them kind of relate to what you're doing. Anyway, that's
to feel the authenticity.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's
I never I didn't really consider filming the even though I did consider filming stuff that we'd be doing in the cabins, but I didn't
Oh
really
yeah.
consider
Oh
that
yeah.
maybe you'd want me to. Yeah, I
Oh yeah,
suppose we could
dude.
do that.
Yeah,
You
You
because
know, I've been
like
looking at
associate
this
what
like
it
kind of
does.
like
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
you
no,
should
it draws people. It draws people in to like what like they can identify with you if they know that you're just a regular guy struggling to get things figured out. Like, and so people want to identify with that. So when you make it more like you're inviting them into your world, then they're a part of it with the production. Like they see like you're trying to put stuff together. The drone failed, or you know what I mean. Like they're like, oh man, like you know, and then throughout the struggle they're with you, you know, like they're seeing you guys drink coffee and talk about stuff. I don't know, it's outside of the
experience the
what you're
emotion.
going to do. It makes it, yeah, it kind of puts you know, like a real human to it, instead of it being just, you know, oh, we did this one test and here's the results, you know what I'm saying. Like
I understand
I'd
what you're
point
saying.
out
I've
this
been
too.
meaning
If
to
you
tell you that, like if you're going to do that.
job camera guy to one person, you should also record some video of the camera guy doing his thing. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, that's a person too. They shouldn't be always hidden behind the camera. So getting a couple clips of them doing their thing with their high-end camera, showing from a different, from your perspective of what's going on, that would contribute to that effect of pulling the audience in to what's going
Right.
on.
Well, everybody's
Yeah,
actually
there's a
going to
lot of
ultimately be a cameraman out there. So,
there's a lot of video editing guys in our team. So you could call upon, like you could just put out a maybe do like an all call to see who's who. And there's a lot of people that can do a lot of great editing, film editing. So you could put it in, I mean, for probably no cost to you. You know what I mean? In our community, like there's people that will be willing to kind of get your footage and put it together, compile it, organize it, make it to where they're putting the clips how you want. You know what I'm saying? Like it's.
Hey, Alpha.
Anyways,
Can we get him the collab lab role so that he can access that channel? That way he can do an announcement there with a bunch of other people who they're already into doing the collab type stuff.
Yeah, he's what is it, next month? Lanolin? Is that what you're going for?
yeah.
Next month?
Yeah, it's in February. It'll be February sometime around the
Um,
15th. So,
I'm gonna have to. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have to talk to the rest of the mods and maybe put it out to everybody that if you're gonna do this, if people get like, I don't know what resources you might need for, because like the thing that I'm thinking of is essential or probably be good for you is somebody on our side like kind of really getting like editing tools together so that when you're ready with all the raw footage, you hand it over to the person and they organize it for you. Like you tell them, you know, how you want to see things and, you know, and make it really nice, you know, because there's programs right now that puts, you know, a lot of the film qualities into a video. So I'm more than sure that somebody here has the capability to really put it together, you know?
you know, Alpha, I do
Uh,
value that. I do. Maybe sound editing, because I actually do a lot of video editing myself, and so I wouldn't mind like
Okay.
editing the video and then handing them off and saying, "Hey, is there any way you can improve upon this?" And
Yeah.
then I wouldn't even mind handing over like raw footage so that they can work with it to see. But even then, I would be you know, obviously I'm gonna be releasing all the raw footage. So there's also that in mind where people, like literally everything is going to be released from any audio clip that we record. Like last year, anything that we walked off the lake with on the camera, I think there was a few videos, like maybe 3 videos that I deleted while we were out on the lake, but it was for storage reasons, and it was just garbage that I had
Yeah.
started to record, and it was like, that was stupid. And so anything we walk off the lake with, it's not getting deleted. It's not getting like, you know, like, oh, we're going to not release this portion of it. So there will be also afterward, like with what we do, and I can talk with people if they do want to make these themselves, you know, or work on them or do something what they feel to be better with it, like to present it in a different way, then yeah, they certainly could, and I'd be willing to talk with them through that process as well. So
Okay. Have you thought about a name for the project, or it being like, the long distance test, or Project Alaska, or you know what I'm saying? Like, have you given your excursion a name? Like, what is it going to be called? Because if people can, like, they also want to be like, oh, did you see the Alaskan Project, or it's just something to put a name to the thing that's going to happen. I mean, I don't know. I think of the things that people would like from like a spectator's aspect of it, like what they would want to see or hear, kind of like, well, it's got to be something. What's the word here? It's got to be like a name that grabs you. Like, oh yeah, I like that. That's
Something off the tongue. Easy.
Project Lanolander. I don't know. I'm just throwing something out there.
I don't know. I haven't put any thought into that yet, Alpha. Truthfully, I've like last year, it was like, what do I even name this? Like what we did. So I just, I let people know it's it's an Earth measurement, it's a survey, and because I think a lot of people look at this like we're just doing experiments, but we're ultimately using super accurate, high-powered lasers. That if people believe their total stations in land surveying can measure the curvature of the Earth, they're so accurate, then these lasers, which are just as powerful, are just as accurate for doing it. So,
that's going to be great. Like the post-production add-ins, like where you're comparing lasers, like the specs of the lasers, because you can go from like what the standard long distance laser because like what I would say is look at the PDFs of the previous laser tests that have been done, and then like the what's the name of that laser that they used? It's got an acronym like SALAD, super accurate laser aiming device or some shit.
Yeah,
and it's got like it's a specific range and wavelength. It's got its specs, right? So like you would want to do like your laser compared to that one to show like what you're working with and how powerful yours is to a conventional. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then you could throw like something really extreme, like a pen laser, and you're like, look, this is how powerful laser we're using and the accuracy, and then do like maybe some cartoon, images of like what. A guy standing from point of origin to the target distance, you know what I'm saying? And then
now that's
like in the
dream.
Yeah,
that would be something that were people wanting to actually work on, because that's stuff that I'm not very good at. Is actually I'm not a very good drawer. I think my niece, who is 7 years old, is better at drawing than me. So
I'll help craft design stuff. I don't mind. Bro.
Ether, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, man.
Well, when you said that, when you were talking about the graphics, I immediately thought to Behind the Curve, where they're showing Jaren holding up the flashlight. That's
what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. No, you read me right. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Because that type of animation, or I don't know what you want to call it, like cartoon imagery, like it just, what you're gonna do is like you're gonna put your laser, you're gonna have it named or whatever, and then you're gonna put the laser from the one that was done at Lake Balaton and put that laser there, and you're going to put like a conventional laser and then a pen laser, and then you're going to show like a distance and like the beam spread, the accuracy, the temperature that they work in, and like what the variance would be from, you know what I mean? So you're going to put like the pedigree information in there so that people can be like, oh, I know what this laser is capable of because it's a lot stronger. So then when they see you actually using it, in their mind, they're gonna know what its capability is. Kind of like they're not gonna have like, that laser can't do that shit. Like in their mind, they're gonna be like, oh, so if they shoot for 20 miles, they're gonna get what I expect them to get, from that distance. So that and I'm just, maybe none of this is gonna come to fruition, but what I'm doing is I'm kind of putting to you kind of like different avenues or creative ways that you could think about, and I'm just you know what I'm saying? I'm just kind of giving you something to think about. Like, I don't know what's really going to
Right.
happen with what you're going to. Maybe it'll just probably be you on the ice and trying to do a test. But what I'm saying is, when you have that much time invested into this thing, I think, having people rally behind what you're doing and then have them help you out is going to be a big boon to you, because you're going to be able to be like, well, now I got a group of people that really support me, Anyway,
Hopefully, it's a boon to everybody else because that's why we're doing it. It's not to hoard up
well,
riches for myself. I know what you mean, though.
no, but that's not that the end game is for truth, right? But along the way,
Right.
the work that you put into it should be of value to the people who actually value it. So if, like, let's say the community says, you know what, let's this guy, he did a really good job in what he's done, let's support him, let's get this film kind of put out to as many people as we can. Like, basically, once it's in our hands, it's our job to kind of market it. So, like, we'll be able to, like, go to different Discord servers and push the project out to other people. And because it's not, what you're doing is basically, truth is meant to be shared and shown to everybody. So, like, that's kind of, once you've done your job, it's time for us to do ours, kind of thing. Because we do that with everything. So, like, with the laser tests that were done in Lake Balaton and so forth, that's what we did. As soon as the information got into our hands, we then now put it into our servers. We're talking to people about it. It's a part of, like, what we say. So maybe that's what I was telling you. Perhaps in the future, this is going to be another thing that we use to kind of show people what truth really means. So it's going to be, it's what I'm saying is it's bigger than you and me. It's bigger than all of us. Like, what you're doing.
You just collect the data
And
points and memes.
Ether, you know what I'm talking about, man? Like, when people rally behind a project like this, like how everybody can pitch in. Like, it means, it doesn't just mean Lanolin doing that and him and his crew. It means all of us. Like, it now becomes like where the group actually helps out, and it's not just.
When any worthy cause happens, then there's a calling that goes out with it to people, and those who hear the calling stand up and they know what to do. That's the best way I can put it. They already know what to do. They'll do it.
And usually it should come at no cost to you for you to get all this other extra legwork done, because we all know what it means for us to do our part. You know what I'm saying? Like, 'cause it's all, yeah. Like, we know that it's not easy for truth to get out into the world, because it does cost money. Everything costs money. Let's just get real, right? Everything costs money. So if we're going to really want it to get out there as much as we can possible, it's going to take a team of people that really know how to get this marketed into this arena, So anyway, I think I'm talking a lot. Anyway, go ahead, guys.
You're good.
And Lanolin, I just downloaded that Caden program you recommended. Can you recommend a channel for tips, or did you just learn it by clicking buttons?
Oh shoot, no, you don't. You do not learn it by clicking buttons. And I can send you to one channel that I know that you can learn some stuff from, and you could actually learn some just from watching her. But when it comes to here, I'll link it.
I've only used Lossless Cut before, so I'm not very experienced.
This girl is definitely not gonna be able to tell you how to do
Thinking
things like
about it,
video compression or anything.
I think it would be nice for us to have a channel somewhere around here where it's just about that. Like, it's nothing but content related to creating content. Like programs and other things, like open source things that would be available for people. So folks who are just getting started can just go there and say, okay, this is everything I need to make content and make something really good. And then they can learn how to do what we're already doing.
Thank you.
I do want to point out that the most important thing, Paul, really about content creation is that just knowing that a lot of what you're doing is about making it work just with what you have, and like not doing it like there's not necessarily an obvious way to do it, but just understanding your tool bag and being like, okay, I have all these tools, so it doesn't matter how much I have to like just wing it. At the end product, what you're looking at is what does it look like when it's all compiled together into that flat video. Does it look good when it's at that flat video? It doesn't matter how ugly your file, your save file looks, or if you had to use 12 channels or whatever, it doesn't matter, so yeah.
Kind of reminds me
Like,
of
it's gonna be
the ability to adapt to change sort of thing, like working around what we have to make it accomplish what we need it to do.
Yeah, I mean that's ultimately video. If you want to do like fancy effects work,
Though I am very tempted to get a MacBook, like one of those power books or whatever, just because they're so good at editing video and processing things like that. And I've had a lot of trouble with Windows-based stuff. It sounds cheesy, but they make
Well,
good stuff.
I would go to Ubuntu, get a spare USB stick and download that on, and just try and boot from the USB stick in Ubuntu and see how you get on. As soon as you download it in Windows, though, Windows will pretend that drive no longer exists, but it is on there once you've done it. You just can't read it on Windows once you've got Ubuntu on it, or if you put Mint on or another Linux distribution.
Yeah.
I find Ubuntu is the closest to Windows 10. It's nice and that looks quite nice.
Ubuntu is pretty good. That's one that I've put on computers before. It's decently
It's
stable.
much better now.
It's easy enough to upgrade.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to use
programs.
There's a lot of programs. You can you go to the database and you do kind of the sudo apt-get thing, download whatever you want through the console. But they actually have an app store type thing built into it now too.
I use Pop! OS. I don't use Ubuntu or anything like that. I don't like it though because you know what they do on Pop! OS? They put this big giant blue marble, in the installer. So like every time you install it, you have to look at the blue marble. I hate that, but I do use this because it's really stable and I don't know, it just seems to work like way better than any other Linux distro I've used.
There's other versions, but they're more like pro level. It's like pretty much bare bones when you first get it.
And my brother goes, "Oh, I use Arch, by the way." He told me that the other day. He's like,
I was just going to joke about neckbeards bragging about using like really complicated Linux-based operating systems as though they're superior for using console commands.
Oh, he just knew that so my brother, he's going to school for computer science. He's actually going for the college degree that I went for when I was going to college, and then I was like, wow, I feel like I'm in a brainwashing institution and I'm not going to do this. So I left. He was going for a degree in so he can learn and program in C. And that's what I was gonna do, but I couldn't deal with all the
I have a
the
project
obvious
that I
like
really want to get going. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm thinking out loud. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. No, I'm not talking about anything incredibly important.
You were talking about that communications thing, which reminded me of another thing related to communications.
Yeah, we had a guy that came in yesterday that was wanting to argue for the position of the globe. I don't know if you heard him or not. Omnivore, you guys remember that guy? He's been a glober for as long as I can remember being on here, and always wanting to challenge, what we say in here and such. But I think he was using a false dichotomy to talk about how the Earth is a globe, and he was using some type of I forgot what he was saying. inertial compass, I think is what he brought up, and it was saying that it has less to do with like an actual compass, how it navigates and points towards magnetic north and such. And this one actually doesn't. You guys might want to look it up. I haven't seen the whole information on it, like what he was saying, but he basically was saying that it couldn't work on a flat Earth type of deal, and he was using the AE map against the globe. And I told him, I was like, dude, that's a false dichotomy. Like nobody here would say that the whole entire Earth is the AE map. Like it's not. That's never been proven. Like no one's ever gonna come out here and say that. And if somebody does, then I'm gonna challenge them how they know. So it's all about truth, right? How do we know what we know? And is it possible that the Earth is laid out like the AE map? And then how do we know that? So that to me, I think is of the most importance, because a lot of people that are brand new to flat Earth will start pointing to the AE map or the Gleason's map or the 1942 aerial map, anything that they can show that the Earth is not a globe, but yet it still retains like a kind of like the continent orientation. So if you're looking at the Earth as a globe, the continent orientation would be similar to the flat map of the AE map. Do you guys follow? Like that's kind of what he's saying.
Because
that's kind of what. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, just looking at it, when first coming into this and investigating it, I was looking at the Gleason map or the air map of the world or whatever, of like the World War II.
Yeah.
I was looking at those pretty seriously, and I was like taking them as like, oh man, yeah, we absolutely this must be what it looks like. And then as I got further along, it was like, why does it have to be laid out like this? Because ultimately, the ground doesn't curve, so the continents can really be sorted out differently, and we're being led around by the maps that we're using. It's like, a treasure map that won't take you in a direct line, even though there is a direct line to the target. They'll take you in circles and around paths that you might not actually need to go, but it makes you feel like you've journeyed a longer distance than you have. So
comparing two strong cartoons with one another and then making that entire argument.
Right. It was replacing. Yeah. Sorry. It was replacing. It was totally. That's what I was doing in my head when I first came into this, was thinking like, oh, this is the replacement, and it's like, well, no, like like truth is obviously not as out in the open as it's appeared to be to me, like, when it comes to this, like this universal truth, but it's obviously,
That's one of the things people have a hard time coping with, is we don't do replacement theology here. We're not about to give somebody a new cartoon to worship.
It's difficult so when we talk about this subject, it's difficult for the mind. It depends on how old they are, to actually think about things in a different way. And so the way that you learn, like, how can I put this? When you learn something, there's a lot of visuals, there's a lot of like instructions, there's a way to think about stuff. So school and how you're taught how to learn is kind of imprinted in your mind, and that kind of thinking still latches itself into the next thing that you think about. So if you think about like what the flat Earth is talking about, then your mind reverts back to like how you learn about the globe. You're like, well, I learned the globe because the teacher told me in like 3rd grade, and we talked about the planets, and there's not a lot of information I know, but I know one thing for sure, that something that is too big for me to see on the ground level wouldn't be able to be perceived as like I would see. Like, so for us, we start to think about models, right? What model can I use, because it's too big so that I can't just put it in that way. So the same way that we used to think about the globe, we start thinking about flat Earth. We start thinking about models, maps, and a lot of times it's hard to get away from that because we have maps, right? So the map itself is not the land, and the land isn't the map. And we know this because cartography isn't what people think it is. And so a lot of times, like, you have different maps, and it really does only take a small Google search to see how many different types of maps we have, right? There's hundreds of maps. And so each map has a specific function for what they want to use it for and so forth, right? Like the Mercator projection back in 1600s, it's kind of like what's being used up until today. Like even today, like for the globe projection, and so forth. But even that, like in our minds, we need to have some kind of way that we can look at the world overall, because we can't process the fact that we can't know this information. So we have to say, well, it's got to be something. It can't be nothing, right? And that gets us into a worse position than when we first started, because we start thinking that let's just be creative and think about what we can construct in a map, because it's got to be something. It's, there's actual land there, so we have to draw, around the land and then make up like what we think it could be. So, and that's the issue. Our minds revert back to like the way we learned about the globe, and we start thinking in those kinds of ways, and then building like these ideas that it could be the AE map or the Gleasons or the 1942 aerial map or whatever. That's the issue we have in this arena. And so you have flat Earth proponents who will then go off and say, no, we will investigate what the whole entire Earth looks like so that we can have an accurate map. But scale is always the problem. Always. It's always going to be. It never will be that people can say, well, all I got to do is go up as high as I can, like a rocket, look down, and then take a snapshot, and then come back down to Earth, and then show you guys because you're never going to get an accurate depiction, right, of what the Earth looks like as overall, as a whole. You guys with me? Like, this is important. Hello? Anybody here?
Yeah. So
Hello?
yeah. So I didn't want to talk over somebody. No. So I'm right there with you. I believe that cartography is using a lot of data that's already available, that's presented to them now. Like, it's not like, I don't believe people are actually going out on like ships and mapping the coastlines very often anymore, or anything like that, or even charting the distances that they're exactly taking, because they're referring to maps, and so they're always taking their data and referencing it to the map that they're using. They're not actually just using it as a raw collector's source, kind of thing, where you're just saying, hey, how many leagues have I gone out this far in this direction? You're saying, no, I've followed the leagues this far along these coordinates this whole time, which puts me right here, instead of, being like, I am charting out 70 leagues this direction. And so, yeah, I have that where I look at these maps, like even the Mercator projection, and when you go from looking at the globe and being like, oh, this is it, this is the map, and then you have all these maps where it's supposed to be the globe, you can't really know for certain how, like, when they unfurl this globe and they make these maps out of it, it's like, okay, you are saying this is everything that's there in the position that it's laid out in. And now you're making projections based off this idea that this is where everything is, with all the declinations and all the adjustments made for where you need to turn at this latitude to end up at this location. And so you're just already taking something that's been altered and just stretching the proportions of it. And changing it.
You've got it, man. Like, so if you're listening to Lanolin right now, this is the exact reason why maps and models cannot be argued from a standpoint of accuracy. He just laid it out. I wish, and it's a good thing we're recording this. Are we recording right now, Ethergrass? Yeah, we are. I think we are.
We're recording.
I see the YouTube out in there. People need to clip what he just said right. They need to clip what he just said right now. Because if you weren't here for that, like that is like extremely important. Why we don't argue maps and models in this Discord. We do not ever argue from a map or model standpoint, because that is not what this world is. It's not a map or a model. It's the Earth. So in order for us to talk about the Earth, we need to go out into the field, right, and do field tests. So with like a heading or a bearing to a certain location on the ocean, We know approximations, we know distances, but we don't know orientation. This is very difficult in cartography, right? However, something more along the lines of where we know our heading, we're going to hit land, and things like that nature, right? But they're not going to be exact. And so this is where people with these maps and models, they get themselves into trouble, because they want to argue from that standpoint where it's easy to see everything, and you're starting to talk about orientation, sizes, different things, time frames, what time it would take from one place to another. And as we know, travel time always consists of many variables, right? Especially over ocean, over air. So you're always going to have variables that you have to deal with that are going to make accuracy almost impossible, if not impossible. And so this is why we have the position that we do from not arguing those things. So Lanolin just kind of laid it out for you guys. You guys need to clip out what he just said from the live stream, and then kind of review whether or not you guys sit with that idea the same way. This is, like I'm telling you guys, it's very key in your argumentation process. So if you're going to be arguing for flat Earth, you're going to have to know what you're talking about. Make sure that you don't argue from ignorance, because if you're in here thinking that you can have a map or a model that depicts what the Earth is, then I think you're going to be, in a kind of a longer search than, because already what we have right now is good enough for like a heading that you don't need to go into like accuracy, if that makes any point. Like, I'm trying to get you guys to understand, like, that's the reason why when the globe side always asks for a map and model, is because their inaccurate map that they're using and model is very inaccurate, right? They think they can argue from it because it's already an exact process. You guys see what I'm saying? That's the argument from ignorance from their side. They think they're arguing from a standpoint of knowledge of something we've already acquired. And because they're building on top of it and arguing from that point, they don't need to look back and check to see if it's accurate or not. You know what I mean? Like, that's
Right. So there's a big difference between precision and accuracy. And so they have something that's incredibly precisely inaccurate. Meaning, if you throw a bunch of darts at a dartboard, okay, and you always hit almost in the exact same spot away from the bullseye in the black off the board, but you're hitting very precise, almost precisely the same spot every time. Those are precise shots. They're just not accurate. So
yeah.
your accuracy would be when you hit that bullseye, because that's what you're really aiming for. Okay, so what we're saying is like they have a very precise and accurate map where you follow the map and it is designed to lead you to a point that they want you to go. But that's what it's going to do. Now the land masses, I don't know. I don't really know how they're laid out, whether they're accurate or not. They probably are somewhat, but all that ocean, there's no way to be able to say, oh yes, this is in fact the route you are taking in this ocean, because you have no reference marker.
Yeah.
You are completely dependent on the coordinates that they give you to go from at certain other coordinates based on different bearings and orientations. And so that's kind of the issue, is you're taking somebody's own laid out schematic for where you're at, not actually the what do you call it?
Yeah,
the literal.
You're not actually like a bare bones kind of going out and figuring it out, because you think that you're charting, or you're going along a line where you're kind of going through a path that you can be sure to know that it's not gonna fail. Like, why do you think, if that was the case, let's just say if that was the case, then we didn't need people to understand how to navigate on the oceans, because it's a process, my friends. Like, you don't get on the ocean and say, well, we got accuracy, we're just going to use this and find our way there. You have to actually know what you're doing. Like, you're not going to be able to navigate through the oceans without any markers to tell you where you're going if you don't understand how to navigate. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it takes You know, people even seasoned
Right.
mariners can't go out in the ocean and say that they're going to get to the location exactly. Like, it's always a process, always.
And so ultimately, when you're following someone else's charts, you're also, you know, having to follow all their regulations with those charts. And that's what I'm trying to get to is that, like, you know, people using a compass, you know, you have a compass and it will point you the north, south, east, west, you know. But when you're out on the waters and you're following someone else's chart, they're going to tell you, alter your compass and all the readings you get from it, you need to interpret them this way on our map. Okay, so it's kind of that thing like how have these people checked this compass, or did they use this compass to make these alterations? You know, because they'll say it operates one way or another. It would actually be a very cool observation to make is simply to just set a compass on a table and record it for 1 year and see how it changes its heading. Because we're told that the pole is you know shifting on this globe model all the time. That would be a very
Yeah.
interesting observation to make.
I'm telling you, man. A lot of times, if you were to figure out like that the magnetic north is actually moving, and if that is true, then our north, south, east, and west isn't where it was, you know, like let's say 100 years ago. So,
Or that
if
your
that's
maps,
true,
even today,
then,
you wouldn't be able to follow charts.
yep. You see what I mean? Like, these are the problems of navigation. But obviously, over time, those adjustments were made. You know, like things where different headings have to be. So now, you know, it's always going to be something where you have to be able to understand what you're doing in order to get to the place where you want to go. It's always, yeah. It's a good conversation, man. But at the same time, if you head into an argument with this in mind, you're going to be able to equip yourself with what to say versus jumping into a false dichotomy where you're putting yourself against globe Earth against the AE map. That's no way to argue. If you ever hear like a flat earther arguing from that, they don't know what they're talking about. You should never argue from that standpoint. It is a standpoint of ignorance because you don't even know, how did you qualify the AE map? You should ask yourself that. If you want to use it, how did you qualify it? How is it something to pit against the globe? Where, as you say, it's a flat Earth, that's fine. But how are you then demonstrating that what the AE map, landmass orientation, landmass size, you know, all these types of things, you're going to be putting against the Earth as a globe, which is already using a Mercator projection. So and I'm just saying, man, like, this is important for anybody who wants to argue this standpoint. You have to really see why we're not doing it.
Right, because even if something
I don't
appears
know.
to support the Gleason model, that doesn't mean that it supports that the Earth is flat. Just because something appears to make the Gleason look validated, that doesn't mean that it's right. And so that's the big misnomer there. It's kind of like, you know, they come up with a bunch of arguments for why the globe might be right, but ultimately you don't know. That's the thing, is like ultimately we don't know if the Gleason's right, and I don't believe it's right, honestly, but you know what? It, like he said, is like Alpha said, it's a representation of what people are going from when they go from the globe to looking into this. Is like they don't know how to, or haven't been able to get out of that way of thinking. That's not everybody.
Yeah,
but
Ethergrass kind of named it. It's replacement theology, and a lot of them have this mentality. When you first come into the knowledge that the Earth is not a globe, you're on the hunt for what is truth, right? What is it? If we don't know what that is, so your mind's trying to replace the thing that was taken away. So if, let's say, we said the sun isn't a burning ball of plasma, or that the sun's light is emitted from the inside of the sun, it takes 1 million years to reach the surface and 8 minutes to reach your eyeball from the surface. And if we're saying all these things about the sun, and then we say, whoops, well, we don't really know what the sun is, then when we take away the thing that you thought it was, a lot of people think, well, I need to replace it with something that it is. Like, how? It's got to be something. It can't be nothing. So that has been said many times. It has sabotaged the flat Earth perspective. So a lot of times people get into the mindset of like, you know what? This is some bullshit. I have to say that the sun is something because it can't be nothing. And that sentence I just said right there, that it's got to be something and it can't be nothing, it sabotages the flat earth perspective because we start replacing the thing that we took away. And a lot of flat earthers have gone by the wayside because that's the type of mentality that they have. So they start making up ideas of what they think it can be, and then it becomes more of a speculation than it is actually true. You guys get what I'm saying?
I've experienced that firsthand for sure.
It's got to be something. It can't be nothing. So, and that could be said with almost everything that we take away. So, we take away what the moon is because nobody knows. Well, the Earth, as a globe, says that it's a floating rock and whatever. It's got, it's got an icy surface underneath and so on and so forth and yada yada. And when you start taking things away because